In a prestigious academy, the impoverished student Chen Yan unexpectedly unlocks the system of making boasts come true. Bystander, the school belle once confessed her feelings for me. Ding. Reward. One school belle girlfriend. Bystander B. The president of a trillion-dollar corporation is my father. Ding. Reward. One trillionaire father. Bystander C. I learned to appraise treasures while still in the womb. Ding. Reward. One treasure appraisal golden eye. I do not revel in boasting, yet I take pleasure in your grandiose claims. Go ahead, boast away. Everything you claim shall be mine. Chapter 1. The school belle publicly confesses, igniting envy among the male students. Yesterday, I visited the home of Director Liu, and his daughter was exceptionally warm towards me, declaring she would only marry me. The director's daughter is nothing to boast about. My father promised that once I enter university, he will certainly arrange for a mayor's daughter to serve as my maid. Jiahao Private High School, third-floor corridor. A group of boys, fresh from a basketball game, strolls by, laughing and carelessly tossing their sweat-soaked tissues onto the ground. Chen Yan, clutching a broom, hurriedly rushes over to tidy up. He is a scholarship student, having been specially recruited to this elite high school due to his outstanding academic performance. Watching the retreating figures, he rolls his eyes in exasperation. All they know is to boast. Why don't they just fly to the heavens? If I had a father like yours, none of you could outshine me. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates in his ear. Ding! The boast-making system has been bound. Chen Yan, momentarily taken aback, mutters, boast-making? System? I have a system now. He often overheard his classmates, who enjoyed reading novels, discussing how those with systems invariably reach the pinnacle of success. His heart swells with excitement. System, what functionalities do you possess? Please enlighten me. Ding! This system has but one function: to automatically detect and collect boastful claims made in the vicinity of the host, transforming them into real events that attach to the host. Current system level. Level 1, detection radius, 10 meters. Collecting boastful claims from nearby individuals to manifest upon me. Chen Yan muses, stroking his chin, furrowing his brow. Yet, in an instant, he becomes exhilarated. If someone nearby claims to be the son of a wealthy magnate, can I too become the son of a wealthy magnate? Affirmative. The system responds positively. Chen Yan is overjoyed. With over 90% of the students in this elite academy prone to boasting, this system could pave the way for his prosperity. System, tell me more about levels and detection radius. The higher the level, the greater the detection radius. Your next level, level 2, detection radius, 40 meters. What must be done to promote? He barely finishes his query when someone strides past him. It's Huang Liang, the class sports committee member, along with the students seated in front of him. Yesterday, Su Qingning confessed her feelings for me, stating she has liked me for 3 whole years, but I rejected her on the spot. Huang Liang boasts, his head held high with pride. The front seat was filled with astonishment. My goodness! Huang Liang, you truly are remarkable. Su Qingning is universally acknowledged as the aloof goddess of Jiahao High School. The number of suitors pursuing her could fill 10 freight cars. How on earth did you manage to turn her down? Is this for real? Absolutely true. Huang Liang raised his chin defiantly. I told her that with the impending college entrance examinations, I must devote myself to my studies. Ding! Detecting boastful claims within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. No sooner had the system's voice faded than hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, as a stunningly beautiful girl rushed towards them. Upon hearing the sound, Huang Liang turned around, instantly grinning broadly and stepping forward to greet her. Su Goddess, Su Qingning didn't spare him a glance, swiftly passing by him to stand before Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I have something to say to you. She panted, her autumn-like eyes brimming with deep affection. Chen Yan swallowed hard, his heart racing wildly. Locking eyes with Su Qingning, he felt as though he was on the brink of falling in love. Yet in the next moment, a chilling sensation engulfed him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He realized that every boy in the corridor was staring at him, their gazes akin to daggers, as if they wished to flay him alive. Su Goddess, I don't speak. Su Qingming interrupted, raising a finger to his lips. The male students in the vicinity were instantly driven to madness. She was the Su Goddess, the dream girl of every boy in the school. Her hand was so sacred and inviolable. How could it possibly rest upon Chen Yan's lips? The defilement of the Sioux goddess's hand. Chen Yan, I will not let this transgression go unpunished. Ignoring the seething glares directed at her, Su Qingning took a deep breath and earnestly declared, Chen Yan, ever since I entered high school, I have harbored deep feelings for you. Every movement, every expression of yours is etched in my mind. I have silently admired you for 3 years, yet I never dared to confess. Now, with graduation looming, I fear I will carry this regret for a lifetime, so I like you sincerely and earnestly. The corridor fell into a hushed silence, yet it was as if the sound of shattered glass filled the air. The unattainable goddess of the entire school had harbored feelings for a mere nobody for 3 whole years and had now humbled herself to confess. My heavens, what sin has been committed? Qingning, Chen Yan licked his lips, his throat feeling parched. He was uncertain how long the converted boast would last. What if he agreed only for Su Qingning to revert to her usual self immediately afterward? Offending the great goddess, over half the boys in the school would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. He slowly spoke. Qingning, I also like you, but we are currently at a crossroads that will determine our futures. Understand. Su Qingning interrupted him with a sweet smile. I know we shouldn't be discussing romance at this time. I just needed to express these feelings that have been weighing on my heart. Now that I've said it, I feel a sense of relief. She extended her delicate, fair hand. Let's work hard together for the remaining time. Let's give our all. Chen Yan wiped the sweat from his palms, lightly touching her fingertips. Let's do our best. Witnessing this scene, the boys ground their teeth in frustration, wishing they could rush forward and tear Chen Yan limb from limb, tossing his remains into the mountains to feed the wolves. The great goddess confessed to you, and you, without hesitation, rejected her. Did you even consider her feelings? The most infuriating part is that she is not even angry. Instead, she is encouraging you with a handshake. Is there no justice left? Huang Liang stood not far away, fists clenched tightly. He had just boasted in front of the others, and within a minute, he was slapped in the face at lightning speed. Realizing the mocking smiles directed at him, he lost his composure, rushing towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan, what gives you the right to shake hands with the Sioux goddess? Do you even know she is the goddess of our entire school? And what gives you the right to question Chen Yan? Before Chen Yan could respond, Su Qingning spoke up to defend him. Huang Liang was left dumbfounded. Qingning, you actually stand with Chen Yan. What of it? Su Qingning retorted, her neck arched defiantly, her eyes filled with disdain. Huang Liang, please remember to address me properly when you call my name, or simply refer to me as Su classmate. Are we that familiar that you can call me Qingning? Her reprimanding voice echoed, drawing more and more students into the corridor. Huang Liang felt excruciatingly awkward, his fingers tightly gripping the fabric of his pants. Su Qingning was the most dazzling star of Jiahao High School, her every gesture radiating charisma. Facing her, he had no chance whatsoever. He squinted, turning his gaze back to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, Su classmate, is the most beautiful goddess in our school. You, a mere impoverished nobody, should have the self-awareness to keep your distance from her. Huang Liang, I wish to get closer to Chen Yan. Don't you? Su Qingning raised her hand, pointing at Huang Liang. She hadn't finished her sentence when Chen Yan pressed down on her shoulders. If he's coming for me, let me handle it. Okay. Su Qingning nodded softly, her attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. Chen Yan tugged at his school uniform collar, chuckling as he stepped forward. Huang, even if I am poor now, so what? Can I remain poor forever? Have you ever heard the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Do not bully the young and poor. Ha ha ha. Huang Liang laughed heartily. Chen Yan, you truly are a master of boasting. You, a mere impoverished nobody, I could ensure that you remain in obscurity for eternity if I so wished, even if it meant throwing money at the problem. My father gives me a monthly allowance of 1 million. Have you ever seen a million? It could buy your worthless life. Chapter 2. A million received. Publicly slapping the face of the mockers. Ding. Detected boasting within the probing range. Converting boastful content. Conversion successful. A vibration emanated from Chen Yan's pocket. He retrieved a worn-out old mobile phone, and as he activated the screen, a notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank popped up. A deposit of 1 million yuan for this month as pocket money. He couldn't help but chuckle. Within just a few minutes, Huang Liang had not only delivered the campus belle suitor, but also a cool million. Truly, what a benevolent soul he was. Curse your grandmother. Huang Liang shoved him, snatching the old phone and smashing it onto the ground. Chen Yan, I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from Su Xiaohua, or I have plenty of ways to ruin you. Who are you going to ruin? Su Qingning huffed as she circled around Chen Yan, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap. The resounding sound echoed through the corridor, followed by a furious roar. Huang Liang, who I choose to associate with is none of your business. If you dare to target Chen Yan again, I won't let this slide. With that, she crouched down, hurriedly picking up the shattered pieces. Chen Yan immediately grasped her wrist, gently saying, Qingning, it's already broken, don't pick it up. What if you hurt your fingers? Pouting. Su Qingning nodded slightly. All right, I'll listen to you. Chen Yan found the SIM card among the fragments and began sweeping up the remaining debris. Watching their affectionate interaction, Huang Liang was practically hopping with anger. Su, Chen Yan is just a poor wretch who can't even come up with 100,000. You won't find happiness with him. He may not have it, but I can manage. Su Qingning crossed her arms, a smirk on her lips. Chen Yan has good character, excels in his studies, and possesses great ambition, qualities that money cannot buy. I believe he will bring me happiness. Chen Yan felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected Su Qingning would have such faith in him. He sneered. Who says I can't produce 100,000? Huang Liang froze. Chen Yan, do you even hear yourself? That's 100,000. With that kind of money, why would you be using an outdated phone and sweeping the corridor for pocket money? Ha ha. The classmates erupted in laughter, some even chiming in with their own jibes. Stop boasting. Everyone knows you're just a special admission student from a poor background. Exactly. If it weren't for your decent grades, you'd never even have the chance to associate with us. If you could come up with 100,000, the world would be full of millionaires. Chen Yan remained unperturbed. He had just received $1 million in his bank account, and 100,000 was certainly within his reach. Su Qingning tugged at his sleeve. Chen Yan, don't argue with them. I like you for who you are, regardless of your financial status. Chen Yan smiled, whispering in her ear, then I must ensure no one questions your judgment. He then turned to the group of classmates across from him. So, what if I can indeed produce 100,000? What then? The classmates exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, sarcastically declaring, if you can bring it out, I'll publicly apologize and slap myself 10 times. Right. If you have 100,000, I'll slap myself too. Another chimed in. Chen Yan's expression remained calm as he surveyed the others. Is there anyone else who wishes to slap themselves? Suddenly, 6 or 7 students stood up. We all believe you can't produce it. Fine, then I shall show you. He pretended to reach for his phone. Just then, Huang Liang raised his hand and shouted, wait. What is it? Chen Yan inquired. With a mischievous grin, Huang Liang said, you just claimed you would pull out the money for these classmates to slap themselves. But what if you can't? If I can't produce it, you can do whatever you want with me. Chen Yan replied confidently. All right. Huang Liang raised an eyebrow, pointing at the students who had stepped forward. If you don't have 100,000, each of them will slap you 10 times. Deal? Deal. Chen Yan readily agreed, reaching into his pocket, only to realize he was empty. It dawned on him that his phone had been smashed. What? You thought you could pull out 100,000 from your pocket? Do you realize how thick that amount is? Huang Liang stood with his hands in his pockets, his face a mask of mockery. I suggest you admit defeat early. Let us slap you quickly, and perhaps we'll go easy on you for being so cooperative. Ha ha. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Chen Yan shot him a sidelong glance and turned back to Su Qingning. Qingning, could I borrow your phone? Sure. Su Qingning produced a phone encased in a pink cover adorned with a Kuromi charm. This one is yours. I'm just borrowing it. I'll return it shortly. Chen Yan took it, removed the case, and switched the SIM card. Chen Yan, do you really have 100,000? If you don't force it. I'm here, and they wouldn't dare to slap you. Su Qingning looked at him with concern. He raised an eyebrow. Do you believe in me? Of course. Su Qingning nodded. That's good to hear. Chen Yan smiled, downloading the industrial and commercial bank app and beginning the authentication process before the onlookers. Hey, Chen the good-for-nothing. It's been so long. Why haven't you shown everyone the money yet? Huang Liang crossed his arms, looking down at him scornfully. Just then, the balance appeared on the screen. He turned the phone around. Here, take a look at how much money I have. Huang Liang and his companions leaned in closely. 1, 10, 100,000, 1 million? How could a pauper like you possibly have $1 million? All of them stared in shock, wide-eyed. Su Qingning was equally astonished and quickly grabbed the phone to confirm. Is it really 1 million? Chen Yan, where did you get $1 million? Chen Yan smiled nonchalantly. It's from my years of hard work and frugality. In that instant, Su Qingning's admiration for him soared to new heights. To be self-sufficient at such a young age, frugal despite his wealth, truly a prime candidate for a husband. Chen Yan turned to the group across from him. You all thought I couldn't have 100,000 in savings, yet here I am with $1 million. Isn't it time for you to honor your promise? Huang Liang and his cohorts exchanged glances, their gazes evasive. To slap themselves publicly would be a blow to their pride. Chen Yan, where did you get that money? You can't possibly have that much. Yes, your money must be of questionable origin. We aren't losing here. Chen Yan laughed at their shamelessness. If you don't want to fulfill your bet, just say so. Why concoct excuses? He turned to the onlookers. Everyone saw it. These classmates wagered with me. And now they want to renege on their deal. If you ever do business with them in the future, be cautious. They lack integrity. Chen Yan, shut up. A short, stout classmate stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. His name was Lu Gao, the nephew of school board member Lu Fanghua and a minion of class bully Qin Shubao. He often flaunted his dual identity to assert dominance in class. His eyes narrowed at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, the bet is null and void. If you keep slandering us, I'll have my big brother deal with you. Chapter 3, 9th Dan Black Belt in Taekwondo, a kick to knock out the class bully. Trying to back out. And you don't want anyone to speak? Lu Xiao, you're quite the character. Chen Yan tilted his head, his tone dripping with mockery. What a pity. I am notoriously oblivious to the times. Even if your aunt came today, you must honor the bet. Otherwise, don't think you can silence me. Lu Gao gritted his teeth in fury, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Once the call connected, he immediately switched to speakerphone. Big brother. Chen Yan is making a scene in the corridor, and he's south getting too close to Su Qingning. You need to come quickly. What? Chen Yan, that scoundrel. Does he have a death wish? You tell him to wait for me. I'm on my way. The phone was abruptly hung up. Chen Yan, you're finished. Lu Gao wore a malicious grin, proclaiming that his elder brother would arrive imminently. He demanded that Chen Yan kneel and apologize. Perhaps he might spare him if he complied. But any delay would result in irrevocable consequences. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of schadenfreude. Being so close to the campus belle, he deserved to be beaten up. Huang Liang stepped forward. Chen Yan, I advise you to heed Lu's words. Qin is the strongest fighter in our class, with ties to external underground forces. If you wish to avoid a fatal beating, you should quickly kneel and confess your wrongdoings. The other students, who had lost their bets, began to stir. Chen Yan, even if you won the gamble, what difference does it make? You think we would slap ourselves for you? You're not worthy of that. Know your place. If you dare oppose us, we will ensure you learn a lesson today. The group was still reveling in their taunts when a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. The class bully, Qin Shubao, pushed through the crowd, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Some infatuated girls gazed at him, starstruck. As soon as he stood his ground, Lu Gao sprinted over, wearing a sycophantic smile. Brother, that dog Chen Yan slandered me in front of so many classmates, and even tried to covet the woman you have your eye on. You must deal with him. Qin Shubao nodded, squinting as he coldly inquired. Chen Yan, how do you wish to die? Indeed, Lu Gao echoed, lifting his chin in a manner that reeked of treachery. My brother is a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Whatever method of death you suggest, he can accommodate. Ding, detected boasting within the probing range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt an invigorating lightness wash over him. Lu Gao was indeed a generous man, his incessant boasting a source of amusement. Chen Yan could not ascertain the specific rank of Qin Shubao, but he was certain it was nowhere near a 9th degree black belt. With such prowess, why should he fear Qin Shubao? Qin Shubao arrogantly raised his chin, declaring, Chen Yan, if you don't speak up soon, I will take action. Su Qingming immediately positioned herself in front of Chen Yan. Qin Shubao, are you trying to intimidate him? And what of it? Qin Shubao smirked, flicking a stray lock of hair from his forehead, feigning gravity. Qingming, I advise you to keep your distance from him, lest you end up covered in blood. The surrounding girls erupted in cheers. Those infatuated classmates were practically drooling. Chen Yan, if you have any guts, step forward, don't hide behind a woman. Lu Gao shouted. Yes, if you're so capable, come on out, and let us see who can help you this time. Huang Liang waved his arms in agreement. Chen Yan stepped forward. But Su Qingming immediately grabbed his sleeve. Chen Yan, are you insane? He is a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. If it comes to blows, you will surely suffer. Chen Yan pressed her hand down and winked at her. Qingming, do not fret. He is merely all talk. If it comes to a fight, he will be the one at a disadvantage. This declaration elicited laughter from the crowd. Qin Shubao had earned his title as the class bully over 3 years of hard fighting. With Chen Yan's malnourished appearance, how could he possibly stand a chance against Qin Shubao? Chen Yan, you should stop boasting. While my brother Qin is still calm, you should kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps he will let you off lightly. Yes, hurry and kneel before brother Qin. It might save you some suffering. Chen Yan cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders before beckoning Qin Shubao with a finger. You, come here. Su Qingming was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable confidence radiating from Chen Yan's voice. She clenched her fist and shouted, Chen Yan, go for it. Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Qin Shubao, furious and humiliated, spat out his toothpick and charged forward, launching a sidekick aimed at Chen Yan's temple. Chen Yan raised his arm to block. Not far away, Lu Gao crossed his arms and laughed derisively. Su Qingning, instead of cheering him on, you should have called an ambulance for Chen Yan. My brother is genuinely furious. This could very well end in tragedy. No, I believe in Chen Yan. He will not lose. Su Qingning's eyes were resolute. Lu Gao laughed heartily. Turning to the onlookers, did everyone hear that? Su, the school belle, believes Chen Yan can defeat Brother Qin. A fresh wave of laughter erupted. Su Qingning gritted her teeth, her face flushing with embarrassment. Lu Gao continued, I'll state it plainly today. If Chen Yan can win, I will eat feces in the restroom. You said it. You cannot back out now. Chen Yan's voice suddenly broke through. Having exchanged a few moves with Qin Shubao, he realized that his opponent lacked the prowess of a black belt, at best resembling a white belt with some irregularities. Lu Gao tilted his neck. No way. If I back out, then I'm a dog. All right, remember your words. Chen Yan grinned and made a face at Qin Shubao. Brother Qin, your little brother has high hopes for you. Step up and don't act like a weakling. Qin Shubao, burning with rage, shouted as he charged forward, delivering a high kick aimed at Chen Yan's temple. Chen Yan's eyes sharpened, and he raised his leg. His speed far surpassed that of his opponent, landing a kick on Qin Shubao's neck first. Qin Shubao staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The classmates questioned their own eyes. Was this truly the once bullied Chen Yan? In contrast, Chen Yan looked down at the fallen Qin Shubao, scoffing. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. Pathetic. Su Qingning, snapping out of her shock, cheered joyfully. Chen Yan, you are amazing. Chen Yan winked. Basic skills, don't overdo it. He cast a glance at Lu Gao, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Chen Yan, what are you going to do? Chen Yan approached leisurely. Didn't you say that if I won, you would eat feces? I never said such a thing. Lu Gao tried to evade, denying it once more. Su Qingning, unable to hold back, retorted loudly. Lu Gao, are you even a man? How can you not stand by your word? Lu Gao bit his lip, his eyes filled with shame and anger. The crowd began to point fingers at him. He surveyed the onlookers, then defiantly lifted his chin, adopting the stance of a pig unbothered by boiling water. I just won to stand by my word. What can you all do about it? Who dares force me to eat feces? Su Qingning frowned. Chen Yan clapped his hands. Well, since Lu Xiao does not wish to uphold his dignity, I shall help you maintain it. He grinned and took 2 steps forward. Lu Gao, panic-stricken, retreated. Chen Yan, what are you going to do? We merely made a bet. Don't joke about your future. Chen Yan remained silent, seizing Lu Gao by the collar and dragging him toward the restroom. Chapter 4. The school director's aunt arrives, standing up for her nephew and cheering him on. I don't want to eat feces. I don't want to eat feces. Lu Gao struggled fiercely. Chen Yan, let go of me, hurry. Chen Yan dragged Lu Gao forward, with a crowd of onlooking classmates following behind. They were eager to witness Lu Gao's impending humiliation. They wondered how his aunt would react upon seeing this. Surely, a good show was about to unfold. Why hadn't Lu Gao called his aunt for backup? If she arrived, who would dare to lay a hand on him? The students whispered among themselves. Before long, the two arrived at the restroom. Chen Yan, I warn you. If you dare to make me eat feces, I will ensure you regret it. Lu Gao threatened. Chen Yan forcefully dragged him further inside, offering no response whatsoever. Lu Gao was the aunt of Lu Gaodong. If he found an opportunity to call for help, this situation would become untenable. As for what would happen afterward, he could not concern himself with that. Having endured oppression from these wealthy scions for 3 years, his inner universe had erupted. Stop. Stand right there. Just as he was about to pull Lu Gao into the restroom, a deep voice resonated from within. The director of education, Yu Wulei, emerged with his pants half up. His face darkened. What is going on? He queried, directing his gaze at Chen Yan and Lu Gao. In that instant, Lu Gao felt as though he had seen a savior, and he collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Director, please save me. Chen Yan wants to force-feed me excrement. Yu Wulei turned to Chen Yan. Is that so? Yes, Director, he made a bet with me. Am I right? Without waiting for Chen Yan to explain, Yu Wulei interrupted him sharply. Chen Yan, indignant, nodded, yes. You two, come to my office. Yu Wulei pointed toward the corridor's end, and then turned to the students who had followed. You all disperse. Seeing the excitement waning, the students scattered. Su Qingning wanted to follow, but was met with a glare from Yu Wulei. Qingning, go back. I'm fine. Chen Yan called out, striding confidently toward the office. As they walked, Lu Gao wore a smug expression, saying, Chen Yan, even if you drag me to the restroom, what could you do? My aunt is Lu Gaodong. As long as she is around, the director will stand by my side. Ding, detected boastful claims within the exploration range. converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan was taken aback. Lu Gao was boasting again. But what was the nature of his boast? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yan's expression shifted suddenly. Could it be that Lu Gaodong was not his aunt? For 3 years since enrollment, Lu Gao had always assumed the role of the school board member's nephew. And even the class teacher and the director had believed him without doubt. Who would have thought that this was yet another fabrication? Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Lu Gao asked coldly. Chen Yan shook his head. Nothing, just contemplating how to make you eat excrement later. They were ushered into the office, where Yu Wulei brought a chair for Lu Gao and poured him a cup of tea, leaving Chen Yan to stand idly by. After attending to Lu Gao, Yu Wulei slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, do you recognize your mistake? Mistake? Chen Yan scoffed. Lu Gao bet with me. And now he refuses to acknowledge his loss. What wrong have I committed in helping him fulfill his wager? Impudent. You dare to talk back? Yu Wulei slammed the table again, saliva flying. You are merely a destitute student, with no power or influence, scraping by with your meager academic performance to remain in this school. Lu Gao, on the other hand, has a family enterprise, and his aunt is a member of the board. With a mere flick of her finger, she could crush you. How dare you act against someone of such a disparate status? Yu Wulei showed no interest in discerning right from wrong, blindly shielding Lu Gao, who sipped tea while mockingly observing Chen Yan. Classmate Lu, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Yu Wulei inquired with a smile. Lu Gao pondered for a moment, placing his teacup down. Regardless, Chen Yan and I are classmates, and I do not wish to annihilate him entirely. Let him write a 10,000-word reflection, which he shall read aloud during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, accompanied by a warning disciplinary notice. Yu Wulei nodded and looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, observe the perspective of classmate Lu. Let us proceed as he suggests. If I do not hear your reflection during the flag-raising on Monday, regardless of who intervenes on your behalf, I shall expel you. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the entrance. Who are you planning to expel? The door to the office swung open, revealing a woman with glasses, smooth skin, and an air of sophistication. She was the only female board member of the school, Lu Fanghua. Yu Wulei rushed to her, wearing an obsequious smile. Lu Gaodong. What brings you here? Lu Gao's eyes began to flicker, and he set down his cup of water, lowering his head as he stood. Lu Fanghua cast a glance at him, her tone haughty. What is happening? Yu Wulei immediately pointed at Chen Yan, feigning outrage. Lu Gaodong. This impoverished student is causing a ruckus at school, insisting on force-feeding classmate Lu Gao excrement. Lu Fanghua turned her gaze to Chen Yan. Is that true? Indeed. Chen Yan replied calmly with a nod. Chen Yan, this is Lu Gaodong. You ought to show him some respect. Yu Wulei chastised loudly. You be quiet. Lu Fanghua glared at him, then turned back to Chen Yan. Please, explain the situation in detail. Chen Yan succinctly recounted the events. Lu Fanghua regarded Lu Gao with an amused expression, and Lu Gao instinctively retreated a couple of steps. This action caught Yu Wulei's eye, leading him to misinterpret it as a warning from Lu Fanghua wanting to protect Lu Gao, prompting him to step forward. Lu Gaodong, allow me to handle this matter. Although your nephew was at fault initially, trust me, I will ensure your nephew is protected. At worst, he pointed at Chen Yan, at worst, we can expel this pauper and bear the bad reputation. Slap. His words were abruptly cut off by a resounding slap. Who gave you the authority to expel Chen Yan? Lu Fanghua scolded. Yu Wulei, bewildered, responded. Lu Gaodong, how can we preserve your nephew's reputation without such measures? My nephew? Lu Fanghua chuckled softly, pointing at Lu Gao. You claim he is my nephew? Is that so? But you and classmate Lu Gao share the same surname. Last year, the murderer from the city wall also had that surname. Does that make you family? Lu Fanghua raised her voice. Yu Wulei, the school administration promoted you to the position of director. Is this how you conduct yourself? Do you lack any sense? Just now, I heard you say you want Chen Yan to write a 10,000-word reflection. How about this? You prepare a 10,000-word reflection as well, and present it at the leadership meeting on Monday to thoroughly review your behavior. As for Lu Gao, for impersonating a board member's relative and exhibiting morally reprehensible conduct, you figure out the disciplinary action. Lu Gao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was ruined. The persona he had painstakingly crafted over 3 years had crumbled. Yu Wulei looked down at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. For this impostor, he now had to reflect before the leadership team. His future was utterly bleak. At this moment, Lu Fanghua approached Chen Yan, reaching out to touch his face. You silly child, being bullied and not calling your aunt. Both Yu Wulei and Lu Gao were left bewildered. Wasn't Chen Yan merely a special admissions impoverished student? How had he become the nephew of Lu Gaodong? Chen Yan smiled. I simply didn't want to trouble you. Lu Fanghua patted his head affectionately. My dear nephew is so considerate. Very well, aunt will take her leave now. In the future, call me immediately if anything arises. if anyone dares to trouble you. Unless they can remove me from my position as a board member, I will ensure they suffer the consequences. Lu Fenghua strode out confidently. Simultaneously, the class bell rang. Chen Yan smiled and said, "Director, classmate Lu, I hope no one else learns of my relationship with the board member. If it gets out, you both know the consequences." Yes, yes. Yu Wulei nodded repeatedly. "I shall take my leave as well. I have class to return to." Chen Yan, hands in his pockets, turned and exited the door. Yu Wulei bowed slightly as he saw him off. "Take care, classmate Chen." Just a few steps outside the office, Chen Yan heard a furious shout from within. "Lu Gao, you scoundrel, you are going to ruin me." He chuckled softly and strode confidently toward the classroom. As soon as I reached the classroom door, I encountered the brooding class teacher. "Chen Yan, why did you get into a fight with your classmates?" Chapter 5. The nation's top scholar and the bet with the teacher. Chen Yan paused, gazing at the face that bore a slight resemblance to Qin Shubao's, fully aware that trouble was about to ensue. The teacher, Hu Qin, happened to be the second aunt of Qin Shubao. In the past, every time it was her turn to teach, she would seldom arrive in the classroom even 5 minutes after the bell rang. Yet today, she had come so early. Was she here to avenge her wealthy nephew? "I'm asking you a question. Have you become mute?" Hu Qin's voice pierced through the air. Chen Yan's expression turned serious. "Teacher, before questioning me, shouldn't you first inquire about what your dear nephew did? He was knocked out by you. What else could he have done?" Hu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "Isn't he being shielded? Is he not even going to pretend? Clearly, it was Qin Shubao who initiated the trouble. I merely retaliated out of necessity." "Retaliate to this extent? It seems you are merely envious of the wealthy and deliberately went too far." Hu Qin interjected, casting aspersions on Chen Yan without hesitation. Chen Yan's countenance darkened. "If you insist on this narrative, then we must engage in a thorough discussion. There are surveillance cameras in the corridor. Why don't we check the footage and let everyone decide who instigated the conflict?" Hu Qin's gaze faltered. She was all too aware of what kind of person Qin Shubao was, and she absolutely could not allow the footage to be reviewed. With so many wealthy students in the class, if one of them went home and spoke out of turn, it could jeopardize the Qin family's business. And her elder sister would surely have her head. Clearing her throat twice, she tilted her neck defiantly and retorted, "Who has the time to run to the surveillance room with you? Don't you know my time is precious? With 30 students in the class. If you waste a minute of my time, that's half an hour for the entire class. Then how can you substantiate my guilt without reviewing the footage?" Chen Yan retorted with a cold smile. "Let us consider this matter settled for now." Hu Qin gestured towards his seat. "Return to your seat. The mock exam is imminent. If you fail to place in the top 30 of your grade this time, I will transfer you to the worst class." A murmur rippled through the surrounding students. Top 30? Isn't that an excessively high expectation? No matter how well Chen Yan performs, he can't possibly compete with a scholar nurtured by a $1,000 a session tutor. Can't you see? Old Hu is clearly setting Chen Yan up. Keep your voices down. Hu Hanzhong's nephew just got beaten. Her mood is foul. Who knows what she might do to us next? Listening to his classmates' discussions, Chen Yan chuckled softly. What if I actually make it into the top 30? Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, all eyes on Chen Yan. Although Jiahao was an elite high school that produced a plethora of ineffectual second-generation heirs, the prestige of placing in the top 30 was undeniably significant, not easily attained by mere rote learning. "Huh, Chen Yan, are you delusional?" Fang Jiqiong, Hu Qin's sycophantic assistant, stood up. Being the class monitor and the top student in the class, she added, "My best score was only 38th in the grade. You, who have never even broken into the top 50, dare to dream of the top 30. If you manage to do that, I might as well aim for first in the nation." Beep, detected boasting within the inquiry range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. In the next moment, Chen Yan felt a surge of diverse knowledge flooding his mind. So this is the vast reservoir of knowledge possessed by the #1 student in the nation. He turned to Hu Qin. "Teacher, you haven't answered my question. If I place in the top 30, what will you do?" Hu Qin rolled her eyes. "You're a student. Excelling in exams is your responsibility. It's not for my benefit, so why ask me?" Chen Yan smiled lightly. "But you also stated that if I failed to make it into the top 30, I would be transferred to the worst class. If I succeed, you needn't do anything. Isn't that somewhat unequal?" Hu Qin stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before pulling out Chen Yan's report card. He had scored 75th in the previous examination, a staggering 755 points behind the 30th student. With only a month since the last mock exam, it was nearly impossible to achieve such a leap in scores. Hu Qin felt assured. "What do you want? If I place in the top 30, I hope you will publicly apologize to me over the school intercom for today's incident." "Is that all?" Hu Qin inquired. Chen Yan shook his head. "That's all." "Fine, I agree," Hu Qin replied with a composed smile. The class erupted into chatter once more. Chen Yan is such a fool. He is clearly walking into a trap. And yet he leaps right in, sacrificing his dignity. Who can blame him? I've been wondering how someone with such a foolish brain could win the affection of the campus belle from Su University. What if the belle has poor eyesight? I won't allow you to insult my goddess. The students whispered among themselves. Chen Yan strode confidently into the classroom. As he passed by the front row, Fang Zhiqiang suddenly let out a light laugh. Chen Yan, you're the one leaping into your own demise. You can't blame the teacher. Fang Zhiqiang's deskmate chimed in. I've heard that those rich second-generation students from the tail class look down on impoverished folks like you. If you get sent to the tail class, who knows if you'll even survive until the college entrance examination. Chen Yan glanced down at the two of them. Let us wait and see. And don't be scared when the time comes. Who would be scared of you? Fang Zhiqiang shot back, casting him a disdainful look. You should weigh your own worth before boasting. Ignoring their jibes, Chen Yan returned to his seat. Opening his book, he discovered that the knowledge recorded within suddenly seemed much simpler. Indeed, the knowledge reservoir of the nation's top student was extraordinary. A day passed in a haze. Chen Yan communicated with the system several times and learned that the event of boasting becoming reality had no time limit, which only heightened his excitement. His campus belle admirer, the black belt with 9 Dan, the board member aunt, and his scholarly prowess could all be permanently retained. What bliss! As evening dismissal approached, Chen Yan leisurely packed his books. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Furrowing his brow, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked over, only to find Su Qingming standing at the door. Chen Yan, may I walk with you? She asked, taking a couple of steps forward. Chen Yan nodded with a smile. Sure. The two maintained a comfortable distance as they walked out of the teaching building together. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over. Chen Yan was nothing more than a poor, unremarkable student. What made him worthy of the campus belle's attention? Qin Shubao trailed behind them, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Chen Yan, there's only a month until the college entrance examination. Could you refrain from working part-time? Su Qingming's voice was low, her head bowed. Afraid to meet Chen Yan's gaze, Chen Yan exhaled slowly, chuckling softly. Qingming, I'm not like you. You were born with a silver spoon and will glide through life effortlessly. I must rely on my own efforts. But rest assured, I will not let it affect my exam performance. May I ask where you work? Su Qingming fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Chen Yan replied, on Victory Road, at the Tulioma barbecue. Once outside the school gate, Su Qingming climbed into her chauffeur-driven car. Chen Yan, shall I have the driver take you home? There's no need. It's just a short distance. I could use the exercise. Goodbye. Chen Yan waved and turned, running towards Victory Road. Su Qingming also drove away. Qin Shubao stood at the school gate, his expression darkening. Victory Road, is it? Chapter 6. The Ming Dynasty Banknotes, Ferrari, a plate of peanuts, and a case of beer. On Victory Road, at the rustic barbecue joint, Chen Yan entered as usual, tossing his backpack aside in preparation for work. Outside, 2 tables were occupied by customers who had likely just seated themselves, and it was unclear if they had placed their orders. He glanced at the note on the bar. The owner had already attended to table 2, so there was no need for him to go. He removed his school uniform and tied on an apron. Just as the owner, Peng Liang, approached him with a thick stack of vibrant red banknotes. Xiao Chun, this is your salary for this month and the next. Chen Yan was taken aback, dumbly accepting the money and inquiring, Brother Peng, what is this for? Peng Liang smiled. Well, your college entrance examination is just around the corner. Yesterday, I discussed it with your sister-in-law, and we decided that you won't need to work during this time. The college entrance exam is a pivotal moment in life. Don't let the pursuit of a few coins jeopardize your future. Chen Yan felt profoundly moved. He had been working at this little establishment for a full 3 years and had developed a harmonious relationship with the couple. If they suddenly told him he needn't come anymore, he would be at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the owner's wife joined them. Xiao Chun, keep the money safe. After today, focus on your studies. We have both witnessed your dedication over these 3 years. Don't let anything go awry at this critical juncture. Ugh, you keep saying such inauspicious things. Peng Liang shot a sidelong glance at his wife. Peng's wife immediately covered her mouth. Right. Why speak of such ill fortune? You should return and study diligently. Strive to become the provincial top scorer, so that we, too, can bask in your glory. Haha. I'll take that as a good omen from Sister Peng. If I do achieve the title of provincial top scorer, you can be sure there will be benefits for you. At the very least, I'll give your little shop a shout-out. Chen Yan laughed heartily. All right. I'll be waiting. Peng Liang patted his shoulder. By then, I'll change the shop's name. It shall no longer be called Rustic Hat but Top Scorer's Pavilion. With just a row of small booths, how can it be named Top Scorer's Pavilion? Peng's wife scoffed. Chen Yan chuckled. Sister, this is Brother Peng's dream. We should not mock it. Indeed, ha ha ha. Peng Liang burst into laughter. Order up, came a shout from the kitchen. Chen Yan dashed over. Glancing at the order, it was for table 2. He carried the tray out. As he approached the table, He overheard one of the patrons boast, "My ancestors were also remarkable. One served as the Minister of Revenue during the Hongwu era, overseeing the banknote system. My family still possesses 1,000 pristine Ming Dynasty banknotes." Ding. Detected boasting within the exploration range, converting the boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned. The previous order had yielded an unexpected surprise. Ming Dynasty banknotes? They should be worth quite a sum today, but where are those banknotes stored? System, where are the converted banknotes located? Under the bed in the hostess rental apartment, within a red wooden box. Oh yeah, Chen Yan felt a surge of joy. He hurried back to the shop, retrieved the phone gifted by Su Qingning, and searched for information regarding the Ming Dynasty banknotes. Upon investigation, he found that current prices for these banknotes generally range from tens of thousands to over 100,000, depending on their condition. If he remembered correctly, the gentleman had mentioned possessing 1,000 notes in pristine condition. Doing the math, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, he arrived at a staggering conclusion. If he sold all those Ming Dynasty banknotes, he could at least become a millionaire. This is it. He was filled with excitement, quickly putting down his phone and rushing to the kitchen. "Brother Pong, I'm plating up boiled peanuts and grabbing a case of beer. I'll settle the bill after work." After shouting, he picked up the largest plate in the shop, filled it with peanuts, and retrieved 6 bottles of beer from the fridge. Peng Liang asked, "Is a classmate coming over?" "It's not a classmate. I'm exchanging this for something else. Regardless, I must pay you." With that, he carried the peanuts and beer to table 2. "Brothers, I found your conversation quite engaging. This is a small token from me. Please continue." He placed the peanuts and beer on the table. The group turned to him simultaneously, and a tattooed man in his 30s laughed heartily. "Huh? This young lad has good taste. Here, let me toast you." He poured a glass of liquor and presented it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan accepted it and downed it in one go. "Bro, you all carry on. I'll sit over here. Just call me if needed." "Sure thing." The tattooed man waved his hand, turning back to continue his banter with friends. Chen Yan sat at a nearby table, seemingly gazing out at the street, while attentively listening to the boasting at the other table. "If we have skills, let us not dwell on our ancestors. Who among us doesn't have ancestors? Those who didn't fare well in earlier years have long faded away." "Exactly. If we're going to talk, let us talk about the present." A slender man with a middle parting and wearing suspenders pounded the table. "Let me go first." He grabbed a peanut and chewed it. "Do you know what it feels like to drive a Ferrari with one hand? I once had a Ferrari F8. It drew attention everywhere I went. So many beautiful young ladies wanted to try sitting in my passenger seat." Ding. Detected boasting within the exploration range, converting the boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan nearly burst out laughing. Who would have thought that a plate of peanuts and a few bottles of beer could wield such power? The F8, while not the pinnacle of Ferrari's lineup, still boasted a price tag exceeding 3 million. System, where's the sports car parked? The hostess rental apartment. License plate. Yin A52 CNB. The key has been sent to the host's pocket. Please check. What the heck? Chen Yan quickly checked his pocket and felt a car-shaped object pressed against his leg. He pulled it out to find it was a miniature Ferrari key, identical to the keys he had seen on television. Awesome. His heart raced with exhilaration, but then he paused, his expression darkening. "Wait, I don't have a driver's license. Even if I have a sports car, it can only sit downstairs. How tragic." Ding. Detected boasting within the exploration range, converting the boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned, a jolt of realization coursing through his mind. He patted himself down, finding no changes. He had been so focused on the Ferrari that he hadn't paid attention to what else was being boasted about. S-Class professional racing driver's license has been sent to the host's pocket. Please check. Wow, it's like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. He pulled out the driver's license and gave it a quick kiss. "Brothers, I love you all. Keep boasting. Bring me more good stuff." Just as he whispered this, Qin Shubao strolled over, draped around an alluring woman, accompanied by 6 or 7 spirited young men. Chapter 7. The Underground Queen, grateful for Qin Shao's boasting. "Chen Yan, I didn't expect you to be here working hard." Qin Shubao smirked, a mocking smile gracing his face. Chen Yan glared at him coldly. "What is it to you?" "Of course it matters." Qin Shubao pulled out a chair, casually draping his legs over the table. "You're a student from Jihao High School. Don't you fear bringing shame to Jihao by working in this shabby eatery?" Chen Yan snorted. "Earning money through my own efforts is nothing to be ashamed of. To speak of disgrace, it is those of you who can only hold your hands out that truly suffer shame. I can live freely without family. What about you? Without your parents, you cannot even survive." The brothers at the adjacent table erupted into applause. "Well said, young man. We earn our money through our own efforts. Even if it's little, we spend it honorably." Chen Yan turned slightly, nodding in gratitude, then coldly addressed Qin Shao. "If you have come merely to mock me, then kindly depart. I have work to do and do not wish to be disturbed while I earn my living. What if I don't? Qin Shubao raised an eyebrow. Then do not blame me for being rude. Chen Yan clenched his fist, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Qin Shubao immediately stood up, retreating among his rowdy companions. The memory of being knocked down earlier was still vivid. He certainly did not wish to experience that again. Back among his peers, he regained his bravado. I know you can fight, but what does it matter? Look around, these are all my brothers. With so many of us, I find it hard to believe you can defeat us all. The brothers at the previous table began to take offense, rising to their feet. Young man, it is wrong to bully those fewer in number. One said, this brother here is quite to my taste. Try laying a finger on him. Chen Yan felt a surge of gratitude. He had merely offered them a plate of peanuts and a few bottles of liquor. Yet they had already repaid him with their loyalty, and now they were willing to stand up for him. Qin Shubao's expression darkened. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? And what if we do? A fellow in split-back suspenders staggered forward, casually picking up a bottle of wine. If you have the guts, come at us all together, stop your whining. Qin Shubao's eyelids twitched. There is a saying, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are undaunted. These individuals were clearly intoxicated. Fighting them would lead to disgrace if he lost, and little glory if he won. He pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat. Very well, come at me, but do not say I did not warn you. My godmother is the underground queen of Yin City, Jian Yao. Should you harm me, consider your consequences. Ding. Detected boasting within the exploration range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Ahem. Chen Yan coughed twice, nearly turning crimson. Goodness, Qin Shubao is quite the generous one. He just got himself a godmother who is an underground queen. So, do you still wish to continue? Qin Shubao raised his chin, adopting an air of arrogance. The group suddenly sobered considerably. The title of underground queen of Yin City was not to be taken lightly. It was said that Jian Yao commanded 4 formidable warriors, each with exceptional combat prowess, alongside 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly evildoers, making her a figure no one dared to provoke in Yin City. Still want to come at me? Come on, I'll stand here without moving for you to hit. Qin Shubao grinned. The group hesitated, unwilling to advance. He glared. Why are you still here? Hurry up and scram. Delay, and I will make you regret it. The group exchanged apologetic glances with Chen Yan before fleeing. In an instant, Chen Yan found himself alone once more. Qin Shubao laughed mockingly. Chen Yan, do you see now? In this world, one must have backing. Come, kneel and apologize to me, and I may spare you. His female companion gazed at him with admiration, then shouted at Chen Yan. Did you hear that? Young Master Qin demands your apology. Hurry up. Chen Yan scratched his ear and took a couple of steps forward. You want me to apologize? What if I refuse? Then I shall beat you until you do. Qin Shubao signaled, and several of his companions charged forward simultaneously. Chen Yan took a deep breath and leaped into action with lightning speed. A flurry of kicks, whip kicks, side kicks, and front kicks, executed flawlessly, leaving all of them sprawled on the ground, with a shoe print adorning Qin Shubao's face. Clutching his face, he struggled to rise. Chen Yan, you actually dared to lay hands on me. Do you believe my godmother won't deal with you? Whether she does or not is another matter. Chen Yan suddenly seized Qin Shubao by the hair, dragging him towards the table that had just fled. Before anything else, settle the bill for this table. But I didn't eat here. Why should I pay? He shouted in protest, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. His female companion lunged at Chen Yan, attempting to claw at his face. You scoundrel, let go of my Qin Gidge. His godmother is Jian the queen. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Chen Yan delivered a crisp blow, sending her staggering back, a fiery handprint blossoming on her cheek. What does this have to do with you? Where do you get off? Chen Yan tilted his head, raising his hand again. If you keep yapping, I swear I'll shut you up. The female companion covered her face, her eyes filled with fear. Young Master Qin, settle the bill. Chen Yan pointed to the QR code on the table. Chen Yan, do you realize the trouble you've caused? If you have the guts, let me go, and I will call my godmother right now. If I don't take you down today, I swear I'll change my last name. Qin Shubao gritted his teeth. Chen Yan immediately released him. Fine, then call for help. Let's see who ends up in worse trouble. Qin Shubao dashed aside, frantically scrolling through his contacts. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant, Peng Liang and Peng Sa hurriedly approached Chen Yan from behind. Xiao Chun, they look like troublemakers. Don't stoop to their level. Just let them go. We won't take this table's money. Yes, Xiao Chun, you have your college entrance exams coming up. You can't afford any surprises. Chen Yan turned around, smiling at the concerned couple. Brother Peng, Sister Peng, don't worry. He doesn't have what it takes. Yet Brother Peng's expression was filled with worry, and he seemed poised to say more. Chen Yan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's truly fine. I promise. He sighed. Just be careful. If it gets dicey, make a quick escape. A true man knows when to bend, and when to be firm. Understood. Chen Yan smiled. You and Sister Pong should head back now. Don't let yourselves get caught up in this. The couple returned to the restaurant. Moments later, a van pulled up to the curb, and 7 or 8 thugs brandishing weapons emerged. The leader had yellow hair. Qin Shubao rushed over and introduced him to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, this is Huang Shi, one of the 72 earthly evildoers under my godmother. Tell me, are you scared? Huang Shi swaggered over, sneering at Chen Yan. So you're the infamous Chen Yan, daring to touch my brother Qin? You must be seeking death. Qin Shubao was filled with pride. Brother Huang, that little brat just insulted my godmother. You can't let him off easy. Huang Shi stuffed his hands into his pockets. Just a little punk. I could extinguish him with a snap of my fingers. He turned to Chen Yan. Boy, come here and bow to me in apology, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me. How trite. Is bowing and apologizing the only trick you know? Chen Yan interrupted, grabbing a folding stool and charging forward. Clatter and clang echoed as he swung the stool. 2 minutes later, Chen Yan exhaled deeply, tossing the folding stool to the ground, and planted a foot on Huang Shi's head. Didn't you say you could extinguish me with a snap of your fingers? Where are those fingers? Did they fly away? Call your queen and have her come pick you up, quickly. Chapter 8. The arrival of my godmother. From now on call me Chen Yi. Qin Shubao, watching from a distance, was utterly shocked. Chen Yan, let Huang Shi go immediately, or you'll regret it. Huang Shi, blood spewing from his mouth, grit his teeth. You little brat, don't get cocky. When the queen arrives, you'll... Chen Yan increased the pressure of his foot. I'm calling now. Just ease up a bit. The yellow lion, writhing in pain, quickly fished out his phone and dialed the underground queen, Jian Yao. The call connected, and a languid voice emanated from the receiver. Hello, who is this? Your Majesty, it is I, the beast of the earth, Huang Shi. He sobbed, introducing himself. My dear little beast, what troubles you? Jian Yao inquired nonchalantly. Huang Shi swallowed hard. Your Majesty, I am at the Tolomeo barbecue on Victory Road, and someone has insulted you. I intended to teach him a lesson, but he overpowered me. I beseech you to come and rescue me. Someone dares to insult me? Huh. Have I been forgotten after years of inactivity? Jian Yao chuckled. Very well, wait for me. I shall bring the 4 great kings. A series of beeps signaled the end of the call. Upon hearing that the queen would come with her formidable entourage, Huang Shi immediately felt emboldened. He glared sideways and shouted, Kid, if I were you, I would run while you still can. Otherwise, when my queen arrives, you won't even know how you met your end. Chen Yan chuckled lightly, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down with composure. Chen Yan, are you putting on a show here? You'd better maintain that calm when you meet my godmother. Qin Shubao bellowed, baring his teeth. Within 5 minutes, a Maybach and a Range Rover came to a halt by the roadside. A burly man descended from the passenger seat of the Maybach and respectfully opened the rear door. 3 others emerged from the Range Rover, flanking the back door of the Maybach. As they positioned themselves, a slender, smooth leg emerged, adorned with diamond-encrusted high heels that shimmered under the streetlights. Who dares to insult me? Jian Yao approached, her expression icy. The moment her gaze met Chen Yan's, her lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Just as she was about to speak, Huang Shi rushed over, pointing at Chen Yan to report. Your Majesty, you must stand up for me. That little brat insulted you, and all I wanted was to teach him a lesson, yet he has reduced me to this state. Are you referring to him? Jian Yao pointed at Chen Yan as well. Indeed, it is him. Huang Shi nodded emphatically, a grin spreading across his face. As he fantasized about how Chen Yan might meet his demise, Jian Yao's hand came crashing down. Slap. A ringing filled Huang Shi's ears as blood trickled from his ear canal. He staggered back a few steps, glancing once more at Jian Yao, only to find her expression chillingly cold. He quickly fell to his knees. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence. I implore you to temper your wrath. Seeing this, Qin Shubao hastily rushed over to exculpate Huang Shi. Your Majesty, this is truly not Huang Shi's fault. That little bastard is far too powerful. None of US brothers could match him. Slap. The same resounding slap echoed across Qin Shubao's face. Fortunately, he only drew a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, we are merely defending you. Why do you strike us? At that moment, Chen Yan strolled over, a disdainful look directed at Qin Shubao. Qin Shao, did you not just claim that Queen Jian is your godmother? Why then do you refer to her as your Majesty now that she has arrived? Qin Shubao quivered slightly. He had merely been boasting. Who could have anticipated that Queen Jian would truly show up? Jian Yao stared in disbelief, pointing to Qin Shubao. He claims to be my godson? Indeed. Chen Yan nodded. Then let him speak for himself. His mouth is his own. I shall not intervene. But speaking of which, when did you adopt a new godson without my knowledge? Listening to their exchange, Qin Shubao sensed something amiss. Jian Yao smiled. Chen Yan, all along, you have been my sole godson. I have invested considerable effort in training you to become a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and you allow someone to usurp your title so easily? Upon hearing this, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Those familiar with the underworld of Yun City knew that the underground queen, Jian Yao, had a godson. However, she protected him so fiercely that no one knew his true name. To their surprise, it turned out that he was Chen Yan. Godmother, that little beast has slandered me, sowing discord between us and even threatening to cripple me. I am terrified. Chen Yan feigned a victimized expression. Jian Yao's countenance darkened. Huang Shi immediately crawled over, repeatedly bowing his head. Your Majesty, I had no idea he was the young master. Had I known, not even with 10 times my courage would I have dared to lay a hand on him. I beg for your mercy. Jian Yao remained unmoved, her voice icy. Duowen, cripple his limbs and toss him into the streets to beg. Understood. A burly man dressed in a dark green suit stepped forward. Your Majesty, spare me. I will never dare again. With a swift kick from Duowen, Huang Shi emitted a wretched scream. Nearby, witnessing Huang Shi's fate, Qin Shubao promptly fainted. Your Majesty, it was that Qin fellow. He is my cousin, and he sent me here. Another anguished cry echoed through the air. Duowen, if I hear him speak again, he shall receive 10 lashes himself. Jian Yao's expression remained impassive. In that moment, she resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the abyss. Having navigated the underground for years, devoid of any men or children by her side, Chen Yan was her only emotional anchor. To dare lay hands on Chen Yan was to provoke her deepest fury. Before long, Duowen returned. Your Majesty, the deed is done. Jian Yao nodded, then turned her gaze to the unconscious Qin Shubao. Godson, what shall we do with him? Chen Yan smiled. No need to deal with him. It's good to have someone around to amuse us. He picked up a half-empty bottle of beer and doused Qin Shubao's face. Awakened with a start, Qin Shubao hastily knelt and bowed. Chen Yan, I had no idea you were the queen's godson. Please spare me. Chen Yan placed his foot on his shoulder. Qin Shao, from now on, refer to me as Chen Yi. Do you understand? Understood. Chen Yi. Qin Shubao's face nearly touched the ground. Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Those guests earlier fled before settling their bill. I will take care of it. 10 times the amount. Not a problem. He quickly scrambled up and scanned the QR code on the table edge. Hearing the payment notification, Peng Liang and his wife hurried out. Noticing the intimidating presence of those across the way, they hesitated to approach. Godmother, I will go say goodbye to the boss. I have worked here for 3 years. I should at least conclude things properly. Chen Yan glanced at Jian Yao. Jian Yao nodded. Go ahead. He dashed over to Peng Liang and his wife. Brother Peng. Sister Peng, I want to be coming in tomorrow. I accidentally damaged some of your property earlier. The extra amount on the bill should cover your losses. Peng Liang sighed. It's not about the loss. Little Chen, your academic performance has always been commendable. Those people didn't seem like good individuals. Please don't stray from the right path. Chen Yan beamed a sunny smile. I won tea. Brother Peng, Sister Peng, I'll take my leave now. Yes. Study hard and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. Understood. After bidding farewell, he returned to Jian Yao's side. Jian Yao suggested, Godson, why not come stay with me for a while? The college entrance exam is approaching. I can arrange for a few maids to attend to you. No need. Chen Yan waved his hand. I'm accustomed to my little nest. I fear I wouldn't be able to sleep in a different place. Then I'll have Zhengzhang and Qigua accompany you. They are both versatile, skilled in medicine, cooking, and martial arts. She pointed to 2 burly men, one clad in a tan suit and the other in a dark red suit. Chen Yan quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I'm perfectly fine on my own. Godmother, I'll head home now. See you. He took off running. Watching his retreating figure, Jian Yao smiled gently. Qigua, Zhengzhang, protect the young master discreetly. Yes. The 2 burly men nodded earnestly. Chen Yan sprinted home in a flurry, and upon arriving at the foot of his building, he caught sight of a dazzling red Ferrari. Surely, this must be the gift from those influential gentlemen. There's also a box of Ming Dynasty banknotes at home. I must hurry back to take a look. Chapter 9. The scholar is unparalleled, submitting the exam in half an hour. Chen Yan crouched beneath his bed, rummaging for a while before finally unearthing a mahogany chest. The chest appeared quite aged, dust settling upon it. The items provided by the system are astonishingly real. Even the dust comes along with them. He brushed away the dust and opened the chest. Inside lay 4 neatly stacked piles of banknotes, each inscribed with blue lettering. Is this the Ming Dynasty banknote? He picked one up for inspection. It was indeed well preserved. Aside from the slightly yellowed paper, it looked as fresh as if it had just been produced. Previously, he had inquired with the search engine, and now he knew that well-preserved Ming banknotes typically commanded a price exceeding 100,000 each. With 1,000 of them here, does that mean he is already a billionaire? He held a banknote tenderly, planting a kiss on it. I truly adore you all. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Su Qingming. Hello, Qingming. Chen Yan, have you made it home? Su Qingming's gentle voice floated through the line. I was at the barbecue place, and the owner mentioned you had already returned. What were you doing there? Chen Yan inquired, then chuckled mischievously. Were you missing me? What? I was not. I just happened to pass by. Su Qingming hurriedly defended herself. They told me that starting tomorrow, you need to go to work. Focus on your studies and aim for excellent results. Good luck. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Chen Yan chuckled softly. That little girl. He tucked away the Ming banknotes, turned off the lights, and returned to his bed. The events of the day felt almost dreamlike. He had never imagined that such a miraculous system would truly manifest in his life. At some point, he drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. He donned his school uniform, purchased 2 buns from a breakfast shop downstairs, and drove off to school in the Ferrari. This was an elite school, where it was quite common for students to drive themselves. In their class alone, there were over a dozen students who arrived by car. To accommodate the scions and princesses of affluent families, the school had even established a parking lot across the street. The Ferrari F8 roared into the parking lot, turning heads among the students walking to school. There were only a few attractive cars at this school, and suddenly, a new one had appeared. What could be the reason behind it? Chen Yan paid no heed to the curious gazes as he exited the vehicle and made his way directly to the teaching building. At the entrance of his classroom, Su Qingming leaned against the window, her hands clasped behind her back. Upon spotting Chen Yan, she immediately bounded over. Chen Yan, he smiled. Were you waiting for me? Yes. Su Qingming nodded vigorously. The exam is today, and I heard you made a bet with your homeroom teacher. You must perform well. I believe you can definitely place in the top 30. That's a certainty. Chen Yan replied with a grin. At that moment, Fang Zhiqiang happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, scoffing derisively. You are just indulging in wishful thinking. Chen Yan turned and shot her a cold glance. What are you doing here? Why does it concern you what others say? Do you have the urge to chime in on every conversation? Fang Zhiqiang, taken aback, bristled with indignation. Chen Yan, you can't just tear your mouth apart when you feel like it. Am I wrong? You, who typically can't even break into the top 50, suddenly claiming you can land in the top 30. Are you trying to deceive a ghost? She was perplexed. What had come over Chen Yan? Since yesterday, he seemed like a different person. In the past, he would never dare to speak out, even when bullied. He would endure in silence. Could it be that the confession from the school beauty had granted him some strange buff? Fang Zhiqiang, don't you understand that viewing people solely through the lens of past performance can lead to misconceptions? How can you be so certain I won't place in the top 30? Chen Yan smiled. Fang Zhiqiang ground her teeth. Fine, you said it yourself. Are you bold enough to wager with me? Wager? Didn't we already make one yesterday? Chen Yan scratched his head. Fang Zhiqiang's expression turned stern. You only bet with teacher Hu yesterday. I want to bet with you today. All right, what are the stakes? Chen Yan responded calmly. Fang Zhiqiang pondered before proposing. If you don't place in the top 30, not only will you be sent to the worst class by the teacher, but you'll also have to run 10 laps around the playground and cannot be with Sue, the school beauty. Chen Yan shrugged. We weren't together to begin with. How can one discuss romance at such a critical moment? Su Qingming nodded in agreement. Chen Yan continued. Moreover, why would you, a girl, want me to forsake Qingming? Do you have some peculiar inclinations? Fang Zhiqiang, do you need me to help you book a session with a psychological consultant? That kind of thinking is a disorder that needs treatment. Fang Zhiqiang's face flickered between shades of anger and embarrassment. I don't have that. I simply don't want to see you hinder Sue, the school beauty. Enough said, do you dare to wager? Chen Yan chuckled. Isn't it just a trivial bet? What is there to fear? However, he elongated his tone, and Fang Zhiqiang sneered. What? Are you scared? If you're afraid and don't want to bet, that's fine too. Just stop bothering the school beauty. Chen Yan shook his head. You're mistaken. I merely find it dull to run 10 laps around the playground. What do you want then? Fang Zhiqiang pressed. He exhaled. If I make it into the top 30, you will run 10 laps around the playground with a loudspeaker, broadcasting in your own voice that I am a big fool. Conversely, if I lose, I will also run 10 laps with a loudspeaker. But you will dictate what I say. How does that sound? Fang Zhiqiang smirked. I thought it would be something grand, since the terms of the wager haven't changed. I naturally agree. Just wait for your turn to run those 10 laps around the playground. Returning to the classroom, Su Qingming looked at Chen Yan with concern. Are you really confident? Weren't you just expressing faith in me? Why the doubt now? Chen Yan teased. Su Qingming immediately shook her head. No, I'm just a little worried. All right, I'll head back to my own class. She lowered her head and hurried away. After a few steps, she turned back. Chen Yan, good luck. All right, you too. Chen Yan waved as he entered his class. After tidying up in class, they began rotating for the exam. When the test papers were distributed, Chen Yan merely glanced at his and immediately burst into laughter. Previously, He would have needed time to contemplate before daring to write. But today, it felt as though the answers were revealed to him. With just a glance at each question, he instinctively knew how to respond. With a swift motion, his pen danced across the page, completing the exam with remarkable speed. Checking his watch, he realized only half an hour had passed. He eagerly ran to submit his paper. The supervising teacher glanced at him and said nothing, allowing him to exit. After strolling around the playground for a while, the bell signaling the end of the exam finally rang. Chen Yan returned to the examination room and found Su Qingning. "Shall we go for lunch together?" Su Qingning nodded. As they stepped out of the classroom, they unexpectedly bumped into Fang Zhiqiang. With a cold snort, Fang Zhiqiang remarked, "You still have the audacity to claim you can place in the top 30? Submitting your paper after just half an hour. Who gave you such courage?" Chen Yan sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Qingning, do you smell that? Someone nearby is passing gas." Su Qingning stifled a laugh, caught by Chen Yan, who pulled her outside. "You needn't be so arrogant, Chen Yan, your swagger won't last long." Chapter 10, an arrangement to go shopping tomorrow, only to encounter someone boasting in the evening. In the cafeteria, Chen Yan and Su Qingning collected their meals and found a place to sit. "Chen Yan, Fang Zhiqiang, and I were classmates in middle school. I know her well. You needn't pay her any mind," Su Qingning remarked. Chen Yan chuckled. "I wasn't paying attention anyway." Su Qingning nodded, a hint of concern gracing her features. "But you submitted your exam paper just half an hour in. Are you sure you're okay? You two have made a bet. Rest assured, there's absolutely no issue. Trust me," Chen Yan replied, his gaze filled with determination. Su Qingning beamed, her smile radiant like sunshine. "I believe you." As they conversed, an unexpected figure approached, Yang Keiji, another lackey of Qin Shubao. "Chen Yan, who permitted you to sit with the illustrious Su?" Yang Keiji bellowed, flipping Chen Yan's tray over. Su Qingning gasped, standing up in shock as numerous classmates gathered to watch. Chen Yan's expression darkened. "Little Keiji, you've got some audacity to overturn my tray." Yang Keiji chuckled derisively. "Oh, so what if I did? Don't think that just because you won against my brother using underhanded tactics yesterday, you can reign supreme here. If you know what is good for you, clear out and give this spot to my boss, or else what?" Chen Yan inquired. Yang Keiji's demeanor abruptly turned icy. "Or else my boss will not let you off lightly." "Not let me off lightly, you say?" Chen Yan laughed softly, recalling how Qin Shubao had begged for mercy the previous night. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Qin Shubao, come over here." The surrounding students were taken aback. Qin Shubao was notorious in school, typically strutting about with an air of superiority. Chen Yan's blatant disrespect was bound to provoke a confrontation. Yang Keiji sneered, "Kid, no need to put on a show. When my boss arrives, you'll be the one begging for mercy." Chen Yan shrugged, choosing not to engage further. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the crowd. The students parted, and Qin Shubao approached. Upon realizing Chen Yan had called him, his expression twitched. He should have feigned ignorance earlier. "What do you want, Chen Yan?" he muttered. Chen Yan turned, a mocking smile on his lips. "What did I say to you last night? Do you need me to remind you?" The onlookers were left bewildered. What was happening? How could Chen Yan speak to Qin Shubao in such a manner? And judging by Qin Shubao's demeanor, he seemed genuinely intimidated. Chen Yi, he stammered, biting his lip. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "Boss, what did you just call him?" Yang Keiji could hardly believe his ears. Qin Shubao remained silent, knowing that addressing Chen Yan in front of so many would tarnish his reputation. Chen Yan stood up, grinning. "You heard him right. He is calling me Chen Yi." As he spoke, he took a glance at the tray in Yang Keiji's hands. "Not bad. It's filled with my favorite dishes. Qin Shubao, keep your dog in check. I want to have him running amok." Chen Yan scoffed, then turned to Su Qingning. "Qingning, it's too noisy here. Let us find somewhere else to eat." "Okay," Su Qingning replied, rising to follow Chen Yan to a quieter corner. After walking a few steps, Chen Yan turned back. "Qin Shubao, I despise wasting food. Those dishes your lackey knocked over. Either you clean them up, or he does. If I find out you wasted any, you'll face the consequences." With that, Chen Yan strode away. "You, get down and clean that up." Qin Shubao hissed through gritted teeth, forcing Yang Keiji to kneel. Yang Keiji's face turned crimson. But under Qin Shubao's oppressive presence, he had no choice but to pick up the scattered food. After relocating, Chen Yan and Su Qingning resumed their meal. Su Qingning rested her chin on her hand, observing him. "I never realized you were so frugal. Practicing thrift and hard work is our nation's traditional virtue." Chen Yan chuckled, picking up his chopsticks. "Flatter me, and you're out of breath." Su Qingning teased, raising an eyebrow. "So, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Chen Yan shook his head. "I haven't thought about it. Do you have something in mind? I'd like you to accompany me shopping, if that is all right." Su Qingning's voice dropped to a whisper. This was her first time taking the initiative to invite a boy out. Chen Yan smiled broadly. "With the illustrious Su inviting me, I certainly have time. What time shall we meet?" They agreed on a time, and before they knew it, lunchtime had flown by. In the afternoon, they continued with their exams. Chen Yan, as he had in the morning, submitted his paper after just half an hour. After school, Su Qingming and Chen Yan walked outside together. "How did you find today's exam?" Chen Yan asked, hands behind his back, a smug grin on his face. "It went splendidly. Do you think you'll make it into the top 30? "Absolutely." Bah. Just then, Fang Jiqiong strolled past, scoffing. As if making it into the top 30 is that easy. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Chen Yan waved a hand in front of his nose and turned, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that the urine jar spirit? Keep your distance. Your breath is unbearable. How dare you insult me? You're asking for trouble." Fang Jiqiong screamed in a fit of rage. Chen Yan scoffed, "I didn't provoke you. You came seeking discomfort. And now you blame me? Just a word of advice. Don't be too optimistic. Beware of joy turning to sorrow. We'll see. When the results come out, I'll double my humiliation upon you." Fang Jiqiong fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen Yan shrugged, sharing a smile with Su Qingming. Su Qingming covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. "You really are infuriating. Qingming, you misspoke." Chen Yan suddenly turned serious. Su Qingming thought she had truly erred and pondered her previous words. When Chen Yan quipped, "She's not a person. She's a urine jar spirit." Ha ha. They laughed heartily as they exited the school. Su Qingming climbed into her family's car, while Chen Yan hopped into his Ferrari and drove home. Upon arriving downstairs and parking, he grabbed his backpack and hopped out of the car, heading towards the hallway, when he brushed past a man on the phone. The man's lewd expression suggested he was discussing something unsavory. As they passed, Chen Yan faintly heard the man speaking on some adult topics. Ding. Detected boasting within the vicinity, converting boasting content. Conversion successful. In the next moment, Chen Yan felt a peculiar change within him, and he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Once at home, he tossed his backpack aside and rushed to the bathroom, hooking his fingers into his waistband and glancing down. He felt as though he could hear the songs of birds and the roars of elephants. Oh my. Chapter 11. Acquiring the golden eye of treasure appraisal. And making plans with the school beauty for something good. Another splendid day dawned. Waking up, Chen Yan stretched lazily. Today, he was to accompany Su Qingming to the mall, and he wanted to dress well. However, upon opening his wardrobe, he realized he hardly had any suitable clothing. After much deliberation, he managed to piece together an ensemble that was passable. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he curled his lips into a smile and gave himself a thumbs up. "You look quite handsome." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon the mahogany box nestled in the corner of the room. Turning around, he opened the box and retrieved a piece of Ming Dynasty currency. He wondered if the items provided by the system could be sold at an antique shop. With some free time on his hands today, he decided to give it a try. He found an envelope and carefully placed the currency inside, grabbing the car keys before heading downstairs. Settling into the driver's seat, he ignited the engine, which responded with a low, throaty roar. He savored the moment for a few seconds before pressing the accelerator and zooming out. Following the location information provided by Su Qingming, he arrived at the Su residence. Just as he parked, a woman in her early 20s approached him, striking a flirtatious pose. "Hey there, your car is stunning. Mind if I take a ride?" "Absolutely not," Chen Yan replied decisively. The woman's expression momentarily faltered, yet she continued to smile. "I've never been in such a fine car before. Please, just let me have a quick ride." Chen Yan extended his hand with a grin. "This car is rented. If you want to ride for an hour, it's 2,000. The woman's demeanor shifted instantly. She took a couple of steps back, disdain evident on her face. "Renting it, yet you act all high and mighty? How ridiculous." With that, she turned on her heel and hurried away. Chen Yan scoffed lightly and shifted his gaze back to the entrance. In a short while, Su Qingming emerged, adorned in a lovely Lolita outfit. "Wow, Chen Yan, you have such a magnificent car. How come I've never seen you drive it before?" She gazed in astonishment at the fiery red Ferrari. Chen Yan chuckled. "I enrolled as a student from a low-income background. Driving this would be too ostentatious." "True enough." Su Qingming nodded, then twirled around in front of him, asking, "Do I look good in this?" Chen Yan's eyes nearly popped out. She was already stunningly beautiful, and this outfit only amplified her allure. "Gorgeous, absolutely breathtaking," he exclaimed sincerely. Su Qingming circled to the passenger side and raised a hand. "Let's south hit the road." With a roar, the engine came to life, and the two joyfully drove out of the community. "A few days ago, I acquired a piece of Ming currency. I'm worried it might deteriorate if I keep it. Could we stop by an antique shop to check it out?" Chen Yan asked softly after leaving the neighborhood. "Of course. I'll accompany you wherever you go." Su Qingming smiled, her gaze fixed ahead. Chen Yan stole a glance at her profile, his mind racing. "Focus, don't stray into nonsense." He mentally chided himself. The renowned Jinlong antique shop, one of the top antique establishments in Yunqing, came into view. Chen Yan parked the car, calming the roaring engine, and together with Su Qingming, They entered the shop. Upon reaching the hall, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Chen Yan, don't move. Following the voice, they spotted a boy around their age striding toward them. His name was Chu Yushi, the class monitor from the next class over. Once in front of them, Chu Yushi first smiled at Su Qingming before turning a cold gaze toward Chen Yan. What are you doing here? Is it any of your business? Chen Yan replied with a scoff. Chu Yushi's face hardened. This antique shop belongs to my family. If I say you can't enter, then you can't. He then glanced at Su Qingming, his lips nearly splitting into a grin. But Su, you can come in freely. If you see anything you fancy, just let me know. I'll give you a discount. Su Qingming shot him a disdainful look. No need. Since you don't welcome Chen Yan, we'll take our leave. She tugged at Chen Yan's sleeve and turned to walk away. Chu Yushi was taken aback. As Su Qingming continued to distance herself, he hurriedly ran after them, blocking the entrance with a forced smile. Please don't be upset, Su. I'll let Chen Yan in, all right? Su Qingming glanced at Chen Yan, who nodded in affirmation. Reluctantly, she released his sleeve. Chen Yan wants to sell an antique. Can you call your appraiser? What antique? Can you show it to me first? I have some basic knowledge of appraisal. Chen Yan retrieved the piece of Ming currency and handed it to Chu Yushi. As Chu Yushi examined it, turning it over several times, a look of hesitation crossed his face. I've never seen anything like this. It can't be fake, can it? Chen Yan chuckled lightly. There are many things you haven't encountered. How can you declare it fake? Perhaps you should summon your appraiser. Chu Yushi's expression darkened. He initially intended to mock Chen Yan, but upon meeting Su Qingming's indifferent gaze, he hesitated. Fine, wait here. He dashed to the back room. Before long, he returned with a man sporting a goatee. Chen Yan, this is our shop's appraiser, Yang Xia. Show this piece of paper to Elder Yang. Chu Yushi instructed. Chen Yan extended the Ming currency to Yang Xia, who, without even donning gloves, scrutinized it under the sunlight, rubbing it between his fingers without a care for damage. Su Qingming frowned and whispered, Elder Yang, are you really an appraiser? Your technique seems unorthodox. To save face, she refrained from elaborating. Yang Xia pretended not to hear, but Chu Yushi stepped in. Don't worry, Su. Elder Yang possesses the golden eye of appraisal. Even without tools, he can discern the quality and age of items. Ding. Detected someone boasting within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Suddenly, his left eye gained extraordinary clarity. As he surveyed the surroundings, information about every antique he scrutinized began to materialize. Wow, this is an incredible skill. He glanced back at Su Qingming, pondering whether this ability worked on people as well. The relevant information quickly appeared. Pink Lolita outfit, white socks, pink cotton undergarments. Chen Yan felt a rush of warmth to his nostrils and hastily raised a hand to cover them. This skill was ill-suited for appraising women, especially attractive ones. He swiftly extracted a pack of tissues from his pocket to stifle his nose. At that moment, Yang Xia concluded his examination. This Ming currency is fake. Fake. Chen Yan furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the currency. All pertinent information about the currency manifested before him, even the estimated market price. 210,000. You call this fake? You bring a counterfeit here. Chen Yan, do you have no shame? Chu Yushi sneered. Su, I advise you to find someone else. This person is too hypocritical. Chen Yan retorted coldly. It's clear you lack the ability, yet you dare to claim my item is fake. If you don't want to buy, so be it. He withdrew the currency. However, Yang Xia interjected. Who are you calling lacking in ability? I trained under the king of appraisal and possessed the golden eye. I've never made a mistake in my evaluations. If you don't believe me, ask around. In the antique community of Tongcheng, who would dare to contradict me? Chapter 12. The king of appraisal's master arrives. Elder Yang's face slapping sounds. Ding. Detected someone boasting within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan chuckled again. It's often said that the antique business is fraught with deception, 1 part merchandise, 9 parts bluster. Indeed, it proved true. From the day he was born until now, he had only encountered 2 individuals in the antique trade, and both had boasted to him. Not only had he gained the golden eye of appraisal, but he had also acquired a mentor, the king of appraisal. Chen Yan spoke with an air of indifference. What if you truly misidentify it? Chu Yushi interjected, impossible. If what you possess is genuine, I shall kneel before you and call you father right here. Very well, remember your words. Chen Yan pointed at him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Who else in Tongcheng possesses the expertise in antique appraisal? Shall we summon a few to examine it together? No need. Chu Yushi waved his hand dismissively. The treasure appraisal king is currently in Tongcheng. Let us take the items to her for evaluation. She is the foremost appraisal master in the nation, and if she declares your item to be counterfeit, you must concede, won't you? I will concede. Chen Yan nodded. Yet he showed no inclination to depart. Chu Yushi frowned. Why aren't you leaving? Are you afraid of being exposed by the treasure appraisal king? Chen Yan shook his head and turned to Yang Xia. Since the treasure appraisal king is your mentor, why not invite her directly? It would also enhance the reputation of your establishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Xia trembled slightly. However, Chu Yushi remarked, that sounds reasonable, Yang Xianpei. Could you call the treasure appraisal king for us? Yang Xia licked his lips, his gaze evasive. Why would I? My mentor is extremely busy. She hardly has the time to visit us. Is that so? Chen Yan interrupted. I can't help but feel that you are too timid to reach out. Nonsense. The treasure appraisal king is my master. I fear nothing. Yang Xia retorted defiantly. Then please do us the courtesy of making a phone call. Whether she comes or not can be discussed later, Chen Yan continued. Yang Xia, hands in pockets, scoffed. You think I would just call because you told me to? That would be quite embarrassing for me. Let me ask you this. Will you call or not? Not calling only proves your guilty conscience. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. If you cannot even make a simple phone call, I suspect you have something to hide. Since you won't, I shall. The system granted him the treasure appraisal king's contact details, which were automatically saved on his phone. He scrolled through and found the number, dialing it directly. Hello, Ms. Treasure appraisal king. Chen Yan greeted cheerfully. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before the response came. Chen Yan, what mischief are you up to? Call me master. Ms. Treasure appraisal king. I heard you are in Tongcheng. Could you please visit the Jinlong antique shop? I wish to sell a Deming banknote, but their appraiser claims it is counterfeit. Chen Yan continued earnestly. You can sell counterfeit goods? Just wait. I'm coming over right now. The call ended abruptly. Yang Xia, standing at the door, felt his legs tremble. 2 years ago, he had the privilege of attending a lecture by the treasure appraisal king while representing Tongcheng at an antique association meeting, and the voice he had just heard was eerily similar to hers. Could it be that Chen Yan truly could summon the treasure appraisal king? If she were to arrive and publicly expose his identity, his reputation would be ruined. Thus, he quickly thought of a plan. Kid, stop bluffing. Security, throw him out. At once, several security guards rushed in. Chen Yan's expression darkened. Yang Xia, why don't you wait? Are you afraid to wait? What do I have to be afraid of? The treasure appraisal king is my master, and the voice on the phone is not hers. You are nothing but a fraud. Yang Xia stammered, pointing at him menacingly. What are you waiting for? Quickly remove this fraud. Su Qingming exclaimed anxiously. Wait, is there a misunderstanding? Chen Yan turned back, intending to offer some reassurance, only to find the Deming banknote had been snatched away by Chu Yushi. You dare sell counterfeit goods in my Jinlong antique shop? Watch how I deal with you. He tore the banknote into shreds and commanded the security guards, throw him out. I dare you. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a commanding voice echoed from the doorway. The treasure appraisal king, Zhao Linglong, strode in, clad in a white suit, exuding an air of authority. Chu Yushi turned, coldly regarding her. Who are you to obstruct me from dealing with a fraud? Do you wish to be beaten alongside him? Zhao Linglong scoffed. Chu family. Such audacity. A mere junior dares to threaten me? Does your family wish to be ostracized from the antique industry? Upon seeing her face, Yang Xia collapsed onto the ground. Chu Yushi, with his back turned to him, remained oblivious to his reaction, poking Zhao Linglong's shoulder. You are the helper that Chen Yan, that impoverished wretch, found, aren't you? How dare you impersonate the treasure appraisal king? Do you wish to perish? Zhao Linglong maintained her icy demeanor, her bodyguards attempting to advance, only to be halted by her. Ah, your performance is impressively convincing, but do you fear that your bodyguards might get injured and have no funds for compensation? Chu Yushi mocked, his expression insufferably smug. He pointed behind him. The esteemed master Yang Xia here is a disciple of the treasure appraisal king. Your impersonation of his master must surely be for monetary gain. Do you believe I won't call the police and have you arrested? He continued to smile, yet all gazes upon him were filled with incredulity. Master Yang, once we expose the fraud here, do you think the treasure appraisal king would reward us handsomely? Yang Xia remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Master Yang? Chu Yushi called out again. Yang Xia suddenly snapped back to reality, scrambling to Zhao Linglong's side, kneeling and slapping his own face repeatedly. Treasure appraisal king, I did not intend to impersonate your disciple. It was my fault. The sound of his slaps echoed sharply. Chu Yushi seized his hand, exclaiming, Master Yang, why are you apologizing to a fraud? Who says she is a fraud? Yang Xia bellowed. She is the real treasure appraisal king. What? Chu Yushi staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. The genuine treasure appraisal king? Then you. I am the imposter. As I heard the remuneration for the treasure appraisal king's disciples is exorbitant, so I pretended to be one. Yang Xia shrank back, his neck withdrawing. Chen Yan chuckled. Is everything clear now? He bent down to pick up a shard of the Daming banknote. Ms. Treasure appraisal king, could you please examine this banknote and determine its authenticity? Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow, immediately retrieving a magnifying glass to scrutinize it closely. The more she examined it, the more her expression transformed. It's genuine, truly genuine. Impossible. You must have colluded. Chu Yushi shouted incredulously. Yang Xia hastily tugged at his sleeve. The integrity of the treasure appraisal king is well recognized in the industry. She would not falsify her assessment due to personal connections. If she says it is real, then it is undoubtedly genuine. No, it cannot be. Chu Yushi appeared as though his soul had departed, his eyes glazing over. Chen Yan smiled. Young Master Chu, now that it is confirmed my banknote is genuine, kneel and call me father. Chu Yushi shook his head in disbelief. Chen Yan barked. Kneel down now. Who dares to make my son kneel? A gruff voice boomed from the entrance. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Biological Father. A burly man clad in a suit rushed in. Dad. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Yushi immediately dashed forward, kneeling on the ground. Dad. That bastard Chen Yan made me kneel before him and call him father. The imposing man yanked Chu Yushi up. Why are you crying? Look at your pitiful state. After chastising him, he turned to Zhao Linglong, slightly bowing. Treasure appraisal king, what offense has my son committed that you could allow him to kneel before a nameless wretch? Zhao Linglong snorted. Chu Renmei, are you certain that Chen Yan is a nameless wretch? I have never heard of this name before. He must be a fraud trying to make a name for himself. Chu Renmei asserted confidently, completely oblivious to Yang Xia, who was frantically signaling him from the side. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhao Linglong stepped gracefully to Chen Yan's side, her hand resting firmly on his shoulder. Chen Yan is my sole apprentice. Do you still regard him as an inconsequential nobody? Chu Renmei's expression froze, her countenance darkening ominously. Master Jimbao Wang, this jest is far from amusing. Zhao Linglong chuckled softly. I am not one to jest with strangers. Furthermore, she bent down to retrieve a fragment of a Deming banknote. This piece is exceptionally well preserved. If your appraisers here claim it to be counterfeit, it is only because they lack the discernment. Your son wagered against my disciple, and now that the outcome has been determined, should he not honor his bet? Is there a problem with that? Chu Renmei bowed her head, her arms trembling in fury. Zhao Linglong, the reigning queen of the antique world, why did that wretched offspring provoke her? In a fit of rage, he spun around and slapped Chu Yushi across the face. You insufferable wretch, all you do is bring trouble upon me. Apologize to the Jimbao Wang and her beloved apprentice at once. Chu Yushi, clutching her face, timidly approached Zhao Linglong and Chen Yan. Master Jimbao Wang, Chen Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhao Linglong crossed her arms. Is a mere apology sufficient to nullify the wager? Chu Renmei quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between Chu Yushi and Zhao Linglong. Master Jimbao Wang, my son has acknowledged his mistake. Let us consider this matter resolved. After all, they are merely young people. Why escalate tensions? He produced a check. The amount on the torn Deming banknote. I will compensate Chen Yan double. Zhao Linglong scoffed. Do you presume we are in need of money? Chu Renmei, a wager is a wager. A loss must be acknowledged. Unless you intend to cease operations at your antique shop. Chu Renmei's expression hardened. Is there not even a sliver of room for negotiation? None whatsoever, Zhao Linglong replied coolly. Chu Renmei pocketed the check, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Zhao Linglong, do not presume that your prowess in the Jimbao industry grants you unchecked freedom. You should be mindful of your surroundings. I shall lay this on the table. Should you refuse my apology, I can ensure you do not leave Yin City unscathed. The underground queen of Yin City has ties with me. I care not whether you are the queen of the underground or the empress. If you do not fulfill your wager, I will see to it that you are blacklisted throughout the industry. Zhao Linglong shot him a piercing glare. Chen Yan, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled. Of all people to invoke, why bring up the underground queen? She is my godmother. He smiled lightly. My master is correct. If Chu Yushi fails to honor the wager, your family may as well prepare to shut down. Arrogant. Chu Renmei huffed, pulling out his phone to dial. Just wait. I will summon the queen. There will be no avenue for your pleas. Su Qingming grew anxious, tugging at Chen Yan's sleeve. Chen Yan, perhaps we should let it go. We cannot withstand the underground queen's methods. Chen Yan turned back with a smile. Fear not. She will only bring shame upon herself. Su Qingming fell silent. Her hands clenched tightly, her heart racing with apprehension. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, Your Majesty. Chu Renmei's voice dripped with flattery. This is Chu Renmei from the Jinlong Antique Shop. A few audacious individuals have come into my store and claimed you are worthless, asserting you have no control over Yin City. You must come and see for yourself. What? Such audacity. I may have withdrawn, but I am certainly not deceased. Jian Yao's furious voice echoed from the receiver. Guangmu, Duowen, gather a few brothers and come with me. Upon hearing this, Chu Renmei's excitement surged. Your Majesty, I await your esteemed arrival. After hanging up, he tilted his head back, a cold smile spreading across his face. Boy, did you hear that? The queen is on her way with her formidable subordinates, Guangmu and Duowen. Those two are ruthless killers. You have one chance. Kneel before me and my son to beg for forgiveness, and perhaps I might show mercy and let you leave. Oh, and you. He pointed at Zhao Linglong. You too must kneel and apologize, and slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place alive. Zhao Linglong laughed coldly. Turning to Chen Yan. Disciple, do you think he desires to be a dog? Indeed. Chen Yan nodded. He resembles a dead dog hanging outside a butcher's shop. Chen Yan. All you possess now are empty words. Chu Yushi roared. When the queen arrives, how will you continue your bravado? I will have you kneeling before me, licking the soles of my shoes. Chu Yushi, such grandiloquence. Are you not afraid the wind might turn and bite your tongue? Chen Yan teased. Chu Yushi gritted his teeth. Preparing to charge at Chen Yan. Chu Renmei seized him. Why the rush? When the queen's people arrive, they will handle him. There is no need for us to intervene. He stood on tiptoe to peer outside. Why the urgency? Chen Yan chuckled. Are you not concerned that when the queen arrives, you may be the one to suffer? Impossible. Chu Renmei declared firmly, continuing to gaze outside. Chen Yan yawned. I speak truthfully. Even if the queen arrives, the one who will ultimately suffer will undoubtedly be you. You might want to run while you still can. Wait too long, and the opportunity will vanish. Silence. Chu Renmei bellowed. We invited the queen. How could we possibly be the ones to suffer? Do not think a few words can instill fear in us. You are still too naive to play psychological games with me. Chen Yan shrugged. Sometimes, good advice falls on deaf ears. 2 minutes later, a Maybach accompanied by a Land Rover came to a halt beside the road. Chu Renmei instantly broke into a grin. Zhao Linglong, Chen Yan, your doom is upon you. He scampered outside, opening the car door for Jian Yao, bowing and scraping as he ushered her into the hall. Your Majesty, those two over there are the ones who slandered you. He pointed at Zhao Linglong and Chen Yan. They claim you are unworthy of being the underground queen of Yun City, merely a superficial libertine. Jian Yao's gaze turned icy. Are you certain? Chapter 14. Venting my anger feels so much better, my godmother and master fighting for the person. Absolutely, without a doubt. That is precisely what they said. Chu Renmei flailed his arms excitedly. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed across the room. The sound was crisp. Chu Renmei staggered back, clutching his face, incredulous. Your Majesty, they were the ones who insulted you. Why strike me? Strike you? It would be a mercy not to have killed you. Jian Yao shouted. Seeing this, Chu Yushi rushed forward, kneeling at Jian Yao's feet. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It was they who spoke those words, not my father. Jian Yao lowered her head, her cold stare fixed on Chu Yushi. Slap. Another resounding blow marked Chu Yushi's face, leaving a clear imprint. Your Majesty, why do you strike me as well? We were merely defending you. Chu Yushi covered his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you wish to know why? Jian Yao spoke coldly. Both father and son nodded in unison. Jian Yao raised her arm. Then, Chen Yan stepped forward, linking his arm with hers. Godmother. The entire hall fell silent. The Chu father and son, Su Qingning, and Yang Xiao all stared in shock at Chen Yan. The underground queen Jian Yao is actually Chen Yan's godmother? Su Qingning covered her mouth, murmuring in disbelief. Only Zhao Linglong appeared unfazed, clearly having been aware of this revelation all along. Jian Yao looked down at the Chu father and son. Now do you understand why I struck you? Chu Renmei swallowed hard, his expression growing vacant. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. Chu Yushi's eyes darted, and he straightened up, kneeling again. Your Majesty, even if he is your godson, it does not change the fact that he has slandered you. Jian Yao's brow furrowed. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Chu Renmei hastily crawled over to cover Chu Yushi's mouth. Repeatedly apologizing, Your Majesty, my son recognizes his mistakes. His words were thoughtless. I implore you to forgive him this once. Jian Yao did not rush to express her stance, but instead turned to Chen Yan, asking, Son, what do you propose we do? Chen Yan sighed deeply. It's simple. Let us fulfill the previous wager, and in addition, he must compensate me with my Deming banknotes. Jian Yao surveyed the scattered fragments on the floor and inquired, Are you referring to these? Indeed. Mine is a pristine original, yet they insist it is counterfeit and have torn it to shreds. They must compensate me at full value. Very well, Jian Yao nodded, then turned to Wang Jianbao. Ms. Zhao, what is the worth of this banknote? Zhao Linglong replied calmly, based on its condition and the inscriptions. Its estimated market value is around 250,000. 250,000. That's 40,000 more than the system's valuation. Impressive. This master is indeed genuine. Upon hearing this figure, Chu Renmei felt a pang in his heart. He was born under the auspices of the Pai Xiao, and while he never balked at receiving money, parting with it, even a little, was a source of great discomfort. Yet now, both he and his son were at Jian Yao's mercy, their fates hanging by a thread. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will compensate Chun Tongshu a double. Your Majesty, could you spare us this once? Jian Yao lowered her gaze at him. Double is hardly sufficient. Let it be tenfold. Chu Renmei was momentarily taken aback, his heart wrenching in pain. Tenfold was excessive, 250,000 sounded too unsightly. So he suggested an even 3 million instead. Jian Yao immediately added, 3 million it shall be. Chu Renmei's heart sank a third time. For merely tearing a banknote valued at over 20,000, he was now compelled to pay 3 million. How many antiques must he sell to recover such a sum? Had he known this would occur, he would have had his son promptly kneel and call him father. Do you refuse to pay? Jian Yao inquired coldly. I will pay. I will pay. This very moment. Chu Renmei dared not delay, promptly pulling out a check and filling in the amount. He tore it off and handed it to Chen Yan. Chen Tongxue, this is the compensation. Chen Yan accepted it, glancing at the figure with a grin. Now, this is more like it. He then turned to Chu Yushi. Now it is your turn. Fulfill the wager. Chu Yushi trembled, glancing at his father. However, Chu Renmei was in no position to protect his son. Even if he wished to, he was powerless. Kneel and call me father. He turned his head, tightly shutting his eyes, refusing to look any longer. Chu Yushi glanced at Chen Yan, steeling himself, and knelt, knocking his head 3 times to the ground. Father. The voice was too faint to be heard. Chen Yan crossed his arms and chuckled softly. Father. Chu Yushi gritted his teeth, raising his voice slightly. Chen Yan swung his hand and smacked him across the face. Have you not eaten? Your voice is too soft. Chu Yushi covered his face, shutting his eyes tightly, shouting. Father. Chen Yan kicked him away, declaring, I have no son like you. He then sighed, dusting off his clothes, and turned to Jian Yao. Godmother. I feel much better now. Good. Now that you feel better, it's my turn. Jian Yao smiled faintly. Guangmu, Duowen, these two are too fond of spinning tall tales. Shatter their teeth, cut out their tongues, and break their legs, then toss them onto the street. Hearing this, the Chu father and son felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. They hurriedly crawled before Jian Yao, slapping their own faces. Your Majesty, we were bewitched. It was our fault. Please spare us. Jian Yao frowned, raising her chin slightly. Guangmu and Duowen, the two formidable giants, stepped forward, and a chorus of agonizing screams erupted from within the hall. Chen Yan covered Su Qingming's ears as they exited. The scene was far too bloody for a newly adult young lady to witness. Upon seeing the pair approach, the security guards immediately parted to create a path. Who would dare obstruct the godson of the underground queen? Jian Yao turned to Yang Xia. What is your name? I am Yang Xia. He stammered in response. Jian Yao nodded, quite blind indeed. Let him become truly blind. Yang Xia quaked in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand, let alone flee. Soon, his wails echoed throughout the hall once more. Zhao Linglong stepped forward, chuckling. You, as always, are ruthless. How could I instill fear in others without a bit of cruelty? Jian Yao laughed lightly. Now, let us go. Chen Yan and his girlfriend are still waiting outside. The two exited in succession. At the entrance of the Jinlong antique shop, Jian Yao approached with a delicate handbag. Chen Yan, why not take this young lady to your godmother's for a visit? Godmother, we. Chen Yan began to refuse, but before he could finish, Zhao Linglong hurried over. There's nothing fun at her place. Come with me instead to attend an antique auction. Zhao Linglong, what is entertaining about antiques? They should go to my place instead. What purpose is there in going to your place, to listen to screams? The two were at an impasse. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yan quickly made his escape, ushering Su Qingming into the car. Godmother, master, I have other matters to attend to. You two do as you wish. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away. Chapter 15. The boss of the mall is a cousin. Scallion pancakes are truly wonderful people. After exchanging the compensation check from Chu Renmei, the duo headed straight for the mall. Kaiwa Plaza, the largest and most luxurious mall in Yun City. Su Qingming wandered through the women's clothing section, but did not enter any store to browse. Qingming, don't you want to buy anything? Chen Yan asked softly. Su Qingming shook her head. I haven't decided what to buy yet. Could you recommend an outfit for me? Chen Yan hesitated. He had only recently come into money and had never paid attention to women's clothing or possessed any sense of style. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, actually, you look quite good as you are. I'm not sure what to recommend. Oh, you like it? Then I'll wear it often for you. Su Qingming smiled sweetly, her sparkling eyes fluttering. Chen Yan felt his heart race. Ever since he viewed Su Qingming through the lens of the appraisal golden eyes, he had become somewhat averse to meeting her gaze, feeling inexplicably like a voyeur. The two continued to meander for a while. Suddenly, Su Qingming dashed ahead. Let us check out that store up ahead. I used to buy clothes there often. Chen Yan followed quietly. As they stepped through the doorway, a massive shadow suddenly blocked their path. Chen Yan, who allowed you to enter? Chen Yan was taken aback. Could he truly encounter an acquaintance while shopping? He stepped back a half step, and a face as flat as a scallion pancake appeared before him. Ling Shasha? He exclaimed, what are you doing here? Ling Shasha was a classmate of Chen Yan's, her name rather gentle, but in reality, she stood at nearly 6.5 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds. taking up the space of two people. He had heard her mention previously that she had a cousin who owned a mall. Could it be this one? Why can't I be here? Ling Shasha placed her hands on her hips, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Chen Yan. Su Qingning hurried over upon seeing this. Ling Shasha then directed her gaze at Su Qingning, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Su, the campus flower, why did you choose to go shopping with a poor loser? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? Su Qingning's expression immediately turned frosty. Who I choose to accompany is none of your business. If you're jealous, find a male classmate to accompany you. Ling Shasha's face darkened, resembling a freshly cooked piece of liver. She wished to find someone to accompany her. But who would be willing? The entire class stood together, and there was only one boy taller than her. She had even made an effort to pursue some of the shorter ones, but they, daunted by the visual impact she created, kept their distance. When Su Qingning openly voiced this, she felt a surge of indignation and turned her gaze towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan, even when you stroll through the streets with the illustrious Su School beauty, you lower your own status. If I were you, I would hastily cover my head and flee. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Why should I leave? Qingning hasn't rejected me, so what do I care about your derogatory remarks, you unwanted scallion pancake? Ling Shuahua's body trembled with anger. The nickname Scallion Pancake had been given to her by her classmates, who mocked her for her round, acne-ridden face. Clenching her fists in fury, she was about to retaliate when the store manager rushed over, her voice laced with irritation. How dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a Scallion Pancake? Have you no sense of decency? Shuahua, fear not. I am here to support you. Let us see who dares to insult you. Chen Yan glanced at the manager, noting her decent appearance. Yet, he wondered why she felt compelled to defend Ling Shuahua. Ling Shuahua tugged at her sleeve and frowned at her, her eyes darting around. Then she turned back, clearing her throat. This customer, Miss Shuahua, is a valued patron of our establishment. If you belittle her here, you shall not leave this door without an explanation. As her words fell, several security guards charged in. Let us see who dares to touch him. Su Qingning shouted, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Yan. The manager found herself in a precarious situation. Su Qingning was a significant customer, spending tens of thousands each month. Yet if her companion were to be bullied here, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions later. But she awkwardly forced a smile. Miss Su, you witnessed the situation. It was this gentleman who made disrespectful comments towards Miss Shuahua. If I, as the manager, fail to address this, I fear no one will wish to enter this store in the future. Indeed, he must kneel and apologize today, or I shall have my cousin deal with him. Ling Shuahua proclaimed, raising her chin defiantly. Several security guards brandished their batons, preparing to advance. Su Qingning's expression darkened. Chen Yan is with me. Dare you lay a finger on him? Try it if you dare. Su Qingning, do you even know your own worth? This is my cousin's territory. How dare you act recklessly? Ling Shuahua screamed in frustration. The manager quickly grasped her arm, shaking her head, but she shrugged it off. Glaring at the manager, if you wish to avoid trouble, stay out of this. The manager hesitated, her hands slowly lowering. Why don't you go beat him up? She shouted, pointing at Chen Yan. The guards began to advance again. Chen Yan quickly raised his hand. Wait, everyone, hold on a moment. Ling, you keep mentioning your cousin. We don't even know who she is. Could you enlighten us? Ling Shuahua crossed her arms, proudly raising her thumb. My cousin is the owner of this mall. Luo Yinshu. Ding, detected an instance of boasting within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan secretly chuckled, delighted to encounter another ally. Now that you know my identity, please allow Su School Beauty to step aside. I need to settle a personal dispute with Chen Yan. Su Qingning studied her, then glanced at Chen Yan, her brows knitting tighter. Luo Yinshu was a rising star in Yun City, having amassed hundreds of millions by her 30s, often seen in the company of many old money bosses. The Su family had even sought to meet her for potential collaboration. If they offended her, the Su family would not fare well. Yet, Chen Yan. Su Qingning steeled herself. At least in this moment, she could not allow Chen Yan to be harmed. As she pondered how to turn the situation around, Chen Yan suddenly pounded his chest. Oh dear, you scared me half to death. Is she just the cousin of a mall owner? I thought she was the mayor's secretary. Come on, if we're going to resolve conflicts, let us have them face off against me. With a black belt in karate, he felt confident he could handle a few security guards. Ling Shuahua was momentarily stunned. Luo Yinshu was the owner of the Hyatt building, a prominent figure in Yun City. Yet Chen Yan appeared entirely unfazed. Have you lost your mind, Chen Yan? Of course, I'm afraid. My cousin is someone formidable. Smack. Before she could finish, Chen Yan swung his arm, delivering a crisp slap. What nonsense are you spouting? Tell them to make their move already. Ling Shuahua stumbled back, and the surrounding guards instinctively recoiled. Chen Yan, don't be impulsive. Su Qingning immediately grabbed him, pushing him away. Your cousin is not to be trifled with. Run quickly. They won't dare do anything to me. The manager, now regaining her senses, shouted, "Stop him. He just hit the owner's cousin. If you don't deal with him, you'll be risking your jobs." Ling Shuahua, tears brimming in her eyes, pointed at Chen Yan. "Exactly. I want you to break his limbs and toss him out at the mall entrance." The guards rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance. "Let us see who dares to make a move." Chapter 16. The Cousin's High-Profile Education. The school beauty invites for a park stroll. A figure darted in like the wind. Upon seeing her, the guards instinctively took a step back. "What are you all doing? Get moving. My cousin is Luo Yinshu." Ling Shuahua shrieked hysterically. Luo Yinshu cast a disdainful glance at her. "You don't recognize me? Why would I recognize you? Who do you think you are?" Ling Shuahua retorted, baring her teeth. The manager attempted to intervene, but was shoved aside. "Who do I think I am? Huh?" Luo Yinshu chuckled lightly, her gaze shifting dangerously, her delicate palm striking out. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed through the room. Ling Shuahua staggered back, clutching her dizzy head. "Are you all dead? Can't you see this lady has been struck? Throw this meddlesome wretch out." The guards remained paralyzed, not daring to move. The manager rushed over, grabbing Ling Shuahua's arm. "Shuahua, stop this. She is." "I don't care who she is," Ling Shuahua shouted, shaking her off and delivering a slap of her own. "I'm Luo Yinshu's cousin. You, a mere shop manager, dare to call me by my name? It's Miss Shuahua." The manager, reeling from the slap, was left dazed. Ling Shuahua turned back, pointing at Luo Yinshu. "You all better beat that wretch into submission and throw her out, or I'll have my cousin shut you down." Luo Yinshu suddenly laughed. "I wasn't aware I had such a formidable cousin." "Of course you weren't. You only spoke half the truth." Ling Shuahua finally sensed something amiss. Turning to the manager, "Who is she?" "I am, as you so eloquently put it, your boss's cousin, Luo Yinshu." She replied, a hint of condescension in her tone. "Is this audacious, rotund girl your cousin?" Luo Yinshu asked, smirking. The manager trembled, her knees buckling as she knelt. "Boss, it's my fault. Please spare my cousin. She's just a bit spoiled. Her nature isn't bad. Just spoiled? Is that all?" Luo Yinshu's voice rose an octave, glaring at her. She then pointed at Chen Yan. "You better understand. That person is my beloved cousin. If I hadn't been patrolling the mall today, my cousin would have been bullied by you two wretches." The manager and Ling Shuahua trembled in shock, rendered speechless. Chen Yan turns out to be Luo Yinshu's cousin? Su Qingming was equally astonished. She had been contemplating how to protect Chen Yan just moments ago, but unexpectedly, a stunning twist had unfolded. That Bing Shuahua was nothing but an imposter from head to toe. "And you all?" Luo Yinshu cast a scornful glance at the security personnel surrounding her. "Do you believe whatever they say without a shred of discernment? I hereby command you, immediately and without delay, to remove these two repugnant miscreants." The store manager panicked, bowing repeatedly. "Boss, we were wrong. I assure you, we shall never dare again." She hastily pulled Bing Shuahua down to kneel beside her. "Shuahua, quickly apologize. If we don't, we're finished." Only then did Bing Shuahua snap back to reality, beginning her contrition. "Boss Luo, I was wrong. I should not have impersonated your cousin. I did so out of sheer admiration for you. Chen Yan, we are classmates. Please, help me plead for leniency, I beg you." "How noisy." Luo Yinshu furrowed her brow and shot a glare at several security guards. "Move swiftly. Handle them. And then proceed to the finance department to fill out the fine paperwork. Each shall be penalized 1 month's salary, should any repeat the same mistake. I want them out of Kaiwa building." "Yes." The guards nodded vigorously, rushing forward to drag Bing Shuahua and her cousin away. The store finally fell silent. Luo Yinshu approached Chen Yan, gently caressing his face. "My dear cousin, you must be quite startled, no?" Chen Yan flinched, stepping back hastily. "No, not at all. Why are you retreating? Are you afraid your cousin might devour you?" Luo Yinshu moved closer. Chen Yan swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat. "Cousin, we are practically siblings. Have you forgotten? I was adopted." Luo Yinshu took 2 steps forward, leaning close to whisper in his ear. "Remember when you peeked at me while I was bathing when we were children?" Feeling the warmth of her breath, the elephant in Chen Yan's core roared once more. He hunched over and retreated 2 more steps, fleeing to Su Qingming's side, tugging at her sleeve as he dragged her towards the exit. "Cousin, I will leave with my classmates first. You continue your inspection of the mall, all right? Goodbye." Just as they reached the door, Luo Yinshu's voice called out, "Wait." Chen Yan halted, his throat involuntarily moving. Luo Yinshu circled in front of him, her gaze sweeping over his waist, and she chuckled softly. Opening her handbag, she produced a black card. "Here, take this card and enjoy shopping in the mall without spending a dime." Then she glanced at Su Qingming. "If I recall correctly, you are the little lady from the Su family, right?" Su Qingming was taken aback. "Boss Luo knows me?" "Of course. The belle of Jiahao High. I too was once a part of Jiahao." So how could I not know? Luo Yunshu smiled. Please don't call me Boss Luo anymore. It feels distant. Just call me cousin like Chen Yan does. Cousin. Su Qingming replied obediently with a slight bow. Excellent. Luo Yunshu nodded. I remember that the Su family wanted to discuss some collaboration with me recently. Please inform your family that they can come to my office for a detailed discussion on Monday afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingming said excitedly, bowing deeply. You two go on and enjoy yourselves. I have work to attend to, so I shan't keep you. Luo Yunshu waved her hand. The pair bid farewell to Luo Yunshu and hurried away. After wandering through the mall for 2 hours, they emerged laden with packages. Chen Yan, I never would have guessed you had such an impressive cousin. Once in the car, Su Qingming exclaimed with a smile. Chen Yan started the engine and maneuvered the steering wheel. Keep it low-key. Arriving at Su Qingming's building, she alighted from the car, standing by the door with a flushed face as she asked, Tomorrow, I would like to study in the park. Will you be free? I will. Chen Yan replied with a smile. Then we shall meet tomorrow. It's a promise. With that, Su Qingming dashed away. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and returned to his rented apartment. That night, after finishing his evening routine and preparing for bed, he received a message on WeChat. Cousin, are you there? My dear cousin. Chen Yan replied, Yes. Cousin, I selected a few outfits. Could you help me decide which one looks better? Ding ding ding. Several pictures came flooding in. Chen Yan opened them and immediately felt a warmth rising in his nostrils. They were all photos taken at 3 a.m. Cousin, my dear cousin, which one do you think looks good? Chen Yan. Cousin, I'm still just a kid. Cousin, don't play coy. You're an adult now. Chen Yan. I'm still a kid. I have studying to do tomorrow. I can't chat any longer. Good night. He hurriedly turned off the screen, burying his head beneath the covers to force himself to sleep. Chapter 17. Becoming an exceptional fortune teller. One word can lead to incarceration. Cousin, come. In a hazy dream, Luo Yunshu lay half reclined on a sofa in a sheer gown, her delicate fingers playfully tugging at the ties of her dress. Come, devour your sister. I know you've been longing for her, but you are my cousin. Chen Yan felt parched. We share no blood ties. What is there to fear? Just as the dream reached its climax, Chen Yan jolted awake. Looking around, he realized he was in his rented apartment. No cousin, no sofa, no sheer gown, nothing. Chen Yan. Oh Chen Yan, have you lost your humanity? Even without blood relations, she is still your cousin. He lightly slapped himself across the face, muttering under his breath. Throwing off the covers, he exclaimed, What the? I just changed the sheets yesterday. He hurriedly jumped out of bed, tidying up in a flurry, and selected a more suitable outfit for exercise from the clothes he had bought yesterday before grabbing his car keys and heading out. Arriving at Su Qingming's building, he called her. Hello, Chen Yan, have you arrived? Su Qingming's sweet voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of expectation. Chen Yan replied, Yes? I'm downstairs. Wait for me. I'll be down shortly. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Chen Yan smiled as he put away his phone. Shortly after, Su Qingming dashed out, clutching 2 books, and hopped into the passenger seat. Today, she wore a fresh green Lolita outfit, exuding vitality. As the car started, they headed towards the nearby park. On the way, she occasionally glanced at Chen Yan. Why do you seem more handsome today? With one hand on the steering wheel, Chen Yan replied with a proud grin. When am I not handsome? Oh, when you're called fat, you get all huffy. Su Qingming shot him a look. They exchanged light banter until they arrived at the park. After parking, they walked in side by side along the tree-lined path, Su Qingming clutching her books. Chen Yan. Which university do you plan to attend in the future? Chen Yan shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Do you have a target university? Su Qingming pouted. I haven't figured that out either. My grades would likely struggle with the top domestic universities, but the rest should be manageable. Then you have quite a few options, don't you? Chen Yan remarked. Indeed. Su Qingming nodded, her voice suddenly dropping. So I wanted to ask where you plan to go? Chen Yan scratched his head awkwardly. Ever since winning Su Qingming's favor, she had been quite proactive. In contrast, he had never made any overt moves. He understood that he could rely on the system to breeze through the college entrance examination, but Su Qingming could not. He had to take responsibility for those who cared for him. Even if he harbored genuine feelings, they would have to wait until after graduation to be expressed. The two fell into a silence, maintaining a delicate distance as they walked side by side. As Chen Yan pondered how to break the stalemate, an elderly Taoist priest suddenly sprang out from the roadside. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the stereotypical fortune teller often depicted in films and dramas. Please, esteemed guests, do not hasten away, the old priest exclaimed, waving his whisk to block their path. Chen Yan immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingming. Eyeing the priest warily. What do you intend to do? He inquired. The old priest chuckled mischievously. I have sensed a fortuitous connection with both of you and wish to offer a free divination. We do not believe in such nonsense. Kindly seek your fortune with others. Chen Yan dismissed him with a wave of his hand. However, Su Qingning grasped his arm. Since he claims it is free, let us allow him to proceed. Upon hearing this, the old priest's face lit up with delight, and he pretentiously stroked his beard while circling around them. I observe that your foreheads are rosy, indicating a fateful connection. You must harbor mutual affections for one another. Yet, for reasons unknown, your relationship remains unformalized. Su Qingning felt her heart swell with agreement, her cheeks flushing as she cast a shy glance at Chen Yan. The old priest squinted and smiled, clearing his throat to continue. However, I also perceive a malevolent aura surrounding you too. With such an ominous presence, it may prove challenging for your bond to endure. A pang of anxiety surged through Su Qingning's heart as she urgently asked, what should we do? The old priest opened his satchel and produced a QR code. Transfer me 500, and I shall reveal the solution. Without hesitation, Su Qingning retrieved her phone, her concern for her relationship with Chen Yan overshadowing all else. After all, 500 yuan was a trivial sum for her. Just as she was about to scan the code, Chen Yan seized her arm. Qingning, there is no need to believe him. He is nothing but a charlatan. Who dares to label me a fraud? The old priest retorted. I hail from Longhu Mountain and have devoted decades to mastering the art of fortune-telling. I dare claim that if I were to declare myself the second best in this realm, no one would dare assert they were first. Ding! Detection of boastful claims within the inquiry range. Converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan felt a warmth envelop his right eye, as if a mysterious force had surged within him. Enough of this banter. Simply state whether you shall pay or not. If not, I shall take my leave. The old priest shook the QR code in his hand. Su Qingning made a move to scan it again. Chen Yan pulled her back. Qingning, do not trust him. He is a complete fraud. Hey, you little brat. You may choose not to believe me, but on what grounds do you call me a fraud? The old priest rolled up his sleeves and took a step forward. Is it wrong to call you a fraud? Chen Yan scoffed, his gaze wandering over the priest, where he vaguely envisioned the priest adorned with silver bracelets. If you truly possess the ability to predict fortunes, why not foresee your imminent incarceration? Preposterous. How could I possibly face imprisonment? The old priest erupted into laughter. You are far too naive to deceive me. He gestured toward a nearby gathering of elderly individuals engaged in exercise. Go ahead and inquire of them whether my predictions hold any merit. Countless souls have sought my guidance to avert misfortune, and I graciously offered my services for free. Yet you dare to insult me. As the old priest grew increasingly agitated, he shouted toward the exercising seniors. Everyone, come and witness. This young man accuses me of being a fraud. Upon hearing his call, several elderly folks rushed over, encircling the old priest. What seems to be the matter, revered elder? The old priest pointed at Chen Yan. He claims I am a fraud. Please tell him the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby seniors erupted in outrage. Young man, you may choose not to believe, but you cannot speak ill of the revered elder. Indeed, the elder possesses remarkable skills. Apologize, and let this matter rest. Su Qingning tugged nervously at Chen Yan's sleeve. Chen Yan, what should we do now? With a reassuring smile, Chen Yan replied, do not worry. His time in the limelight is limited. How can you speak so carelessly? An elderly woman, well past 70, rapped her cane against the ground. The master possesses true insight. You ought to apologize, or you shan't be leaving. That's right. If you refuse to apologize, we shall encircle you. Let us see if you dare to act against us. Unfazed, Chen Yan glanced at his watch. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, several police officers approached from a distance. Chapter 18. The old fraud exposed, changing others' destinies in rebellion against the divine. Step aside. What is the commotion here? One officer bellowed. They waded into the throng, directly confronting the old priest. Their purpose today was to apprehend him, yet he remained blissfully unaware, puffing out his chest with pride. Ah, officers, your timing is impeccable. A trembling elderly woman stepped forward, pointing at Chen Yan. This young man has insulted the revered elder. You must arrest him. The officers looked bewildered. Who is the revered elder? The woman pointed again at the old priest. The officer chuckled. Madam, you claim he is the revered elder? Indeed, his predictions are remarkably accurate. We all believe in him, the elderly woman asserted. A chorus of agreement arose from the surrounding crowd. The officer exchanged knowing glances with his partner, who promptly produced a pair of silver handcuffs to secure the old priest. The old priest was taken aback, as was the crowd. Officers, surely you must be mistaken. He is the revered elder. How can you arrest him? Yes, he has provided us with accurate predictions and even spared me from disaster. How can you apprehend him? The crowd erupted in indignation, voicing their discontent with the officers. The old priest struggled against his restraints. I am a Taoist of Longhu Mountain. On what grounds do you dare to arrest me? The lead officer spread his hands. Let us see your Taoist certification. As the old priest hesitated, his eyes flickering, he stammered, I seem to have forgotten it. The officer chuckled. Forgotten? Or perhaps you never possessed one. He turned to the crowd, raising his voice. Allow me to enlighten everyone present. The robe worn by this old fraud is that of a Maoshan Taoist. Typically, Taoists from Longhu Mountain wear dark blue or white robes when descending the mountain. His attire is already incorrect. Moreover, our nation does not restrict religions such as Taoism or Buddhism, but it does regulate them. All registered Taoists receive certification, and monks and nuns possess their own identification. The fact that he cannot produce even a Taoist certificate reveals him to be nothing but a charlatan. Lastly, his so-called fortune-telling merely involves superficial observations, leading you to gradually fall into his trap. The crowd remained reluctant to accept this revelation. That cannot be. He accurately diagnosed my ailments. How could he be a fraud? An elderly man coughed twice. The officer scrutinized him, pondering for a moment. Sir, you worked in a glass factory during your youth, did you not? The old man blinked in surprise. How do you know? Do you recognize me? The officer shook his head. I do not, for today is our first meeting. Then how could you possibly know what I did in the past? The old man pressed. The officer began to explain. The frequency and symptoms of your cough clearly indicate a lung condition. The sound of your breathing reveals difficulty. Furthermore, the large scar on your hand resembles one from a sharp object. Taking all of this into account, I surmise that your time in the glass factory exposed you to silica dust, leading to silicosis. The crowd murmured among themselves, their faith in the old priest beginning to waver. The police officer, seizing the moment, made several guesses about individuals, only one of which was incorrect, while the rest were accurate. With a smile, he remarked, Dear elders, mistakes in guessing are inevitable, just like this swindler. There are so many elderly folks in the park. Even if he manages to fool half of them, he could easily swindle a considerable sum. In the future, if you encounter anyone claiming to read fortunes, keep your eyes wide open. The crowd, now convinced, expressed their disdain, cursing the deceiver with fervor. How deeply they had once believed in the old charlatan, and how vehemently they now reviled him. Chen Yan chuckled lightly, preparing to leave with Su Qingning, when suddenly he noticed that the leading officer had been stabbed in the chest, the assailant being none other than the old charlatan. His expression shifted, and he stood still, scanning the surroundings. Curiously, Su Qingning inquired, Chen Yan, what are you looking for? Help me see if there is a small wooden board or a shard of stone, anything that could shield against a dagger. His voice carried an urgency. As Su Qingning glanced around, her gaze landed on a small notepad in her arms. Will this work? Chen Yan nodded and took the notepad, rushing towards the officer. Officer, wait. The leading officer turned back. Young man, you performed admirably just now. I almost forgot to commend you. Is there anything else you need? Chen Yan produced the notepad, tucking it into the officer's breast pocket, and earnestly advised, before you return to the station, do not take it out. With that, he turned and sprinted away. The officer, bewildered, chuckled softly as he headed back. Rejoining Su Qingning, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Yan, how did you deduce he was in trouble? With a proud smile, Chen Yan replied, because I can divine and calculate. What about your exam results? Su Qingning blinked her large eyes. Feigning concentration, Chen Yan pretended to calculate with his fingers. I predict I'll come in first. Oh, you're joking. Su Qingning exclaimed. I'm not joking. Chen Yan insisted seriously. I don't believe you. Then let us make a bet. What do you want to wager? After a moment of thought, Chen Yan's gaze shifted back to Su Qingning. If I secure first place, you must grant me one condition. Deal? Without hesitation, Su Qingning nodded. Absolutely. Let us find a place to study, Chen Yan suggested. Sure. The two made their way towards a pavilion. After a few steps, Chen Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Su Qingning gasped, Chen Yan, what's wrong? Clutching his chest, Chen Yan struggled for breath, internally questioning, System, what is happening to me? This is a backlash resulting from the host directly intervening in another's fate. Friendly reminder, should the host alter the fate of individuals not linked to the system, the side effects will be borne by the host personally. This is the first occurrence, and the backlash is relatively mild. However, if the host continues to interfere with others' destinies, the repercussions will grow increasingly severe. After some time, Chen Yan managed to regain his composure. Observing his pale complexion, Su Qingning's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Yan, don't scare me. I'm calling an ambulance. She retrieved her phone, but Chen Yan swiftly stopped her. I'm fine now. Let us go study. You're in no condition to study. Let me take you home. Su Qingning insisted, wiping her tear-stained cheeks as she supported him towards the park's exit. After a short while, he felt significantly better. It was no wonder that true experts in fortune-telling seldom offered their services. The backlash was indeed severe, and he would need to exercise caution in the future. Chen Yan sighed. Upon reaching the park's entrance, he had fully recovered. Hand me the car keys. I'll take you home. Su Qingning extended her hand. He chuckled. Rest assured, I'm completely fine now. I'll drive you. Just as he was about to retrieve his keys, two flamboyantly dressed women leaned against his car, engrossed in taking selfies. Excuse me, ladies, could you please step away from my vehicle? Chen Yan managed a strained smile. The two women immediately turned to him. Upon noticing his casual attire, they frowned. Who do you think you are? This is a Ferrari. Can you even afford to drive it? The woman in leopard print scoffed. Seriously, do you even know how much this car is worth? Letting you drive it would devalue it, chimed in the woman in black stockings. As they belittled Chen Yan, the woman in black glanced at Su Qingming. Sweetheart, it's clear you've never faced the harshness of society. This guy is just a loudmouth. Don't believe him. Su Qingming regarded the two with a look of disbelief. They might not know Chen Yan, but she certainly did. The foremost expert in antique appraisal was his mentor. The underground queen of Yin City was his godmother, and the owner of Kai Web Building was his cousin. Any one of these connections guaranteed a status of distinction, let alone Chen Yan's ties to three of them. Unbeknownst to her, even Director Liu from Jiahao had ties to Chen Yan. Why so quiet, little beauty? Are you struck dumb after hearing your sister's wise words? The leopard print woman sashayed closer. Chen Yan merely shrugged, ignoring her entirely. As he and Su Qingming maneuvered around her, the leopard print woman paused, about to unleash her fury. When she saw Chen Yan produce the car keys and press a button, the car door unlocked. The two women stood gaping, their mouths agape as Chen Yan entered the vehicle. Just as he settled in, they rushed over, their expressions eager. Little brother, we were just being short-sighted. May we sit in your car for a while? Absolutely not. Chen Yan rejected outright. The women persisted. Little brother, you clearly aren't an ordinary person. We've never been in a Ferrari. Just take us for a spin, and we can offer you plenty of perks. As they leaned in closer, Su Qingming was thoroughly disgusted. Can you two back off? You're distracting us while driving. The two women turned their attention to Su Qingming, flashing knowing smiles. Little sister, the handsome guy hasn't spoken yet. Perhaps you should keep quiet, right? It's obvious you lack experience. The things we know, you wouldn't understand. Then, they turned back to Chen Yan. Little brother, we're not joking. If you're looking for excitement, we can join you. Just as long as you ditch that little sister. Chen Yan shot them a cold glare. Get lost. This is a rental car. If it gets scratched, I'll have to pay for it. Having used this excuse successfully before, he hoped it would yield similar results again. As expected, upon hearing this, the leopard print woman took a step back, her disdain evident. Oh, it's a rental? I thought you were someone of substance. Honestly, someone as vain as you could only deceive gullible girls. You think I deserve you? Dream on. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Didn't you just try to get close to me? The woman adorned in leopard print hesitated momentarily, then, with a flick of her eyes, declared, I merely sought your company as an excuse, considering your youth. My boyfriend drives a Koenigsegg, after all. Ding. Detection of boasting within the vicinity. Converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. In that case, you might as well return to your boyfriend's car. My vehicle is far too modest to accommodate such a distinguished figure like yourself. The woman in leopard print huffed indignantly and turned to leave. But after only a couple of steps, she returned, addressing the woman in black stockings. Come on, it's just a rental. Why make a fuss? The woman in black raised her hand dismissively, turning her back while gripping the car door. Even if it's a rental, I'd still be delighted to take a ride. Then stay here. I'm leaving. The leopard print woman retorted, spinning on her heel. The woman in black stepped closer. Little brother, it's just the two of us now. As long as you send that innocent girl away, I'm yours for the taking. Chen Yan smirked, evading her advances with a look of disdain. Sister, I assure you, I'm not your type. Can you please keep your distance from my car? The woman in black showed no signs of retreat, grinning shamelessly. Why call me sister? Call me darling, and I'll be yours for the day. Fine. Chen Yan was at a loss for how to deal with her. Clearing his throat, he said, Sister, could you kindly step away from my darling car? Scram. The woman in black paused, momentarily stunned, just as Chen Yan pressed the accelerator and sped away. Su Qingming, seated in the passenger seat, stifled her laughter. You're so wicked, saying that to her. She must be heartbroken. What do I care if she is heartbroken? If she scratches my car, I'll be the one feeling sorrow. Chen Yan grumbled. But what if I accidentally scratch your car? Su Qingming asked softly, lowering her head. Chen Yan glanced at her. You're not like her. Su Qingming smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Before long, they arrived at her apartment building. I'm sorry for disrupting your study plans today, Chen Yan remarked softly. Su Qingming shrugged. It's fine. I mostly know what I need to review anyway. I can look over other material at home this afternoon. All right then, study well. I'll head back. After a brief farewell, Chen Yan watched Su Qingming enter the building before steering away. Upon returning home, he noticed a Koenigsegg Agera parked downstairs. After taking it for a couple of spins, he realized the driving experience was indeed unlike that of a Ferrari. This was a luxury vehicle worth over 20 million, A $3 million Ferrari simply could not compare. After a while, having attracted numerous gazes, he returned home. Staring at the two luxury cars, he felt a headache coming on. This neighborhood was the epitome of ordinary. What if something happened to the car parked downstairs? After much contemplation, he drove around the area a couple of times. Fortunately, he discovered vacant garages for sale nearby. He spent $200,000 to purchase 2 empty garages. Once all was settled, night had fallen. Back in his home, lying on his newly changed sheets, Chen Yan took out his phone and aimlessly scrolled through short videos. With the prowess of a top student, he hardly needed to study. After a considerable time, his eyes began to feel strained, prompting him to put down the phone. The next day heralded the start of another week. Chen Yan arrived at school, driving his understated Ferrari. No sooner had he entered the classroom than a shrill voice pierced the air. Chen Yan, why are you so late today? Hurry up and grab your cleaning supplies. The hallway needs to be swept. Chen Yan turned with a cold expression, only to see the head of the class as sycophant striding toward him. Chapter 20. The class monitors harassment, reluctantly taking on hallway cleaning duties. Chen Yan replied icily. It seems I'm not the one responsible for cleaning the hallway today. You're a poor student. If you don't clean, who will? Fang Zhiqiang snapped, hands on her hips, her eyes wide with indignation. You're about to be expelled from this class. So why not take this last chance to contribute and leave a good impression on your classmates? If you want to leave a good impression, you should do it yourself. And stop blabbering in front of me. Chen Yan retorted, ignoring her and heading toward his seat. While he indeed had the responsibility of cleaning the hallway, it was only during the afternoon break. The morning cleaning duties were typically handled by another impoverished student. However, that student was far more adept at navigating social dynamics. Trailing behind Fang Zhiqiang like her lapdog, Fang Zhiqiang, publicly rebutted, felt a surge of irritation and rushed over to Chen Yan. What do you think you're doing? Chen Yan, do you want to be kicked out of this class? Exactly. The class monitor is giving you a chance to show your worth. If you perform well, perhaps the teacher will soften and allow you to stay. Jia Zhonglu chimed in. Chen Yan shifted his gaze to him, disdainfully scoffing. Jia Zhonglu, we're both poor students. Can't you have some dignity and live like a man? Why must you play the sycophant? Or do you harbor other feelings for Fang Zhiqiang and, feeling inferior, wish to gain her favor through such means? Jia Zhonglu reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaping up in outrage. Chen Yan, I warn you not to speak recklessly. I simply admire the monitor's academic prowess. Not everyone is as scheming as you. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you plainly, are you going to clean the hallway or not? I'm not going. Fang said today is your chance to shine. Jia Zhonglu retorted defiantly. Fine, remember what you just said. Chen Yan pointed at him, then turned and shouted, Qin Shubao, get over here now. At his command, Fang Zhiqiang felt a jolt of alarm, recalling what had transpired in the cafeteria days prior, and instinctively shrank back, turning to leave. The other classmates followed suit, pretending not to hear, trying to distance themselves. Jia Zhonglu, momentarily astonished, then smirked mockingly. Chen Yan, have you lost your mind? You dare speak to the class bully like that? Are you looking for trouble? The cafeteria at Jiahao was notoriously expensive, and impoverished students generally wouldn't eat there. Thus, he was completely unaware of the incident that had occurred there. With hands on his hips, he stared at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I never expected that after being publicly confessed to by the school beauty, you'd lose your mind. You got lucky defeating Big Brother Qin once. Do you really think you're invincible now? You dare call him Big Brother Qin? Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? He'd better first consider whether he has the guts to do so. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Huh, you think he lacks courage? Haven't you heard that Big Brother Qin's godmother is the underground queen of Yinqing? Jia Zhonglu exclaimed, puffing out his chest proudly as if he were the queen's own son. Just then, Qin Shubao arrived. Upon hearing Jia Zhonglu's words, he unwittingly recalled the night he had been publicly humiliated, and his anger flared up instantly. Yet Jia Zhonglu, completely oblivious, approached Qin Shubao with a cheerful demeanor. Big brother, this kid Chen Yan has been disrespectful to you. Do you want to teach him a lesson? I can help you hold him down. Without hesitation, Qin Shubao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. One moment, Jia Zhonglu had been grinning. The next, his teeth flew out as his body spun around twice before crashing into the wall behind him. How dare you shout at Chen Yan? Do you want to live or die? Qin Shubao bellowed, glaring furiously. Jia Zhonglu, clutching his face in confusion, looked at him. Big brother, did you hit the wrong person? It was Chen Yan who disrespected you. I've always respected you. Get the hell out of here. Qin Shubao raised his leg and delivered a swift kick. Jia Zhonglu clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground like a shrimp. You dare to utter another word, and I swear you won't see the sun tomorrow. Qin Shubao bellowed. Everyone in class knows that Chun Yi is the true leader here. You've been following Fang Zhiqiang for 3 years. And she hasn't even told you this much? He then turned to face Chen Yan, wearing a broad smile. Chen Yi, If this little brat speaks out of turn again, please let me know. I may not be able to handle others, but dealing with him is well within my grasp. All right, Chen Yan replied with a casual nod, gesturing towards the corner designated for class cleanliness. Go fetch the tools and clean the corridor. Qin Shubao was momentarily taken aback, questioning, clean the corridor? Is there a problem? Chen Yan countered. No. Qin Shubao hastily waved his hands, glancing at Jia Zhonghua. But wasn't it supposed to be Jia Zhonghua cleaning the corridor this morning? Oh, Fang Jiqiong asked me to do it. She said I should contribute more to the class. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Fang Jiqiong, who was lurking by the door, broke into a cold sweat. She had merely intended to annoy Chen Yan, never anticipating that he would assign the class bully to do the cleaning. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shubao shouted, Fang Jiqiong, come here this instant. Fang Jiqiong dared not approach and shrank back. Those at the door, get her over here. Despite considering himself the second in command, many still feared Qin Shubao's intimidating presence. A few stepped forward and pushed Fang Jiqiong toward him. Big brother Qin, I was just joking. You think this is a joke? Qin Shubao retorted, raising his chin. This is my Chen Yi. Do you dare to joke with him? Are you seeking death? He pointed at the cleanliness corner. Didn't you want Chen Yi to clean the corridor? Fine. From today onward, the corridor is your responsibility, morning and afternoon. If it's even slightly unclean, I have plenty of ways to ensure you participate in the college entrance examination. Get to it. Fang Jiqiong trembled slightly and lowered her head as she walked to the cleanliness corner. Qin Shubao was the nephew of Hu Qin and also the godson of the underground queen, with a significant family fortune. She truly could not afford to offend him. Grabbing a broom, she bit her lip and hurried out. Chen Yi, are you satisfied with this handling? Qin Shubao turned back with a smile. Chen Yan nodded lightly. All right. I suppose this time you've handled it adequately. You may return. Great. If you need anything else in the future, just let me know. Qin Shubao stepped back and shot a glance at Jia Zhonghua, grabbing him by the collar. Stop pretending to be dead here, and keep your distance from my Chen Yi. Before long, the class bell rang. After waiting a full 5 minutes, Hu Qin entered the classroom carrying a stack of test papers and score sheets. Hu Qin approached the podium and cleared her throat before speaking. All the students looked at her with eager anticipation. Unhurried. She took a sip of water and slowly picked up the score sheet. Now, I will announce the results of our class in this mock exam. 6 students ranked in the top 100 of the entire grade, and 3 in the top 50, with the highest score being. She elongated the final word. The students began to fidget. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair, unfazed. Of course, the highest score was his. That goes without saying. He possessed the golden touch of the nation's top scholar. Achieving first place would be a breeze. Many classmates occasionally glanced at him, curious if he had made it into the top 30. Hu Qin lowered the score sheet and pointed at Fang Jiqiong. Congratulations to Fang Jiqiong for scoring 36th in the grade, the best result in our class. Yay! Fang Jiqiong jumped up, clapping her hands in excitement before looking over at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, didn't you say you could make it into the top 30? How come I outperformed you? With Hu Qin present, she felt emboldened, no longer fearing Qin Shubao's threats. Chen Yan ignored her, frowning in contemplation. This can't be right. System. The attribute for being the nation's top scholar must be accurate. The system guarantees no errors. His expression darkened. Teacher, what was my score? At his inquiry, Hu Qin was immediately incensed. I hadn't even mentioned you yet, and you dare to ask? She slammed her hand on the desk, her face darkening as she glared at Chen Yan. Let me clarify for everyone. We have a mouse dropping in this exam. To secure a spot in the top 30, you resorted to cheating. Am I wrong, Chen Yan? Gasps erupted from the students. Qin Shubao's eyes widened in shock. Was this truly happening? Had Chen Yan forgotten to inform his aunt? If his aunt reprimanded Chen Yan in front of everyone, and Chen Yan became furious, she would be utterly finished. Teacher, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. He quickly raised his hand, standing up to prevent his aunt from continuing down this erroneous path. But Hu Qin shot him a glare. Who told you to speak out of turn? Sit down. Teacher, sit down. Her voice escalated by several decibels, her expression growing more menacing. Meanwhile, Chen Yan turned to look at Qin Shubao. Meeting his icy gaze, Qin Shubao shrank back into his seat. Hu Qin fixed her gaze on Chen Yan. Chen Yan, do you have any explanation for your cheating? Chen Yan asked nonchalantly. May I inquire how many points I scored and what my rank is? How dare you even ask? Hu Qin waved the score sheet in her hand. You achieved a high score of 746 through cheating, becoming the highest scorer in the history of Jiahao School. The students were all taken aback. 746 points. That was not a score one could simply obtain through cheating. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Teacher, after so many years of teaching, do you not have a basic understanding of scores? This is 746 points. Even cheating, one cannot achieve such a high score easily. Moreover, I didn't spend more than half an hour on each subject. You may check the surveillance footage. Did I have time to cheat? Stop your excuses. Hu Qin disregarded him, stating bluntly, I say you cheated, and you are a cheater. Pack your things and leave my class immediately. Chen Yan's expression turned cold. You think I don't know what you're really thinking, Hu? You just want to avoid fulfilling the bet by pinning cheating on me, don't you? Can you be any more despicable? Chen Yan, how dare you speak to a teacher like that? Hu Qin pounded the desk 3 times in succession. The sound echoed throughout the classroom, causing all the students to shrink back, fearful of speaking. Except for Fang Zhiqiang. She was in cahoots with Hu Qin. If she conceded that Chen Yan hadn't cheated, she too would have to fulfill the bet. She certainly did not want to run around the playground with a loudspeaker. Exposing herself as a fool. Determined, she immediately retorted, Chen Yan, if you make a mistake, you must dare to admit it. What qualification do you have to remain in our class if you cannot even admit your mistakes? Why are you always here? Chen Yan turned his gaze to her, smirking. If you hadn't spoken up, I might have forgotten. Didn't someone once say that if I made it into the top 30, they would run around the playground with a loudspeaker? Are you planning to default on your bet as well? Chen Yan, that's enough. I command you to leave this instant. Hu Qin shouted. Chen Yan turned back, scoffing. Are you sure you want me to leave? Absolutely. Hurry up and get out. Don't delay the other students' class. Hu Qin pointed towards the door, stating that once class was over, he would accompany her to the administration office to discuss a class transfer. If you don't learn your lesson, you truly are unaware of your own limitations. Leave. Chen Yan shifted in his seat, recognizing that Hu Qin was resolute in her intentions. He felt helpless within the classroom. He was merely a student while Hu Qin held the authority as a teacher, leaving him with little recourse. Previously, he had insisted he did not wish to trouble his aunt, the school director, but it seemed a visit to her office was now imperative. I can leave, but don't regret it later, Chen Yan declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Without you, the atmosphere of this class will only improve. As a fellow underprivileged student, I hold you in disdain. Jia Zhonglu scoffed. Fang Zhiqiang echoed her sentiment. Indeed, despite your decent appearance, your character is reprehensible. Now you resort to cheating. Who knows what other unscrupulous acts you might commit in the future? Chen Yan shot them both a glance, unwilling to engage further. He would let the truth unfold after they had tasted his aunt's tea, and then they would see if they could still laugh. He hastened to the door, only to collide with Lu Fanghua, the school director, who was entering. Director Lu. He greeted her. He preferred to keep his relationship with his aunt discreet in front of his classmates. Lu Fanghua acknowledged him with a nod and calmly inquired. I heard quite a commotion in your class earlier. What transpired? Hu Qin immediately donned a flattering smile and rushed to her side. Director Lu. It was simply a student acting foolishly, refusing to admit to cheating after being caught. I reprimanded him publicly just now. Cheating? Who? Lu Fanghua asked. Hu Qin pointed at Chen Yan. It's him. Lu Fanghua paused, taken aback. Are you certain? Absolutely. Hu Qin emphatically nodded, asserting that Chen Yan's previous grades were mediocre, and his sudden rise to first place could not be without foul play. You can verify with the classmates. She glanced at Fang Zhiqiang, who corroborated, that's right, Director Lu. He has consistently ranked below 50. This sudden leap to first must indicate cheating. Lu Fanghua turned her attention to Chen Yan, asking, did you cheat? Chapter 22. A bet must be honored or face expulsion. Chen Yan smiled, responding, Director Lu, I scored 746 on this exam. Even cheating would make such a score difficult to achieve. Lu Fanghua nodded. However, Hu Qin interjected, that does not eliminate the possibility of him having cheated. His past performance has been lackluster, and this sudden first-place finish must be the result of dishonesty. Chen Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Teacher, your assertions are misguided. I previously suggested reviewing the surveillance footage, which would clarify everything, yet you remain stubbornly convinced of my guilt. We cannot base conclusions solely on subjective assumptions, can we? My previous average grades were due to my desire to remain low-key. If it weren't for your insistence and the student council's challenge, I would have had no reason to reveal my true capabilities. Now that my results are evident, you attempt to tarnish my reputation simply to evade your obligations. Hu Qin's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, hastily attempting to explain to Lu Fanghua, Director Lu, it's not as he claims. He is merely making excuses to deny cheating. Lu Fanghua's expression darkened. She understood her nephew's character well. He would never resort to cheating. In that case, let us review the footage, she declared coldly, pulling out her phone. Chen Yan, which examination room were you in? Room 3, he replied quietly. Lu Fanghua promptly contacted the security office, requesting the surveillance footage from the previous Friday's third examination room to be sent to class 21 of the third year. She hung up and turned back to Hu Qin, stating, Teacher Hu, it would be best if everything aligns with your claims. If the footage reveals no misconduct on Chen Yan's part, I will require a reasonable explanation from you. Hu Qin felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained her smile. Director Lu, I assure you, this individual must have cheated. Lu Fanghua remained silent. After approximately 5 minutes, the footage arrived. She took the USB drive to the podium, announcing, "Let us all watch together and determine whether Chen Yan cheated." She drew the blackout curtains and activated the projector. The examination room's surveillance footage illuminated the screen, with all the students fixated on the display. From the start of the exam, Chen Yan was seen diligently writing, showing no signs of distraction. After reviewing the footage, the class, comprising 40 to 50 pairs of eyes, found no evidence of cheating by Chen Yan. Lu Fanghua turned to Hu Qin, asking, "Teacher Hu, do you have anything to say?" Hu Qin's throat felt parched, rendering her momentarily speechless. She then addressed Chen Yan, "Classmate Chen Yan, it has now been established that you did not cheat. What are your demands?" Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. "Demands are too grand. I merely hope my homeroom teacher and the student council members will honor the terms of our original bet." Hu Qin's demeanor softened instantly. "Chen Yan, I acknowledge my mistake. Could we perhaps overlook the bet? After all, I am a teacher and deserve some dignity, don't you think?" Fang Zhiqiang chimed in. "Chen Yan, we underestimated your true abilities. I assure you, I will no longer harbor doubts about you. Can you let me off this time?" Chen Yan scratched his ear, a teasing smile gracing his face. "Teachers and student council members, please don't beg for mercy. I prefer your rebellious spirits." Both Hu Qin and Fang Zhiqiang appeared distressed. Yet with Lu Fanghua present, they dared not express their frustration. Chen Yan turned to his aunt. "Director Lu, trust is paramount. Since the teacher and student council made a wager with me, they must acknowledge their defeat." Lu Fanghua nodded slightly. Hu Qin hurriedly interjected, "Chen Yan, the teacher approached you in that manner to ignite your passion for learning. I have long recognized you are exceptional, without employing certain strategies. How could such impressive results be attained?" The teacher's intentions were good, though perhaps her methods were not entirely right. "Teacher," Chen Yan interrupted impatiently. "Have you heard that saying? Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be lived through. If you claim this was to motivate me, then please extend that motivation to the other students as well. Are you bold enough?" Hu Qin's lips twitched, unable to respond. Her own background was not particularly strong. She had entered the school due to her connection with Qin Shu's father. Most of her classmates came from affluent families, and aside from a few easy targets, she had no courage to confront the others. At a loss for words? Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "If that is the case, then refrain from claiming your actions were to motivate me. Furthermore, apologizing to students is not necessarily a disgraceful act. My demands are not excessive. I require a simple 1,000-word apology letter. Today, during a break, I expect you to read it aloud with emotion over the school intercom." Hu Qin, realizing he was impervious to reason and aware of her own culpability, turned to Lu Fanghua, hoping she would intervene. Little did she know, Lu Fanghua was in cahoots with Chen Yan. Lu Fanghua cleared her throat. "Chen Yan is correct. Teacher Hu, prepare your apology letter. I will allocate 40 minutes during the break for you to read it thoroughly and sincerely." Director Lu. Hu Qin's brow furrowed, her voice lowered. "If I apologize in front of the entire student body, how can I maintain my standing in this school? Apologize or pack your things and leave. The choice is yours." Lu Fanghua wore an expression devoid of emotion, before casting a glance at Fang Zhiqiang, a young girl who, instead of focusing on her studies, seemed to revel in spreading rumors. "Though I am unaware of the wager you made with Chen Yan," she warned, "heed my words, fulfill your bet. Should you fail to do so, consider yourself expelled from Jiahao." After delivering her ultimatum, she turned her gaze towards Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, dedicate yourself to your studies. Strive to bring back the title of top scholar for our school." With that, she took her leave, instructing, "If the two of you neglect your agreement, simply come to my office." "Understood." Chen Yan nodded, watching Lu Fanghua depart, then turned to Hu Qin with a smile. "Teacher, may I return now?" Hu Qin, agitated, clenched her teeth, yet found herself powerless against him. "You may go," she snapped. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the break exercise. As the bell rang, students prepared to head to the playground when suddenly, Lu Fanghua's voice echoed through the speakers. "Students, today's break exercise is cancelled. Hu Laosher from Class 21 of Senior 3, please report to the broadcasting room immediately upon hearing this announcement." The message repeated, leaving the entire school curious about the connection between the cancelled exercise and Hu Laosher from Class 21. Chen Yan approached Fang Zhiqiang leisurely. "Shall we not fulfill our wager?" "Classmate Fang, I do not possess a loudspeaker." Fang Zhiqiang protested, scrambling for an excuse. Chen Yan smirked, producing his phone. "Do not worry. I arranged for one to be delivered during class." Chapter 23. The class supervisor and the academic committee fulfill the wager, leading to a misunderstanding for the school bell. "Chen Yan, do you derive pleasure from pushing me to the brink?" Fang Zhiqiang burst into tears. "As a pretty young girl, you want me to run around the playground with a loudspeaker, shouting that I am a fool? Am I to continue living like this?" Chen Yan replied coolly. Then you should not have made a bet with me in the first place. I have learned my lesson. I promise not to bet with you again. Please, spare me this time. Fang Zhiqiang clasped her hands together, her eyes pleading. With a sigh, Chen Yan relented. Very well, we shall not proceed, for I am soft-hearted. Fang Zhiqiang's lips curled into a smile, ready to express her gratitude, but Chen Yan swiftly changed his tone. However, I plan to visit the board of directors' office shortly. It is likely you will receive a notice of expulsion by evening. He turned and strode towards the door. Panic swept over Fang Zhiqiang. Her family had invested considerable effort to enroll her in Jiahao. With graduation just a month away, being expelled would render her previous years futile. Do not go, she cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. I will do it. I will. On the playground, Fang Zhiqiang stood with the loudspeaker, preparing to record. I am a fool, she exclaimed, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of being seen. Chen Yan frowned. Your voice is too soft. We only agreed to record. Not that the volume had to be loud. Fang Zhiqiang retorted. Before she could finish, Chen Yan turned away. Forget it. I shall seek the board of directors instead. Fang Zhiqiang felt her teeth grind in frustration as she re-recorded. I am a fool. This time, her voice boomed, nearly a shout. Is this satisfactory? She glared at Chen Yan, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Onlookers gathered outside the playground, curious about the commotion, pointing and whispering among themselves. Begin running. You have 10 laps in total, and I will count for you. Chen Yan raised his hand. Fang Zhiqiang stomped her foot, hoisting the loudspeaker onto her back as she stepped onto the track. I am a fool. I am a fool. I am a fool. The loudspeaker echoed her words in a continuous loop, while she shamefully covered her face, revealing only her eyes. The crowd swelled, filling the area outside the playground. As she approached her 5th lap, the broadcast crackled to life again. Testing, testing, came the voice, causing all students to turn their attention toward the teaching building. In the broadcasting room, Hu Qin felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles upon witnessing the scene outside. She turned to find Director Liu beside her, his expression grim. With a deep breath, she steeled herself and spoke. I am Hu Qin, the homeroom teacher of Class 21 of Senior 3. I hereby publicly apologize to Chen Yan for my actions before the entire school. In classroom 39, Su Qingming was immersed in her studies, with Chen Yan ranking first. She felt the distance between them grow ever wider. Desiring to catch up to his pace, she knew her grades had not been ideal, compelling her to exert even more effort. Suddenly, Hu Qin's voice broke through the airwaves, catching her attention. She looked up in astonishment. How had Chen Yan managed to elicit an apology from their homeroom teacher? Her surprise heightened as she noticed the crowd gathering outside, the loudspeaker blaring the repeated phrase. She leaned against the window, anxiously scanning the crowd until her gaze locked onto one individual, her expression softening. He truly exceeded my expectations. At that moment, Chen Yan sensed someone observing him from behind. He turned, scanning the sea of faces, yet he could not locate the source of the gaze. Could it be a misperception? He scratched his head, returned his focus to Fang Zhiqiang, who was still running laps. As the apology drew to a close, Fang Zhiqiang entered her final lap. Chen Yan felt a twinge of boredom and pushed through the crowd back toward the teaching building. Just as he reached the classroom door, he heard Su Qingming's voice calling out to him. Chen Yan. He paused and turned, spotting a youthful figure sprinting towards him. Chen Yan, congratulations on achieving the highest score in the entire grade. Thank you. Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qingming observed him, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. Noticing her change in demeanor, Chen Yan inquired, Qingming, what troubles you? I only scored 658 points this time, which is a significant gap from yours. Su Qingming lowered her gaze. I wish to attend the same university as you in the future. Chen Yan smiled. No problem. I can apply to the same school as you. Absolutely not. Su Qingming shook her head. Your scores are so high. You have many good schools to choose from. I do not want you to jeopardize your future because of me. That would haunt me forever. Chen Yan stroked his chin, contemplating. You previously promised that if I ranked first, you would agree to a request of mine. Is that still valid? Of course. Su Qingming replied. As long as it does not violate my principles, I can agree to anything. Chen Yan stepped closer, a playful smile on his face. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, causing a dreamy expression to appear on his face. I want. Su Qingming's cheeks flushed crimson, her mind racing with inappropriate thoughts. He wouldn't be asking for. Would he? She clutched her clothes tightly, her heart racing. If he truly wants to, should I give in or not? What a dilemma. Just then, Chen Yan casually stated, I want to tutor you. Do you agree? Huh. Su Qingming blinked in surprise. Your request is to tutor me? Chen Yan nodded, his gaze clear. Indeed. Would you prefer I had ulterior motives? Su Qingming's face reddened further, her shyness causing her to stomp her feet. You rascal, how infuriating. Will you accept or not? I will. Then it's settled. We will meet at the cafeteria every afternoon for tutoring. All right. Just as Su Qingming agreed, a deep male voice interrupted. Su Qingming, how can you allow him to tutor you? She and Chen Yan turned to see a dapper male classmate, his expression dark. The boy Yuan Hua was the record holder for the top score in their grade. Since the beginning of his first year in high school, he has never fallen below second place. His essay even won the grand prize in the provincial writing competition, titled My Provincial Father. When he was outperformed by Chen Yan this time, he was already filled with fury, and the sight of Chen Yan walking so closely with the school beauty only intensified his anger. Classmate Yuan, what does it matter to you who I asked for tutoring? Su Qingming coldly questioned. Yuan Hua rushed forward in 2 strides. Chen Yan may have secured first place this time, but I have consistently performed well over the years. If tutoring is needed, it should be me you seek. Despite your family status as merely a mid-tier commercial household in Yun City, I have never looked down on you. If you wish for additional lessons, you are entirely welcome to approach me. Even if you have ulterior motives, we can discuss them privately. Why demean yourself by seeking help from someone so shabby? Classmate Yuan, if you cannot speak properly, you might as well remain silent. Su Qingming glared. Moving closer to Chen Yan, Chen Yan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingming. Classmate Yuan, I can explain the high school material adequately. So your concern is unnecessary. Kindly turn around and depart. If you have something to say, do so without hesitation. Chen Yan, if you can explain it so well, then I could easily become a gold medal lecturer myself. Yuan Hua clenched his fists, pointing at him repeatedly. Chapter 24, Luo Yunshu seeks help. Encounter with 4 spirits on Yaoling Mountain. Ding. Detection of boasting within the exploration range. Transforming boasting content. Transformation successful. Chen Yan felt no change in his body. He found it curious. Usually, whenever he gained new abilities, he would experience some physical sensation. Perhaps he would find out during the tutoring session with Su Qingming at noon. Clearing his throat, he looked at Yuan Hua with a smug smile. You are indeed correct. You are a gold medal lecturer, but Su doesn't need your assistance at all. What can you offer? If I were in your position, I would focus on reviewing to see if I could reclaim first place. Fine, Chen Yan. Remember this. When I become the provincial champion in the college entrance examination, I will make sure to humiliate you. Yuan Hua stormed off in frustration. Chen Yan blinked, feeling as though something was amiss. Chen Yan, I will also head back. Su Qingming waved her hand. Chen Yan smiled. All right. By the way, I might not be able to tutor at noon today. I need to return home for a bit. No problem. We can start whenever you wish. The 2 parted ways. Upon returning to class, Chen Yan suddenly realized what felt off. System, Yuan Hua was clearly boasting just now. Why didn't I receive a reward? Host's knowledge reserve is already the highest in the nation. The title of provincial champion is no longer applicable to the host, hence no transformation occurred. Oh, I see. Chen Yan grinned. The day passed in a blur. After school in the evening, he bid farewell to Su Qingming and drove home in his Ferrari. As he felt the cool night breeze, memories of the past few days with Su Qingming brought a smile to his face. Arriving at the building, he parked the car in the garage, and just as he turned to head back, he heard someone calling from behind. Chen Yan. He turned to see Luo Yunshu hurrying toward him. Instinctively, he took a couple of steps back, recalling the dream he had that day. Cousin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Luo Yunshu looked anxious as she spoke. Could you lend me your Koenigsegg for a bit? Chen Yan was taken aback. He had only just acquired the Koenigsegg. How did Luo Yunshu know about it? Was it possible that each of his changes triggered a butterfly effect, altering the memories of those connected to him? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get the car keys. Luo Yunshu urged. Some jerk is trying to chase me. I've turned him down multiple times, but tonight he has challenged me to a duel on Yaoling Mountain. If I win, he won't bother me again. If my Camaro could accelerate better, I wouldn't have to borrow your car. Chen Yan was alarmed. Yaoling Mountain was the most perilous mountain near Yun City. The winding roads and sharp turns posed a grave danger, and one could easily face disaster if not careful. Cousin, are your driving skills up to par? He asked quietly. Luo Yunshu crossed her arms. Even if they aren't, I have to go. How else can I shake off that clingy pest? Just tell me, will you lend it to me or not? Of course, I will lend it to you. It's just a sports car. Nothing is more important than my cousin. Chen Yan opened the Koenigsegg garage, retrieved the keys from the wall, and added, I'm just worried about your safety. Perhaps I should accompany you. Really? Luo Yunshu's face lit up with joy. Her cousin was a licensed S-class professional driver. If he was willing to help, winning against that jerk would be a piece of cake. Absolutely. Chen Yan opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. Let's head to Yaoling Mountain. Luo Yunshu jumped with excitement, quickly taking her seat in the passenger side and grabbing Chen Yan's hand. Cousin, if you help me win this race, I promise to grant you any favor you desire. Chen Yan felt a rush of warmth to his ears, and soon his face followed suit. Thankfully, it was nighttime, and the darkness concealed his blush, Otherwise, Luo Yunshu would have teased him mercilessly. Cousin, fasten your seatbelt. We're off. All right, let's go. Luo Yunshu raised her hand, cheerfully shouting. Completely oblivious to Chen Yan's transformation, Chen Yan took a deep breath, his foot pressing down on the accelerator. With a graceful maneuver, they arrived at Yaoling Mountain. At that moment, many people had gathered on the mountain. Chen Yan parked the car, and numerous gazes turned towards them. Wow, a Koenigsegg. Am I seeing things? I remember there's only one Koenigsegg in Yun City. Yun A92 CNB, it's definitely that one. Several individuals approached in awe. Luo Yunshu proudly opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing her, the expressions of the group instantly shifted. Luo Yunshu, why are you here? Why can't it be me? Luo Yunshu chuckled lightly, her long hair swirling. You really went all out to keep your distance from that Chen fellow, managing to bring in Yun City's only Koenigsegg. Tell me, what did you sacrifice? A green-haired man with ear piercings grinned mischievously. Another red-haired man nudged him. Xiao LV. If you can't speak properly, just shut it. If Shin finds out how you're talking about his sister-in-law, you'll regret it. Who is your sister-in-law? Luo Yunshu glared. I have no relationship with that Shin guy. If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I'll deal with you. Both the red-haired and green-haired men exchanged teasing glances. Just then, another yellow-haired individual approached. Not now, but soon enough, right? Do you really think driving a Koenigsegg can compensate for your lack of driving skill? Exactly. Green-haired man smirked. Without the technique, even if you brought the fastest car in the world, it would be useless. At this moment, Chen Yan stepped out of the car and slowly walked up to his cousin. Cousin, what's going on? Luo Yunshu replied. It's nothing. Just some lackeys of that Shin guy. Ignore them. The group's demeanor changed upon seeing Chen Yan. Wow, Luo Yunshu, don't tell me you like this little guy? Has he even reached adulthood? You better not commit a crime. The green-haired man laughed mockingly. Xiao LV, if you can't keep your mouth shut, just sew it shut. This is my cousin. Luo Yunshu shouted, adding, besides, who are you calling a little guy? My cousin just turned 18. Oh, so he's 18. The green-haired man chuckled with a knowing look. Not far away, a blue-haired girl approached. What are you all making such a fuss about? The blue-haired individual approached Luo Yunshu, grasping her arm. Yunshu, we used to share a close bond, yet I find you inexplicably changed lately, as if you have become an entirely different person. Heed my advice and align yourself with young Master Shun. His family wields power and influence, and being with him will undoubtedly protect your reputation. Tonight's competition is a foregone conclusion. Young Master Shun is destined to triumph. You stand no chance against him. Luo Yunshu wrenched free. As you mentioned, our relationship is a relic of the past. Ever since you became a lackey for that Shin fellow, our bond has been severed. Moreover, who says I am guaranteed to lose? My cousin is competing, and he will undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 25. The Prairie actively offers 10 million. And young Master Shin arrives in a McLaren. He can win. Huh. You must be dreaming, Luo Yunshu. Are you not aware that young Master Shun possesses the finest driving skills in Yun City? If your cousin manages to win, I'll give him my entire fortune. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. And just how much is your entire fortune? With a smug lift of his chin, the green-haired individual replied, not much, just over 9 million. If you can defeat young Master Shun, I'll lend you the remaining to make it to 10 million. That's your word, don't backtrack. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. Such a generous offer of free money is a rare find, and I must seize the opportunity. I won't regret it. The green-haired one crossed his arms. But what if you lose? Whatever the outcome, I will accept it. Chen Yan replied confidently. Very well. The green-haired individual spread his legs and pointed beneath him. If you lose, you must crawl through my legs like a dog. Not a problem. Chen Yan readily agreed. The blue-haired one rushed over to Chen Yan's side. Cousin, don't gamble with him. Young Master Shin's driving skills are unrivaled in Yun City. He has never lost a race. Chen Yan shot her a sidelong glance. Who are you calling your cousin? Don't go around claiming relatives. The blue-haired individual froze, anger surging within. Kid, I'm offering you friendly advice. What's with your attitude? The green-haired one beckoned her back. Come back, Xiaolon. He is just a fool who doesn't recognize good intentions. Soon, he'll learn the consequences of offending the 4 heroes of Yun City. Chen Yan couldn't help but scoff. You lot. The 4 heroes of Yun City? More like the 4 fools. Each of you acts like a brainless buffoon and still has the audacity to call yourselves heroes. You should be ashamed of bringing disgrace to Yun City. What did you say? The green-haired one erupted in fury, pointing at him and shouting, You little brat. Do you wish to die? With that, he rolled up his sleeves and advanced. The red-haired one contemplated intervening, but ultimately thought it might be beneficial for him to teach Chen Yan a lesson, allowing his hand to drop. Luo Yunshu maintained an air of calm indifference. My cousin is a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I doubt he has any trouble dealing with a mere incompetent. In an instant, the green-haired one stood before Chen Yan. As he raised his fist, Chen Yan struck with lightning speed, landing a kick squarely on his face. The green-haired individual staggered back, feeling warmth in his nostrils. A quick touch revealed blood. You bastard. How dare you fight back? Another shadow darted past, and a shoe print appeared on his face. He collapsed onto the ground, staring at Chen Yan as if he were a monster. If you wish to continue this confrontation, I won't hesitate to get serious. You dare to lay a hand on my brother Green? The yellow-haired one raised his fist and charged forward. Before he could close the distance, a car horn blared from afar. A McLaren P1 executed a flawless drift and came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in studded attire. What is going on here? Chen Yan strolled over, hands in his pockets, at a leisurely pace. The yellow-haired one, his expression twisted in anger, pointed at Chen Yan. Young Master Chen, this scoundrel is bullying Xiao Green. Oh, Chen Yan glanced at the disheveled green-haired one, smirking. You've been taken down by a high school student. You truly bring shame upon the four heroes of Yun City. The green-haired one's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Chen Yan ignored him, turning his gaze to Luo Yunshu. Yunshu, after tonight, you shall be my girlfriend. Luo Yunshu wrinkled her nose in disdain. Young Master Shun, that is contingent upon your victory over me. Winning you is no challenge. In the racing world of Yun City, no one has ever bested me. Chen Yan raised his chin, brimming with arrogance. As I previously stated, you may bring assistance, but as long as you can defeat me, everything will be settled. That is your promise. Luo Yunshu approached Chen Yan, linking her arm with his. This is my cousin Chen Yan. He shall be the one to compete against you tonight. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, adopting a provocative expression. Chen Yan was taken aback, bursting into laughter. Luo Yunshu, are you out of your mind? If you want to be my girlfriend, just say so. Sending a student to compete against me is merely a jest. Luo Yunshu tightened her embrace around Chen Yan. Leaning into him, Chen Yan instinctively adjusted his arm, inadvertently brushing against her. The sensation was surprisingly firm. He felt as if he was about to hear the symphony of elephants and birds once again. Damn it. He mentally cursed himself for having encountered such a boastful and insufferable individual. His movements were subtle, and Luo Yunshu remained oblivious, addressing Chen Yan. My cousin possesses formidable strength. You are certain to lose this match. All right. Chen Yan continued to chuckle. If he manages to defeat me, I will fulfill your previous request and distance myself from you forever. That is your word. Cousin, let us get in the car. Luo Yunshu tugged him toward the vehicle. As Chen Yan entered the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, he found himself staring straight ahead. Cousin, are you all right? Are you nervous? Luo Yunshu asked, concerned. As the darkness outside concealed any signs of his discomfort, Chen Yan shook his head. It's nothing. It's just a small competition. I'm hardly fazed. He swallowed hard, positioning the car at the starting point. Chen Yan rolled down his window, eyeing Chen Yan's Koenigsegg with derision. Racing requires talent and skill. Do you really think that merely driving a Koenigsegg will secure your victory over me? Dream on. Chen Yan glanced back at him, chuckling lightly. You'll find out soon enough if it's a dream. Just hope young Master Shen can speak like a man and honor his word. Of course. He turned back to face the front, pressing down on the accelerator as the engine roared to life. The red-haired one approached the front of the car, slowly raising the flag. Wait, Chen Yan called out. Chen Yan scoffed. What? Are you conceding already? Not at all. I have no intention of backing down. Chen Yan casually replied, then turned to the green-haired one. Hey, prairie boy, does what you said still stand? If I win against your young Master Shen, you owe me 10 million. The green-haired one tilted his head dismissively. Of course it stands. Excellent. Then we may begin. Chen Yan gripped the steering wheel, determination ablaze in his eyes. The red-haired one raised the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. The sharp sounds rang out, accompanied by a plume of white smoke as the cars surged forward. The misty mountains of Yaoling often shrouded the night in fog, and Chen Yan navigated his vehicle swiftly through the swirling white haze. The first 3,000 meters presented almost no curves, and the two cars maintained a close distance. Before long, the first major turn appeared. Chen Yan pressed the accelerator, hurtling forward without losing speed. Ah! Luo Yunshu screamed, covering her eyes in fear. Chapter 26. Winning the race effortlessly, eager to uncover the truth about his cousin's origins. The route they chose perfectly formed a closed loop. At the endpoint, the green-haired one erupted with curses. Damn little bastard. He dares to challenge me? Just wait until he crawls past me. I'll make him regret it. Humph. That little brat. So young yet so arrogant. After this, he surely won't be able to hold his head high for a long time. The blue-haired one chimed in, while the red-haired remained silent, glancing at his phone. The car had been driving for over 10 minutes, and judging by Shun Xiao's usual performance, he would likely return in another 6 or 7 minutes. Just as he thought this, the headlights appeared at the foot of the mountain. Shen Xiao was back. Let me see if I can spot the headlights of the car behind. The green-haired one shouted excitedly. The red-haired frowned. That's not right. Chen Xiao isn't usually this fast. The yellow-haired stepped forward, chuckling softly. Can today be compared to any other day? He is showing off in front of the girl he likes. Of course, he'll put forth his best effort. The blue-haired rushed over to join in the excitement. In the entire racing scene of Yin City, no one knows the road of Yaling Mountain better than Chen Xiao. No one else can drive faster. The headlights drew nearer, and soon the sound of the engine echoed, while the other three basked in their self-satisfaction. Only the red-haired one wore an unusually grim expression. Chen Xiao had lost. What? The green-haired raised his eyebrows. Dahong, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Xiao is about to reach the finish line. How could he lose? That car isn't even Chen Xiao's. The red-haired shot back, glaring. Xiao Lu, you're about to lose your 10 million. Xiao Lu immediately tensed, hurriedly looking towards the approaching headlights. Impossible, you must be lying. Chen Xiao can't lose. He muttered to himself, yet deep down, he already had the answer. Dahong rarely made erroneous judgments. His eyes widened as he silently prayed. Dahong must be wrong. He has to be wrong. Unfortunately, the moment the car crossed the finish line, his legs gave way completely, and he slumped to the ground in disbelief. How could it be him? Why was it him? The car came to a stop, and Chen Yan stepped out from the driver's seat. He walked around to the other side of the car, opening the door to assist Luo Yinshu out. At that moment, Luo Yinshu's legs felt weak, and the shock in her eyes had yet to dissipate. Cousin, we won. Chen Yan whispered in her ear. Luo Yinshu turned her head in a daze, her voice hoarse as she asked, we won? Yes. Chen Yan nodded emphatically. She immediately leaped up in excitement. We won. Yay. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Yan had driven so fiercely, navigating every turn with extreme peril. She had nearly screamed the entire way, her throat already raw. All right, stop shouting. Chen Yan patted her back. The two approached the four fools of Yin City. Chen Yan looked at the dazed green-haired one sitting on the ground, grinning. Grassland, I won. Aren't you going to pay up your 10 million? The green-haired one jolted upright, staring at Chen Yan. You cheated. You must have cheated. There's no way you could have beaten Chen Xiao. Luo Yinshu pinched her throat and retorted. Green bastard. Can't you take a loss? Everyone who's southbound on this road knows there's no shortcut. Hurry up and pay, or I'll cut off your downstream channels. The green-haired one clenched his fists, his arms trembling. He had dared to challenge Luo Yinshu earlier because he believed she would undoubtedly lose. Now that she had won, without needing to be with Chen Xiao, she remained a formidable figure capable of dictating many fates. Gritting his teeth, the green-haired one pulled out his phone to check. Dahong, I'm short 350,000. Lend it to me, and I'll pay you back tomorrow. Dahong maintained a stoic expression as he transferred 350,000 to the green-haired one. Chen Yan provided him with the bank account number, and soon, the 10 million was transferred. Chen Yan glanced at his phone with a smile. We've been at the finish line for several minutes now, and your Chen Xiao still hasn't returned. This is just too boring. He turned and led Luo Yinshu towards the car, casually calling back to the four fools of Yin City. When your Chen Xiao comes back, tell him that my cousin and I are leaving, and he should keep his distance from her in the future. The four fools of Yin City wore grim expressions. After watching Chen Yan get into the car, they finally noticed headlights appearing again at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yan calmly turned the car around and drove down the mountain, crossing paths with Shen Zilian, who was just heading up. Shen Zilian slammed on the brakes, leaping out of the car to watch Chen Yan and the others depart. He bellowed in frustration. Luo Yinshu, don't think that just because you won, I'll let you go. He couldn't fathom how a student could possess such exceptional driving skills. Many of the curves on Yaling Mountain were perilously close to cliffs. He had to slow down for those turns. Yet Chen Yan and the others? They not only maintained their speed, but dared to press the accelerator even harder. Fatefully, they navigated each curve with remarkable luck. The four fools of Yin City hurried over. Dahong, maintaining his composure, said, Chen Xiao, that little brat asked me to tell you that you lost the race, and you should keep your distance from his cousin from now on. In your dreams. Shen Zilian glared. I, Shen Zilian, have never failed to obtain what I desire. The blue-haired one smirked, stepping forward with a sneer. Chen Xiao, don't be angry just yet. I know the situation with that little brat. She leaned in close to Shen Zilian, whispering something in his ear. Shen Zilian's gaze gradually turned cold. How is it? Humph. Chen Yan drove Luo Yinshu home. Throughout the journey, she chattered incessantly. By the time they reached the building, her voice had grown even hoarser. Cousin, you could actually say less. Chen Yan remarked lightly. I'm just too excited. Luo Yinshu exclaimed, her face alight with joy. I can already imagine the expression on that narcissist's face when he returns to the finish line. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her delight. Suddenly, he grew curious. Luo Yinshu was beautiful and sharp-witted. How had she fallen into such a situation of being adopted? He took a deep breath, focusing intently on his cousin. Seconds later, a mist rose before her, revealing a grotesque and bloody scene. Run, you want to escape me. I've taken your kidney. Cousin, save me. The images flashed rapidly. Finally, it froze on Luo Yunshu's lifeless, pale face. Chen Yan sought to identify the one responsible for her demise, but found his vision fading to darkness. Cousin, Chen Yan, what is wrong with you? Her raspy voice echoed in his ears, gradually becoming more indistinct. He lost track of time before he sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. What on earth had happened? Curiosity filled him about those who sought his cousin's life. Just as he pondered this, he felt a cool breeze by his ear. Turning his head, he saw Luo Yunshu lying beside him, dressed scantily. Chapter 27. Waking up on cousin's bed. What a misunderstanding. Ah, Chen Yan let out a scream. Luo Yunshu jolted upright. Huh, what? What's wrong? She hurriedly glanced around, but her sudden movement caused the strap of her tank top to slip off her shoulder. Chen Yan quickly shut his eyes and turned away. Luo Yunshu also covered her chest and turned her back. Cousin, you suddenly fainted yesterday, and I brought you back. I even arranged for a doctor to check on you. You're completely fine. I was just so worried that I ended up sleeping on the same bed as you. Don't think too much about it. She hastily turned to get dressed. Chen Yan remained unmoved, his eyes still closed. All right, Luo Yunshu whispered. Chen Yan lifted the blanket. And then their gazes simultaneously shifted downwards, both eyes widening in astonishment. He hastily covered himself with the blanket. Cousin, this is a natural reaction. I swear to the heavens. I harbor no improper thoughts about you. Luo Yunshu's face flushed crimson. Without uttering a word, she quickly bolted from the room. Her earlier teasing of Chen Yan in the mall stemmed from her understanding that nothing would transpire in such a public setting. However, in this intimate environment, should anything happen, how would they ever interact again? Although both were acutely aware that they were merely cousins in name, crossing the ethical and moral boundaries proved to be a formidable challenge. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Yan managed to quell the turmoil within him and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. The moment he stood before the mirror, his expression shifted. Luo Yunshu, what have you done to me? He bellowed. The reflection staring back at him bore heavily applied eyeliner, a ghostly pale foundation, and a flushed complexion. Makeup remover sat behind the mirror in a pink bottle, accompanied by a note. I'm making you breakfast, blocking all signals. Ah, Chen Yan shouted in frustration. After removing his makeup and having breakfast, he drove to school. Upon his arrival at the classroom entrance, Su Qingning hurried over. Chen Yan, can you tutor me during lunch today? Absolutely. Chen Yan replied with a smile. Su Qingning nodded earnestly, about to turn away when she suddenly noticed a strand of a woman's hair on Chen Yan. She leaned in closer, catching a whiff of a woman's perfume lingering on him. Her expression darkened instantaneously. Chen Yan, you scoundrel. With that, she pivoted and stormed away. Chen Yan was taken aback. Me, a scoundrel? How am I a scoundrel? He hurried after her. Qingning, what's wrong? Why are you scolding me? Su Qingning remained silent, continuing towards the classroom. Feeling unjustly accused, Chen Yan quickened his pace to block her path. Qingning, I genuinely don't know what I've done wrong. Could you please enlighten me? Even if it means my demise, I wish to understand. With a darkened expression, Su Qingning tugged at his hair. Look at this. What is it? You live alone. How could you have a woman's hair? And the scent of perfume on you. What else do you have to say? Chen Yan glanced at it, and suddenly burst into laughter. So that's what this is about. That hair is. Just then, the class bell rang. Su Qingning, with a sullen demeanor, stated, I'm heading back to class now. Don't block my way. With that, she maneuvered around Chen Yan and entered the classroom. Chen Yan stood momentarily stunned, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Never mind, I'll explain to her after class. He sighed and returned to the classroom. During the lesson, Chen Yan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, his eyes filled with melancholy. Although he and Su Qingning had yet to officially become a couple, they both understood each other's feelings. If he couldn't clarify today's incident, it could potentially harm their relationship. He pulled out his phone to contact Luo Yunshu. Cousin, I've got your hair and perfume on me. Su Qingning has misunderstood. Please help me explain. After a significant pause, a new message arrived. Luo Yunshu, the scent of my perfume on you is merely her nose's fault. Chen Yan, cousin, I'm not joking. Su Qingning genuinely misunderstood. Could you please clarify? Luo Yunshu. Oh, has my cousin fallen in love? I'm so heartbroken. But seeing as you're my cousin, I'll help you explain. You unfaithful man. Alas, my fate is woeful. Chen Yan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His cousin, known for her aloofness in front of outsiders, revealed a different side only around family. Chen Yan, cousin, the Chinese film industry owes you a Golden Chrysanthemum Award. Can we stop the theatrics? It's awkward. No sooner had he sent the message than he noticed the light around him dimming. As he looked up, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared at his feet. Gradually lifting his gaze, he saw teacher Wang Ziki, the physics instructor, standing beside him. A star-studded cap perched atop his head. Chen Yan, what time do you think it is? You're still playing on your phone. Look at me. I'm practically tearing my hair out over your college entrance exams. Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly, tucking his phone away. Playing on his phone during class was indeed his fault, and he had no intention of arguing. However, Wang Ziki continued unabated. Do you think being first in the grade once makes you exceptional? Let me tell you. A person like you who gets a good score once will be of no use in society. You'll end up hauling bricks on a construction site. Chen Yan's expression darkened, yet he remained calm. Teacher Wang, can we discuss matters without resorting to personal attacks? Did I attack you? I merely spoke the truth. I even think suggesting you might end up hauling bricks is an overestimation. Given your qualifications, you'd only be fit to be a bar's little lord. He gestured towards the students seated around them. Look at everyone here. None of them lack connections. Compared to them, you're nothing. Chen Yan clenched his fists. His mood had already soured before class, and now facing Wang Ziki's personal insults, his pent-up anger was on the verge of eruption. Wang Ziki remained oblivious. Poking him with a book. How many of the crucial exam questions I painstakingly prepared for you have you actually remembered? Chen Yan retorted coldly. Teacher Wang, do I really need to remind you of your past illustrious achievements? When have your questions ever been correct? Wang Ziki's expression stiffened, and his face flushed with anger. He raised his voice several notches. Who told you to defy your teacher? What right do you have to criticize me? As he spoke, the classroom door swung open, and Lu Fenghua entered. Yet he remained oblivious, continuing his tirade. Do you know that when the class bell rings, I'm the highest authority in this room? Even if the school's board members come in, I can educate them, and they can't casually retort to me. Who do you think you are? Ahem. Just as his words hung in the air, Lu Fenghua cleared her throat. Teacher Wang, could you step outside for a moment? Chapter 28. Rejecting the guaranteed admission quota. All the boys in Su Qingming's class gathered. Wang Ziki's expression soured. The class erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? Be quiet. Study in silence. He bellowed, turning to leave the classroom. Inside, an air of silence enveloped the students, all straining to listen. No more than 10 seconds after Wang Ziki exited, the corridor echoed with a cacophony of furious shouting, interspersed with the sound of slaps. It was a good 10 minutes before Wang Ziki stumbled back into the room, disheveled. His tie askew, multiple handprints marking his face, and his hair in disarray. Chen Yan, Director Lu wants to see you. His tone had lost much of its previous arrogance. Chen Yan rose and strode out. Aunt, you called for me? In this moment, there was no need for formalities. Lu Fenghua, visibly irked, remarked. Why didn't you confront him earlier? Haven't you learned anything? Chen Yan chuckled softly. It's not exactly appropriate to strike a teacher in class, is it? Lu Fenghua smoothed her collar, her tone softening. I managed to secure a guaranteed admission spot for you at Qingbei. Prepare the materials tonight and submit them tomorrow. Aunt, is that really necessary? Before she could even mention what materials to prepare, Chen Yan promptly interrupted. Aunt, after 3 arduous years of high school, if I do not even participate in the college entrance examination, I shall inevitably harbor regrets. Could you possibly grant the reserved spot to Su Qingming from class 19? Lu Fenghua raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Qingming, the belle of your grade? Are you two romantically involved? Not at all. Chen Yan shook his head earnestly. We have both agreed to remain comrades in arms, solely focused on tackling the college entrance examinations for now. And we shall discuss other matters after they conclude. Humph, you young whippersnapper, calling yourselves comrades in arms. Lu Fenghua chuckled lightly before her expression turned serious. However, I must inform you that this matter may not be easily resolved. I am not the only one vying for the coveted spots at Qingbei. There is currently only one available in the entire school. If you decline it, it may well go to Yuan Hua. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. Personally, he did not wish to relinquish the spot to Yuan Hua. Yet, he also wanted to support Su Qingming through the examination. If she were unable to enter Qingbei, would he not be condemned to a long-distance separation? Then let it go to Yuan Hua. I shall rely on my own merits to succeed. Chen Yan declared solemnly. My dear nephew, now is not the time for impulsive decisions. I recognize that Su Qingming is a commendable girl, and I have a fondness for her myself. But sacrificing your future for her will surely lead to regret. Lu Fenghua implored, her tone earnest. Chen Yan smiled. And, do you doubt my abilities? Rest assured, even without this reserved spot, I will still become the center of attention. With a sigh, Lu Fenghua replied, Alas, you stubborn child, I find myself utterly helpless against you. Chen Yan grinned widely. My dearest aunt, please do not be upset. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I must return to class. Lu Fenghua shot him a sidelong glance, unable to suppress a chuckle. You should visit the old residence this evening. Your grandfather wishes to see you. The old residence? Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's contemplation, A picture of an ancient courtyard emerged in his mind. He was well acquainted with the route. All right, he consented. After returning to class and sitting for a brief moment, the bell rang. Chen Yan rose from his seat, intending to find Su Qingning to clarify matters. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a group of about 10 boys, most of whom he recognized as members of Class 39. Chen Yan, are you the one who upset Su classmate? The leader, their class monitor, inquired. Upon hearing the commotion in the corridor, Qin Shubao rushed over, pointing at the group and shouting, "What the hell do you want?" Then, he approached Chen Yan and whispered, "Chun, would you like me to call your godmother and have her send some people over?" Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "A bunch of rabble. They are hardly worth summoning reinforcements." "How bold of you. You think you can handle all of us without calling for help? Fine. Don't say we didn't warn you. Protect your head when the beating starts. We wouldn't want you to end up a fool." The monitor from Class 19 tilted his head, pointing at Chen Yan. Qin Shubao was eager to charge forward. He understood Chen Yan's identity all too well. If he could get injured while protecting him, it would certainly earn him favor with the queen. In Yunqing, few could garner the queen's attention. Protecting Chen Yan was a worthwhile endeavor. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to leap into action, but Chen Yan stopped him. "What's the hurry? I can handle this alone." As soon as he spoke, his expression shifted. The boys across from him immediately rolled up their sleeves, prepared for a confrontation. Just then, a delicate voice called from behind, "Stop right there." Su Qingning squeezed through the crowd and stood before Chen Yan, her eyes red and swollen. A clear indication that she had been crying. Seeing her in such distress ignited anger among the boys behind her. The monitor asked, "Su classmate, why are you defending that jerk who made you cry? Let us teach him a lesson." Another boy chimed in, "Exactly. Su Qingning, go back to class. We'll show this arrogant fool that we, from Class 19, are not to be trifled with." The boys from Class 19 rolled up their sleeves, their expressions fierce. Su Qingning sniffled and raised her voice. "Enough. Chen Yan and I merely had a minor misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with you. Please go back." The boys exchanged glances, their faces darkening. It irked them that their class's most beautiful girl had taken a liking to a boy from another class, and now she was defending him. Ignoring their glares, Su Qingning turned back to Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, my cousin texted me, and I realized I misunderstood you. I'm truly sorry." Her sincerity left Chen Yan momentarily at a loss. "Oh, it was just a small misunderstanding. No need to apologize." Su Qingning shook her head. "No, I must apologize. It was my lack of faith in you that led to the misunderstanding. I would feel remiss if I did not." She paused, taking a deep breath. "However, if there comes a day when you no longer like me or find someone else, you must tell me. I promise I won't cling to you." "All right. Enough of that gloomy talk. Wipe those tears." Chen Yan gently reassured her. "You're a lovely girl. We wouldn't want to ruin those beautiful eyes." Su Qingning broke into a smile, gazing at him earnestly. "Shall we catch up on lessons in the cafeteria at noon?" "Of course." Chen Yan nodded. Su Qingning beamed. "It's a promise. I'll wait for you at noon. I need to return to class now. I look too ugly with these tear-stained eyes." "Go ahead." Chen Yan waved as he watched her navigate through the crowd back to class. Just as he prepared to leave, the monitor from Class 19 coldly called out, "Chen Yan, halt." Chen Yan turned around, regarding him with a frosty glare. "What is it?" The monitor stepped closer by upsetting Su classmate. "You have angered all of us from Class 19. If you're a man, meet us in the little forest behind the teaching building during the next break for a showdown." Chapter 29, The Class 19 Students Ambush. Those previously rescued arrive. A chaotic class period passed. As the bell rang, students began to fill the corridor. Behind the teaching building, in the little forest, Chen Yan stood with his hands in his pockets, facing a crowd. Qin Shubao clenched his fists, his expression dark. "Chen, let me lead the charge. I'll take down a few of them first, making it easier for you to handle the rest." "No need." Chen Yan replied indifferently. "They're merely a bunch of small fry. I can manage without your assistance." He withdrew his hands and loosened his joints. 200 meters away. "Qigua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." One of Jin Yao's four stalwarts, the growth giant, nervously remarked, "If anything happens to the young master, Sister Yao will surely flay us alive." Qigua, the giant, peered over the wall with binoculars, a blade of grass in his mouth, grinning lazily. Confucius said, "Why the panic? The young master is a 9th degree black belt. Few in Yunqing can match him. Those clowns are hardly worthy of being his warm-up. Spare me. Have you forgotten about the incident in the park? If it weren't for you saying to wait and see, I wouldn't have taken that beating." Growth grumbled, rubbing his back. "How can you forget such things? Oh, come on. Just wait here. If anything happens, tell Sister Yao it's my fault for not letting you go. I'll take the blame myself, all right?" Qigua shot him an annoyed glance. Growth huffed but obediently remained at his post, saying, "Hand over the binoculars. I want to take a look too." In the forest, Chen Yan surveyed the group of individuals before him, his expression rife with disdain. Do they intend to confront me one by one or all at once? Just be straightforward. The class leader of the 19th class gritted his teeth as he pointed accusingly at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you needn't be so arrogant. If you don't get beaten today, you might as well consider yourself clean. He bellowed. Brothers, charge. At his command, all the boys from the 19th class surged forward. Chen Yan's gaze shifted, and with a thunderous motion, he lifted his leg and delivered a kick. The boy directly opposite him was sent reeling, and without missing a beat, Chen Yan spun around and unleashed another kick with his other leg. Qin Shubao frowned, his brows twitching occasionally. How brutal. It seems that when Master Chen fought me, he was still somewhat lenient. In the span of mere minutes, over a dozen boys lay scattered, some crouching, others sprawled, their faces marred by bruises. Chen Yan stood nonchalantly in place, barely breaking a sweat. Master Chen, you are incredible. You are my idol. Qin Shubao exclaimed as he jogged over. The once mighty class bully had transformed into an eager admirer in an instant. He turned to the boys of the 19th class and mocked. You lot think you can take on Master Chen? You might as well take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your worth. Dare to provoke Master Chen again, and I swear I'll break your legs and shove them where the sun doesn't shine, you foolish imbeciles. Get lost. After berating the boys of the 19th class, Qin Shubao turned around only to find Chen Yan already heading back. Master Chen, wait for me. He called as he hurried to catch up. The last class of the morning was rather chaotic. When the bell rang, Chen Yan grabbed a workbook and made his way outside. As he reached the corridor, he spotted Su Qingming walking alongside a female classmate. Chen Yan, Lulu asked me to accompany her to buy some things. You can wait for me in the cafeteria after you finish eating. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Chen Yan nodded, watching the two depart. He descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. However, as he reached the first floor lobby, he sensed something amiss. Why were there so many people gathered at the entrance of the teaching building? Furrowing his brow, he continued outside. Once he stepped through the door, the class leader of the 19th class shouted, "That's Chen Yan. Surround him." A throng of boys immediately rushed forward, encircling Chen Yan. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least 50 of them. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. You truly hold me in high regard. Bringing so many to confront me at once. The class leader snorted derisively. Chen Yan, we were careless in the grove, but now these people will see how you fare. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize, promising to keep your distance from Su classmate, or else we'll send you straight to the ICU today. Chen Yan cracked his neck. Is that so? Big class leader, you better prepare yourself. I may not be able to take on all of them, but I can certainly focus on you. If you want me in the ICU, I'll ensure I drag someone down with me. The class leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly sought refuge among the crowd. Yet, Chen Yan's speed was evidently superior. Before the class leader could hide, Chen Yan had already seized his collar. Chen Yan, let go of me. Otherwise, I swear I'll ruin you today. The class leader shouted in a panic. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Bring it on. Let us see who gets ruined first. With that, he raised his hand. The class leader, frightened, covered his head and screamed. Stop. At that moment, a voice rang out from the periphery of the crowd. Chen Yan halted, and everyone turned to look outside the encirclement. A casually dressed individual was approaching swiftly. Chen Yan squinted. Wasn't this the police officer he had saved earlier? He had endured a considerable amount of heartache to help him. The officer pushed through the crowd and reached Chen Yan's side, prompting Chen Yan to immediately release his grip. Others might not recognize this individual's identity, but he was acutely aware. He was a law-abiding student and could not engage in any unlawful conduct. The class leader, like a frightened turtle, cowered within the throng, too afraid to emerge. Thank you for saving me that day, Chen Yan, the officer said, disregarding the crowd. Chen Yan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial act, no need for thanks. As the two conversed calmly, the class leader yelled from behind several students. Where the hell did you come from? Get lost, or I swear you'll get beaten as well. The officer's expression hardened, and he produced his badge. I am Zheng Yi, the captain of the security team in the Lintian district of Yunqing. Try touching me if you dare. Now disperse immediately. A few boys from the opposite side leaned in to take a closer look. He is really a cop. One boy with an ear stud remarked nonchalantly. What is so great about a cop? Today, I'm going to take care of that bastard Chen Yan. If you're smart, you'll scram. Otherwise, I'll have my people skin you alive. Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. After years of service, he had apprehended numerous criminals. Yet no one had ever dared to speak so brazenly. His expression darkened. Listen here, young man. I'll give you a verbal warning since you still seem to be a student. If you speak out of turn again. Before he could finish, the boy arrogantly raised his chin. What if I do? My father is Li Gang, my uncle is Li Shuangjiang, and I am Li Ming, the eldest grandson of the Li family. Go ahead and try to touch me. Li Gang, Li Shuangjiang, the chairman and president of the Li group? Zheng Yi inquired with an impassive expression. Indeed, Li Ming grinned triumphantly, pointing at Zheng Yi with a smirk. My family is currently working on a project for the provincial government, dealing with significant figures. If you keep pestering me, I'll have you out of a job in no time. Scram. Chapter 30. Identity Exposed. Sacrificing a billion-dollar family fortune for justice. Chen Yan's expression darkened as he whispered to Zhang Yi, "They have considerable influence. Perhaps you should refrain from intervening." Zhang Yi replied resolutely, "I became a police officer to protect the lives and property of the people. How can I back down just because they have connections? That would betray the solemn oath I made beneath my badge." He turned to Li Ming. "You need to call your father and uncle right now, and have them come down to deal with me. Hurry up. Quite the actor, aren't you?" Li Ming scoffed. "Let us see how long you can keep this up." He pulled out his phone and began dialing. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi also took out his phone, composing a message to send. Indeed, it was Zhang Yi, the captain of the security team in the Lintian district of Yunqing. "Dad, you must ensure he gets dealt with," Li Ming shouted into the phone, his voice laced with indignation. The other end replied with a series of instructions, and the call ended. Li Ming hung up and sneered. "Hey, Zhang. I just finished calling my dad. In no more than 3 minutes, you'll be gloriously unemployed. If you kneel and beg me now, I might just make a call to my dad for leniency, and you could at least keep your job. But if you wait too long, there will be no chance left." Zhang Yi remained silent, glancing at his watch. "Still putting on an act, I see." Li Ming snickered. "All right. Let us see how long you can keep this up before I have your badge stripped." Chen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at Zhang Yi. From the few words he had just spoken, it was clear that Zhang Yi was a good officer. He didn't want his troubles to affect Zhang Yi's career. "Officer Zhang, perhaps," he began, but before he could finish, Li Ming's phone rang. He glanced at the time. That was fast. Just 2.5 minutes. "My dad is impressive." He held the phone up to Zhang Yi's face. "I'll put it on speaker. Listen carefully." Zhang Yi raised his hand expressionlessly. "Go ahead." Li Ming connected the call, grinning. "Dad, did that Zhang guy get dealt with?" "I'll skin you alive," came the furious roar from the other end. "What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Why did Zulong Industries sever our family's supply? They explicitly stated that it was your doing. Are you trying to ruin the Li family?" Li Ming's expression froze. He had been quite subdued lately, not provoking anyone. The only person he had antagonized. He raised his eyes to Zhang Yi, his gaze widening in realization. The president of Zulong Group was seemingly named Zhang Zulong. "Dad, I understand now," he mumbled, hanging up the phone, his expression a complex melange of emotions as he regarded Zhang Yi. Everyone present had overheard the conversation, their eyes filled with shock. Zulong Group spanned various sectors including real estate, entertainment, pharmaceuticals, and forestry, ranking among the top enterprises in the province. "Officer Zhang, I was wrong. I implore you to spare the Li family." Zhang Yi snorted coldly. "Don't beg me. I prefer your arrogant demeanor." Li Ming's face turned ashen, his legs weakening as he nearly knelt. "Don't kneel." Zhang Yi seized him. "If you dare to kneel, I will only be more ruthless in obliterating the Li family." "But, no buts. Consider this your payment for the mistake." He then addressed the others. "You all disperse quickly, or I will have to escort you away for a chat." The crowd shrank back, hastily departing, no one daring to utter another word. "Chen Yan, I've heard that your school's cafeteria serves excellent meals. Would you mind if I treat you there?" Zhang Yi said with a smile after the crowd had dispersed. Chen Yan replied, "Sure, then I shall treat Officer Zhang." The two made their way to the cafeteria, ordered 2 signature dishes, and grabbed 2 bottles of drinks. Settling at a window-side table. "Chen Yan, I must once again express my gratitude for your intervention that day. Were it not for you, I might well be buried by now. However, I am quite curious. How did you know that charlatan intended to target me?" Chen Yan smacked his lips. "If I told you I didn't know, would you believe me? It was just a strange feeling that you were in peril." Previously, when he had shown his cousin the family lineage, he could scarcely endure the ordeal for a few seconds. He certainly did not wish to have others inquire about his future or suffer backlash. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "I believe that. I too have had such experiences. While patrolling in my car, I suddenly felt compelled to stop, only to encounter fugitives, not just once." With a chuckle, they clinked their drinks together and took a sip. Setting down his drink, Chen Yan looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity. "Officer Zhang, I'm intrigued. Given your affluent background, why choose to be a police officer?" "Perhaps it is for the sake of justice." Zhang Yi replied with a proud smile. "Since childhood, I have always been inclined to stand up for what is right. And as I grew older, I could not bear to witness wrongdoing. But you needn't go to such lengths. Do you really have to be personally involved in apprehending a fraud?" Chen Yan asked again. Zhang Yi shook his head. "I cannot abstain. I made a wager with my family that before I turn 35, I must become the head of our bureau. If I fail to do so, I must resign and return home to inherit a fortune of billions. If I do not strive, how can I achieve results?" Chen Yan nearly choked. The silence of the system was a testament to the truth of Zhang Yi's words. Yet, it was astonishing to hear such claims. At that moment, Two figures sprinted towards them from a distance. Su Qingning halted at their table, exclaiming, "Chen Yan, I'm back." Upon noticing Zhang Yi across from Chen Yan, she continued, "Aren't you that person from the park?" Zhang Yi extended his hand, captain of the Tian District Security Team. "Greetings, Officer Zhang." Su Qingning smiled as they shook hands. "You were truly remarkable that day. With just a few words, you could deduce the identities of those elderly folks." Their conversation flowed easily, while the girl named Lulu beside Su Qingning looked on in astonishment. "Chen Yan, you. What is it?" Chen Yan's expression darkened. "Is it so strange that I wasn't beaten into the hospital by those people?" No. Lulu's face reflected panic. Su Qingning turned to Chen Yan with confusion. "What is going on?" Chen Yan recounted the events that had transpired at the entrance of the teaching building. Su Qingning immediately turned to Lulu. Lulu trembled slightly. "Qingning, I only wanted what was best for you. Chen Yan is merely..." "Enough." Su Qingning interrupted sharply. "I don't need anyone else to make decisions for my life. You should leave, and from now on, we are no longer friends." "Qingning, I've already stated that I have no friend like you. What more do you want?" Su Qingning shouted, causing Lulu to stomp her foot in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Chen Yan before turning away. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between Su Qingning and Chen Yan as he took a long drink. Su, I have some matters to attend to at the bureau. I must take my leave. If you encounter any troubles in the future, as long as they do not violate moral or legal standards, feel free to seek me out." "All right." Chen Yan nodded, watching Zhang Yi depart before turning to Su Qingning. "Have you eaten lunch?" "I already finished." "Then shall we commence our tutoring?" Chapter 31. Visiting the old residence, encountering the eccentric foster mother and sister of Luo Yinshu. The two convened in a corner of the cafeteria for their lessons, drawing considerable attention. The myriad of unusual gazes made Su Qingning feel quite uncomfortable. "Chen Yan, let's call it a day. Tomorrow after lunch, we can meet at the pavilion behind the school, where there are fewer people." Chen Yan nodded. "No problem." They hurriedly exited the cafeteria. The afternoon classes passed without incident. Ever since Hu Qin was compelled to apologize over the intercom, she had not troubled Chen Yan again. Though she would deliberately ignore him, Chen Yan remained indifferent to this. Being overlooked was preferable, at least during this period leading up to graduation. He could enjoy a bit of peace. Before long, evening arrived, and the school day concluded. As the bell rang, Chen Yan's phone chimed in unison. He had not changed his phone case, nor had he removed the pendant. With the ringing, the pendant began to glimmer. "Hello, Auntie," Chen Yan answered. It was Lu Fonghua calling. Lu Fonghua reminded, "Xiao Yan, don't forget to visit the old residence tonight. It's been ages since you last went. Do you remember the way? Should I wait for you?" "No need. You go ahead. I will be there shortly," Chen Yan replied with a smile. At school, he deliberately kept his distance from Lu Fonghua, primarily to avoid teachers discovering that he was the nephew of a board member. Previously, when Lu Gao pretended to be Lu Fenghua's nephew, many teachers had flocked around him. Chen Yan did not wish to become a spectacle. After ending the call, he tidied up his books and, with empty hands, walked out of the school with Su Qingning. After seeing Su Qingning off to her car, he made his way to the parking lot, climbed into his Ferrari, and drove towards the old residence, following the hazy recollections in his mind. It took him over 20 minutes to locate the old house. It was an opulent European-style villa. 5 luxury vehicles were parked at the entrance. After parking, as he stepped out of the car, he heard a scornful voice from behind. "Mom, is that my long-lost vagrant cousin Chen Yan?" Chen Yan frowned slightly. Following the voice, he spotted a girl clad in a pink JK uniform, her expression one of disdain. Beside her stood a woman in her 40s, bearing a resemblance to Lu Fonghua. Chen Yan sifted through his memories, finally piecing together fragmented information. This woman was named Lu Fengfeng, like Lu Fonghua. She had taken the surname of Chen Yan's grandmother and was the youngest among the Chen family's second generation. The girl beside her was her biological daughter, named Luo Tianyi. Even with a Ferrari, he still looks like a beggar. Chen Yan's expression darkened as he approached the mother and daughter. Though a height of 178 centimeters may not be deemed tall, it suffices to instill a sense of intimidation in these two women. "Chen Yan, what do you intend to do? This is the ancestral home, not a place for your reckless antics," Lu Fengfeng exclaimed, pulling Luo Tianyi behind her. Her eyes wide with alarm. Chen Yan replied coldly, "Aunt, if your daughter is unwell, you should take her to get treated without delay." "Who do you say is unwell? Your cousin is perfectly healthy," Lu Fengfeng retorted, hands on her hips, bravado masking her trepidation. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "If she's so healthy, why is she so eager to indulge in nonsense? Even her speech carries a whiff of it." "Chen Yan, who are you talking about?" Luo Tianyi protested, jumping up and pointing at him. "If you don't want your fingers anymore, I can assist you." Chen Yan glanced over, causing Luo Tianyi to wilt instantly. Not bothering with the foul-mouthed duo any longer, Chen Yan turned to walk toward the entrance of the old house. Previously perplexed by Luo Yunshu's choice to stay away from home despite having one, he now comprehended that with such an eccentric pair of women in the household, any sane individual would seek an escape. Mom, did you see him? Luo Tianyi stomped her foot, her face a portrait of grievance. Lu Fangfang comforted her, dear. He.S. just a product of a broken family. We shouldn't stoop to his level. Upon entering the old residence, Chen Yan found the living room devoid of company. He retrieved his phone and messaged Luo Yunshu. Cousin, will you be coming to the ancestral home tonight? No, why would I, a foster daughter, go there? It's inconvenient. Just as he was about to respond, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Fanghua leading a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Chen Yan, allow me to introduce you. This is your cousin, son Ningxin. Ningxin, this is your cousin Chen Yan, the one I mentioned, who scored an impressive 746 out of 750 on his exams. Son Ningxin beamed as she approached Chen Yan, linking her arm with his. Cousin, is it true that you're that formidable? Just the other day, I heard my mother mention it, and I could hardly believe it. Chen Yan scratched his head. Indeed. It's true, but it was merely luck. Luck is still worth something. Teach me your ways so I can score 746 too. I wish to experience a stroke of luck. As they conversed, Luo Tianyi and Lu Fangfang entered. Hearing them discuss academic achievements, Luo Tianyi scoffed. What good is studying? In the end, you'll still be working for others. Exactly. Instead of wasting time on studies, one should learn a skill to start their own business. That's far better than being at the mercy of others. Lu Fangfang added, puffing out her chest. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. Were these two women akin to a persistent adhesive? Despite deliberately avoiding them, they still sought to intrude. With a composed demeanor, he prepared to retort, only to hear son Ningxin interject with a smile. Aunt, I merely envy my cousin's academic prowess and came to seek advice. It's not an inconvenience for you, is it? Perhaps you could take your daughter elsewhere? This is the ancestral home, not your house. Where I go is none of your concern. Lu Fangfang rolled her eyes. Son Ningxin politely nodded. Indeed, it's none of your business. However, my cousin and I are discussing studies. Do you and your daughter comprehend what we are saying? Ignoring Lu Fangfang's protests, she took Chen Yan's arm and led him away. Cousin, let us focus on our conversation. We need not mind the opinions of others. Some individuals, due to their poor academic performance, resort to slandering those who excel. Don't let it get to you. Chen Yan stifled a laugh. This little girl was just shy of revealing the identity card numbers of those two. What did you just say? Repeat that. Lu Fangfang screeched. As if someone had stepped on her tail. Lu Fanghua approached her, her expression stern. Lu Fangfang, who are you threatening? Having long held a position on the school board, Lu Fanghua exuded an air of authority. Lu Fangfang opened her mouth, ready to unleash a tirade, but Lu Fanghua's presence quelled her. She retreated to Luo Tianyi's side. Tianyi, we need not stoop to their level. One was born fatherless and motherless, while the other's father abandoned them for a mistress. Engaging with them would only diminish our own worth. Lu Fanghua, incensed, rolled up her sleeves and advanced. Lu Fangfang, I dare you to say that again. Chen Yan and son Ningxin quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Mom, aunt, don't be impulsive. Just then, a frail voice broke through the tension. What is happening here? Chapter 32, Piano Level 10, Cousins perform in succession. Upon seeing the elder arrive, Lu Fangfang immediately feigned innocence. Dad, Lu Fanghua is threatening me. The elder, leaning on his cane, descended the stairs with measured calm, his gaze fixed on Lu Fanghua. Fanghua, what is going on? Dad, Lu Fanghua exclaimed, then recounted the events in detail. Regardless of the wrongs committed by my brother and that son individual, they are their own affairs and have nothing to do with the children. I cannot tolerate Fangfang's remarks about them. The elder turned to Lu Fangfang. Fangfang, is what your sister said true? Lu Fangfang, with a stoic expression and a voice barely above a whisper, replied, indeed. Outrageous. Your words are utterly reckless. The elder rapped his cane on the ground, apologized to Xiao Yan and Ningxin. Dad, Lu Fangfang whined. Apologize. The elder's glare intensified, his face reddening with anger. Chen Yan. Son Ningxin, I apologize, she said begrudgingly, not even looking at them. The elder reluctantly relented, turning to Chen Yan and son Ningxin with a warm smile. Xiao Yan, Ningxin, please do not hold it against her. All right, Grandpa. Luo Tianyi watched on, fuming internally. Why, as mere grandchildren, did the elder only bestow kindness upon son Ningxin and Chen Yan? She forced a smile and approached the elder. Grandpa, I just passed my piano level 10 exam a few days ago. May I play a piece for you? Ding, detected boasting within the inquiry range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. As the system message faded, Chen Yan felt a sudden lightness in his fingers. He suppressed his laughter. The elder looked at Luo Tianyi with a gentle smile. Very well, then let Tianyi perform for me. At this age, he was particularly forgiving towards the younger generation. Luo Tianyi beamed, rushing to the piano, pondering for a moment before lightly touching the keys. As the melodious notes filled the air, the living room fell into a serene silence. She played Whispers of Autumn, which, by performance standards, barely reached the level of 6. Yet she had the audacity to boast of her level 10 skills. Everyone listened quietly, and once she finished, applause erupted. The elder beamed with delight. Lu Fangfang, seemingly rejuvenated, unabashedly praised, "Darling, you were marvelous." Luo Tianyi turned, smugly tilting her chin towards Chen Yan and Sun Ningxin. Sun Ningxin smirked, "So you can play a piano piece. What is the big deal? I can play the guzheng too, but I just don't have one at home." Chen Yan shot her a glance, suppressing a chuckle. Just then, Luo Tianyi approached him. "Cousin Chen Yan, the elder was upset because of us. I've soothed him, so shouldn't you perform something to cheer him up?" Chen Yan chuckled softly. He had no intention of targeting this arrogant and boastful cousin of his, but she seemed intent on making him uncomfortable. "Since that is the case, there is no need to spare my cousin's feelings any longer. Since she wishes to witness my performance, I shall play the piano for grandfather." The old man appeared somewhat astonished. Chen Yan had grown up away from home. He had always had someone secretly watching over him and had never heard of him learning the piano. "Xiaoyan, you can play the piano?" the old man inquired. His brows raised. Chen Yan smiled and nodded. "I know a little." The old man immediately broke into a grin, ready to speak, but Lu Fangfang interjected, "Xiaoyan, it's not that I, as your aunt, look down on you. Given your circumstances, it's quite rare for you to have encountered a piano at all. How could you afford lessons? Your cousin just played a piece, so do not humiliate yourself further." Her words struck a discordant note, shattering the harmonious atmosphere of the living room. The old man frowned. "Fangfang, if you cannot speak properly, then do not speak at all. Since Xiaoyan claims to know a little, let him give it a try. You are in your 40s, why bicker like a child?" "Dad, I'm just trying to reason with Lu Fangfang," Luo Tianyi said, stepping beside her and tugging at her hand. "Mom, since cousin wants to perform, let him. I, too, would like to hear his repertoire." She then turned to Chen Yan, a smirk playing on her lips. "Cousin, do not be nervous in front of me. A master of piano at level 10. Chen Yan scoffed lightly. "Is that really necessary?" He took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the piano. "You claim to be a level 10 pianist, yet the piece you just played is at most a level 5. Why not attempt something more challenging? So I may truly be daunted?" A flicker of panic crossed Luo Tianyi's eyes as she hurriedly smiled and explained, "Perhaps not, since Grandpa wants to hear you play. What if I choose a more difficult piece and you hesitate to perform? Grandpa would surely blame me." Chen Yan snorted. "If you are afraid to perform, just say so. Why concoct so many excuses? Are you afraid you cannot play?" Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with ferocity. "Cousin, it is you who seeks excuses to avoid playing. Are you going to play or not? If not, do not waste everyone's time." Chen Yan chuckled lightly, taking a seat at the piano. "The piece I shall perform is the first movement of the G major sonata. Please enjoy my performance." The first movement of the G major sonata? Luo Tianyi's expression abruptly changed. Sun Ningxin quickly took out her phone to search. After a moment, she gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my, cousin is about to perform a level 10 piece." Level 10. Everyone looked at Chen Yan in disbelief. Level 10 is the highest rank in the existing piano grading system, and without at least a decade of diligent practice, it would be incredibly difficult to achieve such a feat. "Xiaoyan, are you truly going to perform this G major level 10 piece?" the old man asked in astonishment. Before Chen Yan could respond, Luo Tianyi sarcastically remarked, "Grandpa, cousin is surely just joking. The first movement of the G major sonata is not considered simple among level 10 pieces, and since he has never learned piano, how could he possibly play it?" "Cousin," Chen Yan interrupted immediately, "your inability to play does not imply that I cannot either. Would you dare to keep quiet and allow me to perform properly?" Luo Tianyi huffed. "Fine, then play. I want to see who will be embarrassed. You need not concern yourself with that." Chen Yan took a deep breath, his hands resting on the piano keys. In truth, Lu Fangfang and Luo Tianyi were correct. This was indeed his first encounter with the piano. Previously, he could barely afford to live, let alone pay for piano lessons. However, not having touched a piano before did not mean he could not play. The lively and vibrant melody filled the living room. Everyone was once again astounded. Luo Tianyi looked as if she had seen a ghost, muttering incessantly, "How is this possible? How can he play this piece?" Chapter 33. Dealing with aunt and daughter, the old man publicly makes his will. As the performance concluded, Chen Yan slowly stood up. "Bravo!" Sun Ningxin cheered, clapping her hands, and others in the living room followed suit. The old man beamed, watching Chen Yan with satisfaction. Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Impossible! That piece is so difficult. How could you possibly play it?" Haha. Chen Yan turned his head nonchalantly. "Just because you cannot play it does not mean I cannot either. With so many witnesses present, it would be impossible to fake it. If you feel unsatisfied, you may perform something more difficult than mine. What do you say? He stepped back from the piano, gesturing for her to proceed. Luo Tianyi's brows twitched. How could she dare to play again? If she chose a piece more challenging than the first movement of the G major sonata, she would surely expose herself. Her expression darkened as she quickly approached Chen Yan, raising her hand to search his pockets. You, a lowly bastard without parents, how could you possibly play better than me? You must be hiding something. Chen Yan swiftly seized her wrist, twisting it forcefully, and then pressed her head down onto the piano. A dissonant sound echoed. Chen Yan coldly remarked, "Do not presume that just because you are my cousin, you can behave recklessly before me. Chen Yan, release me. I will expose you as a fraud." Luo Tianyi shouted, struggling. Lu Fangfang also regained her composure, rushing to the piano, her hand poised to strike Chen Yan's face. Fangfang, stop. The old man banged his cane and shouted in a low voice. Lu Fangfang paid no heed, her sharp nails approaching Chen Yan's face. Chen Yan decisively released Luo Tianyi, swiftly grasping Lu Fangfang's wrist with one hand while raising the other. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Lu Fangfang staggered back 2 steps. Her ears ringing. She covered her face, incredulous. You dare hit me? You actually dared to strike me? And now I am supposed to let you hit me without retaliation? Chen Yan replied with a blank expression. Lu Fangfang shrieked. I am your aunt, your elder. Elder? Chen Yan scoffed lightly. Have I ever spent a single penny or consumed a grain of rice from your family? What right do you have to claim elder status before me? Lu Fangfang, furious, turned to Lu Fanghua. Sister, take a good look. This is the kind of student you have raised in Jiao. Lu Fanghua coldly snorted. I do not believe Chen Yan has done anything wrong. To be wronged and not resist is not the behavior of a Jiao student. Lu Fangfang stomped her feet in frustration and then turned to the old man. Dad, are you not going to do anything about your grandson hitting me? That was well deserved. The old man's face was as dark as thunder. Did you hear me when I told you to stop? Dad, she attempted to speak again, but saw the old man raise his hand. No more words. The reason I called you here today is to publicly make my will. Whatever grievances you have, keep them to yourselves. Now sit on the sofa. The old man walked over with the butler and took a seat. The others followed suit. Butler, read the will. The old man rested his hands on his cane, exuding an air of authority. The butler stepped forward, unfolding the documents in his hand and clearing his throat. Will I, Chun Jinbong, aged 76, with identification and place of origin, upon my death, my entire estate shall be divided into 3 parts. My eldest grandson Chen Yan shall receive 40. My eldest daughter Lu Fanghua shall receive 30, and my second daughter Lu Fangfang shall receive 30. This will has been notarized by the Yunqing Notary Office and is genuine and valid. The butler closed the documents. Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback. Having just acquired such a grandfather through the system, he was now bequeathed 40 of the inheritance, as if everything were a dream. Lu Fangfang suddenly stood up. Dad, I object. Why does cousin receive 40 while my sister and I only get 30? If you wish to pass on the inheritance to your grandchildren, then Tianyi and son Ningxin should also receive a share. The old man maintained an expressionless demeanor and calmly stated, due to certain internal family reasons. Chen Yan has lived in an orphanage since childhood. The Chen family has provided him with no care whatsoever. Consider this inheritance as a form of compensation for him. That hardly qualifies as compensation. Lu Fangfang retorted loudly, then glanced at Lu Fanghua. Sister, do you not have any objections? You should at least consider Ningxin. Lu Fanghua smiled lightly and replied, I accept this will. I accept as well. Son Ningxin chimed in with a smile. Lu Fangfang was taken aback. Then she heard Lu Fanghua continue. How much inheritance father wishes to give Ningxin is his prerogative. He is right. Xiao Yan has never lived with the Chen family, and the Chen family owes him. If your Luo Tianyi had grown up in such a harsh environment, I would willingly relinquish my inheritance rights entirely to Tianyi. She turned to son Ningxin, her eyes filled with affection. My Ningxin only needs to inherit my estate in the future. There's no need to worry about what others think of what is rightfully hers. The old man cleared his throat twice. Well, the matter is settled then. How can it be settled? Father, I still refuse to accept. Lu Fangfang interrupted him again, tears welling in her eyes. Father, ask yourself, who has been dutifully by your side all these years? I acknowledge that Chen Yan had a difficult childhood, but he has never shown you a day of filial piety. What right do you have to compensate him with such wealth? Filial piety? Huh, my dear sister, how can you shamelessly utter such words? Lu Fanghua interjected. Think carefully about how you have demonstrated your filial duty. Do I need to elaborate? Lu Fangfang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Since my sister is aware of the truth, I suppose I need not say more. I advise you to accept the will, lest you end up with nothing. Lu Fanghua stated coolly. The old man cast a cold glance at Lu Fangfang. Your sister is correct if you do not wish to lose your inheritance rights. Do not make things difficult for yourself. With that, he slowly rose to his feet. Dinner is ready. Let us eat together. I'm not hungry. How infuriating, Lu Fangfang exclaimed, grabbing her bag and pulling Luo Tianyi toward the exit. As they reached the door, she turned back and glared at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, our issue is far from over. With that, she dragged Luo Tianyi out. Lu Fanghua approached Chen Yan and gently said, do not let your aunt's behavior trouble you. Come. Let us go eat. All right. Upon entering the dining room, they were greeted by a sumptuous feast. The guests took their seats one by one. The old man peeled a lobster for Chen Yan. Xiao Yan, you have suffered out there all these years. Chen Yan gratefully accepted it. Thank you, Grandpa. The old man looked at him with warmth and affection in his eyes. No need for thanks. From now on, this is your home. You are welcome to return anytime. I have plenty of delicious food. That sounds great. Chen Yan nodded. You have indeed endured hardships these years, the old man sighed. Chen Yan took a bite of the lobster. It wasn't too difficult. I got used to it. By the way, Grandpa, where are my parents? Chapter 34. Cousin happy to go for skewers, encountering scallion pancakes again at school. As soon as Chen Yan posed his question, the dining room fell into an eerie silence. The old man's face darkened considerably. Xiao Yan, eat properly, and do not ask about things that do not concern you. Lu Fanghua whispered. Chen Yan shrank back, lowering his head and silently eating. This is not Xiao Yan's fault. He is unaware. The old man sighed, standing up with a complex expression. You all continue eating. After your meal, you may return home without needing to bid me farewell upstairs. Leaning on his cane, he hunched away. Chen Yan glanced at Lu Fanghua, who shook her head subtly. He immediately fell silent. The dinner concluded on an unhappy note. Once outside the old residence, Chen Yan quietly asked, Aunt, what exactly happened with my parents? Lu Fanghua sighed. Do not inquire about this matter. It is a topic strictly forbidden within the Chen family. Just know that your father made a mistake and was expelled from the family. As for your mother, it is best not to mention her. The family loves you, so do not dwell on it too much. She patted Chen Yan's shoulder. Chen Yan frowned. Unfortunately, he had no means to discern his fate. Otherwise, he would have insisted on knowing who his parents were. Upon reaching the car, Lu Fanghua smiled and said, Xiao Yan, drive slowly on the way home. You too. Chen Yan smiled back. Sun Ningxin waved. Cousin, goodbye. Come visit me sometime. It would be great for you to help me with my studies. Of course. Chen Yan nodded. They drove away from the old residence. On the way home, he did not drive quickly. In his memory, there was not a single trace of his parents. This matter was likely to remain an unsolved mystery. As they approached the community, while parking in the garage, his phone began to ring incessantly. At such a crucial moment, he chose to ignore it and park the car first. After closing the garage door and returning home, he lay in bed and checked his phone. It was all messages from Luo Yinshu. A brief glance revealed they all revolved around the incident where he hit Luo Tianyi and slapped Lu Fangfang. Luo Yinshu expressed her delight and praised his actions. It seemed she was not entirely content living in that household either. Chen Yan, I just got home and saw your messages. As soon as he sent that, Luo Yinshu replied immediately. Luo Yinshu, come out. I'll treat you to skewers and drinks, thanking you for avenging the grievances I've held for years. Chen Yan, is it really that serious? How much animosity can you have? Luo Yinshu, quite a lot. If you wish to know, come out and join me for drinks and skewers, and I will tell you all about it. If it gets late, you can even sleep in my cousin's bed. Chen Yan, forget it. I have school tomorrow. So I want to join you. Luo Yinshu, TCH, how boring. Last time I asked, are you really not coming out? Chen Yan, nope. Good night, cousin. He hurriedly replied and turned off the screen. Remembering the events that transpired at his cousin's house that morning, he could not help but swallow hard. He and his cousin shared no blood relation, but if they grew too close, crossing moral boundaries might make it impossible to even remain acquaintances. Shaking off those thoughts, he forced himself to sleep. The next day, Chen Yan arrived at school in his Ferrari as usual. The moment he entered the classroom, his eyes landed on the scallion pancake with a face like a grinding plate. After the conflict at Kaiwa Mall, she had not attended school for several days. Why had she suddenly decided to come today? Chen Yan scrutinized her closely and faintly detected the bruises hidden beneath her thick makeup. He could also foresee her fate not long after. Just then, she spotted Chen Yan and her eyes filled with rage. Chen Yan, how dare you come here? Ming Shua shrilly yelled, striding towards him. Her large feet stomped heavily, causing the entire building to tremble. Several classmates nearby quickly stepped aside. Chen Yan took a few steps back and coldly replied, Classmate Ming, this is school. What makes you think I cannot come here? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, she started, her eyes gleaming with malice. What? At that moment, Qin Shu sauntered in, a mocking grin on his face as he looked at her. Don't tell me that because of Chun, you were assaulted? That sounds like quite a fortunate turn of events. You must celebrate with a grand fanfare and, while you're at it, prepare a substantial red envelope for me. Didn't you often mention your cousin, who is the owner of Kaiwa? She must be quite affluent. The expression on Bing Shua's face shifted from pale to flushed with anxiety. The truth was, her cousin was merely a modest store manager. The one who genuinely had a cousin owning Kaiwell was Chen Yan. This thought only aggravated her further. Chen Yan, just wait. The torment you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. With a furious shout, she returned to her seat. Qin Shubao turned to Chen Yan and asked, Chen Yan, did that lunatic cause you any trouble? Should I find a few people to teach her a lesson? No need. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. She will soon receive her due lesson. Qin Shubao was perplexed. Before long, the class bell rang. Chen Yan returned to his seat. Ever since he ranked first in the exams, the subject teachers had been rather lenient with him. He could engage in minor mischief during class without it bothering anyone, as long as it did not disturb his classmates. Time passed swiftly, and soon the class was over. The bell rang. The teacher departed with textbooks in hand, and the students rose to stretch. He slowly stood and stretched lazily. Suddenly, a shout erupted from behind. Chen Yan, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Bing Shua brandished a sharp dagger, lunging towards his chest. This scene left all the students in shock. However, in the next moment, Chen Yan swiftly turned around, seizing Bing Shua's wrist with precision and delivering a powerful kick. She was sent flying, crashing into several desks and chairs, the dagger snatched from her grasp. Stunned, she yelled, Chen Yan, how did you react so quickly? Chen Yan smirked. He had noticed her bringing the dagger to school that morning and had anticipated her attempt to stab him after the first class. It felt exhilarating to have such an advantage, allowing him to predict the timing of others' actions with remarkable accuracy. All the students gathered around. A stabbing incident in high school was indeed a rarity. Enraged by the crowd, Bing Shua shouted, What the hell are you looking at? Get lost. Qin Shubao approached with a phone in hand. Chen Yan, I've already called the police. They will be here shortly. Chen Yan patted his shoulder. Well done. He chuckled. It is my fortune to have someone like you to assist me. Just as he spoke, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a sharp dagger was aimed at Chen Yan's back. Chen Yan, Qin Shubao shouted as he leapt forward. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Chen Yan spun around to see Qin Shubao using his arm to block the dagger aimed by Jia Zhonghua. Blood dripped to the floor as Qin Shubao's expression turned fierce. Jia Zhonghua, you bastard. He kicked Jia Zhonghua away, sending him crashing into several desks, the dagger flying from his hand. Qin Shubao, you lunatic. Why are you meddling in my business? Jia Zhonghua screamed in a frenzy, his demeanor vastly different from his usual self. He hastily picked up the dagger and charged at Chen Yan once more. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. Chen Yan, I will kill you. Chen Yan's eyes gleamed with menace as he stepped forward, seizing Jia Zhonghua's wrist and delivering a forceful kick to his knee. Jia Zhonghua lost his balance and knelt on the ground. Chen Yan twisted his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the floor once more. He glanced at Qin Shubao. Qin Shubao, what is your situation? Qin Shubao clutched his arm, his face contorted in pain. It's nothing, just a small cut. I'll go to the infirmary to bandage it. He then looked at Huang Liang. Huang Liang, accompany me. Huh, me? Huang Liang was taken aback. He had rushed over to see the excitement when he noticed Bing Shua attempting to stab Chen Yan and now found himself unexpectedly enlisted. Are you going or not? Qin Shubao glared at him. Of course. Huang Liang nodded quickly, following Qin Shubao towards the door, not daring to refuse. The situation was mostly under control. Chen Yan lowered his head and coldly asked, Why did you and Bing Shua attempt to assassinate me? Who sent you? Jia Zhonghua gritted his teeth. I despise you. We are both poor students, yet you can rank first while I cannot accept it. Chen Yan's expression remained impassive. Such a flimsy reason. It's a wonder you even thought of it. Did you waste 9 years of compulsory education? Now, tell me, who is behind this? He tightened his grip on Jia Zhonghua's wrist, eliciting a pained scream. It was me. I wanted to kill you. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. At that moment, the police arrived. Upon entering, they spotted Jia Zhonghua restrained by Chen Yan and Bing Shua pinned to the ground. Panic flickered in the eyes of both upon seeing the police. Since he refused to speak, any issues can be addressed at the police station. Chen Yan released his grip, allowing the arriving officers to take both of them away. He followed them to the classroom door. Suddenly, Su Qingming appeared, panting heavily. Chen Yan, I heard you were in danger. Are you hurt? She was exceedingly anxious, oblivious to the curious glances from others. The esteemed school belle, Su Qingming, was publicly expressing concern for a boy in front of so many classmates. Such a scenario would have been unthinkable in the past. Chen Yan felt a pang of envy. If only Su Qingming would show such concern for him, he would willingly endure a couple of stabs. Enough of these useless thoughts. After all, Su Qingming is already taken. Alas, what a tragic realization. Several male classmates stood at a distance, murmuring. Chen Yan smiled. You seem quite concerned about me. Su Qingming suddenly realized. Stepping back a couple of paces, her cheeks flushed. I'm glad you're okay. I'll head back to class. Chen Yan found it particularly amusing. This was not the same as when she confessed to him in front of so many people. After walking a few steps towards the classroom, Su Qingning turned back and asked, "Can you tutor me during lunch today?" "No problem." Chen Yan gestured an okay sign. The class bell rang. Chen Yan returned to the classroom. This class was once again physics, and Wang Ziki entered with a textbook. He glanced at Chen Yan, maintaining a stern expression as he began the lesson. Halfway through the lesson, Director Liu knocked on the door. Turning to look, Chen Yan saw Director Liu standing outside, his eyes narrowing. This time, he hadn't concocted any stories about the director. "Mr. Wang," asked Chen Yan to step out for a moment. Wang Ziki glanced at Chen Yan. "The director wants to see you. You should go." Chen Yan nodded and rose from his seat. In the corridor, Lu Fenghua appeared visibly anxious. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" "No, Qin Shubao took the hit for me." Chen Yan replied calmly. "As long as you're fine, I'll speak to Qin Shubao later. Our family doesn't owe anyone anything." Lu Fenghua sighed in relief and turned towards the stairwell. "Come with me to the office. Someone wants to see you." "See me? Who?" Chen Yan furrowed his brow. "Just follow me, and you'll find out." Lu Fenghua's expression turned somewhat cold. Chen Yan felt bewildered but followed her toward the office. Upon pushing open the office door, a haze of smoke enveloped the room. Chen Yan focused his gaze and was taken aback to find it was his godmother, Jian Yao. She had her legs propped up on the desk, a lady's cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Before her stood two burly men, their heads bowed in submission. Upon noticing Chen Yan's entrance, Jian Yao immediately rose. "Chen Yan, are you all right?" Chen Yan stepped inside, responding, "I'm fine." His eyes flicked over the two men, who were none other than Jian Yao's subordinates, Zheng Zhang and Qigua. Both bore bruised faces, appearing quite disheveled. "Godmother, what is the situation here?" Chen Yan inquired. Jian Yao replied icily, "I instructed them to protect you discreetly. Last time at the park, when you experienced discomfort in your chest, they failed to show up in time. This time, they nearly allowed you to be assassinated. If I do not discipline them, they may begin to disregard even me." Zheng Zhang and Qigua kept their heads down, remaining silent. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "You are mistaken. The incident occurred in the classroom, and they could not accompany me there. Moreover, didn't we agree that I wouldn't need bodyguards?" With a stern expression, Jian Yao retorted, "You nearly faced assassination even with bodyguards. Imagine without them. From now on, heed my advice and allow them to stay by your side." Wait, Chen Yan exclaimed, waving his hands. "Godmother, I am just an ordinary student. Having two bodyguards with me is rather excessive." Xiaoyan is correct. Lu Fenghua entered with a stern face. Who knows if this was indeed an assassin hired by your enemies to target Chen Yan? Upon hearing this, Jian Yao narrowed her eyes, a glint of menace in her gaze. "Lu, I am aware you look down upon those of us who dwell in the shadows. But don't delude yourself into thinking you are any better. Xiaoyan has endured so much hardship in the past. Have you ever cared for him even for a single day?" "I was too preoccupied with my own affairs, beset by external foes," Lu Fenghua countered. Yet before she could finish, Jian Yao interrupted mockingly. "That's no justification for your neglect of Chen Yan. Fine, say what you will. It was my fault for not attending to Chen Yan in the past, but now, I possess the means to care for him, and he no longer requires your shadowy assistance." Lu Fenghua declared, her voice laced with anger. "Huh, what a convenient way to abandon those who have served you." Jian Yao crossed her arms defiantly. The atmosphere crackled with tension, both women glaring at each other fiercely. In the midst of this quarrel, Chen Yan hurriedly stepped between them. "Godmother, aunt, please cease your bickering. Both of you are important to me. I cannot afford to lose either. Aunt, though my godmother has engaged in unsavory deeds, her intentions for my safety are commendable. And, godmother, my aunt's perspective is not without merit. This is a school, and imposing underground rules here is indeed inappropriate. What do you propose we do?" Both women turned their gazes toward him. He swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their intense stares. With two formidable women watching, he felt overwhelmed. "You two discuss it amongst yourselves. Just avoid fighting. I shall return to my classes." With that, he swiftly turned and fled. How they resolved their differences was their concern, not his. As long as he stayed out of the middle, he would not suffer from their discord, and perhaps they would even become more rational. As for physical altercations, such actions were beneath them, being of high social standing. Back in class, he hardly emerged until noon, when he and Su Qingning headed to the cafeteria. After their meal, they retreated to a secluded pavilion behind the teaching building, a tranquil spot occasionally visited by couples. Today, however, they were fortunate to be alone. Seated at the stone table, they opened their textbooks. Chen Yan had reached a level akin to that of a top lecturer, making complex concepts accessible and effortlessly providing numerous examples. Su Qingning absorbed his explanations with ease, even feeling that he taught far better than their actual instructors. How wonderful it would have been to encounter such a remarkable teacher sooner, she thought, casting a glance at Chen Yan, silently expressing her admiration. She then resumed her earnest study of the textbook. Just as they were engrossed in their work, the class leader of Class 19, Li Ming, rushed over in a fluster. "Chen Yan," he called out. Chen Yan slowly lifted his head, observing the distressed expression on Li Ming's face. "What is it?" he inquired. "Chen Yan, I know you are acquainted with Captain Zheng. Please, I implore you to speak on my behalf and persuade him to lift the blockade against my family's projects. We are at a standstill," he pleaded. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "First of all, I do not possess Captain Zheng's contact information. Secondly, this is a conflict between you and him. Lastly, what happens to your family is of no concern to me." Li Ming's face fell, and he dashed over to Su Qingming. "Su, please help me. How can I assist you?" Su Qingming retorted, followed by a disdainful snort. "Did you consider the consequences when you rallied the boys in class to trouble Chen Yan? Qingming, we are classmates. You must help the class leader." At that moment, another figure approached the pavilion. It was Lulu, who had previously sent Su Qingming away. Having sided with Li Ming, Su Qingming had severed ties with her. "What does being in the same class mean? Must I assist him just because of that? You two are in his class. Why don't you help him?" Su Qingming questioned, her tone sharp. Lulu grimaced. "I'm not able to assist, or I would have. Currently, you are the only one capable of helping the class leader." She continued, "Think back to your 3 years in this class. The class leader has always looked out for you. Stop right there. Do not attempt to impose moral obligations upon me and distract me from my studies." Su Qingming interjected. "You can leave now. We have no further business." Lulu, incensed, retorted. "Su Qingming, do you have no sense of compassion? You would abandon a classmate for an outsider. Umph. And you are the one who would betray friends for a man. What right do you have to criticize others?" Chen Yan scoffed. Lulu's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. "What are you yelling about? Don't slander me." "Slander? Then explain why your headband and class leader Li's wristband are identical. Why are your shoes also matching?" "What?" Chen Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Is it mere coincidence that you both use the same brand of shampoo? If you claim there is no connection, who would believe that? Leave now. Regardless of your pleas today, we will not assist you. Do not impede our studies." Su Qingming stated coldly. Lulu stomped her foot in frustration. "Su Qingming, you are ruthless. I will no longer consider you a friend. I severed ties with you yesterday. Good day." Su Qingming replied, her expression unfazed. With no success, the two retreated, while Chen Yan and Su Qingming composed themselves and resumed their studies. Time flew by, and with half an hour remaining in the lunch break, Chen Yan concluded, "Let us call it a day?" Su Qingming nodded, casting a glance at the densely packed notes on her notebook with a smile. "Thank you, Chen Yan. You truly are an excellent teacher." "Huh. Thank you for the compliment. Su, our campus bell. Let us return." "All right." Together, they made their way back to the teaching building. The afternoon classes were rather tedious, and Chen Yan dozed off twice before the evening dismissal. As usual, he tidied his desk, leaving with empty hands. However, this time, waiting for him at the classroom door were Zheng Zhang and Shigua. "Young master, from today onward, we shall be responsible for your after-school pickup." "Huh?" Chen Yan struggled to mask his surprise. "You two are picking me up? Who authorized this?" "It is the result of an agreement between the boss and Director Liu," Zheng Zhang replied. Observing the bruises on the faces of the two individuals, Chen Yan pressed his temples. It would be unwise to decline their assistance. Otherwise, upon their return, they would undoubtedly endure unspeakable torment. "Remember, when you come to pick me up in the evenings, bring along a mask. If I were to be recognized by other students, it would do me no favors." "Certainly." The two nodded earnestly. At that moment, Su Qingming emerged. Upon catching sight of Zheng Zhang and Shigua, she momentarily froze. "Chen Yan, they are the bodyguards my godmother arranged for me after I encountered danger this morning." Chen Yan offered a perfunctory response. "Oh." Su Qingming did not linger on the matter, acknowledging that securing bodyguards was indeed a positive development, if only for her safety. "Shall we go?" Chen Yan suggested. The trio maintained their accustomed subtle distance as they descended the stairs together. "Chen Yan, I have a charity sale to attend this Saturday afternoon. Would you accompany me?" Su Qingming inquired. Chen Yan nodded. "No problem. Just send me the address." As they conversed, they made their way outside. Soon, they reached the school gate. Su Qingming entered the car. "Goodbye. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Chen Yan waved. Just as the car door closed, a startling scene unfolded before him. Su Qingming was bound to a chair, and judging by the clarity of the image, it was likely happening that very night. "Qingming, don't go." He attempted to call out to Su Qingming, but her family's chauffeur-driven vehicle had already departed. Chapter 37. Su Qingming is kidnapped. Pursued to an abandoned factory in the east of the city. "You two, get in the car," Chen Yan shouted as he dashed towards the parking lot. With Zheng Zhang and Qig was swiftly following. The sports car had only 2 seats. Chen Yan took the driver's seat and turned the key in the ignition. The other two vehicles had not parked in the lot, exchanging glances before both leaping into the sports car. The sight of two hefty men crammed into the passenger seat was rather comical. However, Chen Yan had no time for humor. He pressed the accelerator and sped off. Based on the image he had just witnessed, Su Qingning was being taken to an abandoned factory named Jia Mei in the east of the city. He hadn't seen the remaining details clearly, but he remembered at least 6 or 7 thugs. Call my godmother. He instructed the two beside him, focusing intently on driving. Chiguo retrieved his phone and promptly dialed Jian Yao's number. After a few seconds, the call connected. Hello, Chiguo. Godmother. You need to take a few capable individuals to the Jia Mei abandoned factory in the east of the city immediately. Chen Yan's voice was tense. Jian Yao immediately inquired. What is going on? Are you all right? I'm fine, but someone has kidnapped your future goddaughter. Hurry and bring help. Chen Yan exclaimed. All right. I'll head out right away. The call ended, and Chen Yan's expression darkened ominously. Su Qingning was the kind of person who was adored by all. Chen Yan had always harbored feelings for her, yet due to their differing statuses, he had refrained from entertaining such aspirations. Recently, due to the influence of the system, Su Qingning had taken the initiative to confess her feelings. Although they had yet to establish a romantic relationship, they both understood their mutual feelings and were merely waiting for their high school graduation to officially announce their relationship and step hand in hand into university life. Chen Yan drove at breakneck speed, but alas, others had gained nearly a 2-minute head start, and the vehicle involved in the kidnapping was also speeding away. It wasn't until they reached the urban-rural fringe that he finally spotted the tail lights of the vehicle ahead. Just as he prepared to accelerate and catch up, a massive pothole appeared in the road ahead. A cacophony of metal screeched as sparks erupted from beneath the car, followed by the engine warning light illuminating. Chen Yan glanced ahead. The road ahead was a treacherous stretch of bumps. Even disregarding the engine's well-being, it would be impossible to navigate through. We're only a few hundred meters from the Jia Mei factory. Let us run. Chiguo shouted as he jumped out of the car. Zheng Zhang followed suit. Chen Yan, with a grim expression, conceded, it seems we have no choice. The three of them sprinted towards the abandoned factory. After a short while, Chen Yan began to pant heavily. In his mind, he mused, I need to find a good runner to exchange techniques with. Before long, they arrived outside the abandoned factory. There wasn't even a gate. The three of them easily slipped inside. At that moment, Chen Yan's phone suddenly rang, startling him, and he quickly silenced it. Upon answering, he heard Li Ming's voice. Chen Yan, have you thought about the favor I asked of you earlier today? Will you help me or not? Just as he finished speaking, Su Qingning's voice came through the receiver. Chen Yan, don't listen to him. He dares to kidnap me. Call the police. A sharp slap echoed through the line. Shut up. Li Ming screamed frantically. Don't make things difficult for Qingning. Chen Yan immediately retorted. Li Ming chuckled maliciously. Qingning? How affectionate. Since Su Qingning has spoken up, I'll be frank. She is currently in my possession. If you don't want her to be subjected to our group of men, hurry and call Zheng Yi to lift the embargo on my family. And don't even think about calling the police. I'm right beside Su Qingning. If I find out you've contacted the authorities, I'll take her down with me. All right. Chen Yan quickly tried to calm his emotions. Whatever you want. Just don't harm Qingning. Isn't your goal to lift the embargo? I'll head straight to the police station to find Officer Zheng right now. Please don't act impulsively. Li Ming paused for a moment. My time is precious. I can give you a maximum of 20 minutes. If I don't receive a call from my family within 20 minutes, Su Qingning will be finished. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Chen Yan's expression darkened as he and Zheng Zhang and Chiguo moved deeper into the factory. As they rounded the first building, they spotted the Su family chauffeur-driven car. The car door was ajar, and it was completely empty inside. Young master, the two of us should go in while you wait outside, Zheng Zhang suggested. Chen Yan shook his head, uttering not a single superfluous word, and strode directly inside. The factory was desolate. Everything that could be dismantled had been removed. The three of them stealthily navigated through the shadows, cautious of detection. Not long after, they turned a couple of corners and faint yellow lights flickered ahead. Chen Yan crept closer, hiding behind a wall to assess the situation inside. Alongside Su Qingning, there were 7 other individuals. Li Ming, the Su family chauffeur, and 5 burly thugs. I brought you the person as promised. Where's the money? You assured me 500,000 once the job was done. The chauffeur exclaimed anxiously. Su Qingning's mouth was sealed with tape. She glared at the chauffeur with a contorted expression, muffled cries escaping her lips. The chauffeur glanced back at her coldly. Miss Qingning, don't glare at me. I can't be blamed for this. I've worked as your family's chauffeur for 3 years, earning only 10,000 a month, which is far too little. I owe over 2 million in gambling debts. And when I sought help from your parents, they turned a blind eye. You can't hold me accountable. Su Qingning's emotions surged. The chauffeur ignored her, turning his attention back to Li Ming. Li Ming yawned. I will definitely get you the money. Just be patient. You only need to wait a few more minutes. And once my family resolves this issue, you can take the money and disappear. Chen Yan and his companions stealthily approached from the shadows. Just as he prepared to sneak out, the sound of sudden, urgent braking echoed from outside. What is that noise? Dawn was immediately on high alert. Drawing a dagger and moving to Su Qingning's side. The henchmen were all intently focused on the front. Chen Yan was restrained by Jigua, his gaze serious as he shook his head. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he continued to evade in the darkness. Driver, go outside and assess the situation. Dawn commanded coldly. Why don't you send your men? The driver retorted. Dawn shot him a glare, causing several henchmen to roll up their sleeves. Gritting his teeth, the driver steeled himself and stepped outside. Just as he was out of sight, he suddenly shouted, Who are you? The scream echoed through the abandoned factory, sending chills down spines. Shortly thereafter, the sound of high heels approached, growing increasingly distinct. At the end of the line of sight, a woman in a red qipao walked out with an air of calm and poise. Chapter 38, Collaborating to Rescue Su Qingning, A World I Do Not Understand. Dawn's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Who are you? Jian Yao walked steadily, like a model, making her way towards them at an unhurried pace. With an unfazed demeanor, she replied, I am Jian Yao, though I prefer to be called the Queen of the Underground in Yin City. The title of Underground Queen left everyone present in shock. Even Su Qingning's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that the first person to come to her rescue would be the Underground Queen. Their families had no connection whatsoever. What are you doing here? Dawn stammered, his voice trembling as the dagger pressed against Su Qingning's neck. Terrified, Su Qingning dared not move. Jian Yao, unfazed, declared, naturally, I am here to save her. Release that girl. She continued forward, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the henchmen. Leave at once, and I shall spare your lives. The henchmen trembled. Being part of the underworld themselves, they were acutely aware of Jian Yao's prowess. The Queen of the Underground in Yin City. A ruthless fighter forged in blood and battle. All of you attack. She is not the Underground Queen. Go. Dawn screamed hysterically. The henchmen hesitated, contemplating their families. If you don't act, I swear I will harm your families. Dawn was nearly driven to madness. After a moment's hesitation, the henchmen stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Jian Yao. Yet, Jian Yao continued her advance, her expression betraying no hint of anxiety. The henchmen exchanged glances and raised their fists to charge. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. Bang! A dull thud resonated as one henchman was knocked unconscious without warning. The shadow stood tall, its muscular form reminiscent of a mountain. It was Duo, the most formidable fighter among the 4 heavenly kings. The henchmen were startled, hastily turning to swing their fists at Duo. His eyes glinted coldly as he raised a fist the size of a grinding wheel and struck down hard. The closest henchman was sent flying, landing on the ground and rolling several times, unconscious. Next, he swung his arm again. Another man was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and struggling before succumbing to unconsciousness. The remaining 2 managed to land a few punches on Duo, yet in the blink of an eye, they were left in shock. Duo stood unfazed, his expression unchanged, as an overwhelming fear spread through the two. He lifted his hands, gripping the hair of both men and forcefully knocking their heads together. They instantly crumpled, sprawled out on the ground. Chen Yan, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but smirk. Was this really a human? He was more like a human tank. In less than 5 seconds, all 5 henchmen were incapacitated. If he were to step into the underground boxing ring, the mind boggles at the thought. Seeing that the henchmen had been subdued, Dawn grew frantic, gripping his dagger tightly as he shouted, Stand still, or I will take Su Qingning down with me. Chen Yan, witnessing this, disregarded Zheng Zhang and Ji Gua rushing out. Jian Yao noticed him, chuckling lightly as she paused to look at Dawn. Little student, your henchmen have been eliminated. I advise you to release her to avoid further suffering. No, I won't let her go. Dawn shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Stay back, or I will truly kill her. Jian Yao chuckled softly. Would killing her benefit you? Judging by your appearance, you must be only 18 or 19. Your life has only just begun. Why choose a path to self-destruction? What do you know? Dawn yelled passionately. This wretched girl has held my heart captive since the day we began high school. Seeing her bullied by that poor loser, I rallied all the boys in my class to support her, only to have my family's business nearly ruined as a consequence. She didn't even care. Everything I've done to her is her own doing. Chen Yan was still several meters away. Jian Yao continued her taunts, smirking. So you intend to drag her down with you? What difference is there between your actions and those of a fool? Thank goodness you are not my son. Had you been, I would have flushed you down the toilet. Say that again. Dawn pointed his dagger at Jian Yao, shouting, I swear I will kill her. Before he could finish, Chen Yan suddenly appeared, seizing his wrist and twisting it. Dawn cried out in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Who dares to kidnap? Who the hell do you think you are? With each punch and kick, Chen Yan unleashed every technique he could recall upon dawn. Unlike the brutal incapacitation of a human tank, each of his moves aimed to inflict maximum pain. From the moment he appeared, the sounds of anguish never ceased. Su Qingming watched Chen Yan's shadow in a daze, her eyes glistening with tears. Zheng Zhang and Ji Gua emerged from the darkness, and Jian Yao, wearing a gentle smile, gave them a knowing glance. They promptly untied Su Qingming. At that moment, Chen Yan finished venting his frustrations, standing slowly. Simultaneously, Su Qingming rushed into his arms, sobbing loudly. Chen Yan, you scared me to death. Chen Yan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Though he and Su Qingming shared an unspoken understanding, they had not yet officially become a couple. Across from them, Jian Yao and the other 3 heavenly kings wore smiles. Watching intently, he softly said, all right, I've rescued you, Haven Ti. Everything is fine. Su Qingming seemed not to hear him, continuing to cry into his chest. Ahem. Qingming, could you loosen your grip a bit? I can't breathe. Chen Yan coughed a couple of times, and only then did Su Qingming realize something was amiss. She quickly released him and wiped her tears. I was just so scared. That's all right. Chen Yan chuckled, scratching his head. Jian Yao and the others sighed, appearing somewhat disappointed as they had hoped for a more dramatic conclusion. She stepped forward slowly, saying, little girl, go back and tell your father to be more discerning when hiring drivers. I find Chen Yan quite suitable. Perhaps you could recommend him to your father? Su Qingming was taken aback. Lost in thoughts of Chen Yan, she had completely forgotten about others nearby. She hurriedly bowed to Jian Yao. Thank you, Queen. Queen? Jian Yao waved her hand dismissively, maintaining a smile. I am Chen Yan's godmother. From now on, you should call me godmother just like him. Godmother. Su Qingming's face turned crimson. No, Auntie, Chen Yan and I are still just classmates. We are not planning to date at the moment. However, Chen Yan called me, urging me to come and rescue my goddaughter. If it weren't for that, Jian Yao's smile would have gradually faded. Su Qingming immediately felt a surge of anxiety. All right, godmother, there's no need to frighten the child. Chen Yan stepped forward to diffuse the tension. We both agreed to focus on our studies and refrain from dating until after high school graduation. We'll discuss it then. Fine. I confess I am out of touch with the world of the youth. Alas, I feel my age. Jian Yao sighed. Chen Yan chuckled heartily, rushing to her side and gently squeezing her shoulders. How could my godmother ever grow old? To me, you shall always remain youthful. Enough of that. Jian Yao playfully chided, turning back with a puzzled expression. I am curious. How did you know my goddaughter was brought here? Chapter 39. Returning Su Qingming home, the goddess personally delivers breakfast. Chen Yan replied candidly, I have a knack for divination. Spare me the nonsense. Jian Yao shot him a disapproving glance, but refrained from pressing further. She surveyed the thugs, inquiring, what do you plan to do with these men? If we're going to call the police, we should leave now. Call the police? Chen Yan's demeanor turned icy. That would be too lenient for them. Godmother, you are more adept at handling such matters. I entrust this to you. Very well. Jian Yao raised her hand, instructing Gua, Zhang, and Duo to each take a thug and escort them out. Since this doesn't concern me, I'll take my leave for now. You all should return home and rest. Jian Yao followed them out. Chen Yan hastily interjected, Godmother, my Ferrari's oil pan is damaged. Please find someone to tow it for repairs. I'm quite busy. Understood. Jian Yao responded lazily without looking back. After their departure, Chen Yan turned to Su Qingming. Let us go. I'll take you home. Su Qingming nodded gently, following him out of the building. As they drove home in the SUV, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Chen Yan, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I shudder to think what they might have done to me. Chen Yan smirked. You were dragged into this mess because of me. It is I who should apologize. Su Qingming shook her head, then asked, how did you know I was taken here? I just told my godmother that I have a talent for divination. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Besides, you witnessed it yourself in the park, did you not? Recalling the events, Su Qingming conceded, all right. I'll take your word for it this time. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Chen Yan noticed the lights were on, and he could see silhouettes pacing in the windows. Hurry home. Your parents must be worried sick. Okay, take care on your way back. Goodbye. Su Qingming swiftly exited the car. Chen Yan unbuckled his seatbelt and called out, hey, your car keys. But Su Qingming had already dashed into the building, oblivious to his shouts. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yan tossed the keys onto the seat and hailed a taxi home. The next day, Thursday, Chen Yan went to school. Without the Ferrari, he took the bus as he usually did. The Koenigsegg was simply too eye-catching, better to drive it sparingly. As he stepped off the bus and walked a short distance, he spotted Zheng Yi scanning the entrance with a companion. Upon seeing him, Zheng Yi hurriedly approached, grinning. Chen Yan, the investigation results are in. Chen Yan asked with a serious expression, who orchestrated this? Zheng Yi replied, it's the owner of Tianjin Industry, Qian Xingtian. Tianjing Industry? Qian Xingtian? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. I don't even know him. Zheng Yi was unfazed. We identified the mastermind yesterday and attempted an arrest. But upon reaching his residence, we discovered he fled abroad with his family the night before. At this moment, even Chen Yan could deduce that someone intended to eliminate him. With Qian Xingtian merely acting as a pawn, he traced a substantial sum in his overseas account, enough for him to live lavishly abroad for years. However, the source of the funds remains unclear, which is why we came to ask if you've recently offended any influential individuals. Chen Yan pondered briefly, counting on his fingers. Shun Zilian, the Four Fools from Yunqing, the Li Ming Group, the antique shop owned by the class monitor from class 22, and my aunt Lu Fongfong. Beyond that, there is hardly anyone powerful. All right, we'll continue our investigation based on the leads you provided. Don't worry, if any of them harbor ill intentions, we will certainly apprehend them. Okay. Chen Yan strode through the school gates as Zhang Yi and his companion departed. On his way to class, he wore a frown. He pulled out his phone to message his godmother, asking her to investigate Qian Xingtian as well. It wasn't that he lacked faith in the police, but there were methods beyond their reach. If his godmother could find any clues, they would have countless ways to uncover the true culprit. Godmother, I've already arranged for people to investigate. This matter will not be resolved easily. Chen Yan, thank you, godmother. Godmother, no need for formality. By the way, what did the girl's family say after you took her home last night? Chen Yan, I have no idea. I didn't follow her upstairs. Godmother, you fool. Why didn't you go up? Perhaps her parents liked you and would have let you stay the night. Chen Yan, godmother, what are you joking about? She is a girl. Anyway, I must go to school now. He stowed his phone and hurried to his classroom. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Qin Shubao, who was lounging in a chair with his arm in a sling. He hadn't attended class since he got injured the previous day. As soon as he saw Chen Yan, he sprang up, grinning as he approached. Chen Yan, have you found the culprit behind the attack? Chen Yan shook his head. No, that is impossible. Qin Shubao frowned. Xinghua Bing and Jia Zhonglu aren't the type to keep quiet. A little intimidation would have them spilling everything. They did spill, but the names they mentioned are unknown to me. Chen Yan shrugged. Who? Qin Shubao inquired. Chen Yan replied, Tianjing Industry, Qian Xingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp echoed from the doorway. Turning around, he saw Su Qingming approaching with a pink lunchbox, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Qin Shubao chuckled softly. Chen Yan, I won't disturb you any longer. He quickly scurried away. Su Qingming stood before Chen Yan, presenting the lunchbox with both hands. Chen Yan, thank you for saving me yesterday. I made breakfast for you. Please try it. Chen Yan accepted it with a smile. Thank you. A chorus of whispers erupted around them. This moment was witnessed by Fang Zhiqiang, who had just entered. Clenching her teeth in anger, she seethed with resentment. Why was this happening? Ever since Su Qingming confessed her feelings to Chen Yan, it seemed he could do no wrong. Fang Zhiqiang's fists clenched tightly, her arms trembling with rage. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yan was entirely oblivious, lifting the lid of the lunchbox to reveal a heart-shaped omelet and golden chicken wings, rubbing his hands together. Well, I won't hold back. Enjoy. Su Qingming smiled warmly, standing by his side. This scene sparked envy among many. The goddess personally delivered breakfast and stood by his side while he ate. What an honor. Take your time, no need to rush. Su Qingming gently reminded him. At that moment, Fang Zhiqiang approached with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Yan, do you have a moment? I wish to seek your counsel on a matter. Chapter 40. Fang Zhiqiang, in search of trouble, attends the dull meeting of the Cultural Education Association. Instantly, Chen Yan felt a wave of caution wash over him. Fang Zhiqiang was notoriously devious. Given their past conflicts, it was clear her intentions were far from benign. He replied coldly, Fang, are those two gaping holes beneath your eyebrows a means of venting? Can't you see I'm in the midst of a meal? You. Fang Zhiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. She had anticipated Chen Yan's refusal, but never expected such direct humiliation. Chen Yan, is this how you speak to someone? I approached you with humility to seek your advice. If you wish to remain silent, then why resort to insults? Chen Yan spat out a chicken bone. Fang, I am a person of keen discernment, who prefers to converse appropriately with people. You claim to seek advice, yet arrive empty-handed. Is this how one seeks counsel? Furthermore, let me clarify, I do not perceive my previous remarks as insults. If you have nothing meaningful to discuss, I kindly ask you to vacate my vicinity. Your presence is as unwelcome as a foul odor, tainting my dining experience. Chen Yan, you are an absolute scoundrel. Fang Zhiqiang glared at him venomously, stomping her foot twice before turning to leave. Su Qingming, observing from the sidelines, chuckled. Chen Yan, when did you become so adept at insults? Qingming, let me reiterate solemnly, I did not insult anyone. Chen Yan declared with a serious expression. Just as he finished his meal, he closed his lunchbox and added, I shall wash it out and bring it to you after class. Your heartfelt breakfast is truly delightful. If you enjoy it, I can prepare it for you every day. Su Qingming's cheeks flushed as she snatched the lunchbox. I'll take this with me. She scampered out of the classroom. Chen Yan wiped the grease from his mouth, noticing that many boys in the class were eyeing him with envy. Just as Su Qingming left, Lu Fanghua arrived. Chen Yan, come out with me. Chen Yan dropped the trash in his hand and hurried out. In the corridor, Lu Fanghua spoke seriously. This Saturday morning, the Yunqing Cultural Education Association will hold a meeting for all students who scored over 650 on the mock exams. Go home and wash your uniform thoroughly. I'll pick you up on Saturday morning. The Yunqing Cultural Education Association? Chen Yan furrowed his brow, puzzled. What is that? I've never heard of it before. Lu Fanghua sighed, her expression filled with exasperation. It's a group of old scholars who formed an informal organization. They persuaded numerous business owners to fund all high schools within Yunqing, so naturally, the schools must show some gratitude to their benefactors. However, it's just a morning affair. It won't take long. All right, I'll go home and dig out my spare uniform to wash. Chen Yan nodded. Is there anything else? No. According to past customs, the student with the highest score will represent the students and make a speech, so prepare for that. Lu Fanghua added. Also, regarding yesterday's matter, I've inquired with the police. I'll help you investigate the person lurking behind. Just focus on your studies. Understood? Is there nothing else? None at all. You may return. The morning classes concluded swiftly. At noon, Chen Yan took Su Qingming to the pavilion behind the teaching building for remedial lessons. Inadvertently mentioning the Cultural Education Association, Su Qingming expressed a hint of regret. I've heard of the Cultural Education Association in the past. It's a pity my scores fell just short, preventing me from joining you. Chen Yan chuckled. Not attending might be for the best. It would just be a tedious affair of listening to those old scholars drone on. Besides, the college entrance examination is the real battlefield. Attending a meeting won't guarantee admission to prestigious universities. You're absolutely right. I must focus solely on my studies and strive to improve my scores in these last 20 days. Su Qingming declared earnestly, clenching her fist. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. As soon as Chen Yan opened his eyes that morning, he received a call from Lu Fanghua. Xiao Yan, I'm downstairs at your residence. All right, I'll get ready and be down in 5 minutes. He sprang out of bed, hurried to the bathroom to wash up, and donned the slightly faded school uniform. During his 3 years of high school, while other students purchased 2 new uniforms each year, he, as a financially constrained student, received 2 free uniforms at the beginning of his first year. He had refrained from buying more, opting instead to make do until his senior year. After dressing, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror before stepping outside. Upon reaching the car, Lu Fanghua scrutinized him and remarked, "Not bad. My nephew is quite handsome." "Of course," Chen Yan replied, deliberately lifting his chin. "Is the speech draft ready?" Lu Fanghua inquired. Chen Yan patted his pocket. "I prepared it last night. Don't worry. I won't let you down." With the attributes of the nation's top scholar, composing a speech is a breeze. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the Tongtu Hotel. The meeting was traditionally held here, symbolizing a smooth journey for the students. On the 6th floor, the conference room was already populated with dozens of students upon Chen Yan's arrival. Lu Fanghua gestured toward the area designated for Jiahao High School, and Chen Yan nodded, silently making his way over. Seating was arranged according to rankings. Historically, Yuan Hua had always held the top position, but during the last monthly exam, Chen Yan had surpassed him. As soon as Chen Yan took his seat, Yuan Hua muttered under his breath, "Don't think that just because you ranked first once, you're something special. Some things are determined at birth. If you weren't born with it, you'll never attain it." Chen Yan chuckled softly, puzzled by the animosity Yuan Hua harbored toward him. Was it merely a matter of exam rankings? Had he known it would lead to such trouble, he would have answered a few more questions incorrectly to relinquish the top position. He chose to ignore Yuan Hua. Before long, the group of old scholars arrived. As they took the stage, the central figure was an elderly man with a goatee, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He cleared his throat, greeted the students, and began to read from his manuscript. After a few minutes, Chen Yan found himself struggling to stay awake. This utterly uninspiring meeting was more tedious than a lecture. He stifled a yawn. Yuan Hua scoffed, "Truly unrefined. How can one yawn at such a motivating gathering?" Chen Yan glanced back and noted that he was not the only one in a similar state. "Hey, take a look behind you. There are plenty of us sharing the same sentiment. The only one likely to discern passion amid this old man's monotonous voice is you, young Master Yuan." "Humph, a frog in a well cannot speak of the ocean," Yuan Hua retorted, turning away from Chen Yan. "Soon, you'll comprehend the chasm between us." The old man droned on for an hour, while Chen Yan remained in a half-asleep state until a round of applause jolted him back to attention. "Next, we invite Yuan Hua from Jiahao High School, a student eligible for guaranteed admission to Qing University, to the stage to represent all exceptional students for a pre-exam speech. Chapter 41. Yuan Hua emerges to practice his arrogance, unexpectedly endowed with miraculous abilities. Chen Yan was taken aback. Shouldn't he be the one to speak? Why was Yuan Hua going instead? Yuan Hua leisurely rose, casting a sidelong glance at him with an air of smugness. Chun, kindly step aside. Chen Yan smiled knowingly, granting him a space. After all, he was the son of a provincial dignitary. His status undoubtedly outweighed that of someone whose parentage was unknown. The Cultural Education Association should certainly understand the nuances of social hierarchy. Seated at the back, Lu Fenghua's expression darkened. Her hands tightly gripped her skirt, leaving a line of creases. In previous student speeches, they typically lasted no more than 3 to 5 minutes. However, once Yuan Hua took the stage, he spoke at length for over an hour. The host beside him was anxious, yet dared not interrupt, allowing him to expound at great length with eloquence and erudition. By the time he concluded, scarcely a tenth of the students remained seated. The host seized the microphone and promptly announced, "The Cultural and Educational Association has prepared a send-off banquet for everyone in the lobby below. Please proceed downstairs in an orderly manner." One by one, the students emerged from the conference room, yawning. Outside, Yuan Hua approached Chen Yan with a disdainful smirk, saying, "Did you see? What does it matter if you ranked first? Just a word from me, and they'll hand over the right to speak to me." Chen Yan glanced at him with indifference. "Isn't it just a speaking opportunity? What is there to boast about? This is an honor. You wouldn't understand." Yuan retorted, "Oh, I see. Please, young Master Yuan, maintain your honor, temper your arrogance, and strive for good results in the college entrance examination." "Oh, I forgot. You're guaranteed admission and don't need to take it." Chen Yan replied lightly. "So, I wish you the best in your university endeavors. May you achieve even greater accomplishments." He rolled his eyes and walked toward the elevator. At the elevator, Lu Fenghua found him, her expression filled with indignation. "Chen Yan, there was an unexpected turn of events. You weren't allowed to give your speech, and It was just a speech opportunity. I truly didn't mind. No need for you to console me, Director Lu." Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the time. It was already past 10. He still had to attend a charity banquet with Su Qingning in the afternoon. He turned to Lu Fenghua. "Director Lu, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Must I really go to that farcical send-off banquet?" Lu Fenghua's expression faltered. "Just bear with it a little longer. You should at least make an appearance at the table before leaving. Otherwise, the Cultural and Educational Association might seize the opportunity to cut our funding next year." "All right. For your sake, I will endure it." Chen Yan sighed. Once downstairs, everyone took their seats, and the president of the Cultural and Educational Association made rounds at each table, offering encouragement to the students. Chen Yan swiftly ate to his fill, and as soon as the old man departed from their table, he turned to make his escape. He needed to go home and change. He couldn't possibly attend the evening banquet in his school uniform. He dashed out of the banquet hall, but had not gone far when Yuan Hua's voice echoed behind him. Where his classmate Chen off to in such a hurry? Chen Yan ignored him. Speaking to a trashy person made him feel diminished. Seeing this, Yuan Hua hastily caught up, blocking Chen Yan's path with an air of arrogance. "Chen Yan, why the rush? Is it really such a big deal that you weren't allowed to speak? Do you have to throw a tantrum at your classmates? Brother, if your brain is not functioning, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. Which of your eyes saw me throwing a tantrum at my classmates?" Chen Yan frowned. "It's not about throwing a tantrum. Why did you leave early?" Yuan Hua interjected, hands in his pockets, self-righteously. "You are the top scorer of this mock exam in Yun City. Not being allowed to speak might make you feel upset. But let me tell you, the world operates this way. Either you have connections, or you have wealth. You have neither, destined to be trampled upon all your life." Chen Yan shook his head helplessly, unwilling to waste his breath on this lunatic, and sidestepped him to continue his exit. Just as he reached the elevator, he was waiting when an elderly man, leaning on a cane, staggered towards him. Before he could reach the elevator, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. This scene horrified the elderly man's accompanying personnel. A woman, around 25 or 26, immediately rushed to the old man, crying, "Dad! Dad! What happened? Doctor, we need a doctor." Chen Yan was not a doctor and had no intention of meddling. He planned to step aside. But Yuan Hua's face lit up with a mischievous grin. He perceived the distressed woman as a potential means to settle scores with Chen Yan. Thus, he shoved Chen Yan forward from behind, declaring, "His family comes from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. He can treat you." Caught off guard, Chen Yan stumbled a couple of steps forward. The woman looked up, initially filled with hope, but upon seeing Chen Yan in his school uniform, her expression soured. "You know medicine?" Chen Yan immediately shook his head. "I don't. My classmate is just talking nonsense." He turned to glare at Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, suddenly faltered, quickly defending himself. "Chen Yan, You always claim to be a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family at school. How can you just abandon this lady in her time of need? He then turned back to the woman. Ma'am, I truly heard him say he comes from a family of traditional medicine. He just doesn't want to take responsibility. Chen Yan's brows furrowed, his gaze icy. At that moment, he genuinely felt a surge of fury. Was there anyone in the world more despicable, more shameless, and more revolting than Yuan Hua? Stop weaving your lies about me, and get lost. Chen Yan shouted in anger, turning to leave. Yet, the family member of the patient, seemingly irrational with desperation, stood up to block his path. Young man, I was wrong to question you earlier. But can you please not hold a grudge and help me check on my father's condition? The woman pleaded earnestly. Chen Yan was truly at a loss, attempting to explain. Ma'am, I really don't. Just then, a deep, somewhat mocking voice resonated from a distance. To think the illustrious chairwoman of Shiyuan Group would place her hopes on a mere child. Isn't that laughable? Song Shiyan turned abruptly. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional garb strode towards her, followed by a young man carrying a medical bag. May I ask who you are? Song Shiyan was momentarily unsure of the man's identity. The middle-aged man halted, and his accompanying young assistant proudly proclaimed, My master is the country's foremost divine doctor, Yi Fan, known far and wide as Yi Sanjian. Beep, detecting boastful claims within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. In an instant, Chen Yan felt a surge of medical knowledge flooding his mind. Glancing at the man lying on the ground, he comprehended the ailment with clarity. Dr. Yi, please save my father. I will agree to any conditions if he recovers. Song Shiyan implored urgently. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly in a smile. It is the duty of our profession to heal. Should I be fortunate enough to restore Mr. Song's health, a simple token of gratitude will suffice. Absolutely. Song Shiyan promptly stepped aside. Yuan Hua, feeling thwarted, gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet when he turned, he found Chen Yan watching with keen interest as Yi Fan began his treatment. Chapter 42, Publicly Rebuking Young Master Yuan, the Song family's elder, truly in distress. Yi Fan approached the patient, merely glancing at him before producing silver needles to pierce the man's chest. If you do that, the patient may be in danger. Chen Yan remarked casually. Yi Fan suddenly turned, fixing a piercing gaze on Chen Yan. What did you say? Repeat that. At the same moment, Song Shiyan chimed in. You refused to treat him before, and now you spout nonsense. You've lost your opportunity to associate with the Song family. Her eyes widened, her expression somewhat menacing. Yuan Hua discreetly retreated, a wicked grin on his face as he scurried back to Lu Fenghua, calling out unabashedly, Director Lu. Chen Yan is teaching a doctor named Yi how to save someone. You should come and see. Lu Fenghua immediately sprang to her feet and hurried outside. The students, still dining, curious, followed suit to witness the commotion. By the time they returned to the elevator, Yi Fan had already inserted the silver needles into the patient's chest, while Song Shiyan glared darkly at Chen Yan. Chairwoman of Shiyuan Group, Song Shiyan? Lu Fenghua's heart skipped a beat. As Yi Fan was about to inquire further, he suddenly remarked coldly, Young man, you just claimed that my treatment was incorrect. How is it so? You are renowned as the foremost physician in the nation, and yet you fail to perceive such a trivial matter? Chen Yan replied with mockery, then turned his gaze to the patient. In no more than a minute, the patient would exhibit convulsions and spit blood, if not treated promptly. The consequences could range from a vegetative state to not surviving the day. Impudent. Song Shiyan shouted furiously. Chen Yan, cease your reckless words. Lu Fenghua interjected hastily. Then turned to Song Shiyan with humility. Miss Song, my student has spoken in jest. Please do not take offense. With a sullen expression, Song Shiyan gasped for breath, her shoulders rising and falling. Chen Yan chuckled. Director Lu, whether I was jesting will be validated in no more than 2 minutes. You may wait patiently. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he pressed the elevator button. Song Shiyan clenched her fists. You scoundrel. How dare you brazenly curse my father? Miss Song has misunderstood. My student Lu Fenghua is merely being playful. He attempted to soothe her. Lu. Song Shiyan interrupted angrily. Is it permissible for him to speak so insolently merely because he is your student? I could overlook him for your sake. But he must kneel and apologize to me and my father. Otherwise, this matter is far from resolved. Lu Fenghua tried to mediate, but Yuan Hua immediately stepped forward. Director Lu, this incident is entirely due to Chen Yan. He deserves a lesson. The fury in Lu Fenghua's eyes was barely contained. Chen Yan suddenly turned around with a cold laugh. Yuan, is that thing beneath your nose called a mouth? It is more vulgar than a sow in heat. You first led Miss Song to target me deliberately, then ran to gather classmates and teachers to mock me. When the director attempted to speak on my behalf, you obstructed him. How did your father raise such a despicable creature? Yuan Hua's expression stiffened, shame and rage flooding his heart. Chen Yan, how dare you? I dare you. You impudent fool. Chen Yan interrupted, continuing to ridicule. I merely outperformed you in a mock exam. You cannot accept failure, and will surely end up a failure yourself. Thankfully, you shamelessly picked up the recommendations I rejected, or I would truly worry about your university prospects. Upon hearing this, the gazes of classmates and teachers turned toward Yuan Hua. Lu Fenghua's anger was on the verge of eruption. Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived. The doors slowly opened, and Chen Yan stepped inside. Stop! Song Xian shouted. You have yet to kneel and apologize to me and my father. If you dare enter the elevator, my Xian group will pursue you relentlessly. Chen Yan turned back with a mocking smile. You should be more concerned about your father. Suddenly, Song Xian looked down and realized her father's body was beginning to convulse. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. She glanced at Yi Fan, who appeared flustered and helpless. Miss Song. I do not know what is happening. Having heard of the elder Song's condition before, he had hoped to profit from the situation, but never anticipated this outcome. Quick, stop that young man. He pointed at the closing elevator doors. If he can predict the symptoms, he must know how to treat them. Song Xian's expression changed, disregarding her argument with Yi Fan. She rushed to the elevator, extending her hand to block the doors from closing. They reopened, and Chen Yan chuckled. Miss Song, why are you obstructing me instead of attending to your father? With a stern expression, Song Xian replied, my father's symptoms align with your description. You must come down and treat him. I have urgent matters to address. Do you not trust that physician Yi? Chen Yan reached to press the close button again. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xian grabbed his arm, pulling him outward. You must treat him today. Hurry up. After a few futile tugs, her face flushed with exertion. But Chen Yan remained unmoved. Why do you, who clearly possess medical knowledge, refuse to lend a helping hand? Is there no sense of medical ethics? Song Xian exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen Yan shrugged. Do not attempt to bind me with moral obligations. I am indifferent. Are you not afraid that my Xian group will blacklist you across the province? I have nothing to lose. I fear not those who wear shoes while I walk barefoot. Come, blacklist me if you dare. Chen Yan laughed. With his system, what did he have to fear? Encountering a few boastful individuals was no trouble for him. If he truly met someone exceptionally arrogant, Xian group was of no consequence. Song Xian was exasperated. She had just assumed control of Xian group, and many senior members were discontent. Her father's presence was crucial. If something were to happen to him, the group would surely be devoured by those ravenous opportunists. What do you desire? Speak your terms, an apology or compensation. I assure you, I will comply if it is within my power. Seeing her relent, Chen Yan was disinclined to engage in such meaningless exchanges. An apology is unnecessary. Anyone can utter empty words. Let us discuss something tangible. He stepped out of the elevator as he spoke. 50 million. You provide the funds, and I will save the man. 50 million? Chen Yan, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what 50 million looks like? Yuan Hua shouted in agitation. What is it to you? Keep talking, and I shan't treat him even for 5 billion. Chen Yan glared at him. Song Xian immediately turned her attention to him. Yuan Hua felt a chill run down his spine. His father had often instructed him to be humble, to maintain propriety, and to be polite, emphasizing that he would not leverage his position for personal gain. While he had previously used his father's name for small matters, this was different. He shut his mouth and took a few steps back. Song Xian turned to Chen Yan. Agreed, 50 million is acceptable. However, Chen Yan shook his head. Do not rush. 50 million is merely the treatment fee. You must account for my additional expenses. Chapter 43. Extorting 100 million from the Song family. Heal and vanish to the venue. What other expenses? Song Xian asked urgently. Chen Yan approached the patient and removed the silver needles from his back. You just threatened and intimidated me, so that's 1 million for emotional distress. You insulted me, adding another million for defamation. There's the elevator obstruction fee, the saliva consumption fee, and considering my goodwill was treated as a donkey's liver. The total comes to 100 million. Please settle the payment. Song Xian clenched her fists, her arms trembling. Your old man has 3 minutes before he is summoned by the king of hell for tea. Hurry up, Chen Yan said cheerfully, showing no signs of haste. Lu Fenghua felt a tightening in her chest and quickly stepped forward. Chen Yan, do you truly understand medicine? Do not act recklessly. Director Lu, worry not. This is a trifling matter, easily managed. Chen Yan replied with a casual smile. Song Xian decisively pulled a checkbook from her bag, preparing to write the amount. When Chen Yan immediately interjected, I do not accept checks. Transfer the funds instead. He pulled up a photo of his bank card on his phone. Fine. The word almost squeezed out from between Song Xian's clenched teeth. She promptly opened her banking app and completed the transfer. Once the funds were credited, Chen Yan grinned. Now? That's more like it. He rolled up his sleeves and delivered several forceful strikes to the patient's back. The thudding sounds were painful to hear. Song Xian gritted her teeth. Chun, are you not deliberately seeking revenge? Indeed. Chen Yan continued his actions without pause. You may refuse my treatment, and I will refund your payment. You are insufferable. Song Shiyan clenched her fists tightly. Cough, cough. After a few more vigorous blows, the elder Song suddenly coughed twice, his pale face regaining color as his eyes slowly opened. Chen Yan stood up. All done. I've saved the man. Farewell. He hastily made his way to the staircase, dashing downwards. He could not afford to linger with those individuals. By the time the old man fully recovered, he would miss the charity sale in the afternoon. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Qingning's call came through. Chen Yan, I just sent you a location message. Did you receive it? Chen Yan replied. I just finished a meeting and am heading home to change my clothes before coming over. No need to go back. Just come here directly. I've prepared some clothes for you. Su Qingning said over the phone. All right, please wait a moment. I'm on my way. He responded before hanging up. Arriving at the roadside, he observed the stream of cars with a hint of impatience. His Ferrari was still under repair, and he had come in his aunt's car that morning. At that moment, his aunt was likely still dealing with matters upstairs, leaving him with no choice but to take a taxi. After a considerable wait, he finally spotted a taxi, waved it down, and relayed the address given by Su Qingning to the driver, who sped off. 20 minutes later, Chen Yan arrived at the venue of the charity sale. After paying the fare and exiting the vehicle, he hurried towards the hotel entrance, only to be stopped outside the charity sale area. Do you have an invitation? A security guard inquired. Chen Yan replied. Su Qingning invited me. She didn't give me an invitation. The guard frowned and coldly stated, no matter who invited you. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. Chen Yan's expression immediately darkened. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Su Qingning for clarification. Just then, the head of the security team arrived, standing behind the guard and delivering a swift chop to the guard's neck. For heaven's sake, if you lack knowledge, ask more before making judgments. Su Qingning is the daughter of the Wenqing group. The guard instantly shrank back. The head of security approached Chen Yan with a respectful smile, saying, Miss Su informed me earlier that a student in a school uniform would be arriving, and I should welcome you. May I ask your name, young sir? Chen Yan. He replied calmly. The leader nodded. The name matches. Please, step inside. Miss Su is currently preparing items for the sale and should be here to find you in a few minutes. Please do not stray too far from the entrance. Thank you. Chen Yan smiled and swiftly entered the venue. This charity sale was spearheaded by the Yun City Chamber of Commerce, gathering a significant portion of the city's elite merchants. The venue was lavishly decorated. Once inside, Chen Yan, feeling somewhat bored, took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Yunshu. Cousin, did you attend the charity sale organized by the Yun City Chamber of Commerce? A moment later, his phone vibrated. No, I'm currently out of town discussing a project. I have some matters to attend to here. I'll chat with you later. Seeing her reply, Chen Yan sighed. He had hoped to find someone to converse with, but it seemed he would have to endure this tedious time alone. He glanced around and noticed a table nearby laden with snacks. In his haste to arrive, he hadn't eaten sufficiently. Thus, he approached the table and grabbed some treats to munch on. Just as he took a couple of bites, a well-groomed man approached him. Oh ho ho. Am I seeing this correctly? A poor student in a washed-out school uniform has actually made it into the venue? Chen Yan turned his head. He did not recognize the man and wondered what prompted this unwarranted provocation. Frowning, he noticed the man was accompanied by two attractive women, both exuding a somewhat sultry aura. How typical, attempting to elevate oneself by disparaging others. Why must such fools appear wherever he went? Chen Yan, disinterested, continued to eat. Hey, you poor loser. Didn't you hear me speaking to you? Are you addressing me? Chen Yan set down his food, wiped his hands, and retorted, I'm sorry. I don't understand dog barking. I didn't quite grasp your meaning earlier. Who are you calling a dog? The man squinted his eyes. Whoever engages me, I shall insult in return. Chen Yan scoffed lightly. Do you know who I am, to speak to me in such a manner? The man seethed, and the two women beside him joined in the mockery. This gentleman is Pai Xiaowan, heir to the Pai family, one of the top 50 wealthy businessmen in Yun City. Top 50, is that impressive? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, the Wenqing Group, owned by Su Qingning's family, ranked within the top 40. While his cousin's Kai Web building made it into the top 30, and as for his godmother, she was within the top 10. What was there to flaunt about being in the top 50? Pai Xiaowan raised an eyebrow. Repeat that, if you dare. Do you believe I want to make you pay? Chen Yan shook his head in resignation, glancing at him before breaking into a smile. If you possess that much strength, you might as well use it to enhance your core muscles. Pai Xiaowan, who named you? It suits you quite well. I wager you have never experienced more than a minute of what it feels like, am I correct? Pai Xiaowan's face flushed immediately. How could that impoverished student know such a hidden truth? He sensed countless eyes were now upon him. Enraged and humiliated, he raised his hand. You bastard. How dare you slander me? I will make you regret it. If you dare lay a finger on him, the Pai family's business will be finished. Chapter 44. The major sponsor arrives, bringing another billion. Su Qingming approached leisurely from behind, her expression icy. Upon seeing her, Pai Xiaoruan immediately softened, wearing a flattering smile. Miss Su, what brings you here? Su Qingming stood beside Chen Yan, gently linking her arm with his. Chen Yan is my guest, so you best show him proper respect. Otherwise, the Pai family will have no favorable outcome. Pai Xiaoruan narrowed his eyes, casting a venomous glare at Chen Yan. It was utterly infuriating. How could a poor student possibly be associated with a wealthy woman like Su Qingming? He had once attempted to pursue her, but she had not even spared him a glance. He could not fathom what was so special about that impoverished student. Chen Yan, come, let us go change clothes. I have everything ready for you. Su Qingming tugged Chen Yan aside. Once you change, I'll introduce you to my father. Huh? Chen Yan was momentarily stunned. Their relationship had not yet been defined, and now he was to meet her family? Wasn't he that a bit too swift? His mind went blank as he followed Su Qingming. Just a few steps in, a cold voice pierced the air. Stop. Chen Yan recognized the voice as he turned to see a familiar face. It was Song Xian. Song Xian approached with 2 bodyguards in tow. Upon seeing her, Pai Xiaoruan immediately took 2 steps back, grinning obsequiously. Miss Song, you've come as well. The Xian Group was a renowned enterprise in the provincial capital of Spring City, ranking within the top 20 in the province. Recently, it had been rumored that the Xian Group would be investing in Yun City, and it turned out that it was led by Song Xian herself. Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at Pai Xiaoruan, her tone frigid. You are Pai? Pai Xiaoruan. He stammered, bowing repeatedly, showing none of the bravado he had displayed towards Chen Yan. Oh, right, Pai Xiaoruan. I met you once when discussing business with your father. Song Xian stated blandly. To be remembered by Miss Song is a privilege. Pai Xiaoruan bowed repeatedly. Miss Song, may I ask what brings you here? Su Qingming inquired, frowning. Song Xian did not even glance at her, pointing at Chen Yan. Pai Xiaoruan, didn't you wish to hit him? Go ahead, with me backing you up. Even if the Su family cuts off your business, the Xian Group will take over. Pai Xiaoruan was immediately filled with delight. The scale of the Xian Group surpasses that of the Wengqing Group by an unfathomable magnitude. Should they manage to secure a favorable alliance with the Xian Group, the Pai family could very well find themselves among the top 30 in Yun City. With renewed determination, he rolled up his sleeves and proceeded forward. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingming immediately positioned herself in front of Chen Yan, her expression icy as she inquired, Miss Song, Chen Yan is a guest I have invited. If you wish to confront him, you must provide me with a reason, don't you think? Is a reason truly necessary? Song Xian retorted coldly. After all, having just been extorted for $1 billion by Chen Yan, revealing such a humiliation would only invite ridicule from those around them. Su Qingming, still have something to say. She began, but was interrupted as Chen Yan pulled her behind him, clearly indicating that the confrontation was directed at him. Can you handle this? Su Qingming asked with concern. Chen Yan chuckled. A man must never admit defeat. He stretched his neck and took a few steps forward. Miss Song, if I am not mistaken, you two harbor some unspeakable burdens, do you not? Song Xian's expression shifted. Let me take a wild guess, he continued, stroking his chin as he stepped closer. If I am correct, you have yet to lay eyes on what your relatives truly look like, am I right? The color drained from Song Xian's face further. Indeed, as Chen Yan had surmised, she had never seen her relatives in her life. While other women felt tormented by the arrival of their kin, she could only envy those who had them. She had consulted countless esteemed physicians, and the medications she had consumed could fill a train, yet none had yielded results. Could it be that Chen Yan could discern her affliction? Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed Chen Yan tilting his head and extending his neck. Come on, I am presenting my face to you. Strike me if you dare. At this moment, Pai Xiaoruan let out a cold laugh. Well, aren't you quite perceptive? Today, I shall show you the extent of the damage a hefty slap can inflict. He swung his arm vigorously, his smile transformed into a menacing grimace. Su Qingming, frightened, covered her eyes. Suddenly, Song Xian shouted coldly, stop. Pai Xiaoruan stumbled forward 2 steps, turning to look at her. Miss Song, this time, let it be, she stated with a frosty tone. Pai Xiaoruan appeared bewildered. Chen Yan straightened up, grinning as he asked, Miss Song, are you certain you will not strike me? Certain. Song Xian forced a smile, her teeth clenched tightly. Chen Yan rolled his shoulders. Very well, if you want to strike, then I shall. He swung his arm, aiming for Pai Xiaoruan's face. The sound of the slap was extraordinarily crisp. Pai Xiaoruan spun in place, stunned. Chen Yan frowned. That is not right. My angle was off. He swung his palm again, delivering 2 additional strikes. Pai Xiaoruan's cheeks turned bright red. Chen Yan, you bastard. He lost his composure, raising his fist in retaliation. Stop. Song Xian shouted coldly once more. Pai Xiaoruan felt utterly wronged. Miss Song, I get lost. Song Xian glared at him, suppressing his anger. Pai Xiaoruan huffed in discontent and turned to leave. Miss Song, your chess-playing skills are truly remarkable. Your lateral moves are unparalleled. I am in awe. Chen Yan bowed slightly. Song Shiyan clenched her fists, striving to control her emotions. Classmate Chen, since you can perceive my hidden ailment, you must possess a method of treatment, correct? Chen Yan nodded. Indeed. Let us discuss terms. Song Shiyan proposed. What do you desire? Chen Yan pondered for a moment. This time, your incitement of others to strike me has severely wounded my tender spirit. 50 million. Additionally, the treatment fee is another 50 million. Transfer it to the same card as before. Are you certain you can cure me? She asked. Absolutely, though the tools required for the treatment will need to be provided by Miss Song herself. What tools are necessary? Song Shiyan inquired. Chen Yan waved his phone. I haven't seen the money yet. Immediately, Song Shiyan retrieved her phone to process the transfer. Once completed, she asked solemnly. All right, what tools do you require? Chen Yan glanced around and beckoned her closer with a finger. I can only let you know. Come here. She took 2 steps forward. Chen Yan leaned in and whispered in her ear. After the charity sale concludes, bring a whip, rope, and candles, and book a hotel room to await my arrival. Her eyes widened in shock. You truly require these items for treatment? Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. Should I not treat you? Your money will not be refunded. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow with a grin. Very well, you shall have what you seek. Song Shiyan stormed off, flanked by her bodyguards. Seething with anger, Su Qingming rushed forward and inquired. Chen Yan, what did you say to Miss Song? Why does she look so displeased? Nothing much. Just that she is unwell and seeks my assistance. Chen Yan replied softly. Su Qingming was taken aback. You can heal? Of course I am. Before he could elaborate, they heard a commotion at the entrance. Pai Xiaowan was wailing. Officer Zheng, someone assaulted me. You must stand up for me. Chapter 45, Swatting Mosquitoes for Young Master Pai. The charity sale begins. Chen Yan, Song Shiyan, and the others turned their attention to the entrance. There stood Zheng Yi, impeccably attired in a suit, his stature commanding. Pai Xiaowan, expressing his grievances, exclaimed, Officer Zheng, that Chen fellow attacked me in public. You must take action against him. The Zheng family ranked among the top 5 families in the province. Even the Song family had to show them a modicum of respect. Zheng Yi was renowned for his sense of justice. If he were to intervene, Chen Yan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the potential repercussions of his actions. Chen Yan had humiliated him immensely, and he needed to reclaim his lost dignity. Following the direction of Pai Xiaowan's finger, Zheng Yi spotted Chen Yan. He hurried over, a friendly smile on his face. Young brother Chen, you're here too. His greeting left everyone in the room astounded. Zheng Yi actually knew that Chen fellow. No wonder he felt so bold in front of Song Shiyan. Yet knowing him changed nothing. Did they not realize the kind of person Zheng Yi was? Anyone who disturbed public order could face his wrath. Even if they were his own kin. Let us observe, many whispered from a distance. I have a feeling that Chen fellow is in serious trouble. Chen Yan smiled at Zheng Yi. I merely accompanied a classmate for a stroll. What brings you here, brother Zheng? Zheng Yi sighed. Whenever a charity event is held in the province, the Zheng family participates. Recently, we have some significant business dealings requiring coordination, and no one else could step in. So I had to fill in temporarily. As he spoke, a cheerful voice called out from a distance. Brother Zheng, you've arrived. Turning to see Song Shiyan approaching with a beaming smile, her earlier gloom completely vanished. Zheng Yi forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Shiyan, you are here as well. Yes, brother Zheng. The charity sale will commence shortly. Please sit with me. Song Shiyan exclaimed, reaching for his arm. Zheng Yi quickly stepped back, avoiding her touch. We are merely friends. Let us not be overly familiar. Are you truly unaware of her feelings? Song Shiyan replied, her expression filled with longing. Zheng Yi shook his head. I do not. Instantly, her demeanor darkened. At that moment, Pai Xiaowan interjected, Young Master Zheng, that Chen Yan struck me earlier. With this remark, Zheng Yi's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yan. Young brother Chen, is what he says true? Pai Xiaowan's lips curled into a slow smile. Chen Yan nodded. Indeed. Do you understand that provoking trouble can lead to detention? Even though we share a deep bond, I cannot shield you from the consequences. Zheng Yi glared at him. Chen Yan chuckled softly. Of course I know, but my actions were solely motivated by goodwill. What do you mean? Zheng Yi inquired. Chen Yan continued. When the young Master Pai arrived at the venue, he was too preoccupied with flaunting himself to the 2 ladies by his side, completely unaware of the mosquito resting on his face. I intervened out of concern that a mosquito bite might mar his image. You're talking nonsense. It's evident that you, Pai Xiaowan, were attempting to weasel out of blame, retorted Zheng Yi as he noticed both Song Shiyan and Su Qingming casting him disapproving glances. Young Master Pai, shall I recount the events leading up to your reprimand? With Officer Zheng present, we can settle the matter and determine who instigated trouble first. Chen Yan smiled. though his expression was devoid of genuine warmth. Pai Xiaoruan shuddered slightly, his intelligence returning as he awkwardly chuckled. Well, it was indeed Brother Chun who helped me swat the mosquito. I misunderstood him. Zhang Yi regarded him coldly. Your behavior constitutes misleading the police in their duties, which is also punishable by detention. As this is your first offense, I shall issue a verbal warning. Should there be a next time, I will ensure you spend a few days in confinement to reflect. Now step away. Pai Xiaoruan trembled, retreating sullenly to a distance. Chen Yan, let us swiftly find a place to change clothes. Su Qingming whispered in Chen Yan's ear. He nodded in agreement. All right. Zhang Yi watched as Pai Xiaoruan distanced himself, intending to speak with Chen Yan again, only to find Chen Yan and Su Qingming already making their way towards the exit. Chen Xiao brother. Brother Zhang. Please do not pursue my Chen Xiao brother. It has been quite some time since we last met. Do indulge me with some conversation. Song Shiyan feigned a pout. Upon leaving the charity sale venue, Su Qingming summoned someone to deliver clothing, guiding Chen Yan to a private room within. You must change quickly. The charity sale is about to commence, and returning late would be unfavorable, she urged earnestly. Chen Yan accepted the garments and entered the room. Moments later, he emerged clad in new attire, and Su Qingming inspected him from head to toe, her smile blooming like a flower. The outfit I personally selected is indeed stunning. Perhaps it is because the wearer is handsome. Chen Yan jested. Do not flatter yourself. Quickly, let us return. My father is eager to meet you, Su Qingming urged. The pair returned to the charity sale venue, scanning the room. Pai Xiaoruan had already settled into a corner, flanked by two women who wore expressions of discontent. Zhang Yi had been pulled to the front row by Song Shiyan, his demeanor suggesting some reluctance. Let us go, my father is up ahead, Su Qingming whispered in his ear. Chen Yan followed closely behind her into the gathering. After a short while, they approached a robust middle-aged man. His features were sharply defined, exuding a certain handsomeness that marked him as Su Qingming's father, Su Xinghai. Father. Su Qingming approached, introducing, this is my classmate, Chen Yan. Su Xinghai extended his hand. Hello? Classmate Chen, I am Su Qingming's father. Hello, Uncle Su, I am Chen Yan. He replied, shaking hands. Su Xinghai smiled. Thank you for your help that day. Had it not been for you, Qingming would have been in grave danger. Uncle, you flatter me. Knowing Qingming was in peril, how could I stand idly by? Chen Yan replied with composure. The two began to engage in light conversation, while Su Qingming stood beside them, her heart swelling with warmth at the sight of their camaraderie. Just as their conversation was reaching a delightful crescendo, a host stepped onto the stage. Esteemed guests, dear friends, good afternoon. We warmly welcome you to the charity sale organized by the Yun City Chamber of Commerce. The event commenced, and everyone took their seats. The host enthusiastically delivered the opening remarks, and once all were settled, she announced, we shall now formally enter the charity auction segment. Please welcome the ceremonial presenters with our first auction item, the Dreamy Jade Pillow. Two presenters approached, carrying a jade pillow. The Dreamy Jade Pillow was meticulously crafted over 6 months by contemporary master carver Yao Dei, with a starting bid of 1 million. I bid 2 million. 3 million. The bidding intensified. Chen Yan glanced at the Su father-daughter duo, noting their apparent disinterest in participating. He quietly asked, Qingming, is there anything you wish to acquire at this auction? Su Qingming leaned closer, whispering in his ear, of course. I heard that someone is offering a genuine piece by Tang Bohu, and my father intends to bid for it. Just as she finished speaking, the gavel fell. Congratulations to Yunhai Grain and Oil for acquiring the Dreamy Jade Pillow at a price of 12 million. Now, let us present our second auction item. A Tang Dynasty clay figurine provided by the Xian Group. Two presenters carried the clay figurine onto the stage, and Chen Yan's eyes widened with realization. This figurine concealed treasures within. Chapter 46. The hidden treasure within the clay figurine, thanks to the generous patron. As introduced by Miss Song from the Xian Group, 3 years ago, while developing a plot of land, they unearthed a Tang Dynasty royal tomb and submitted all the antiques to the Yun City Cultural Relics Protection Association, which, as a reward, gifted one item to their family. That item is our auction piece today, starting at 8 million. Please bid enthusiastically. As the host's words faded, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Are there still clay figurines from the Tang Dynasty? Regardless of whether there are, the items at today's auction are so high-end and sophisticated. This clay figurine seems rather mundane. I doubt it is anything of value. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Song family present something else? Who is unaware of the Song family's reputation? Their rise to wealth is rather dubious. It wouldn't be surprising if they tried to pass off inferior goods. Have you lost your mind to say such things? Aren't you afraid Miss Song will overhear? Many in the audience engaged in hushed conversations, yet no one raised their bidding paddle. Chen Yan, listening to their chatter, found himself stifling laughter. With his discerning eye for treasures, he could see the clay figurine was anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, he was the only one capable of discerning its true worth. Meanwhile, Song Xian wore a grim expression. Seated in the front row, she couldn't hear every word, but even the snippets that reached her ears were enough to bruise her pride. Slowly, she raised her paddle, determined to secure the figurine at its base price. The Song family had finally resolved to engage in charity. They could not allow the item to go unsold. Just as her paddle reached halfway, from the right rear, Chen Yan raised his hand. I bid 8 million. His voice drew attention, as many turned to see which brave soul dared to pursue an item that seemed less than appealing. Beside him, Su Qingning appeared anxious. Chen Yan, why are you bidding on that? Chen Yan grinned. Qingning, it's a splendid item. Su Xinghai frowned. Young Chun, while I may not be well-versed in antiques, the surrounding discussions suggest it may not be of good quality. You should reconsider. Chen Xiao brother, this item is not worth 8 million. Please think it over. At that moment, Zheng Yi, seated next to Song Xian, also stood to caution Chen Yan. Song Xian, incensed, spoke up immediately. The bid has already been placed. Can it be retracted? I have never heard of such a rule. Zheng Yi frowned, intending to discuss the matter with the host, but Chen Yan stood. Thank you for your concern, brother Zheng. Miss Song is right. Since I have placed my bid, I shall naturally pay. He glanced at the host. Host, I presume no one else will bid? The host snapped back to attention, asking, is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? Scanning the room, silence prevailed. 8 million going once. Chen Yan calmly rose from his seat and strode to the front of the stage. 8 million twice, he declared, producing his bank card. 8 million, 3 times sold. The gavel came down, and Chen Yan handed his card to the host. If you would be so kind, please process the payment and allow me to borrow the gavel. The host appeared somewhat bewildered, as typically all transactions were settled post-auction. However, upon glancing at the committee's representative, who nodded affirmatively, she promptly replied, very well, please proceed. As her voice faltered, she suddenly realized she did not even know Chen Yan. My surname is Chun, he introduced himself nonchalantly. All right, Mr. Chun, please hold on. I will process your card immediately. The host departed, and Chen Yan, wielding the gavel, gave it a light toss in his hand. What do you intend to do? Song Xian inquired with a composed expression. Chen Yan chuckled softly. Having purchased this clay figurine, I believe my intentions are no longer subject to Miss Song's inquiries. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated twice in his pocket, signaling the successful transfer. He rolled his shoulders and swung the gavel down toward the clay figurine. Gasps erupted from the audience below. To smash something bought for 8 million without a second thought. What kind of scion was this? Yet, in the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded. As Chen Yan's gavel struck, cracks resembling a spider's web appeared on the surface of the clay. Subsequently, it shattered into pieces, revealing a glimmer of cold light emanating from within. At that moment, the host returned, card in hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Both the committee members and the attending guests were left speechless. Hidden within the clay was, astonishingly, a jade figurine. Judging by its quality, it appeared to be of the ice variety. The committee's expert, clutching his chest, lamented, how could I have missed this? If only I had been more attentive. Indeed, it seems to be ice jade. Absolutely ice jade. Without delving into whether this was an authentic antique. Even if it were merely a modern imitation, such a substantial piece of ice jade would fetch at least 30 million. The murmurs reached Song Xian's ears, causing her expression to darken considerably. This was a carefully selected gem from among her family's many antiques, a piece that had failed to sell at multiple auctions, only to conceal such a treasure within. The expert rushed to the stage, magnifying glass in hand, scrutinizing the jade figurine. It truly is from the Tang dynasty. It is indeed from the Tang dynasty, he exclaimed, visibly excited. Hearing this, Song Xian sprang to her feet. Chen Yan, I want that jade figurine. I will offer 50 million. Chen Yan paused, then broke into an absurd smile. Miss Song, are you jesting? The value of such a substantial piece of ice jade is already worth 20 to 30 million, and you offer 50 million for a Tang dynasty antique? Are you playing games? Indeed. Indeed. The appraiser at the front nodded vigorously before raising a finger. I will bid 100 million. How about that? Chen Yan hesitated. Just then, a voice from the audience rang out. I'll bid 200 million. The room fell silent. The speaker was Shen Aokuan, chairman of Free Industries, one of the top 3 firms in Yunqing, whose financial power rivaled that of the Xian Group. Even the old-timers from the business community had to show him some respect. Chen Yan had estimated that the jade figurine was worth at most 110 million, and with someone now bidding 200 million, what was there to ponder? Very well. He cradled the jade figurine and hurried to Shen Aokuan, displaying his bank card as he went. Shen Aokuan was a man of action, transferring the funds without a moment's hesitation. Watching Chen Yan effortlessly acquire 200 million, Song Xian felt as though her lungs were about to explode. This was a treasure from her family, and that 200 million rightfully belonged to her. If she couldn't have it, neither would Chen Yan. Coldly, she stated, Chen Yan, today is a charity auction. Any purchases made here should have the funds transferred to the charity's account. Chapter 47. Encountering a fake painting of Tang Bohu. Speaking the truth goes unbelieved. Some who missed out began to chime in with their grievances. Indeed, the money should go to the charity account. With so many eyes watching, one must adhere to some decorum. Chen Yan ignored the crowd, approaching Song Shiyan and respectfully clasping his fists. Thank you for the generous offering of 192 million. I am profoundly grateful. Song Shiyan clenched her fists, her eyes nearly bulging. Was he deliberately mocking her with the term big benefactor? In the brief span of just 2 hours since their first meeting, she had inexplicably lost 400 million. That was 400 million, not just 4. Observing her furious demeanor, Chen Yan cleared his throat and proclaimed with righteous indignation, to express my respect for the big benefactor. I will generously donate 12 million in the name of the Shiyan Group to the charity auction. Big benefactor, what do you think of my proposal? Not at all. Song Shiyan waved her arm, gritting her teeth. What do you intend to do with the remaining 180 million? Keep it for yourself? And why not? I am not part of the business community. There is no obligation for me to adhere to any ridiculous charity auction rules. Chen Yan replied mockingly. To offer 12 million. I believe I am quite generous. Furthermore, Miss Song, if you wish to continue your treatment, I suggest you speak words that I find pleasing, otherwise, that 100 million may well slip away. With that, Chen Yan turned on his heel and walked away, returning to his seat. Su Xinghai and Su Qingming regarded him with excitement. Chen Yan, you truly are remarkable. How did you discern that treasure was concealed within that clay shell? Chen Yan smiled. Because I possess the skill of appraisal. Is that true? Su Qingming asked. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and nodded. The subsequent auction items garnered little attention, selling for merely a few million each. Soon, it was time for the 6th item. The host announced, next, we present the 6th item. A painting of bamboo by the renowned Ming Dynasty artist Tang Bohu, brought to you by the Baopi Group. Su Xinghai immediately perked up. This was the piece he most desired from the auction. The hostess unveiled the painting before the audience, revealing a stunning work of art. Chen Yan stroked his chin, feeling a sense of familiarity regarding the painting. He closed his eyes to recall, suddenly remembering the origin of the bamboo painting. Leaning closer to Su Qingming, he whispered, Qingming, tell uncle not to bid. This is a fake. A fake? Su Qingming nearly exclaimed, quickly whispering back. All the auction items here have been authenticated by experts. How could this be fake? Because I know where the real one is. Chen Yan asserted confidently. Tell Uncle Su not to be deceived. If he truly desires the bamboo painting, I will find a way to procure it for him. Su Qingming nodded. Given the earlier incident, her trust in Chen Yan was unequivocal. She leaned in and whispered to Su Xinghai. He turned to her, asking, Little Chen, are you certain this is a fake? Absolutely. Chen Yan affirmed with a nod. Su Xinghai hesitated, but Su Qingming urged, Dad, just trust Chen Yan. Didn't he just impress us all? After a moment's contemplation, Su Xinghai nodded. Meanwhile, the bidding had commenced. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. Once the price reached 70 million, the atmosphere in the room noticeably cooled, lacking the fervor it once had. After a prolonged silence, Song Shiyan suddenly raised her paddle. 80 million. Upon witnessing the wealthy patron raise the bid, Chen Yan's mind raced with a swift thought. He slowly stood up and called out to Song Shiyan, Wealthy patron, I implore you to refrain from bidding further. There are issues with that painting. Allow me to shoulder the burden. 90 million. Initially, when Chen Yan mentioned the painting's flaws, Pai Xiaoruan felt a flicker of anger. However, upon hearing Chen Yan's bid, she let out a cold laugh. Chen Yan, are you not ashamed? You claim my painting is flawed, yet you continue to bid. It seems you think everyone here is a fool, having taken advantage of the situation. Indeed, young man, if you wish to bid, do so fairly, and cease your frivolous antics. Su Qingming quietly inquired, Chen Yan, did you not assert that the painting is a forgery? Why then do you continue to bid? Su Xinghai was equally perplexed. Chen Yan smiled. You shall soon understand. He then straightened his posture and earnestly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I genuinely perceive that this painting has issues. The reason I am bidding is that I feel a sense of obligation after having taken such advantage of Miss Song. I do not wish to see her deceived. Chen Yan, I truly appreciate your concern. Song Shiyan gritted her teeth and raised her paddle again. 100 million. Chen Yan sighed. Wealthy patron, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This painting genuinely has issues. I can guarantee it with my integrity. 110 million. Each time he referred to her as wealthy patron, Song Shiyan felt a pang in her heart. The number of onlookers mocking him increased. Young man, we are all adults here. Do not attempt to deceive us with such tricks. No one here is gullible enough to be swindled. Exactly. In my entire life, I have never encountered anyone willing to part with such a sum without reason. Save your breath. Chen Yan snorted coldly. Since you all say so, I would like to inquire why, if no one wishes to assist others financially, you are organizing a charity auction? The crowd lapsed into silence. The ulterior motives behind the charity auction were not suitable for open discussion. Those present were the elite of Yun City's business community. Were their hearts truly so benevolent? They would hardly be found in such circles. Pai Xiaowan abruptly stood up, pointing at Chen Yan. You, Chen, need not slander us with baseless accusations. My Bao Pai group would never bring counterfeit items to auction. After this charity event, you can await our legal notice in silence. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Although he had interacted with Chen Yan only a few times, he sensed that Chen Yan was not the type to make unfounded claims. Could he have misjudged him? Song Xian inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. Chen Yan, regardless of your claims, I am determined to secure this painting today. 150 million. She raised the price by an astonishing 40 million. Even knowing this would exceed the painting's original value, she felt compelled to act. She needed to save face. Chen Yan sighed once more. It is difficult to dissuade the determined. Since Miss Song insists, I shall no longer contest. Oh, have you run out of money? But wait, did you not just profit 180 million? The crowd erupted in sarcastic remarks. Chen Yan remained silent. Until the auctioneer's gavel fell, announcing the item sold, he slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, did you not ask me how I knew this painting was a forgery? I shall now reveal the truth. I know where the genuine article is. Chapter 48. Exposing the forged painting publicly. Pai Xiaowan faces consequences. The crowd turned their attention to Chen Yan in unison. He approached the painting calmly, took a photograph, and sent the original image to his mentor. The reason I assert this painting is a forgery is that the genuine piece is in my mentor's possession. I shall call her now for verification. Within 10 seconds of sending the image, his mentor responded with a puzzled expression. Chen Yan dialed the number, placing the call on speaker for all to hear. Zhao Linglong quickly answered. Hello, Chen Yan, what is the meaning of the photo you sent me? Chen Yan replied with a smile. Today, I accompanied a classmate to the charity auction, where I encountered the painting Bamboo and Friends by Tang Bohu. I recall the genuine piece is with you. Indeed, Zhao Linglong confirmed. Laughter erupted in the room. Ha ha, where did this kid find an actor playing his part so earnestly? Exactly. Even the appraisal master from the business association authenticated it as genuine. Did they truly believe a few words could deceive us? No one believed Chen Yan and Zhao Linglong. Yet, Chen Yan remained neither angry nor agitated. He did not wish to publicly disclose his relationship with the appraisal master, fearing it might lead to complications. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that falsehoods cannot withstand the light of truth. What sounds do you hear on your end? Zhao Linglong inquired. Chen Yan chuckled. I am on speakerphone in front of everyone. They are all laughing at you for declaring this painting a forgery. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Zhao Linglong, irritated, was accustomed to being pursued by many who offered hefty sums to meet her. The fact that she was being mocked at a trivial charity auction incensed her. Chen Yan, do you know the origin of that painting? Indeed. Chen Yan glanced towards Pai Xiaowan's direction. It was delivered by a small company called Bao Pai Group. Bao Pai Group? Zhao Linglong's voice rose, followed by a derisive laugh. That name carries a certain weight, does it not? Is their boss surnamed Pai? Precisely. How did you know? Chen Yan countered. Haha. That forged painting originated from my hands. Zhao Linglong laughed heartily. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to Chen Yan, eager to see how he would respond to the individual on the phone next. Only the appraisal master from the business association seemed to grow serious. He had a vague sense that the voice on the phone was familiar. Then Zhao Linglong continued. Do you have a UV light? Shine it on the canvas. I've left marks in the corners. The appraisal master quickly procured a UV light and followed Zhao Linglong's instructions. The gathered crowd watched curiously. The moment the UV light shone on the canvas, the corners indeed reacted with fluorescence. September 9th, 1999, artificially aged, the appraisal master leaned in, reading the inscription aloud. A collective gasp filled the room. No one expected this to be the case. 1999, and let us not even mention the Arabic numerals. The Gregorian calendar was not even in use during the Ming dynasty. All eyes turned towards Pai Xiaowan. Song Xian felt as if she could tear him apart with her bare hands. A painting by Pai Xiaowan had branded her a fool. At that moment, Zhao Linglong continued on the phone. This painting has a deep connection to me, tied to my travels from years past. I was young and playful, and one day while in Yun City, I met an elderly man who could perfectly replicate Tang Bohu's works. Out of whimsy, I asked him for a painting of bamboo, took it back to age it, and, fearing he might sell it afterward, I left my marks in the corners. That elderly man must be a core figure in Bao Pai Group, perhaps the grandfather or father of Pai Xiaowan, Pai Rujin. Pai Xiaowan's legs buckled beneath him. Pai Ruojin was none other than his own grandfather. He shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. My grandfather told me that this painting is a family heirloom. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot auction it off either, you must be mistaken." Ironclad evidence lay before him. Regardless of his attempts at evasion, no one would believe him. Chen Yan jested over the phone. "Master, I didn't expect your forgery skills to be quite exceptional. Forgery is an art in itself. If you cannot discern even that, how could you distinguish the exquisitely crafted fakes?" Zhao Linglong chuckled lightly. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up." "Nothing else. You carry on with your affairs," Chen Yan replied, disconnecting the call and turning to face Song Shiyan. "Oh, esteemed benefactor, have you now come to grasp the truth? I suspected something was amiss with this painting from the very start, and considering you've entrusted me with such a substantial sum, I felt compelled to shield you from this predicament. Yet, you refused to believe me." Alas, this statement undoubtedly plunged a dagger into Song Shiyan's already wounded heart. Suddenly, she rose, her face aflame with anger. Chen Yan quickly retreated a couple of steps. "Esteemed benefactor, please do not be angry with me. I meant well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do not forget to call me after the meeting." He hastily returned to his seat. "Greetings Su Yunhai and Su Qingning. Uncle, Qingning, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave." Having said that, he made his way toward the exit, with Su Qingning hastening to follow him. "Chen Yan, I will accompany you." As they approached the door, a frantic voice rang out from behind. "Pai Xiaowan, you will compensate for my losses." At the charity auction, once a bid was placed, payment was obligatory. Who could find solace in purchasing a counterfeit for 150 million? Chen Yan hurriedly exited, glancing back with a slight smirk. Su Qingning inquired, "You deliberately raised the bid to ensnare Pai Xiaowan, didn't you?" "Indeed. He caused me trouble and wouldn't he let me retaliate, would he?" Chen Yan shot a glance inside, shrinking slightly, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. This time, Pai Xiaowan was in for a rough time. He strode confidently outside, with Su Qingning trailing behind. As they reached the hotel entrance, the auction house's appraiser hurriedly caught up with them. "Young friend Chen Yan, please hold on." Chen Yan turned, observing the approaching figure with a furrowed brow. "May I inquire what you need?" The appraiser, not rushing to speak, retrieved a business card from his bag. "My name is Wei Zhongxian, the chief appraiser of the Yun City Chamber of Commerce. I would like to ask if your master is the renowned appraiser Zhao Linglong." Chen Yan's expression immediately turned grave. Wei Zhongxian hastily added, "There is no need for alarm, young Chen. I am merely an admirer of the appraisal king and frequently watch her videos. This matter must remain between us. Do not let anyone else know, or you are well aware of your master's influence." Chen Yan warned in a hushed tone. Chapter 49. The illness is merely a pretext. The true aim is revenge. After bidding farewell to Wei Zhongxian, Chen Yan and Su Qingning engaged in light conversation in the hotel lobby. When the charity auction concluded, Su Yunhai emerged, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached Chen Yan and Su Qingning. "Today, young Chen, you truly opened my eyes. Do you have time to visit my home shortly?" Chen Yan shook his head. "I suspect that once the charity auction concludes, Song Shiyan will be seeking my assistance with her ailment. Thank you for your kind invitation, Uncle Su, but I have other commitments. I shall visit another day." A flicker of regret crossed Su Yunhai's face. "Very well, then I shall take Qingning home." "All right, you both attend to your matters." Chen Yan inclined his head slightly. After seeing Su Yunhai and his daughter leave the hotel, his phone rang immediately. "Hello," Chen Yan said lightly. The voice on the other end was Song Shiyan's. "Dark and foreboding, room 1408, come." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Chen Yan hung up and turned towards the elevator. On the 14th floor, at room 1408, Chen Yan entered, hands in his pockets, whistling. Song Shiyan, flanked by two bodyguards, regarded him with a stormy expression. Shifting her gaze, she revealed the items he had requested on the pristine white bed. "I have prepared everything you require. How shall we proceed with the treatment?" Song Shiyan, her face flushed, asked through gritted teeth. Chen Yan glanced at the bodyguards. "Have them leave." "Absolutely not. They must ensure my safety." Song Shiyan promptly refused. Chen Yan approached her, speaking in a tone meant for only their ears. "During the treatment, you will need to disrobe. If you don't mind the bodyguards feasting their eyes, then you may keep them." "Must I really undress?" Song Shiyan asked coldly. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and nodded. "You had better not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I will make you pay." Song Shiyan threatened in a low voice. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "My dear, you are rather overconfident. At your age, I would consider you a matronly figure, and you truly believe you are a prize worth pursuing?" Song Shiyan's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, and she turned to the bodyguards. "You two, step outside." "But miss," the master instructed, "leave." The bodyguards nodded and simultaneously turned to Chen Yan. "Kid, if you dare to harm our young lady, I swear I will make you regret it. With that, they exited in single file. Close the door, Chen Yan called out. The door slammed shut behind them. He turned to Song Shiyin. Remove your top and lie on the bed. Song Shiyin raised her hand, her movements hesitant. Throughout the years, she had been plagued by her insecurities regarding her affliction, never having sought a boyfriend nor allowing any man to see her undressed. Could you possibly turn around first? Her face was crimson, as if it might weep. Chen Yan calmly turned his back, not casting another glance. Song Shiyin was indeed quite attractive, but she was not to his taste, and he had no interest in pursuing her. After a brief moment, a feeble voice came from behind. I'm ready. Chen Yan turned, unable to suppress an exclamation. The surface was indeed remarkably smooth, as though it had been coated with a layer of fine flour. He approached the bed, seizing the rope to secure Song Shiyin's hands and feet. Chen Yan, what are you planning to do? Do you believe I want to threaten you again? Song Shiyin warned. Chen Yan interrupted her. I've already stated I'm not interested in you. Would you kindly be quiet? I'm binding you to prevent any sudden movements that might disrupt the treatment. Upon finishing, he placed a candle near her mouth. If the pain becomes unbearable, bite down on this and endure. Is this why you made me buy a candle, to bite it? What else? Chen Yan cast her a disdainful glance. Do you really think I would owe? How unsavory your thoughts are. While speaking, Chen Yan inadvertently noticed a dumpling pressed beneath the sheet. It appeared to be generously filled. The skin stretched taut. He momentarily envisioned himself on the vast African savanna, surrounded by the roars of elephants and the songs of birds. Although he felt no attraction towards Song Shiyin, some matters cannot be overlooked simply because of a lack of feelings. He shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. As he lifted the whip prepared by Song Shiyin, flexing his arm. The reason for Song Shiyin's ailment stemmed from multiple blockages along her foot Taiyang bladder meridian. To alleviate this, stimulation of several crucial acupoints along the bladder meridian was necessary. He lifted the whip and struck. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, immediately followed by Song Shiyin's anguished scream. Ah, Chen Yan, are you trying to kill me? Your strikes are too harsh. Outside, the bodyguards heard the commotion and pounded on the door. Kid, what have you done to our young lady? Do you believe we want to barge in and deal with you? Don't come in. Song Shiyin immediately shouted. He is treating my illness. You all wait outside. In this predicament, it was already humiliating enough for a man like Chen Yan to witness her in such a state. If the bodyguards were to see her as well, would she ever live it down? Chen Yan chuckled lightly. It appears that Miss Song can still discern the gravity of the situation. My methods may be a touch ruthless, but when it comes to treating your ailment, gentility is no longer an option. If you can endure a little longer, it should be completed in about 10 to 20 minutes. What? Is it going to take that long? Can it be quicker? Absolutely not. Chen Yan firmly rejected her. Consider the years you've suffered from this affliction. Does 10 or 20 minutes truly seem excessive? Song Shiyin gritted her teeth, her gaze solidifying with determination. Outside, the bodyguards were in a state of panic. Before leaving, the old master had specifically instructed them to take good care of the young lady. If something were to happen, they would both be in deep trouble. They knocked on the door. Miss, what exactly has that Chen fellow done to you? Should we intervene now and apprehend him? No need. Just guard the door. I haven't called for you to come in, she shouted. Then, with tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded with Chen Yan. Can't you be a little gentler? If I were gentler, your illness wouldn't improve. Chen Yan inhaled deeply and raised his arm once more. In truth, he possessed more delicate techniques, but he chose not to employ them. His frustration stemmed from the several occasions that Song Shiyin had troubled him. He was not the kind of person who believed in waiting a decade for revenge. He preferred to settle scores immediately, all while reaping a fortune. With a sharp crack, Song Shiyin remained silent, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Miss Song, let us engage in some light conversation to divert your attention. Chen Yan spoke softly. What do you wish to discuss? Song Shiyin gasped for breath. Chen Yan pondered for a moment. I left the charity sale early. I'm curious how you ultimately dealt with the Bao Pai group. Crack. Song Shiyin clenched her teeth. Her face flushed. What else could I do? Naturally, I made them pay. Crack. They swindled me out of 150 million. Crack. I demand 150 million in compensation for emotional distress. Chapter 50. A relative unmet arrives. Cousin finds a friend to pick her up. After enduring a prolonged ordeal, she finally withstood the final lash. The originally pristine surface now bore 2 bruised marks. Song Shiyin, panting heavily, lay stiffly on the bed. Saliva and tears mingled with sweat, soaking the sheets. Miss Song, your ailment has been cured, Chen Yan remarked while loosening her right shoulder. In his effort to expedite her recovery, he had been somewhat severe. Is it completely healed? She weakly inquired. Healed. Chen Yan approached her, helping to untie her restraints. You may dress now. He turned his back, averting his gaze. As Song Shiyin rose, she felt a sharp pain in her back and tearfully remarked, Do you not understand the concept of cherishing the delicate? I am but a frail girl, and you treated me so harshly. Chen Yan sighed. I had no choice. Your meridians were severely blocked. Without a forceful approach, they could not be opened. Blame the quacks who treated you before. They should have simply cleared your meridians, yet instead, they exacerbated the blockage. Song Xian frowned, enduring the pain in her back. She dressed and sat at the edge of the bed. All right, I have finished dressing. You may turn around. No need, he replied. I will just remind you that, considering the severity of your blockage in previous years, the next 2 months may be a bit intense after the initial clearing. Chen Yan stepped towards the door. As his hand reached for the doorknob, Song Xian asked, in what way will it be intense? Chen Yan contemplated. You may experience it twice a month for the next 6 months, after which you will return to normal. During this time, be sure to replenish your blood. Oh. Song Xian nodded, preparing to rise when she suddenly felt a pang in her abdomen. Clutching her belly, she hurried to the restroom. As Chen Yan exited, the 2 bodyguards glared at him. Kid, where's our lady? Chen Yan glanced back. Your lady, you say? Just as he was about to speak, a scream echoed from within. Ah? The 2 bodyguards sprang into action, lunging at Chen Yan. His expression shifted, and he decisively retaliated with a swift kick to one of them, then retreated 2 steps, executing a side kick. The bodyguards, taken aback by his rapid response, momentarily faltered. Chen Yan's expression darkened. Professional bodyguards indeed possessed superior resilience compared to ordinary students. If this were at school, his moves would easily have taken down 2 children. The bodyguards dusted themselves off, their expressions suddenly turning menacing. Just as they were about to charge again, a jubilant voice rang out from within. My relatives have arrived. Haha, my relatives are here. Both men paused in surprise. Chen Yan coldly declared, I just cured your lady's ailment. Should you 2 choose to engage me further, I will promptly revert her condition. Dahua, call the household staff and have them bring me a new outfit, including a complete set of customized undergarments. And while you're at it, remind them to procure sanitary napkins. Ha ha ha. My long unmet relatives have finally come to visit. Song Xian's excitement was uncontrollable. As her personal bodyguards, they were well aware of her ailments. They exchanged astonished glances with Chen Yan. Chen Yan snorted. Do you wish to continue? They remained silent. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Yan strode confidently past them. He entered the elevator and descended to the ground floor, arriving at the roadside. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a single taxi in sight, he sighed, squatting down. This area was on the outskirts of Yin City, predominantly a leisure district for the affluent. Even waiting a day might not guarantee a taxi's arrival. Just then, a message from his cousin arrived. Luo Yinshu, young cousin, I've finished my business. Are you still at the charity sale? Chen Yan, the charity sale has concluded. I took a taxi here and can't return home now. Luo Yinshu, ha ha ha. I won't be heading home until tomorrow morning. Why not wait for me overnight? Chen Yan, never mind, if I walk. I can reach home in 2 to 3 hours. Luo Yinshu, just wait there. I'll have my friend pick you up. Her name is Tao Xiaoyao, and she is a great beauty. Chen Yan, cousin, you are truly my savior. Luo Yinshu, treat me to dinner when you return. Chen Yan, sure. After waiting for about half an hour at the roadside, a white Porsche pulled up in front of him. As the window rolled down, a woman with striking features and a charming visage sat in the driver's seat. Are you Yinshu's cousin? Chen Yan immediately stood up. Indeed. You must be Sister Tao Xiaoyao. Tao Xiaoyao smiled, tilting her chin toward him. Get in. All right. Chen Yan promptly entered the car. Just as he closed the door, he felt a burning gaze fixated on him. Turning to look, he found Tao Xiaoyao's eyes somewhat glazed over. Not bad. I didn't expect Yinshu to have such a handsome cousin. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? As she spoke, she licked her lips. Chen Yan stammered. I do. Would you mind having one more? She leaned in closer. Sister knows all about you young boys. The enchanting words surged into Chen Yan's ears, causing him to shiver slightly. Sister, does my cousin know about your behavior? What does it matter to her? She sent me to fetch you, so she must accept the consequences of my actions. Tao Xiaoyao arched an eyebrow. Little brother, how about we find a place to take a test drive? Chen Yan hurriedly opened the car door. Xiaoyao, I just remembered that I have something to attend to, so I won't trouble you any further. As he set one foot on the ground, Tao's Xiaoyao's laughter echoed from behind him. Relax, I was just teasing you. You're Yinshu's cousin. How could I possibly harbor any ill intentions towards you? Get in the car. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment before turning back to see Tao Xiaoyao had indeed returned to her usual demeanor. He climbed back into the car and informed her of their destination as the white Porsche shot off like a rocket. 20 minutes later, they arrived downstairs at his home. Little cousin, let's find another opportunity to hang out. Next time, you mustn't be so shy. Bye. Tao Xiaoyao winked and spun the steering wheel to depart. Upon returning home, Chen Yan promptly messaged his cousin. Cousin, your friend is quite bold. What happened? Did she pull a prank on you? Luo Yinshu replied. That's just her nature. She may appear carefree, but she is still quite innocent. If you like her, I could arrange for her to come out one day, slip her a little something, and send her to your bed. Chen Yan's face flushed instantly, and he began to entertain vague thoughts. Cousin, I still need to study. See you tomorrow. The day swiftly passed, and the following evening, Luo Yinshu returned to Yun City. Cousin, about that dinner invitation from last night. Are you still on for it? Of course. Chen Yan replied. Let's go to Qingfeng Pavilion. Make sure to dress nicely. Chen Yan set down his phone and rose to tidy himself up. He had promised to treat his cousin to dinner, and he must keep his word. After preparing, he drove his Koenigsegg straight to Qingfeng Pavilion. Just as he parked, he spotted a familiar white Porsche in the lot. Chapter 51. A new ability emerges. Taos Xiaoyao faces a crisis. Having parked his car, Chen Yan entered the restaurant. At a table near the window, Luo Yinshu and Taos Xiaoyao were engrossed in lively conversation, their laughter indicating they were discussing something amusing. Chen Yan approached them. Cousin Xiaoyao. He greeted them. Taos Xiaoyao immediately shifted over, patting the sofa cushion. Come, little cousin. Sit next to me. At the same time, Luo Yinshu urged him. Cousin, why don't you sit here with me? I fear if you sit across from her, that certain someone might devour you whole. Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Yan settled beside Luo Yinshu. Yinshu, I think I've fallen in love. Taos Xiaoyao leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, her peach blossom eyes fixated on Chen Yan. Luo Yinshu's expression darkened. Taos Xiaoyao, I warn you not to go too far. Inviting you here is merely to thank you for escorting my cousin home yesterday. But what if I like your cousin? Why not let me be your sister-in-law? Taos Xiaoyao replied playfully. Luo Yinshu immediately wrapped her arm around Chen Yan's. He's mine, so don't even think about it. You two are cousins. How can that be? It's not like you're blood relatives. As their banter strayed further, Chen Yan quickly interjected. Ladies, we're just here to eat. Let us not stray too far. Right now, I just want to focus on my studies. Please don't distract me. Did you hear that? My cousin has grand ambitions. You'd better clear your mind of any inappropriate thoughts. Luo Yinshu warned Taos Xiaoyao. If I find out you're plotting against my cousin, beware of my wrath. Who is afraid of you? Taos Xiaoyao retorted, hands on her hips, brimming with defiance. I've seen all your tricks. I'm immune. Curious, Chen Yan asked, cousin, what tricks does Xiaoyao have? Do tell. She. Luo Yinshu shot a glance at Taos Xiaoyao. She resorts to some underhanded tactics, like implanting Trojan horses or hacking your surveillance. Just don't add her as a friend. Once you do, your life will be an open book. This little thief has no limits. There is nothing she can't do. Chen Yan gasped. So Xiaoyao is a hacker too? It's rare to see such a beautiful hacker. Taos Xiaoyao proudly lifted her chin. Luo Yinshu whispered, don't be deceived by her looks. Her hacking skills are formidable. She once placed third in a world-class competition. Only 100 people worldwide could rival her. At this, Chen Yan chuckled, rubbing his hands in anticipation of the system's empowerment. However, after waiting for quite some time, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that his cousin's words were true? Did Taos Xiaoyao truly possess such skills? No way. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone with such technical prowess. He had to seize it. Narrowing his eyes, he donned a sycophantic grin. I never expected Xiaoyao to be so impressive. Does this mean I can tag along with you from now on? Absolutely. I can support you. Taos Xiaoyao patted her chest and cast a triumphant glance at Luo Yinshu. See, a tech-savvy beauty like me is far more appealing than you. Chen Yan, adopting the demeanor of an adoring fan, asked, I wonder how advanced Xiaoyao's skills are. Please let me admire them. Taos Xiaoyao cleared her throat and said, it's not that advanced. I just understand everything related to computer programming. I can handle any issue. Ding. Detecting someone boasting within range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan clapped excitedly. It worked. Indeed, anyone praised will puff up with pride. Taos Xiaoyao, thinking Chen Yan was applauding her, extended her hand. Little cousin, are you now willing to be my boyfriend? I promise to take good care of you. Just as she finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Her expression darkened as she glanced at the screen. It was a call from the company's technical department. Hello, what is going on? I'm currently occupied with something very important. I want to let this slide. A tense voice came through the phone. Director Tao, we have a crisis. Our company is under a hacker attack. Who dares to attack my company? Taos Xiaoyao slammed her hand on the table, her eyes wide with fury. Don't we have a counteroffensive plan? It's useless. Their technology is too advanced. Our several counterattacks have been effortlessly neutralized. Our first firewall has been breached by 50. You need to come back now. All right, I'm on my way. She stood abruptly, hanging up the phone. What a bunch of useless fools. She turned to Chen Yan. Little cousin, didn't you want to see my skills? Are you interested in accompanying me to the company? Absolutely. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. The three of them exited Qingfeng Pavilion and drove towards Tao's Xiaoyao's company. Jump Fish Technology, 3rd floor. Tao's Xiaoyao led Chen Yan and Luo Yunshu into the office area, where the chief engineer rushed over. Director Tao, you're finally back. Only you can save our company. Tao's Xiaoyao replied sternly. Calm down. Let me assess the situation first. She quickly seated herself at the computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code sprang to life. Soon, she frowned. The attackers are from the Grand La Shibai group. La Shibai? The chief engineer's face turned grim. Yes. Tao's Xiaoyao continued typing away. We are in competition with La Shibai for a project. They must feel they can't compete openly, so they resorted to underhanded tactics. Once we are breached, no major corporations will collaborate with us again. Even if we pursue legal action, at most we might receive a meager compensation, mere drizzles compared to the vast market. Her expression grew increasingly somber. With every line of code she added, it would be compromised within minutes. The adversary was thoroughly prepared for this assault. President Tao. They have begun their assault on our second firewall. The chief technical officer reported. Tao Xiaoyao, tugging at her hair, felt her mind spiral into chaos. Observing her distress, Luo Yunshu quickly urged, you must contact those domestic experts immediately and seek their counsel. There's no time, absolutely none. Tao Xiaoyao lamented. President Tao, what shall we do now? The chief technical officer inquired. With a grim countenance, Tao Xiaoyao replied, I will continue to resist for now. If that fails, we may have to shut down the network. Shut down the network? The chief technical officer was flustered. This was unacceptable. Should the network be disabled, the online operations of numerous companies we service would be jeopardized. But if we do not shut down, their confidential data will be stolen. Can't you discern the urgency of the situation? Tao Xiaoyao's voice rose with agitation. Chen Yan had been observing for a while and had begun to gauge the situation. Sister Xiaoyao, how about I give it a try? Chapter 52. Chen Yan takes over the coding. The firewalls fall one after another. Do you understand hacking techniques? Tao Xiaoyao queried. Chen Yan chuckled. I have a basic understanding. I wouldn't claim to surpass you, but certainly I'm better than the useless lot at your company. Who are you calling useless? The chief technical officer's eyes widened in indignation. Luo Yunshu approached Chen Yan, gently tugging at his arm. Chen Yan, this is no trifling matter. Are you confident? Chen Yan smiled. Whether I am confident or not will only be known once I try. He glanced at Tao Xiaoyao. Sister Xiaoyao, if I'm not mistaken, you are merely stalling for time without any viable solution, correct? Tao Xiaoyao hesitated to admit it, but ultimately conceded. Indeed, I am just stalling. Then let me give it a shot. What if I find a solution? Chen Yan beamed like the sun. Sighing, Tao Xiaoyao vacated her seat for Chen Yan. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on the keyboard, and countless lines of code surged into his mind. His fingers danced rapidly, sending lines of code soaring. At that moment, both Tao Xiaoyao and Luo Yunshu were rendered speechless with astonishment. Yunshu, your little cousin is incredible. Indeed, I didn't know he had it in him. Luo Yunshu's lips twitched slightly. While they conversed, the chief technical officer anxiously reported, President Tao, our second firewall has been breached. Breached? How could it happen so quickly? Tao Xiaoyao was taken aback. According to her previous defensive measures, even if the second firewall were to fall, it should take at least 10 minutes. President Tao, you ought to intervene. This kid is utterly unreliable and hasn't even attempted to reinforce the firewall. The chief technical officer insisted. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Chen Yan, her mind swirling with doubts. Should she trust this young lad? Sister Xiaoyao, trust me. I can ensure your company's safety. Chen Yan replied without glancing back, continuing to code. After a few seconds of silence, Tao Xiaoyao finally said, all right, I will trust you this once. Perhaps seeing Chen Yan navigating the code with such ease encouraged her to take a leap of faith. The chief technical officer had more to say, but Tao Xiaoyao raised her hand, allowing Chen Yan to proceed, declaring, I will bear all consequences. Exhaling deeply, she commanded, Engineer Wang, keep an eye on the last firewall. If we haven't managed an effective counterattack before it is breached, shut down the network and cut the power. Engineer Wang gritted his teeth and turned to Chen Yan. You idiot, if you don't understand the technology, stop messing with the code and get out of the way for President Tao. Chen Yan dismissed him, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Seeing this, Luo Yunshu approached him and asked, Cousin, what if it doesn't work? Sister, if others don't understand me, surely you do. Chen Yan replied with a serious tone. Now that I am at the computer, I have the means to counter the adversary's tactics. What means do you have? Engineer Wang cursed. Earlier, President Tao's defense barely made any progress. Now that you've taken over, the second firewall has been breached immediately. How can I trust you? Do I need your trust? Chen Yan's voice turned icy, his expression hardening. Sister Xiaoyao, I will say this once more. I have the means to resolve your company's predicament. If you believe in me, tell your engineers to be quiet. For a fleeting moment, Tao Xiaoyao hesitated. Engineer Wang was their chief technical officer and one of the longest-serving veterans in the company. His emotional investment in the company was no less than hers. After a moment's contemplation, she looked at Chen Yan's resolute demeanor and turned to Engineer Wang. Wang, take a short break. Our company will not collapse so easily. President Tao. Sigh. Engineer Wang lamented, resigning to sit down. Tao Xiaoyao leaned closer to Chen Yan and asked, Little brother, could you share your thought process with me? No time. Chen Yan replied curtly. Tao Xiaoyao's expression stiffened. Engineer Wang snickered derisively. Playing tricks, are we? Let's see how you handle it when you mess up. The entire office fell silent, save for the relentless clattering of code. Chen Yan's eyes were fixed on the screen, his fingers moving at lightning speed. Lines of code scrolling upwards. A bead of sweat began to form on his brow. Having just taken on a new skill, his body was struggling to keep up. The rapid-fire keystrokes were causing discomfort in his joints. Yet, he could not afford to stop. With his relationship with Tao Xiaoyao being so close, and her having provided him with such a practical skill, he had to make a commendable effort to repay her kindness. The code continued to scroll upward, but the firewall's defenses seemed to show no signs of improvement. Soon, a report came in. President Tao, the third firewall has been breached. What? So quickly? Tao Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Breaching the first and second firewalls did not surprise her. Those were mere formalities, easily dismantled by anyone with a basic understanding of hacking. However, the third firewall had been constructed by Engineer Wang and his team. Even a level 5 hacker would require several hours to breach it. With the third firewall down, only one remained. Engineer Wang suddenly leaped up. You scoundrel, clear the way. Are you really going to watch us go under? He then glanced at Tao Xiaoyao. President Tao, do not place your hopes in this young man. Empty words lead to unreliable action. The fate of our company rests upon your decision. Gritting her teeth, Tao Xiaoyao turned to Chen Yan. Chen Yan. Perhaps I should take over. Exactly. Return the position to President Tao immediately. You have no skills. Stop pretending to be impressive. Just step aside. Voices of agreement began to rise around them. Chen Yan had already completed 80 of his layout. If he stopped now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Everyone, be quiet. He shouted, what's the rush? Settle down. His fierce command silenced the entire office. The final firewall had been personally crafted by Tao Xiaoyao. Within it lay the company's core secrets. Compared to the previous barriers, the fourth wall was evidently more challenging to breach. Time ticked away relentlessly, and the fourth firewall was gradually being eroded. Tao Xiaoyao monitored the data in real time, her expression growing increasingly grim. Luo Yinshu approached her side, grasping her hand and whispering, Xiaoyao, I know Chen Yan. If he says it's possible, then it surely is. Tao Xiaoyao nodded, though she was reluctant to believe it. At this moment, did she have any alternative but to place her hopes in Chen Yan? Engineer Wang fixed his gaze on the screen, his voice hoarse as he cautioned. Manager Tao, the final layer of the wall has been breached by 60. Chapter 53, Saving Jumping Fish, Sister Xiaoyao Shares Equity. Tao Xiaoyao sighed softly, gently shaking her head. Her last flicker of hope had been utterly extinguished. Engineer Wang, disconnect the network. Her voice was filled with sorrow. The difference between disconnecting the network and being breached was negligible. The only distinction was that disconnecting would ensure that the confidential information of those currently collaborating with the company would not be leaked. In this battle, she had lost, and the defeat was complete. Don't shut it down. Chen Yan bellowed. My plan is 95 complete. Just give me one last minute. Tao Xiaoyao shook her head. We don't have a minute. If we continue, once they completely black out our system, we will not only lose our current orders, but also face lawsuits from multiple companies. Sister Xiaoyao, just one more minute. They can't crack it. Chen Yan asserted resolutely. Engineer Wang interjected. Manager Tao, shutting down the network will take time. We cannot afford to delay. Sister Xiaoyao, trust me. I can truly save your company. Chen Yan's voice was unwavering. Tao Xiaoyao clenched her fists. How she wished to witness a miracle. But now after a moment's contemplation, her expression shifted. Chen Yan. At most half a minute. I'll gamble one last time. Manager Tao. Engineer Wang exclaimed, his emotions running high. Once half a minute has passed, it will be too late. If it's too late, just pull the main power switch. That would lead to all right. Listen to me. Tao Xiaoyao maintained her composure, her hands gripping tightly. Manager Tao, it's been breached by 75, the cybersecurity officer announced. Tao Xiaoyao remained silent. At this moment, she was wagering her life and fortune. She couldn't fathom why she had placed such unwavering faith in Chen Yan, believing he could turn the tide. But now, there was no opportunity for regret. Manager Tao. It's at 90. The officer shouted again. Tao Xiaoyao exhaled. Engineer Wang, pull the power switch. It worked. Chen Yan shouted excitedly, the moment her words left her lips. Soon after, the officer reported, Manager Tao, all our firewalls have been restored. The office fell into a profound silence as Tao Xiaoyao hurried to the computer, clicking several times. Tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. It worked, it really worked. Luo Yunshu, still somewhat dazed, asked, Xiaoyao, did Chen Yan truly help you resolve the issue? He did. Ha ha ha, the crisis is averted. Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed, her excitement evident. Chen Yan calmly rose from his workstation. Sister Xiaoyao, that is not all. He then tapped the keyboard twice. Tao Xiaoyao watched the screen, her eyes widening in astonishment. As she remained speechless, Engineer Wang rushed over in impatience. Upon seeing the screen, he too was stunned. Is this the back end of the LaxiBuy server? You actually hacked into LaxiBuy? Chen Yan chuckled lightly. It's just LaxiBuy? Using what you said before, as long as it's related to computers, nothing is too difficult. Tao Xiaoyao flushed slightly. Initially, she merely intended to boast a little in front of Chen Yan, but she hadn't anticipated encountering a true expert. Embarrassed, she scratched her head. But then her expression shifted as she pouted and lunged toward Chen Yan. Luo Yunshu immediately stepped in front of her. Stop. Tao Xiaoyao, what are you trying to do? I want to properly thank my little cousin. Move aside. She struggled. I want to let you. I've said it before. You're not allowed to have designs on my cousin. I'm not trying to have designs on him. If I don't, other women will. If you're still my good sister, then step aside. Watching the two stunning beauties argue, Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned and headed for the exit. Sister Xiaoyao, they likely haven't noticed anything at LaxiBuy yet. You should hurry to focus on serious matters. If they discover it, all my previous efforts will be in vain. He dashed to the door and shouted back inside. After shouting, he bolted. Tao Xiaoyao was pushed by Luo Yunshu, and she tilted her head, shouting at Engineer Wang. You all go stop that guy. Engineer Wang suddenly came to his senses and rushed outside with several others. Chen Yan, noticing he was being pursued, quickened his pace. He skipped the elevator and ran down the stairs. When he reached the parking lot below, the group had just exited through the main door. He leaped into his car, started the engine, and waved to them. Don't chase. You'll never catch up to me, you're God. With a press of the accelerator, the tires screeched. And he sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. On the road, Chen Yan patted his chest. This whole debacle was absurd. Helping someone out would lead to such entanglements. Thankfully, he had run fast. A moment slower and he would have been in hot water. Upon returning home, he flopped onto the sofa and was about to bite into an apple when his phone rang. It was a friend request notification from Tao Xiaoyao. Without a second thought, he declined it. One thing his cousin hadn't lied about was that Tao Xiaoyao was no pushover. He mustn't at her casually. Just as he set the phone down, another message popped up. It was again from Tao Xiaoyao. Dear little brother, add me. I promise not to disturb your life. Chen Yan snorted, not disturbing my life. What is the point of adding you then? He declined the request a second time. As he lifted the apple to his mouth, the phone rang for a third time. Irritated, he read the message. Add me, and I'll give you a 20 share in Jumping Fish. Woman. Does she truly believe I'm someone who would bend for mere trifles? Chen Yan scoffed, finally accepting the request. No sooner had he accepted than Tao Xiaoyao sent another message. Little cousin, is the allure of money so great? You add me the moment I mention shares. I'm so heartbroken. Chen Yan replied, Sister Xiaoyao, I'm not after your shares. I just didn't want to embarrass you after you sent me 3 requests in a row. Tao Xiaoyao responded, hearing you say that makes me very happy. Are you interested in being my boyfriend? Chen Yan retorted, don't think you can use this method to evade my 20 shares. Please have someone deliver the share transfer agreement to my school. If there's nothing else, I need to study. We'll talk later, goodbye. Tao Xiaoyao. He set the phone down, ignoring the subsequent messages from Tao Xiaoyao, and took a hearty bite of the apple. It was truly sweet. Before he knew it, Monday arrived. Chen Yan entered the classroom, and Su Qingming personally delivered a lunchbox she had prepared. He enjoyed a delightful meal under the envious gazes of his classmates. Soon, the class bell rang. After waiting a full 5 minutes, Hu Qin entered with Fang Zhiqiang. As soon as she stood at the podium, she coldly announced, Sun Jing, you and Fang Zhiqiang will switch seats. Chen Yan was taken aback. Sun Jing was his current deskmate, and they had only been seated together for a few days. Moreover, the swap was with Fang Zhiqiang. He immediately stood up. Teacher, I object. Chapter 54. Troubles that present themselves. Sister Tiao's relentless pursuit. Opposition is futile. Hu Qin's voice was frigid. Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Hu Qin cleared her throat. It is convenient for classmate Fang Zhiqiang to consult you with questions if you sit together. I find it inconvenient. Chen Yan's voice rose in pitch, pointing at Sun Jing, who had been reassigned. Is this fair to Sun Jing? She could have easily consulted me. Enough. This matter is settled. Hu Qin's voice was heavy as she shot a glare at Sun Jing. With reddened eyes, Sun Jing packed her belongings and moved to Fang Zhiqiang's desk. Soon, Fang Zhiqiang approached with her books in hand. Chen Yan, for the remaining half-month, we shall be desk mates. I look forward to your guidance. She smiled brightly, extending her hand. Chen Yan regarded her coldly, a nagging suspicion gnawing at him. He concentrated slightly, and a wisp of white mist appeared before Fang Zhiqiang. Within the mist, he observed her receiving a box of money from Shun Zillian, seemingly at least 1,000,000. He wished to delve deeper into Fang Zhiqiang's dealings, but a wave of dizziness overcame him, forcing him to pause. However, he was acutely aware that Shun Zillian's involvement surely pertained to him and Luo Yinchu. Casting a downward glance at Fang Zhiqiang's outstretched hand, he snorted dismissively and laid his head down on the desk to sleep. He had already mastered the course material, rendering any pretense of thirst for knowledge unnecessary. Fang Zhiqiang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Retracting her hand, she took her seat, glaring at Chen Yan with malice. Whispering to herself, "Chen Yan, just wait, your day of reckoning will come." After sleeping through an entire class, Chen Yan finally stretched and prepared to leave when Fang Zhiqiang, clutching a workbook, leaned closer. "Chen Yan, may I ask how to solve this problem?" "Absolutely not." Chen Yan flatly refused. Fang Zhiqiang displayed no displeasure, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. "Chen Yan, please help me. I admit my previous mistakes, and I apologize. I promise not to irritate you for the remainder of this month." Chen Yan lowered his gaze and shot her a disdainful glance. "Just because you apologize, does that mean I must forgive you? Get lost. Don't bother me." Fang Zhiqiang felt a sting of humiliation. No matter how she regarded herself as the class monitor's favorite student, she had never been so subservient in the past 3 years. This insufferable Chen Yan showed her no courtesy. Clenching her workbook, she struggled to contain her rage. Yet, remembering that Shen Xiao had only paid half of the 2,000,000, she swallowed her anger. "Chen Yan, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by an enthusiastic voice behind her. "Little cousin, I'm here to deliver the contract." Chen Yan shivered, a chill running down his spine. The tone of Tao Tiao sounded eerily reminiscent of the character in Journey to the West serving tea. Anyone with long ears could discern her ill intentions. Noticing Chen Yan's lack of response, Tao Tiao cheerfully repeated, "Little cousin, sister has brought you the contract." "Sister Tiao." Chen Yan quickly raised his hand to shield himself. "Can we not behave so unusually?" Tao Tiao's expression darkened instantly. "Humph, you have no sense of fun. This is what we agreed upon yesterday. Just sign it." He took the document, glanced at it, and confirmed it was as they had discussed, 20 equity. Fang Zhiqiang, curious, leaned closer. Tao Tiao immediately raised her hand to block her. "Who do you think you are? Do you understand basic etiquette? What I discuss with Chen Yan is commercial confidentiality. Move any closer, and I'll consider suing you." Fang Zhiqiang was taken aback, hastily explaining, "I didn't mean to intrude. An idea struck Chen Yan. Closing the contract, he stood up. "Sister Tiao, ignore her. She's just a fool. Did you bring your computer today?" Since he could not discern Fang Zhiqiang's actions, he decided to monitor her first. Tao Tiao smiled. "Of course. In this line of work, my computer is always at my side. May I borrow it?" Chen Yan asked. "Let us head to the car. Come with me." "All right." The two exited the classroom in tandem. They descended to Tao Tiao's white Porsche, where Chen Yan seized the computer and began typing code. Tao Tiao glanced over. "Little cousin, are you coding a Trojan? What is it for?" Chen Yan focused on the screen, smirking coldly. "You just saw my desk mate, didn't you? She was just assigned to sit next to me, and we have history. Now that she is suddenly beside me, I feel uneasy. I need to give her a warning." "That one," Tao Tiao scoffed, "with her looks and figure. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have thought she was your girlfriend." "Sister Tiao, you may insult my character, but you cannot belittle my taste." Chen Yan replied solemnly. Tao Tiao smirked, leaning closer. "Little cousin, I've thought it over. If you agree to be my boyfriend, I'll give you my shares, making you the owner of Tiao Tiao Fish. Now you can't say I'm only interested in your shares, can you?" Chen Yan paused. "Are you serious?" Tao Tiao nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. It couldn't be more genuine." "Okay." Chen Yan replied expressionlessly, continuing to type. "Sister Tiao, I advise you to abandon this foolish notion. Becoming your boyfriend means taking over your company and finding ways to support all your employees. Am I insane? Why would I forsake a 20 dividend for the struggle of earning your share?" Tao Tiao's expression stiffened. "Little cousin, do you have any idea how much my company is worth?" "Done." Chen Yan hit return, sending the completed QR code to his phone. He turned to her with a smile. "Sister Tiao, some things simply cannot be measured in monetary terms. In other words, I am not interested in money. With my skills, do you think I lack funds?" He set the computer down, retrieving the contract. "Sister Tiao, may I borrow your pen?" Tao Tiao produced a fountain pen from her bag. Chen Yan signed at the bottom, closing the contract and handing it back to her. "Thank you for the generous 20 stake, Sister Tiao. Feel free to contact me anytime. Goodbye." He exited the car with great composure. Watching his retreating figure, Tao Tiao chuckled. "Little brother, the more you act this way, the more I like you." What to do? Upon entering the teaching building and returning to the third-year floor, Chen Yan found Su Qingning waiting at the staircase, her expression somewhat grim. Qingning, what's wrong? He inquired with genuine concern. Su Qingning replied in a low voice. Just now, Fang Zhiqiang came to find me, insisting I keep my distance from you so as not to hinder her questions. Chen Yan's expression shifted. What the hell? Is she out of her mind? He then looked at Su Qingning earnestly. Qingning, that girl is a meddler. By noon at the latest, you will see her true colors. Chapter 55. Actively seeking trouble. Unaware of being monitored by phone. I believe you. Su Qingning said earnestly. I am well aware of the conflict between you two. Hearing her speak like that makes me quite uncomfortable. Chen Yan chuckled. Rest assured, I will ensure she pays for her actions. After a brief exchange, they each returned to their respective classes. Throughout the morning, whenever Fang Zhiqiang had a moment, she would attempt to engage Chen Yan in conversation. Feigning exasperation, Chen Yan placed the QR code before her. Add me as a friend, and I'll share a type of problem with you each evening. I beg you, stop buzzing in my ear. It's truly annoying. Fang Zhiqiang smirked, thinking to herself, ultimately, he can't resist, can he? Chen Yan, adding you as a friend is merely the beginning. I intend to repay every ounce of humiliation you've inflicted upon me. She scanned the QR code and added Chen Yan as a friend. Chen Yan, his expression impassive, tucked away his phone. The friend request has been accepted. If there's nothing else, kindly refrain from bothering me. Allow me a moment of peace. Fang Zhiqiang remained silent, tightening her grip on her phone. She was somewhat perceptive. After adding Chen Yan, she ceased to disturb him further. On Chen Yan's end, he detected no signs of her attempting to communicate. Perhaps it was due to the morning classes. Before long, noon arrived, and as per usual, Chen Yan ventured to the cafeteria with Su Qingning. Initially, their joint presence attracted considerable attention, but over time, the cafeteria patrons had grown accustomed to it. As he ate, Chen Yan remarked in a low voice, Qingning, no matter what Fang Zhiqiang says to you in the coming days, do not take it to heart. Her approach towards me is clearly driven by ulterior motives, and I am curious to discover her true intentions. Su Qingning furrowed her brows. She wouldn't pose any danger to you, would she? We must ensure you remain unharmed. Chen Yan chuckled. No cause for alarm. My godmother has secured a capable bodyguard for me. Su Qingning nodded, her expression tinged with concern. Fang Zhiqiang is utterly repugnant. Even at this juncture, she still seeks to create turmoil, oblivious to the potential repercussions on her own future. Let us disregard her and focus solely on ourselves. Following their lunch, the duo retreated to a gazebo behind the teaching building. Just as they settled in and opened their books, Fang Zhiqiang arrived. Chen Yan, I have some questions as well. Could you explain them to us? She positioned herself squarely between the two. Chen Yan frowned. Fang Zhiqiang, have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Do not bother me, move aside. Chen Yan, my seating arrangement was determined by the teacher, who also instructed you to assist me in my studies. What is your attitude toward me? Fang Zhiqiang's voice rose in pitch. She then turned to Su Qingning. Su Qingning, did you forget that I warned you to keep your distance from Chen Yan? Silence. Chen Yan bellowed, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Fang Zhiqiang. I am helping Su Qingning review out of my own volition. Who do you think you are? Depart at once, lest I utter even harsher words. Chen Yan. Fang Zhiqiang stood, her expression a mix of shame and indignation. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past, but I genuinely wish to focus on my studies now. Must you cling to bygone grievances? Your narrow-mindedness is unbecoming of a man. The teacher harbors high expectations for me, which is why I was positioned next to you. I am to consult you on topics I find challenging. Yet, rather than assist me, you belittle me. Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily inform the teacher that you are neglecting your responsibilities and entangled with female classmates, which could lead to disciplinary action. Chen Yan's brow furrowed. Fang Zhiqiang's acting skills appeared somewhat lacking. Her emotional control was clearly inadequate. Even in a fit of anger, one should exhibit gradual escalation. Yet here she was, erupting prematurely as though desperate for others to recognize her performance, akin to watching a fool. Fang Zhiqiang, having vented her frustrations, then turned her ire towards Su Qingning. Su Qingning, are you shameless? Chen Yan is my desk mate, a member of our class. Are there no diligent students in your class? Why must you cling to him? Initially, Chen Yan intended to observe the spectacle. However, Fang Zhiqiang made the grievous mistake of insulting Su Qingning. Without hesitation, he swung his arm with vigor, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap resonated through the air. Fang Zhiqiang stumbled, clutching her face as she turned back to him. Chen Yan, you actually hit me. And what of it? If you dare speak ill of Qingning again, I shall strike you once more. Chen Yan raised his arm again. Fang Zhiqiang immediately took a few steps back, cradling her throbbing face. Chen Yan, you. What of it? Depart. Chen Yan shouted. Fang Zhiqiang sniffled, tears streaming down her face as she fled. After she left, Su Qingning remarked, Chen Yan, don't you think you've gone a bit too far? If she dares to insult you, then it would be no injustice to strike her. Chen Yan replied, resuming his seat. All right, let us not allow a foolish donkey to disrupt our mood. Let us continue our studies. Agreed. The two opened their books. Chen Yan patiently explained, while Su Qingming listened attentively. Many complex concepts became significantly clearer through Chen Yan's elucidation, making the learning process far easier for Su Qingming. Suddenly, Chen Yan's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and noted that Fang Zhiqiang had initiated contact. Upon opening the synchronization screen, his phone promptly displayed the contents of Fang Zhiqiang's device. At that moment, she was engaged in a conversation with Chen Zilian. Curious, Su Qingming leaned closer. Chen Yan, what are you looking at? Chen Yan placed the phone between them. Su Qingming glanced over. What is going on here? Did I not warn you that Fang Zhiqiang harbored ill intentions? Thus, I deliberately arranged for a Trojan to be inserted into Fang Zhiqiang's phone. Should she harbor any malicious intentions, I would be forewarned. Chen Yan wore an innocent smile. Su Qingming chuckled. You truly are mischievous. Subsequently, they both focused on the phone. Fang Zhiqiang, young Master Shen, I have successfully sowed discord between Chen Yan and Su Qingming. What should be my next step? The screen displayed Chen Zilian typing. Chen Yan exchanged glances with Su Qingming. Have we truly been divided? It seems not. Su Qingming shrugged and smiled, then turned her attention back to the phone. Let us see what they say. All right. Chen Yan smiled, narrowing his eyes as he also redirected his gaze to the phone. Chen Zilian, find a way to get close to Chen Yan and gain his trust. Then await my next instructions. Chen Zilian, once the task is completed, I will provide you the remaining 1 million as promised. Fang Zhiqiang, thank you, young Master Shen. But I do not understand why you are expending so much effort against Chen Yan. Chen Zilian, Chen Yan has thwarted my endeavors. You need only keep a close watch on him, and when the time comes, push him into the abyss. I intend to ensure he and that wretched woman are utterly disgraced. Chapter 56, Cousin in a Frenzy. Monitoring a greedy father and daughter. Upon reading this message, Chen Yan promptly took a screenshot. The two ceased their conversation, and he exited the monitoring interface. Su Qingming inquired, Chen Yan, who is that wretched woman Chen Zilian mentioned? If I am not mistaken, it must be my cousin. Chen Yan replied, it seems there is no one else who could drive Chen Zilian to such madness except for my cousin, Luo Yinshu. Cousin Luo Yinshu? Su Qingming's brows furrowed. She is quite kind. How could she possibly have a grievance with Chen Zilian? Chen Yan briefly recounted the enmity between his cousin and Shin Dasha. Upon hearing that Chen Zilian resorted to underhanded tactics due to his inability to win her affection, Su Qingming's expression shifted. Such a person is unworthy of being with cousin Yinshu. You must quickly inform her. Chen Yan regarded her with playful interest. You call her cousin so naturally. How eager are you to become part of the family? Su Qingming's face flushed suddenly, and she turned away. What nonsense are you spouting? Who desires to become family with you? Do you not? Chen Yan leaned in closer. Oh, please stop. We should promptly notify cousin. Su Qingming covered her face in exasperation. Very well. Chen Yan located Luo Yinshu and sent her the screenshot from earlier. Luo Yinshu. Chen Yan succinctly explained the situation's origin. Chen Yan, cousin, I owe a debt of gratitude to Xiao Tiao for coming today, as it allowed me to uncover this scheme in a timely manner. Luo Yinshu, Tao Xiaoyao came to school to see you? What was her purpose? Chen Yan, are you unaware? Luo Yinshu, I have no idea. What exactly did she do? She hasn't treated you poorly, has she? Chen Yan suddenly let out a mischievous laugh, his fingers dancing across the screen. Chen Yan, not much, just granted me a 20% stake. I thought you were already aware. Luo Yinshu, is that all? Chen Yan, she also mentioned that if I were to be her boyfriend, she would transfer all her shares to me. Luo Yinshu sent a frantic expression. I can only guess she must be seething with anger right now. Chen Yan, cousin, don't be upset. I turned her down. The primary reason I messaged you is to remind you to keep a close watch on Chen Zilian. Luo Yinshu, understood. If there's nothing else, I won't chat anymore. I need to visit Jumping Fish. Talk later. Chen Yan, cousin, please ensure your safety. Chen Yan, cousin? Chen Yan, cousin. Be gentle. With a cheeky grin, he turned off the screen and tucked his phone away. Su Qingming asked, with that mischievous smile, did you really not tell your cousin? All done. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, knowing his cousin would be furious once she found out. Alas, someone is bound to face misfortune today. He stood, facing the direction of Jumping Fish, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Little Taoist of Jumping Fish, I sincerely apologize. Amen. Chen Yan, what are you mumbling about? Su Qingming inquired. Chen Yan straightened up. Nothing. Let us continue our studies. During the afternoon, Chen Yan elucidated 3 types of problems, along with the various potential derivatives of these types. Su Qingming's notebook was densely filled with notes. Upon returning to class, he found Fang Zhiqiang seemingly having forgotten the awkwardness of the afternoon, repeatedly pestering him. Chen Yan felt as though she had developed a split personality. Having no choice, he casually organized a few things and sent a message to Fang Zhiqiang. Classmate Fang, please master what I taught you, and let me have some peace, all right? After enduring 3 torturous days in such a nauseating environment, a turning point finally arrived. That afternoon, as Chen Yan and Su Qingming were studying, his phone vibrated once more. Opening the monitoring software, he heard a middle-aged man's gloomy voice on the line. Daughter, do you have any money left? Send some to your father. Chen Yan and Su Qingming exchanged glances. Based on the address, this was likely Fang Zhiqiang's father. When a father asks his still-studying daughter for money, it seems the Fang family has fundamental issues. Didn't I just give you 800,000 a few days ago? Have you spent it all already? Are you gambling again? The voice of Fang's father erupted into a frantic yell. You wretched girl, what are you saying? When have I ever gambled? Fang's father scolded, then softened his tone. It's your Aunt Wang. Her son wants to buy a house and asked me for money. You just give it without a second thought? Her family has so much money, and they should save it for their children. Fang Zhiqiang questioned in shock. Shoo, keep your voice down. Fang's father's tone turned anxious. It's your Aunt Wang's son who asked me for this. You know she's always wanted to marry me, and her son has been opposing it. Today he finally relented, and I must seize this opportunity. Once I marry your Aunt Wang, I will find a way to transfer all her assets to our names. And then we can kick them out. Isn't that splendid? But you've already bought a house. Why do you still want money from me? I have no cash left. Fang Zhiqiang whispered. Silence fell on the line. Chen Yan and Su Qingming exchanged glances, both silently conveying their disdain. As the old saying goes, a crooked tree cannot produce straight wood. With such a scheming father, how can the daughter turn out well? Despite still having 200,000, she refuses to give it to her father. Such ingratitude. He took a screenshot. Fang's father's contact had a phone number attached. He needed to reach out. He must inform him that Fang Zhiqiang still had 200,000 left. After a pause of nearly half a minute, Fang Zhiqiang coldly stated, I will find a way to get the money, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Fang's father inquired. Fang Zhiqiang replied, when we acquire that woman's assets, I want 60%. 60%? Fang's father shrieked in disbelief. You're being too greedy. No way. 60% is absolutely unacceptable. At most, 40%. 50%. This is your last chance. Fang Zhiqiang's tone carried a hint of threat. Fine, 50% it is. Fang's father relented. You really are an ungrateful daughter. I sent you to an elite school to help you ensnare a wealthy partner, and in the end, you. Before Fang's father could finish his complaint, Fang Zhiqiang abruptly hung up. Chen Yan let out a sigh of relief. Su Qingming followed suit, exclaiming, I never expected that the academic representative in your class would be such a person. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. A person who would go to any lengths for money will ultimately be consumed by it. Let us wait and see the drama unfold. Chen Yan chuckled softly. Flipping to the next page of the workbook, let us continue our studies and not let outsiders disrupt our rhythm. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated again. Fang Zhiqiang had sent a message to Shen Zilian. If it were anyone else, Chen Yan would certainly ignore it, but regarding Shen Zilian, you should take a look first. No matter how important studying is, people are paramount. What if she intends to scheme against you? Su Qingming warned. Chen Yan opened the monitoring software. Fang Zhiqiang, young master Shen. Chen Yan has completely fallen for it. What should we do next? Chapter 57. The Conspiracy Under Surveillance. Finally reaping what they sow. Shen Zilian. Tonight, after school, find a reason to detain him and administer some potent drugs to render him irrational, obtaining evidence of his predatory behavior towards you. Fang Zhiqiang, young master Shen. Isn't this a bit excessive? We are merely collaborating, yet you ask me to betray myself? Shen Zilian, how else can we ensure his swift downfall? You only need to obtain the evidence and report it. I will handle the rest. Fang Zhiqiang, fine. I will think about it. Shen Zilian, I need a definitive answer beforehand. If you are unwilling to make sacrifices, please return the 1 million I previously gave you in full. Fang Zhiqiang, no need to ponder, I agree. Having already given 80,000 to her father from the previous 1 million, what money was left to return? It was merely being manipulated by Chen Yan. As long as she could make money and win over her greedy stepfather, wouldn't the assets then be plentiful? To ascend to greatness, sacrifices must be made. Shen Zilian, I commend your perceptiveness. Await my good news. Fang Zhiqiang, young master Shen, this matter greatly influences me, and I fear you might use me and then refuse to pay the balance. So please transfer the funds to my account in advance. Shen Zilian, Fang Zhiqiang, do not attempt to haggle with me. When have I, Shen Zilian, ever gone back on my word? Fang Zhiqiang, this is my first collaboration with you, young master Shen. I hope you can accommodate me. Furthermore, I have no idea where to procure such drugs, so I kindly ask you to prepare them. Shen Zilian, very well. Provide me with an account number. I will transfer the funds shortly. You should go to the school entrance in 15 minutes. Someone will deliver the drugs to you. Fang Zhiqiang. Thank you, young Master Shen. I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Chen Yan saved all their chat content with screenshots, observing their sordid dealings. Su Qingming wore a face of disdain. For merely 2 million, Fang Zhiqiang was willing to sell herself out. Truly a contemptible act. Chen Yan chuckled. Qingming, having grown up in a wealthy family, you may not grasp the weight of 2 million. To put it plainly, if you were to give 2 million to a poor person, they wouldn't just sell themselves. They might even resort to murder. Su Qingming slowly bowed her head. Chen Yan opened WeChat and sought out Luo Yinshu. Chen Yan, cousin, tonight, Shun Zillion may pose a threat to you. Do exercise caution. Luo Yinshu, rest assured. Everything is prepared, just waiting for him to leap into the trap. Upon reading the reply, he felt significantly more at ease and turned to look at Su Qingming. Noticing the somber expression on her face, he inquired, Qingming, what troubles you? Su Qingming replied softly, I worry that you might be in danger. Are you truly concerned that Fang Zhiqiang might gain an advantage over me? He retorted with a mischievous smile. Stop being so frivolous. Su Qingming admonished with a hint of irritation. I genuinely fear for your safety. Fret not, for I am a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. A feeble wretch cannot pose a threat to me, Chen Yan assured with a grin, adding, let us not forget that my godmother has provided me with 2 bodyguards. No matter Fang Zhiqiang's prowess, she cannot harm us. Su Qingming nodded reluctantly. Come, let us continue our studies. Chen Yan picked up his pen and resumed explaining the exercises in the workbook. As evening approached, he suddenly remembered that he had not communicated with Zhang Guo and Qi Guo. He promptly messaged them, instructing them to conceal themselves in the shadows. Upon receiving the message, they immediately vanished from sight. The school bell rang, and as usual, Chen Yan exited the school gate alongside Su Qingming. After watching her get into her car, he waved goodbye, saying, farewell, see you tomorrow. Su Qingming, with a worried smile, replied, see you tomorrow. As the car door closed and the vehicle drove away, Chen Yan thrust his hands into his pockets, preparing to head home. Just then, Fang Zhiqiang rushed over. Chen Yan, I left something in the classroom. Could you accompany me back to retrieve it? Chen Yan shot her a sidelong glance, his expression one of annoyance. I'm not free. He turned to leave, but Fang Zhiqiang quickly grabbed his arm. Please, I'm too scared to go back alone. Just help me out, all right? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yan relented, fine. But make it quick. I need to get home and rest. With that, he strode towards the teaching building. Fang Zhiqiang smirked coldly, retrieving a bottle of drink from her backpack. Upon entering the classroom, they found it empty. The surveillance camera in the corner flickered with a faint light, monitoring the entire room. Chen Yan stood at the doorway, arms crossed. Go find it, but hurry. Fang Zhiqiang feigned compliance, handing the drink to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I bought this drink for you. Please have some. Chen Yan accepted it and twisted off the cap. Fang Zhiqiang watched him intently. Why aren't you searching for your item? What are you waiting for? Chen Yan asked coldly. Fang Zhiqiang nervously forced a smile. Nothing. Do you want to see me drink it before you go? Why yes. Chen Yan shook the drink, holding it up to the light. You didn't add anything to this, did you? What are you talking about? Fang Zhiqiang's gaze began to dart. Did you add something? Why are you so anxious? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and handed the drink back to her. Here, you take a sip first. No, I'm not thirsty. Fang Zhiqiang retreated, her heel colliding with the doorframe. Chen Yan advanced, his expression turning icy. Did you really think I was unaware of your scheme with Shen Zillion? Trying to drug me? You should sample it first. He lifted her chin with his hand. Fang Zhiqiang's mind went blank. She was at a loss as to how Chen Yan had uncovered the truth. By the time she regained her composure, he had already forced down 2 gulps of the drink. She hastily pushed him away, attempting to induce vomiting, but he offered her no opportunity. As she struggled to escape, he seized her again. He forced the entire drink down her throat, discarding the empty bottle aside with a smirk. Those who plot harm unto others often find themselves ensnared. Chen Yan. Fang Zhiqiang was beside herself, her eyes reddening as she glared at him. Since you knew all along, why did you come back to the classroom with me? To witness your disgrace. Chen Yan shrugged, then shouted, Zhang Guo, Qi Guo. 2 burly figures emerged from the shadows. Fang Zhiqiang's legs began to tremble as she pressed her hand against her chest, retreating. Chen Yan, what are you planning? Chen Yan scoffed, fear not. We have no desire to lay a finger on you. You are beneath us. Zhang Guo, keep an eye on her. I want to know what she does after consuming the drug. Zhang Guo nodded firmly. Understood, young master. Qi Guo, take me to Kaiwei building. This matter settled. I must check on my cousin. The car sped along, soon arriving at the foot of Kaiwei. Upon disembarking, Chen Yan noticed a throng in the lobby, a few journalists among them, rushing in with their equipment. A wave of unease washed over him. Hadn't he warned his cousin earlier? Surely, she had managed to evade this? He removed his school uniform jacket and pulled out a mask, concealing his face as he entered the mall. Chapter 58. Food poisoning sparks public outrage. In the center of the first-floor lobby, several pallid faces lay on the ground, groaning in distress. These unscrupulous merchants. They used expired ingredients, sending us all to the hospital. Damn those heartless businessmen. Have your ancestors' graves been flooded with filth? How could you commit such a heinous act? Luo Yinshu stood calmly at a distance, arms crossed, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Chen Yan pushed past the security guards and rushed over. Cousin, what is happening here? Luo Yinshu was startled, then waved off the approaching guards. They retreated. She scrutinized Chen Yan. Why are you so covered up? Chen Yan replied. I'm uncertain if Chen Zillian is here. I don't want him to shatter his dreams too soon. But enough about me. What is going on here? Luo Yinshu replied nonchalantly. Chen Zillian bribed manager Song of the food court, who laced the raw materials with a laxative. Goodness, more drugging. Does Chen Zillian know no other methods? Chen Yan muttered, then asked, what do we do now? We can't just linger here indefinitely. Luo Yinshu chuckled softly. Fear not. Everything is under control. Xiao Tiao has blacked out Chen Zillian's phone. I am fully aware of how he plotted against me. You want to find Xiao Tiao? Chen Yan exclaimed, then lowered his voice. You didn't get into a fight, did you? Luo Yinshu waved her hand dismissively. We didn't come to blows. Why? Are you worried I might harm her? Of course not. Chen Yan quickly took a step back. Luo Yinshu narrowed her eyes. You don't actually want to be her boyfriend, do you? Chen Yan hastily raised 3 fingers. I swear on the light, absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Luo Yinshu's expression softened slightly. Stay away from her in the future. If I cannot have him, neither shall she. Chen Yan's lips twitched. Cousin, let us discuss this later. How do you plan to handle the current situation? Luo Yinshu replied. No rush. The main character hasn't arrived yet. I have preserved all the evidence of their wrongdoing. Chen Zillian thinks he can dig a pit for me, but in the end, he will only bury himself. Seeing her confidence, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief. You go back to the crowd and watch the show. I will stay and play my part for a while longer. Chen Yan nodded and retreated into the crowd. In less than 3 minutes, Chen Zillian arrived with over 30 people. Among them were 5 well-known online influencers from Yun City, and the rest were local police officers. Officers, I hereby report that Kai Web Building is suspected of selling contaminated food, resulting in multiple cases of food poisoning among consumers. Please take her away. The influencers immediately swarmed, like flies drawn to blood. Ms. Luo, you are already wealthy. Why resort to using contaminated ingredients? Are you merely seeking a bargain? What regard do you have for consumer health? Such a heartless capitalist as you does not deserve to possess such immense wealth. Ignoring the plight of the common people, you shall inevitably meet your demise. These prominent influencers are quite adept at finding their angle, readily adopting the perspective of the impoverished to incite outrage and draw attention. The police have also arrived to inquire. Ms. Luo, in light of the food poisoning incident at Kai Web Building, we kindly ask you to accompany us for a brief discussion. Regardless of whether this matter is indeed related to you, we require your statement. Luo Yinshu nodded. I understand the procedure, but may I have 2 minutes? My secretary is currently compiling evidence. Rest assured, I will neither resist nor flee. Very well, 2 minutes it is. The district police officer consented with a nod. Luo Yinshu then turned to the influencers and inquired, are you all live streaming? Indeed, collectively we have over 1 million viewers online. One influencer replied. Chen Zillian sneered. Luo Yinshu, do you find this amusing? No matter how many questions you ask, it merely serves to delay the inevitable. I advise you to confess early. Perhaps you might secure a more lenient sentence. The influencers nodded in agreement. Outside, the gathered reporters aimed their cameras at Luo Yinshu. Sensing the momentum, Chen Zillian confidently addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chen Zillian, general manager of the Free Group. As a member of the Yun City business circle, I find it disgraceful to have a parasite like Luo Yinshu among us. Let us unite and collectively boycott Kai Web Building. In his fervor, he exchanged a glance with Manager Song. Resolutely, Manager Song stepped forward. I am the manager of the Kai Web Building food court, and today I shall publicly expose Luo Yinshu's nefarious deeds. In her greed, she neglected proper inspection channels for all the ingredients. I have warned her multiple times, only to be met with threats regarding her family's safety. Today, with the police present, I must ask the public, can we expect serious action against such unscrupulous merchants? Encouraged by Manager Song's words, the crowd erupted with fervor. The influencers joined in the chant, down with the heartless capitalists. Let her face the law. The surrounding crowd echoed their sentiments. Silence, silence. The district police officer attempted to restore order, turning to Luo Yinshu with a hint of concern. Ms. Luo, would you prefer to accompany us now? The crowd's emotions are exceedingly agitated. It could pose a threat to your safety. Luo Yinshu shook her head. Picking up her phone, has the evidence been compiled? On the other end, her secretary replied, it's ready, President Luo. Would you like to project it? Yes, please do. After agreeing, she hung up and turned to the district police and the assembled crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, my secretary has located the evidence, and it will soon be displayed on the screen behind me. Please pay close attention to ascertain whether I am truly the villain in this food poisoning incident or if someone is framing me. Many in the crowd grew curious at her words. Chen Yan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and quickly retorted, Luo Yinshu, don't put on a show. Who knows if you might fabricate some false evidence to mislead us. Luo Yinshu chuckled. Why the rush, Master Shen? I haven't even revealed the evidence yet. Yet you seem so eager to speak. Are you perhaps involved in this food poisoning incident? Chen Zillian's expression momentarily stiffened. Manager Song also grew tense, glancing at Chen Zillian. Chen Zillian, maintaining his composure, responded, Don't worry, she cannot possibly have evidence. Luo Yinshu stood confidently, hands clasped behind her back. Just then, the screen behind her lit up, displaying a surveillance video. In the footage, Manager Song was seen stealthily entering the food court's kitchen and sprinkling a white powder onto the ingredients. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. Chen Zillian's expression darkened, cursing under his breath. Useless. He then pointed accusingly at Manager Song. Ah, so it was you scoundrel, who deliberately poisoned and framed Yinshu. Just wait and see what I do to you. He approached swiftly, grabbing Manager Song by the collar and whispering a threat. Admit your guilt, or I will destroy your entire family. After issuing his warning, he struck Manager Song with 2 swift punches, then turned to Luo Yinshu with a smile. Yinshu, I've avenged you. Luo Yinshu scoffed. Master Shen, are you still not done with your performance? Chapter 59, Publicly Exposing the Crime. Chen Zillian flees in his car. Chen Zillian's lips twitched slightly. Yinshu, what are you saying? I can hardly comprehend. Luo Yinshu gestured towards the screen. No need to rush. You will understand shortly. Upon uncovering the true culprit behind the Kaiwa food poisoning incident, several police officers promptly apprehended Manager Song. Luo Yinshu inquired. Manager Song, I have treated you well. Who instructed you to do this? Manager Song lowered his head, his eyes darting nervously. You better speak the truth. It might help you secure a more lenient outcome. Luo Yinshu's tone was calm. Suddenly, Manager Song raised his head, eyes filled with rage. Luo Yinshu, no one instructed me. I despise you on my own accord. 2 years ago during National Day, my father suffered a heart attack, and I couldn't even say goodbye because I was stuck working overtime. You are a callous capitalist. Why don't you just die? The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Even with the truth of the food poisoning incident now revealed, public opinion on Luo Yinshu remained unchanged. Luo Yinshu chuckled softly. At this point, you still wish to slander me? Her gaze grew colder, her voice rising. When your father was hospitalized, you requested leave, and I granted you a full half-month of absence. It's documented in your attendance records. Shall I retrieve it for verification? Did you think I would simply discard my records without preserving them? Chen Zillian's expression became increasingly stiff. He feared Manager Song might betray him, hastily interjecting. Yinshu, since the poisoner has been captured, let the police take him away. Luo Yinshu shot him a glance. Everyone says to remain calm. Why are you so impatient? The video on the large screen concluded, revealing several chat screenshots. Chen Zillian's face turned ashen. The content of one screenshot detailed his bribery of Manager Song to poison the food court. Master Shen, do you have any explanation for this? Chen Zillian's eyelids twitched, and he shouted. Luo Yinshu, this image is a fabrication. I never did any such thing, whether you did or not. You know in your heart, Luo Yinshu replied with a smile. At that moment, the screenshots on the large screen changed again, this time revealing his conversations with the influencers. He had paid each of them $1 million to tarnish Luo Yinshu's reputation, profiting while simultaneously garnering traffic. The influencers' expressions rapidly fell, and they hurriedly shut down their live streams, preparing to flee the scene. Luo Yinshu turned to the district police. Officers, these public figures have defamed and slandered me, seriously infringing upon my right to reputation. I wish to file a report. Upon hearing this, the influencers halted in their tracks and turned back. Ms. Luo, we were merely momentarily misguided. Please show mercy and do not pursue this further. We are willing to compensate for this matter. Compensation? Luo Yinshu replied with a cold laugh. Had I not possessed the evidence, your words alone would have ruined my life. Let me be clear. No matter how much you offer in compensation, I refuse to settle. The internet is not a lawless realm. Do you truly believe that fabricating a few rumors and then offering some money will suffice? Dream on. The influencers, realizing the severity of the situation, sat down in despair. They understood that should Luo Yinshu pursue this matter, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Ms. Luo, I beg you, have mercy and let me go. A broadcaster crawled on the ground, proclaiming, it has taken me 6 or 7 years to achieve this height. I cannot afford any blemishes. This is of your own making. Luo Yinshu cast a cold smile as she lowered her gaze. The officer maintained a composed expression as several other officers approached, apprehending the prominent internet personalities. Comrade, there is also him. She pointed at Chen Yan. Two officers moved forward, prompting Chen Yan to shout, Luo Yinshu. I admit my defeat this time, but you cannot press charges against me. Why ever not? Luo Yinshu inquired with a smile. Chen Yan scoffed. Do you think I only plotted against you? Evidence of your cousin's criminal activities will soon reach me. If you wish to spare him from trouble, we must discuss this matter. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure emerged from the crowd. Chen Yan approached Chen Yan, removing his mask. Young Master Chen. It has been a while, have you missed me? Chen Yan's eyes widened in surprise. How are you here? You shouldn't be. Haha. Chen Yan laughed heartily. Young Master Chen, the partner you sought is even more foolish than you. She is likely facing the repercussions of her actions right now. Officers, I wish to report that Chen Yan attempted to poison me. I will compile the relevant evidence with my cousin and send it to you. Two officers immediately advanced. Realizing the precarious situation, Chen Yan dashed into the crowd, toppling several nearby individuals. A few officers were impeded by the throng, helplessly watching him escape. Cousin, the car keys. Chen Yan shouted urgently. Luo Yinshu promptly handed him the keys, and he hastened to extricate himself from the crowd. Once outside, he shouted, Chen Yan, don't run. Chen Yan glanced back, shouting, everyone, come out and stop that bastard. A dozen bodyguards emerged from the shadows, positioning themselves in front of Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I know you can fight, but what does that matter? Can you take on all of us alone? Farewell. He laughed as he brandished the car keys. Heading straight for the McLaren P1, Chen Yan's expression shifted, and at that moment, Chi Guo rushed to his side. Young master, I'll handle this. I'm going after that scoundrel. Understood, Chi Guo replied, swinging his powerful arm and charging forward. Chen Yan pressed the car key, and not far away. An Audi A7 blinked its hazard lights. His eyes sparkled. Though the A7 is considered a coupe, it pales in comparison to a true sports car. If he encountered complex road conditions, he would never catch up to the McLaren. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He sprinted towards the vehicle. Chen Yan's bodyguards, realizing the situation, rushed to intercept him. Get the hell out of my way, he bellowed, kicking at a bodyguard's neck. At this moment, Chen Yan had already entered his car. Chen Yan, fueled by determination, struck without hesitation. With a series of powerful blows, he incapacitated those blocking his path. He hurried towards the A7. Just as he settled into the driver's seat, the McLaren sped past him. He quickly started the car and pressed the accelerator, shooting out onto the road. As the two vehicles sped away, Luo Yinshu and several officers emerged from the mall. Chi Guo sensed the urgency, shaking off those around him and diving into the foliage to escape amidst the chaos. On the bustling city road, Chen Yan focused intently ahead, fearful of losing sight of his target again. Fortunately, the traffic was relatively congested, keeping the distance between them from widening significantly. After a few minutes of pursuit, Chen Yan, realizing he could not shake off Chen Yan, made a sharp turn onto the highway entrance. As long as he was not apprehended on sight, he could find a way to absolve himself. He must not let Chen Yan catch up. In the back, Chen Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly. If they truly reached the highway, even if he pushed the engine to its limits, catching up with Chen Yan would be impossible. What should he do? Chapter 60, a tense chase, finally captured. Chen Yan's expression was grave, his gaze intense. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Even if he lost sight of Chen Yan on the highway, it was better than giving up the chase. He followed suit, turning the steering wheel to enter the highway entrance. Both vehicles merged onto the highway, with Chen Yan flooring the accelerator, the speed of his car surging once more. Chen Yan also accelerated in response. The stark contrast between the maximum speeds of 350 and 250 became immediately apparent, and the gap between the two cars began to widen. A glimmer of despair flickered in Chen Yan's eyes. Just as he was about to abandon the pursuit, he suddenly spotted a red traffic light a few hundred meters ahead. That vivid red stood out against the night. He pressed the accelerator harder. Ahead, Chen Yan also noticed the signal. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Even the traffic light is conspiring against me." Several lanes were filled with vehicles waiting at the signal, leaving only the emergency lane clear. If he could smoothly pass through this traffic light, he would have a clear road for the next several kilometers. With his prowess, shaking off Chen Yan would be a piece of cake. But now, he was forced to veer into the emergency lane. Just at that moment, several dump trucks were turning at the intersection, blocking his path and forcing him to make a begrudging right turn. Chen Yan's lips curled into a smirk. The road to the right was a county road. If he followed it for several kilometers past the industrial park, he could enter the mountains. The winding paths in the mountains were his domain, and with his driving skills, catching up to Chen Yan would merely be a matter of time. The heavens are on my side, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, turning onto the county road. The county road was noticeably narrower than the highway. Heavy vehicles were more prevalent around the industrial park, severely limiting the speed advantage of the McLaren. Chen Yan, with his exceptional driving skills, gradually closed the gap between them. By the time they emerged from the industrial area, the distance had shrunk to less than 100 meters. Chen Yan glanced in the rearview mirror at the rapidly approaching Chen Yan, gritting his teeth. Chen Yan, after losing to you last time, I practiced diligently for a week. This time, I must redeem myself. The car roared wildly as it plunged into the depths of the mountains. Chen Yan sneered, the mountain roads are my turf. You narcissistic fool. He followed closely behind into the mountains. The night in the mountains was cloaked in mist, with the sound of tires grinding against the asphalt echoing through the valleys. After navigating just 4 or 5 sharp turns, Chen Yan had reduced the distance to less than 20 meters. Chen Yan glared at the approaching headlights, slamming the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it. Why is my car so much better, yet I can't outrun you? At that moment, he lost focus as a stretch of guardrail suddenly appeared ahead. He quickly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly brushing against the guardrail and igniting a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan overtook him, positioning himself in front and gradually decelerating while dialing his cousin's number. As soon as the call connected, Luo Yinshu immediately asked, Chen Yan, where are you right now? I'm on the county road heading to Dawan Valley. Chen Yan replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. I've caught up to Chen Yan. Hurry and bring people over. Understood. The call ended, and Chen Yan slammed on the brakes. Chen Yan, taken aback, did the same. However, the distance between the two cars was too close. Despite his quick reaction, he could not escape the fate of a collision. The cars collided, scraping along the county road for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Chen Yan leapt out of the car, cursing furiously, damn it, do you want to die? After cursing, he hurriedly dashed into the nearby woods. Chen Yan hurriedly exited the vehicle, hastening to match his pace. The two of them plunged into the woods, one trailing closely behind the other. In the dark of the night, the forest was devoid of any light, and they stumbled through the underbrush for several minutes. At last, Chen Yan caught up with Chen Yan. Grasping the collar of Chen Yan's shirt, he yanked him back, his fist following suit. You thought you could escape? Come back. A powerful punch struck Chen Yan in the chest, causing him to cough and gasp. Chen Yan, I beg you, let me go. I can offer you money. I have reasons that prevent me from going in there. Enough with the useless talk, move. If you don't, I'll hit you again. Chen Yan raised his fist once more. Chen Yan recoiled, being dragged downwards by Chen Yan. The return journey was fraught with obstacles. It took them over 10 minutes before they finally emerged back onto the road. Squat by the roadside, hands on your head. Chen Yan barked angrily. Chen Yan trembled as he complied. He had heard from the green-haired man that Chen Yan was quite formidable, and he wished to avoid suffering at his hands. After they turned onto the county road, he had called his father, and surely, his father was on his way now. After waiting for a while by the roadside, several vehicles approached from below the mountain. A slight smile crept onto Chen Yan's lips. Chen Yan, once I take you back, let's see how arrogant you remain. You thought you could deceive me and my cousin? Dream on. Just as he finished speaking, several cars halted before them. The doors swung open, and Chen Yan's eyes widened in surprise. In contrast, Chen Yan displayed a relieved smile. Dad, you finally made it. The newcomers were none other than Shen Aoquang, the chairman of the Freedom Group. Upon exiting the vehicle, all the doors of the following cars opened as well. The 4 notorious fools of Yin City, accompanied by a dozen henchmen, leaped out and staggered towards them. Seeing this, Chen Yan immediately tightened his grip on Chen Yan. Everyone, keep your distance. Shen Aoquang's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, momentarily astonished. Xiao Chen, I never imagined we would meet again in such a manner. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Nor did I expect that the esteemed general manager Shen from the Freedom Group would personally appear to rescue this incompetent son of yours. Hearing their exchange, Chen Yan was taken aback. Dad, do you know him? Shen Aoquang replied with pride. Not quite an acquaintance, merely a passing encounter. He then turned to Chen Yan. Xiao Chen, considering the last charity auction where you sold me that jade sculpture, I implore you to let my son go. I can overlook this matter and even provide you with some financial compensation. Chen Yan scoffed. Chairman Shen, do you truly believe I am in need of money? Shen Aoquang's expression remained inscrutable. Then tell me, what will it take for you to release my son? Not a chance. Chen Yan raised his chin defiantly. Your son had someone drug me and my cousin's business. Do you expect me to let him go with just a word? Have you no sense of shame? Impudent. Green Hair roared, pointing at him. Do you even understand Shindong's status? You little brat dare to speak to him in such a manner? You're asking for a beating. Chen Yan's eyebrows twitched as he glanced at Green Hair. What are you doing here again? Have you forgotten the last time you got beaten up? If you keep yapping, I'll make you regret it. Green Hair tilted his neck defiantly. Kid, you'd better speak to me properly, or you'll be the one to suffer soon. This time, They had come with a larger group. Were they truly afraid of Chen Yan? Shin Aoquang coldly inquired, I will ask you one last time. Will you release my son? Absolutely not. Chen Yan's tone was resolute. Shin Aoquang raised a finger. Seize him. Chapter 61. All captured, cousin taken to her home for treatment. All right. The four fools of Yin City stepped forward immediately, especially Green Hair, whose smile was particularly sinister. After being brutally beaten by Chen Yan last time, he had been waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Heaven had finally granted him that chance. He turned to his henchman and said, Did you hear Chairman Shin's orders? Go get Shin Xiao back. Several men, armed with weapons, advanced. Chen Yan held on to Shun Zilian's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Dad, can you negotiate? This little bastard is hurting me. Shin Aoquang coldly retorted, Son, bear with it. He dares not truly harm you. Just as he finished speaking, the closest henchman swung a baton. Seizing the moment, Chen Yan delivered a swift kick, sending the man staggering backward, clutching his chest as he fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Chen Yan grabbed Shin Zilian to shield himself from an incoming blow. The henchman, seeing this, quickly pulled back, allowing Chen Yan to counterattack with a kick to the man's chin, knocking him unconscious. With two henchmen down, Shin Aoquang's expression darkened. Don't let them fall one by one. All at once, take Shin Xiao back. Green Hair shouted, then charged forward with his baton. The henchmen surged forward en masse, encircling Chen Yan. Chen Yan, release Shin Xiao now, or I swear I will kill you. Green Hair threatened, pointing his baton at him. Chen Yan glared. His fighting spirit ignited. There was no escaping. If that was the case, he would gladly entertain them. He raised his elbow, aiming for Shun Zilian's neck. With a sharp strike, Shun Zilian's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious immediately. Chen Yan discarded him and lunged towards Green Hair. You wanted to kill me? Today. I will make sure you meet your end first. He seized Green Hair's baton and swung it down upon him. The entire confrontation unfolded in a flash. By the time Green Hair regained his senses, he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Ah! He screamed, then shouted, Someone come here. Beat him to death. The henchman rushed forward. Chen Yan raised his left arm to shield his head, swinging the baton down with force onto Green Hair. You wanted to kill me? I'll be the one to kill you first. Green Hair was struck until stars danced before his eyes. Chen Yan, stop. If you keep this up, someone will die. He pleaded loudly. Ignoring his cries, Chen Yan continued his assault. You still have the strength to shout. You're not dying yet. The chaos ensued. A whirlwind of bodies clashing together. Shin Aoquang's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Chen Yan. Hong Mao, find a way to get Zilian back. Understood. Hong Mao bowed slightly, moving to the periphery of the fray, seeking an opportune moment to drag Shin Zilian's legs and forcibly pull him away. Quick! Get him in the car. Shin Aoquang commanded, opening the car door immediately. Hong Mao and Huang Mao worked together to toss Shin Zilian into the vehicle. Chen Yan, you injure my son today, and I will not let this matter rest. Shin Aoquang bellowed, directing all his henchmen, beat him to death. If he dies, I will compensate for it. After saying this, he climbed into the car and ordered the driver, take the young master to the hospital immediately. The vehicle turned around, just as another convoy approached, flashing police lights. The red and blue lights were particularly conspicuous in the night. Upon seeing this, the henchmen disregarded their boss's orders, hastily abandoning their weapons and scrambling into their vehicles to flee. Several police cars surged forward, blocking all exits. Officers exited their vehicles, shouting, Shut off your engines and exit the vehicles. Move quickly. The henchmen were all apprehended. Even Shin Aoquang was pulled from the car. Chen Yan, a frantic voice called out. And Chen Yan turned to see his cousin rushing toward him in a panic. Though the headlights obscured her expression, she must have been extremely anxious at that moment. Beneath him, Green Hair, witnessing the arrival of the police, was overwhelmed with emotion, shouting, There are still more over here. As he began to speak, Chen Yan struck him once more, rendering him unconscious. Earlier, Chen Yan had deliberately avoided hitting his vital areas, allowing him to experience the sensation of being beaten. However, with the arrival of the police, he could no longer continue his assault, so he decided to let the green-haired one rest for a while. Just as he had knocked the green-haired individual out, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Luo Yinshu rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, Chen Yan, are you all right? Her eyes were red-rimmed, traces of tears still evident. Perhaps due to the conclusion of the fight and the dissipation of adrenaline, Chen Yan's entire body began to ache, prompting him to shout, Cousin, it hurts, please let go of me. Luo Yinshu immediately released him, and under the light cast by the vehicle, she noticed several bruises on his arms, her heart aching as she scolded, You mustn't take such risks again. Do you understand how worried I was for you? No matter what happens in the mall, it's merely a financial loss. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? Seeing her so distraught, Chen Yan raised his hand to wipe away her tears, saying, All right, cousin, be good, don't cry. After the police had taken those individuals away, they approached, saying, Ms. Luo, Mr. Chen, you both need to accompany us for a while. We need to take your statements regarding today's events. Once they arrived at the police station, the two submitted all the evidence they had to the investigating officers and subsequently provided their statements. By the time they exited the station, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yan, holding an ice pack given by the police to soothe his face, walked and laughed. Fortunately, they've all been detained. My beating wasn't in vain. That old man, Shen Aokong, was so arrogant earlier, yet now he must obediently undergo interrogation. Luo Yinshu retrieved her car keys and approached her damaged vehicle. Look at what a state the car is in. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. If you ever dare to put yourself in danger again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my cousin. Oh, now you're making threats? Did you forget how you were crying just a moment ago? Chen Yan teased, opening the passenger door. Luo Yinshu maintained a serious demeanor as she entered the vehicle. You should stay at my place tonight. I have some ointment for bruises, and I'll apply it for you. All right, then I shall trouble you, cousin. Chen Yan replied, resting his chin on his hands as he settled in. His back, having sustained the brunt of the blows, made him hesitant to lean back. Thus, they arrived at Luo Yinshu's home, and upon entering, she found him a loose-fitting women's nightgown. I don't have any men's sizes here. Go take a shower first, and when you come out, I'll apply the ointment. Chen Yan glanced at the nightgown and decided, never mind, I'll just wear my school uniform. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and before long, he emerged clean. Luo Yinshu had changed into comfortable home attire, sitting on the edge of her bed with various ointments laid out before her. Come over and lie down. I'll apply the ointment for you. She beckoned. Chen Yan approached and laid down on the bed, lifting his shirt to reveal numerous bruises on his back. Luo Yinshu squeezed out the ointment and gently began to apply it. Ouch! Chen Yan let out a muffled groan, turning his head to say, Cousin, could you be a bit gentler? By sheer coincidence, his gaze landed directly on the neckline of Luo Yinshu's attire. The melody of the bird's song resonated in the air. Chapter 62. They resumed their normal school routine, encountering Zhang Zeng and Qi Guo at the entrance. Chen Yan quickly pulled the quilt to cover his embarrassment. Cousin, these are just minor injuries. There's no need for ointment. He got up, clutching the quilt, and made for the guest room, saying, I'm going to sleep in the guest room. You should rest early too. The ointment isn't finished yet. Put the quilt down. Luo Yinshu frowned, tugging at the corner of the quilt to pull it back. Chen Yan had not anticipated his cousin would fight him for the quilt, and he did not hold on tightly enough. The quilt fell to the floor. Then, silence enveloped the air. Luo Yinshu quickly turned her head away, her face flushed as if scalded by boiling water. Cousin, you should come back and lie down. Let me finish applying the ointment. It will help you heal faster. No, it's fine. Chen Yan hastily picked up the quilt and dashed out. That night, the house was enveloped in tranquility. The following morning, as Chen Yan opened the door to the guest room, he coincidentally bumped into his cousin, who was also heading out. She had changed into a more formal set of home attire. Good morning, cousin, he awkwardly greeted. Morning, Luo Yinshu replied, equally awkwardly. After exchanging pleasantries, she rushed to the front door to retrieve the takeaway. Turning back, she said, hurry and wash up, then come eat breakfast. I'll drive you to school later. Okay, Chen Yan responded. It was not until they finished breakfast that the atmosphere in the house returned to normal. The two descended the stairs together and got into another of Luo Yinshu's vehicles. On their way to school, Chen Yan inquired, Cousin, after such a severe incident at the mall yesterday, have you thought about how to handle it? Luo Yinshu scoffed. Of course, we must retaliate. The Shun family is coveting my mall, and I intend to take a piece of their flesh in return. With Shen Aokong out of the picture, you'll have more room to maneuver. Chen Yan chuckled in agreement. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard Luo Yinshu sigh. It's not as easy as you think. Besides Shen Aokong, the Shen family has another capable individual, Shen Yubing, his youngest daughter. When it comes to business acumen, she is no less formidable than Shen Aokong. Even if Shen Aokong spends a lifetime lamenting behind bars, as long as she is around, the probability of the Shun family's downfall remains slim. Chen Yan's expression gradually grew serious. He had only heard Shen Yubing's name a few times before. Previously, he had no reason to delve into the affairs of the free group, so he hadn't paid much attention. He had thought Shen Yubing was merely a pretty face riding on her father's coattails, but from his cousin's reaction, it seemed that she might be even more formidable than Shen Aokong. What are your plans then? Chen Yan asked. Luo Yinshu chuckled. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Shun father-son duo disrupting public order, I plan to short their stocks. If things get chaotic on their end, we might be able to seize some of their assets as well. If you need my assistance, just let me know, Chen Yan offered. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. All right, I'll drop you off here. I won't get out. I need to hurry to the building and check on the finishing touches. Luo Yinshu smiled. Chen Yan waved his hand. Go ahead, stay safe. Will do. He exited the vehicle, watching as Luo Yinshu drove away. Just as he turned to enter the school, he unexpectedly ran into Zhang Zong and Qigua. These two had been sent off to attend to other matters the previous night. Had they been present, the unfortunate ones would surely have been those thugs. Young master. Qigua approached with a grin. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the bruises on Chen Yan's face and hands. Young master, what happened to you? His eyes widened. Then he turned to Zhang Zong. Zhang, why the hell were you with the young master last night? Zhang Zong stepped forward, his face filled with guilt. Last night. Enough, let's not discuss that now. Chen Yan interrupted, looking at Qigua. How did it go with the person you were keeping an eye on? Upon hearing this, Qigua immediately grinned. Young master, you won't believe it. That little vixen is truly wild. She tried to seduce me, but ended up running to the school guard's office. The old guard was so frightened he had a heart attack, and I had to call for an ambulance. He went on to detail Fang Zhiqiang's antics after she had taken the drugs, concluding with a sigh, the effects of that drug she gave herself were incredibly potent. What happened next? Chen Yan inquired. Well, Qigua continued, she was taken away by the security police. I waited outside all night, and only this morning was she released. I overheard her saying she was trying to give her pet the drug, and due to some mistake, it ended up in her own mouth. No one was the wiser about the truth. Chen Yan scoffed. Does she dare to reveal the truth? Once spoken, it could be construed as intentional poisoning. This bitter pill, she must swallow in silence. Young master, this matter is settled. I will inquire about your injuries, Qigua remarked. Chen Yan glanced at the back of his hand and coldly inquired, have you heard of the four prodigies of Yunqing? I have. Qigua nodded. But they are merely a quartet of ignorant ruffians. Did they lay their hands on you? Chen Yan affirmed with a nod. Zhang immediately seethed with anger. If they dare to touch you, I shall return and ensure they are dealt with. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Chen Yan called out. Those individuals are still at the station. They want to be released for at least 10 days or half a month. Please inform my godmother that I have taken an interest in their assets and request her assistance in managing it. Understood. Zhang nodded. Qigua then asked, what about them? Will it be left at that? Left at that? How could it be? Chen Yan smirked. Once they are released, I shall settle the score with them. He added, by the way, do not mention my beating to my godmother. I fear she might flay you both alive. Thank you, young master. Both men replied, bowing deeply. Chen Yan waved them off and entered the school. As usual, Su Qingming brought breakfast, and upon seeing the bruises on him, she wiped her tears in distress. After much effort, he managed to comfort her and solemnly pledged never to place himself in harm's way again. He stubbornly finished every morsel of the breakfast she brought. When the class bell rang, the seat beside him remained empty, stirring his curiosity. According to Qigua, Fang Zhiqiang had been released early this morning. So why had she not yet arrived? Dismissing the thought, he laid his head down on the desk and indulged in a refreshing nap. Each time he woke during the breaks, he would check his phone. The entire morning passed, yet Fang Zhiqiang seemed to have evaporated, with no messages to or from him. At noon, Chen Yan took Su Qingming to a pavilion to study. Just as he opened his book, his phone rang. It was a call from his cousin. He immediately answered with a smile. Cousin, are you calling to gloat over your achievements? On the other end, Luo Yunshu's tone was grave. Stop smiling for a moment. I have something to tell you. Shen Zilian has been released on bail. Chapter 63. Shen Zilian, upon his release, headed straight for Nanqing. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned. That can't be right. His circumstances do not meet the bail conditions. How could he possibly be released? Luo Yunshu sighed. He used someone else's identity for the bail. This morning, his family's lawyer brought the registrant to the station, and the registrant took on the main charges. What remains for him is merely causing a ruckus in a mall, which, without severe consequences, amounts to a sentence of 5 to 10 days for public disturbance. Damn. Chen Yan couldn't help but curse. He truly was a cunning fox, having prepared a scapegoat well in advance. The voice on the other end sighed again. Chen Yan pressed on. What about Shen Aokong? Shen Aokong is not as clever as his son. The evidence against him is quite substantial. He will likely be shedding tears behind bars for several months, Luo Yunshu replied. Then she shifted the conversation, adding, the four prodigies of Yunqing, like Shen Aokong, are also implicated in public disturbances and suspected of participating in underground activities. They face at least several months. Chen Yan shook his head in resignation. The ones I wanted to catch slipped away, and what remains are merely minor thugs. However, it is for the best, with Shen Aokong incarcerated. The Shen family should quiet down for a while. By the way, didn't you mention earlier today that you were targeting the Freedom Group? How is that going? So far, it appears to be going quite well. The stocks of the Freedom Group have plummeted. Luo Yunshu replied. All right. I am busy here and need to keep an eye on the stock market, so I will not keep you any longer. Okay. Chen Yan hung up. The drop in the Freedom Group stocks was perhaps the only silver lining in this conversation. But what good is a mere drop in stocks? Large capital groups can easily rebound the stock prices after the storm passes. Noticing the troubled expression on his face, Su Qingming immediately leaned in. I saw you looked rather grim. Is there something troubling you? Chen Yan forced a smile. It's nothing. Focus on your studies. Oh. Su Qingming shrank back, whispering. If you have any troubles, you must tell me, and I will do my utmost to help you. Thank you. The two resumed their studies. Lunchtime swiftly passed. Su Qingming cheerfully packed her books. Under Chen Yan's patient guidance over the past few days, the previously ambiguous knowledge points had been thoroughly reinforced. If given a test now, she would undoubtedly perform better than before. Chen Yan, thank you. Su Qingming whispered from behind him. Chen Yan chuckled. No need for such formality with me. Su Qingming grinned, skipping past him toward the teaching building, while he followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the building, his phone finally vibrated with a long-awaited notification. He checked it to find a call from an unfamiliar number, answered, and heard Shen Zilian's voice. Damn you, you worthless piece of trash. You can't even handle a trivial matter. Do you want to die? Fang Zhiqiang replied. Young Master Shun, I am unclear how Chen Yan learned of our plan. Stop your whining. I'll multiply that 2 million you owe me tenfold if you don't pay up. I swear I'll have you killed. Shen Zilian roared. Fang Zhiqiang immediately begged. Young Master Shun, I don't have that much money. I hate Chen Yan more than you do. Please give me one more chance. I promise I will ensure he never rises again. Stop making promises I don't believe. Give me the money. Shen Zilian snapped impatiently. Fang Zhiqiang said, Young Master Shun, I truly don't have that much. Trust me one last time. I promise I will ruin Chen Yan this time. I have a plan. After a moment of silence, Shen Zilian softly replied, Fine, I will give you another chance. If you fail again, you won't even know how you'll die. Thank you, young Master Shun. Thank you. Fang Zhiqiang expressed her gratitude profusely. Shen Zilian, regaining his composure, said, Someone has already taken the fall for your suggestion to use drugs. If questioned, you know what to do. With that, he abruptly hung up. After a few seconds, Fang Zhiqiang texted her father, Dad, are you done over there? Her father did not reply. Chen Yan tucked his phone away and returned to class. The afternoon unfolded as usual, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring, repeating the same processes. Fang Zhiqiang had not returned. As in the morning, the entire afternoon passed without any news of her. Until evening, Chen Yan gathered his belongings and stepped out, only to run into Zheng Zhang and Qigua, who had come to meet him. Upon seeing him, they immediately approached. Young master, we arranged for a few people to keep an eye on Shen Zilian. After he left the station, he spent half an hour at the Freedom Group before taking a taxi to the airport to purchase a ticket to Nanjing. Zheng Zhang reported. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. What does he intend to do in Nanjing? Zheng Zhang shook his head. We do not know. We have already dispatched someone to follow him, and they will report his whereabouts every half hour. It should be soon. Good. Chen Yan nodded. At that moment, Qigua stepped forward, holding several documents in his hand. Young master, after we return and inform the boss today, he immediately arranged for someone to seize the assets of those 4 fools. Here is the transfer agreement. He handed the document to Chen Yan. Chen Yan glanced through it. Those 4 buffoons hardly possessed anything of worth, merely a few foot massage parlors, KTVs, and small eateries, none of which held any significance. How much did stepmother spend to acquire these? Chen Yan inquired. $4, replied Qigua, raising 4 fingers. How much? $4? Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if those 4 would shed genuine tears once their melancholic songs echoed from behind bars. Su Qingming approached from the direction of Class 19. The two maintained a distance of about half a meter, strolling side by side toward the school gate. After seeing Su Qingming off in her car, Qigua drove up. Young master, the boss said your car won't be ready for a few more days. Shall we give you a ride home? Sure. Chen Yan opened the car door and got in. For some inexplicable reason, from the moment he settled into the vehicle, a sense of unease enveloped him. He gazed at the streetlights retreating in the night, letting out a soft sigh. Zheng Zhang, seated in the back, noticed his gloomy expression and was about to inquire when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the intermediary. He immediately grinned. Young master, the people from South City have responded. Chen Yan turned his head, put it on speaker. All right. He answered the call, activating the speakerphone. Hello, what's the situation over there? A tense voice came through the line. Jingang, our people have gone missing. Chapter 64, Gaining Charisma, what a sin. Chen Yan's heart sank. Could his earlier disquietude be related to this issue? Zheng Zhang nearly shouted, what happened? How did they go missing? I don't know. The intermediary was equally perplexed. Our people had GPS tracking. Everything seemed normal after they disembarked, but just 2 minutes ago, their locations suddenly vanished, and we can't reach them by phone. Zheng Zhang whispered, not a single one can be contacted? Not a single one, came the firm reply from the other end. Zheng Zhang let out a heavy breath. What was Shen Zilian doing after he got off the plane? Nothing at all, just driving around in South City. He didn't seem to interact with anyone. The intermediary responded. All right, I understand. Keep monitoring your end, and if you manage to make contact, notify me immediately. Xingzhang hung up the phone. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched. A dark cloud settling over his heart. South City was one of the premier cities in the country, while Yin City didn't even come close. What could Shinzilian possibly be doing there? He couldn't help but recall the vision he had seen of his cousin's future. His cousin lay on a cold iron bed. Her kidneys excised, bloodied and lifeless, her eyes wide open in death. Could it be related to Shinzilian? The people accompanying him had also gone silent. He wondered if they had encountered danger. Let's not go home just yet. Accompany me for a late-night snack, Chen Yan suggested softly. Over the years, whenever he faced unhappy moments, he sought solace in good food. Xingzhang asked, where shall we eat? Chen Yan pondered, let's go to Tu Lao Mao. He had worked there for 3 years, so he was well acquainted with the flavors. It would also be nice to check in on the owner and his wife. He hadn't seen them in half a month and wondered if they were keeping busy. Chigwa turned the steering wheel, heading straight for Victory Road. Tu Lao Mao Barbecue. Chigwa parked the car by the roadside, and the three of them alighted. The barbecue shop was bustling with customers. Only a table in the corner remained vacant. Let's sit there. Chen Yan pointed to the corner. They made their way over. After settling in, Chen Yan headed straight for the kitchen. The Peng couple was busy. Upon seeing him, they immediately smiled and asked, Chen Yan, what brings you here? I brought 2 friends to eat. Chen Yan replied while grabbing a notepad. He jotted down a list of items that suited his taste. In the past, he had been reluctant to indulge, even when the Pengs offered him food for free. He didn't want to take advantage of them. Now, he intended to savor everything. Peng Go, can you manage without me in the shop? He casually inquired. Peng Liang sighed with a smile. The first couple of days after you left were indeed tough, but it's better now. Your sister-in-law plans to hire 1 or 2 more waitstaff soon. Will you come back during your break? Chen Yan chuckled. I probably won't be able to make it. His primary reason for working was to earn money, and now he had more than enough, so why continue working? That's fine. Take a good rest for a while. You haven't taken time to enjoy yourself in these 3 years. Do you have enough money to get by? Peng Liang asked. Plenty. Chen Yan finished filling out the order and set it down. Just then, the kitchen called out that the food was ready, prompting him to summon Peng Liang to serve it. I'll go. It's boring just sitting around. Chen Yan headed to the kitchen. The chef was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and he carried out the skewers. They were for table 7. As he exited the shop, he made a beeline for table 7. Just as he set the skewers down, he overheard someone at the table say, Guys, I'm not bragging, despite my average looks. I've never lacked for women. It's like I have a charm that attracts them, as long as a pretty girl catches my eye. A few casual words will have them throwing caution to the wind to have fun with me. Ding, detecting someone boasting within proximity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Last time, he had received a considerable number of good things while serving skewers. It seemed like luck was on his side again. Gentlemen, your skewers are ready. He placed the skewers on the table and glanced at their group. They were seated at table 1, over 10 meters away. So even if they were boasting extravagantly, Chen Yan at table 1 wouldn't catch wind of it. There was no need to offer any side dishes. He headed back with an empty plate. Xingzhang approached and asked, Young master, why are you still busying yourself? Why not sit down and take a break? Chen Yan shook his head, smiling. I've been sitting all day. It's better to move around a bit. You guys wait for me at the table. After sending Xingzhang away, he returned to the shop. The skewers for table 5 were ready. He picked up the tray and headed out again. The customers at table 5 were all women. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be in sales, each adorned with exquisite makeup and looking quite attractive. Chen Yan placed the skewers on the table. Ladies, your skewers are ready. Enjoy. Several women turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes locking onto Chen Yan. He suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a pack of wolves, shivering involuntarily. Do you ladies have anything else? A woman to his left pulled out her phone. Little brother, let us add each other on WeChat. I find you quite handsome and would love to chat. Me too. Add me as well, chimed in the woman on his right, also pulling out her phone. Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Was this what they referred to as the charisma attribute? It sounded appealing, but in practice, these women were clearly older than him, and none caught his interest. How could it be? Adding WeChat seems pointless. Little brother, you're working here to earn some money, right? If you drink this cup of liquor I pour for you, I'll give you $1,000. What do you say? The woman sitting across from him raised her glass, pouring a full cup of baijiu. Chen Yan forced a laugh. Sisters, please stop joking. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Grasping the empty plate, he turned and fled. Little brother, where are you off to? Don't be shy. The sisters merely wish to share a drink with you. A chorus of voices called out as several women rose to their feet. Chen Yan dashed into the establishment. Leaning against the bar, clutching his chest, this is utterly terrifying. Just when he thought he had escaped, a few women entered the bar. Little brother, why are you running away? The sisters just want to have a drink with you. There's no need to be shy. A chill ran down Chen Yan's spine. The current scene felt reminiscent of the monk Tang Seng stumbling into the spider spirit's lair. Bodhisattvas, please spare your powers. He let out a cry and hurriedly sought refuge in the restroom. Locking the door, he pressed against it, his back against the wooden panel as a series of thuds echoed from behind. Little brother, we are not monsters. We won't harm you. Just come out and have a drink with us. Just one drink. Chen Yan felt a wave of despair wash over him. What misfortune is this? Why did I come here for skewers? Chapter 65. Escape from the old hat. Encouraging growth and holding nation to blow a few words. Little brother, be a good sport and open the door quickly. I need to come in. You have the charm to entice us. So surely you can open the door? Don't hide in there without saying a word. We will break the door down. The pounding grew more forceful, and Chen Yan pressed against the wall with all his might, faintly hearing the sound of wood splintering. After a considerable wait, the noise outside gradually subsided, and the door ceased its trembling. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth is happening? He relaxed, wiped his brow, and was about to open the door when a knock resounded. His nerves tensed, and he leaned against the door, hands braced against the wall. Who is it? Young master, we have chased those women away. You may come out now. The voice of growth came from outside. For the first time since knowing him, Chen Yan found his voice to be like a celestial melody. He opened the door and emerged in a disheveled state. Growth and Holding Nation exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Young master, if the boss knew you were in such a predicament, he would surely be quite pleased. Indeed, very pleased. They chimed in unison. Chen Yan's face flushed slightly. You too. Could you check if the restroom door is damaged? If not, please pack up my order. Let's find another place to eat. With that, he strode out and hopped into the car. After waiting for a while, Growth and Holding Nation returned, bringing fragrant skewers aboard. Young master, where shall we dine? Holding Nation inquired. Chen Yan pondered for a moment. Let us go by the river. It's cooler there. Excellent. The car set off toward the riverside. A gentle evening breeze greeted them as they arrived, the air particularly refreshing, drawing many people out for a post-dinner stroll. The trio found a secluded spot to settle down. Chen Yan asked, is there any movement from those people over there? Growth replied with a serious demeanor, none. Chen Yan sighed and promptly pulled out his phone. He deemed it necessary to call his cousin and inform her of the situation. Regardless of its utility, it was better to be prepared. When the call connected, however, there was no immediate response. Furrowing his brows, Chen Yan felt his heart race. Could his cousin be in danger? His mind began to wander. Just as the call was about to disconnect, she finally answered. Hello, cousin, why are you calling me so late? Where are you? Chen Yan asked anxiously. Luo Yunshu replied quizzically, where else would I be? Of course, I'm at home. Then why did it take you so long to answer? Chen Yan's tone bore a hint of irritation. I was in the shower, Luo Yunshu chuckled. What's wrong? Missing your cousin after just a day? Perfect timing. I still have soap on me. Do you want it? A hazy image flickered in Chen Yan's mind, causing his ears to flush. Cousin, I called you for a serious matter. He cleared his throat. What serious matter? Luo Yunshu inquired. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Striving to clear his mind, how did your ambush against the Freedom Group go today? Not well. Her tone shifted instantly, suggesting a hint of anger. What happened? Chen Yan pressed. Luo Yunshu sighed. Everything was fine in the morning, but by afternoon, the Yi family from South City suddenly intervened, and the Freedom Group turned the tide. If I hadn't retreated quickly, I would have been in deep trouble. Again with South City. Chen Yan's eyes widened. On the other end, she seemed to catch on. What do you mean, again with South City? What do you know? Chen Yan stated solemnly. Shen Zilian went to South City right after he left the Public Security Bureau this morning. I had someone follow him, and he went missing shortly after arriving. A moment of silence enveloped them. Luo Yunshu's voice turned cold. As far as I know, Shin Yubing has a marriage pact with a certain branch of the Yi family in South City. Such a minor branch possesses considerable influence. The Yi family, after all, is a lineage that has endured for centuries. Shen Zilian's visit is likely not a good omen. Chen Yan's expression grew grave. Luo Yunshu continued. But don't worry too much. South City is far from us. Their reach does not extend this way. Just be cautious when dealing with the Shun family in the future. Are you certain there is nothing to worry about? Chen Yan countered. Absolutely. Luo Yunshu affirmed. All right. I have nothing else to discuss. I just wanted to inform you of Shun Zilian's movements to help you prepare in advance. Chen Yan sighed in relief. Since you are already aware, I have little to worry about. I'm going to grab something to eat now. Wait. Luo Yunshu quickly interjected. Is there anything else, cousin? I wanted to ask when you'll come to stay at my house again. Chen Yan choked slightly, coughing repeatedly. Cousin, I'll eat first, and we can chat later. Goodbye. He hastily ended the call. Meanwhile, Growth and Holding Nation stared at him, making him feel uneasy. Why are you two looking at me like that? He whispered. Growth remarked, it just feels like our young master is becoming increasingly charming. Soon enough, many young ladies will be pursuing you. Indeed. Holding Nation nodded in agreement. Didn't we witness that today? Although Holding Nation typically spoke little in Chen Yan's presence, when he did, it was rather irksome. Enough. I don't want a repeat of today's events. It was utterly terrifying. Chen Yan said, still shaken. He then picked up a skewer. Come, try the specialties here. These are my favorites. They wasted no time digging in, relishing the food. Under the moonlight, two burly men sat alongside a slender figure by the riverbank. Bamboo skewers in hand, laughter ringing out. The flowing river mirrored the moonlight, creating a scene of unique charm. The trio chatted amiably, at ease despite the supposed master-servant dynamic, which felt far less rigid than portrayed in dramas. As they conversed, an idea suddenly sparked in Chen Yan's mind. The system's ability to transform boastful content could be put to good use. With two companions at his side, he could let them boast while he enjoyed the moment. Growth, Holding Nation, do you too often boast? Chen Yan asked without preamble. Both Growth and Holding Nation were momentarily taken aback. Young master, why do you ask this? The boss despises boastful people. Don't put us in a bind. Am I that kind of person? Chen Yan stretched his neck, raised his hand, and patted the shoulders of the two men beside him. I simply wish to hear some boasting. You two, go ahead and impress me. Zheng Zhang and Qigua fell into deep contemplation, their faces reddening as they struggled to come up with anything. Zheng Zhang, with a pained expression, finally said, Young master, you are putting us in a difficult position. The boss does not appreciate boasting, and after all these years under her guidance, we have long forgotten how to brag. Perhaps you could start us off? To forget how to boast, you two are truly useless. Chen Yan retorted disdainfully, then turned to Zheng Zhang. You, muster all your courage and declare that you can fly. Chapter 66. Punished for cheating the system rules, the two bodyguards took him for a bath. I can fly? Zheng Zhang shouted. Chen Yan, with eyes full of anticipation, was just about to see if he could indeed take flight, when he suddenly felt his body uncontrollably tremble. Then, an overwhelming stench invaded his nostrils. Looking down, he exclaimed, What the hell is happening? Ah! Chen Yan cried out in despair. How could this handsome young man, so full of life, have lost control of his bodily functions? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The host actively sought to boast. Suspected of exploiting system loopholes for improper gain, hence a punishment is imposed. This instance of incontinence will last for 1 minute. Should a similar incident occur again, the punishment will extend to 1 hour, with subsequent occurrences leading to progressively longer penalties. When we bound this system, you never mentioned that I couldn't exploit it myself. Chen Yan lamented inwardly. The initial agreement was not clearly stated, which constitutes a unilateral error on the system's part. All benefits generated by the system are subject to the system's interpretation. The host is hereby informed. Damn it. This is a tyrannical clause. I shall report you. In response to the host's feedback, the system proposes the following solutions. 1. Terminate the binding and reclaim all benefits already realized by the system. 2. The host must apologize to the system and guarantee strict adherence to the system's usage regulations henceforth, thus terminating the current punishment. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As soon as the system's voice fell silent, Chen Yan immediately apologized. Though a man should stand tall in the world, it is not shameful to seek profit. I promise to strictly adhere to the system's usage regulations. Please, stop this. No sooner had he uttered the words than control of his body was restored. Turning to look at Zheng Zhang and Qigua, he noticed they had retreated several paces, holding their noses. Zheng Zhang inquired, Young master, what has happened to you? Chen Yan, feeling immensely embarrassed, replied, I'm fine. Then how could you? Silence. Taking advantage of the night, Chen Yan hastily jumped into the river. Even in summer, the nighttime waters were rather chilly. He crouched in the water, exposing only his head. Quickly, help me find a set of clean clothes. The two men nodded and departed. Before long, they returned with a new outfit. Chen Yan glanced around. Fortunately, he had chosen such a sparsely populated area. Otherwise, he would have faced immense humiliation. To the fishermen downstream, my apologies. After a quick rinse in the water, he dashed onto the shore, hurriedly donning his clothes in the shadow of the embankment. As for the school uniform, toss it. There is another set at home. It will suffice. With graduation just half a month away, there was no need to spend money on new clothes. Reclimbing the embankment, he eyed the skewers laid out on the ground. Shall we indulge in a few bites? No. Both men shook their heads in unison. Chen Yan felt a bit nauseated. The earlier incident lingered in his mind. Young master, Qigua suddenly spoke. Chen Yan turned to him. What is it? Qigua continued. You asked me to boast earlier, but I couldn't think of anything. However, on the way to get you clothes, I finally thought of something. So here it goes. Stop. No more boasting. Chen Yan quickly interjected. If he continued, he would have to sit in the water for an hour. Surely the night fishermen would come looking for him. Qigua was momentarily taken aback. No more boasting? No more, no more. Chen Yan shook his head vigorously. Achoo. Perhaps having been in the water too long, he felt a chill as the wind hit him, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Young master, have you been in the cold water too long? Are you catching a cold? Zheng Zhang asked anxiously. We should take you for a hot bath. That doesn't sound too bad. Chen Yan rubbed his nose and followed the two men into the car. At Han Na Mountain, the premier bathing center in Cloud City, things had improved significantly. Previously, it had been a hotspot for a significant portion of the local rascals. Since the recent cleanup, the parking lot had become quite deserted. Young master, the steam sauna here is absolutely top-notch. Let me show you. Zheng Zhang beamed with excitement. Chen Yan exited the car and entered the bathing center with the two men. This was his first visit to such an upscale establishment. After receiving a number tag and changing his shoes, the three of them proceeded inside. The water in the large pool shimmered invitingly. As they submerged, it was utterly delightful. Noticing the numerous bruises on Chen Yan's body, Chi Guo's expression darkened. Young master, why did that bunch of bastards go so hard on you? Look at what they did. Chen Yan glanced down at his own body. Indeed, the bruises looked quite alarming. How had he been so reckless, enduring harm just to take on that green-haired thug? In hindsight, he felt a twinge of regret. It's normal for a man to have a few injuries. Zheng Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Fortunately, the boss didn't see these wounds. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in a good position either. You say that lightly. But I wonder how many would have wet themselves upon seeing these injuries on the young master. Chi Guo shot back disdainfully, though he usually maintained a reserved demeanor, especially in Chen Yan's presence. Yet, once they entered the pool, he seemed to have become quite talkative. Chi Guo, don't you dare expose my weaknesses. You were the first one to see these. Zheng Zhang rolled his eyes, hearing their banter. Chen Yan couldn't help but ponder just what kind of person his godmother was to instill such fear in these two burly men. Why don't you two tell me about my godmother? She has always been quite gentle when I see her, yet you both seem terrified of her. Chen Yan inquired. Zheng Zhang chuckled. Is it inappropriate to speak of the boss behind her back? If she finds out, I fear we'll be in trouble. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. Well then, if you refuse to tell me, I shall let my godmother examine these injuries when I return home. Wait. Zheng Zhang quickly waved his hands, then nudged Chi Guo with his eyebrow. Chi Guo, you've been with the boss the longest. Why don't you share? Chi Guo stroked his chin, contemplating. To speak of the boss, she truly is an extraordinary person. Back when I first met her, she was merely an accountant at a construction company. He began reminiscing, recounting many past events with vivid detail. Even as Chen Yan listened to his descriptions, he felt a shiver of fear. He had not anticipated the perilous journey his godmother had traversed to become the queen of the underground in Cloud City. Chi Guo grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Back then, I didn't have the status I do now. What allowed me to stand out among the boss's many subordinates was sheer ruthlessness. When it came to collecting debts, who would dare refuse? I could chase them with a knife from the North District to the South District, and I bear plenty of scars to show for it. He raised his arm, revealing several scars etched upon it. To assert my prowess, I can shrug off injuries as if they were mere trifles. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, I can recover, only to resume my endeavors in debt collection. Ding, detecting boastful claims nearby, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chapter 67. The Master of Scrubbing offers the Iron Sand Palm, bestowing dual abilities of scrubbing and massage. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is this a case of Chi Guo boasting? Just moments ago, he claimed he wouldn't boast. This man is truly hypocritical. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth in the areas where he had been injured. Zheng Zhang stood up, expressing his disdain. Chi Guo, cease your boasting. He glanced at Chen Yan. Young master, let us first indulge in a bath, and then perhaps a massage. Very well. Chen Yan rose in agreement. After soaking in the hot water for a considerable time, he felt significantly more at ease. The two made their way to the beds beside the pool and reclined. Two elderly gentlemen, clad in bath towels and slippers, approached. Gentlemen, here for a scrub? Yes, please give us a thorough scrubbing. Zheng Zhang replied. A scrubbing master approached Chen Yan, observing the bruises on his back. Young man, how did you come by these? Practicing martial arts. Chen Yan offered a vague excuse. Admitting to being beaten would be too embarrassing. You practice martial arts? The scrubbing master draped a towel over Chen Yan's back. In these times, practitioners of martial arts are becoming increasingly rare. As he spoke, the master began his work. Initially, Chen Yan was apprehensive that the scrubbing would be painful, but after 2 laps of the towel over his back, he felt nothing but a slight tickle. Being attended to for a scrub is indeed more pleasurable than doing it oneself. Chen Yan leaned back with his chin resting on his hand. Just a bit of casual practice. The master chuckled heartily. Casual practice is quite rare indeed. Today's youth are all pampered and delicate, unlike when I was young. To be candid, I too practiced martial arts. What kind of martial arts did you practice? Chen Yan inquired. Iron Sand Palm. the scrubbing master declared with pride. The system provided no notifications. Chen Yan was somewhat astonished. This seemingly frail old man had indeed practiced the iron sand palm. To what level have you mastered it? He quickly pressed on. The master laughed. I would say I have barely reached the highest level. Ding, detecting boastful claims nearby, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yan felt a warmth in his hands. What a delightful surprise. This old man has indeed practiced the iron sand palm, albeit not to its utmost potential. At that moment, a cascade of memories regarding the iron sand palm began to surface in his mind. One cannot deny that traditional huaxiao martial arts are far more practical than the trinkets from other cultures, both in terms of combat effectiveness and visual appeal. They are simply not on the same plane. Master, after all these years of practicing the iron sand palm, have you achieved anything noteworthy? Achievements? The master elongated the syllable. Winning the national scrubbing championship counts, doesn't he it? Ding, detecting boastful claims nearby, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan felt a laugh bubbling up. To boast about such trivialities, is it even meaningful? Perhaps it is merely a source of amusement. But does this ability truly have any practical application? Young master, just listen to this old man's boasting. He may indeed have some skills in scrubbing, but it's only known on this street. Xingzhang chuckled from the side. What national scrubbing championship? After all these years, I've never heard of such a competition. Chen Yan merely smiled without responding. The old man, now exposed, fell silent. After a while, Xingzhang asked, Young master, I had a question earlier. Why did you want me and Qigua to boast? Chen Yan replied, I simply wanted to hear something amusing. Are you still interested? After hearing this old man, I've thought of some things I could boast about. No need, perhaps next time. Chen Yan quickly interjected. Outside, everything seemed fine. Now, in the bathing area, if this old man were to continue for an hour, by tomorrow, his name would echo throughout the city. The two engaged in light conversation. After the scrubbing master finished with Chen Yan's back, he gave 2 pats. Young man, turn over. Chen Yan complied. The old man took a glance and exclaimed, Wow. Xingzhang, drawn by the exclamation, turned to look. Young master, I didn't notice when you entered the pool, but you were truly impressive. Chen Yan felt a tad embarrassed. All right, let us get on with it. The scrubbing master chuckled and began to converse while working. After completing the scrubbing, the trio proceeded to the massage area. There, Chen Yan received the finest massage techniques. After indulging in all the services available, the 3 finally emerged. As they dressed, Qigua noticed the bruises on Chen Yan's body had faded to the point of being almost invisible, and he exclaimed, Young master, have your injuries healed? Chen Yan looked down, realizing he hadn't even noticed when that had happened. Perhaps it was just as Qigua said, a moment's respite was all it took. After settling the bill, Chen Yan got into the car. Young master, can we go home now? Yes. He nodded, gazing at the lights swiftly passing by outside. Today, he had acquired numerous abilities, yet aside from the iron sand palm, the rest felt rather superfluous, especially that absurd charmer ability, which could not be easily utilized. The consequences of using it could be far more dire. As they approached his home, he turned to Qigua and asked, Do you know in what circumstances people are inclined to boast? Qigua pondered. People tend to boast when they are drinking. If young master wishes to hear, I could share what I just concocted. No. Chen Yan raised his hand to stop him. Listening to your boasts is uninteresting. I want to hear strangers boast instead, preferably about wealth or social status. Help me think about where to go. The two exchanged glances. If we were of your age, it would be easy. If we wanted to hear boasting, we could just call classmates for a reunion. But at your age, Xingzhang trailed off. What is wrong with my age? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. Although my classmates may not have much to boast about, you certainly do. Xingzhang, Qigua, I am assigning you both a crucial task. Each of you organize a class reunion, and let me know when it's done. I'll sit in to listen. Xingzhang's face immediately wrinkled with concern. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I'm a man of the underground. I have no connections with those classmates. How can I organize this? Qigua looked equally speechless. Young master, I've never been to school, so I have no classmates. What should I do? Chen Yan looked at him incredulously. Qigua appeared to be in his 40s. How could he have never attended school? Are you jesting with me? I am not. My family was struggling when I was young. I couldn't afford education. Qigua sighed. Very well, then let Xingzhang take charge of the organization. Inform me when it's ready. Chen Yan turned his gaze to Xingzhang. Yes, young master. His response was noticeably lacking in confidence. Chen Yan paid him no mind and turned to Qigua once more. Do you know anywhere else where people are eager to boast? Preferably about money? Qigua contemplated for a moment. How about the stock trading hall? Chapter 68. A weekend visit to the stock trading hall yielded 3 abilities in one go. Perhaps due to the imminent exams, the teachers have been considerably more amiable in recent days. The seat beside Chen Yan remained unoccupied until the weekend. Fang Zhiqiang had not shown up, nor had she sent or received a single message. The most anxious of all was undoubtedly Hu Qin. Fang Zhiqiang was her prized protege, and she harbored hopes that she would soar to great heights. The weekend arrived swiftly. Chen Yan rose early and made his way to the stock trading hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enormous electronic screen, displaying a multitude of stocks in vibrant hues of red and green. He wandered through the hall, pondering how to locate an individual prone to boasting when he was suddenly struck by a burst of laughter. "Old Lu, you can trust me. I would never deceive you. With my years of experience in the stock market, I can discern which stocks will rise or fall at a glance." Ding! Detecting an individual boasting within range. Converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Intrigued, Chen Yan moved closer. The boastful individual was now attempting to sell a stock from a company called Tiger Group to his companion. At that moment, the stock was gradually rising. Chen Yan furrowed his brow at the name. Tiger Group? What kind of audacity does the owner have to use such a name? He glanced at the stock, and suddenly a spectral vision appeared before him. This stock would plummet after noon, potentially hitting the limit down. The man known as Old Lu expressed his concerns. "Old Y, I've been watching this stock ever since you recommended it, and it has fallen for 3 consecutive days. Is it really going to rise today?" Old Y replied confidently. "Rest assured, it will absolutely rise. If it doesn't, I'll twist my head off for you." Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter immediately attracted the attention of Old Y and Old Lu, both turning to regard him with cold stares. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Why should he concern himself with whether others were deceived? He turned to leave, but Old Y persisted. "You stay right there." Chen Yan turned back, his gaze sharpened. Old Y stepped forward, adopting an angry demeanor. "You'd better explain yourself before you think about leaving." "What is so funny?" With a composed expression, Chen Yan replied, "You must have a notion of why I laughed. I initially had no intention of saying anything. But since you insist, I shall share. That friend of yours is rather unreliable. The stock he recommended is likely to fall today." "Nonsense." Before Old Lu could respond, Old Y rushed over. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" He scrutinized Chen Yan with disdain. "How old are you to dare speak so boldly before me? When I was trading stocks, you weren't even out of your diapers yet. What face do you have to criticize me?" Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. "If we can converse civilly, let us do so. If not, kindly close your mouth. Your incessant babbling betrays your upbringing." "Hey, you little brat." Old Y rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, Old Lu quickly intervened. "Old Y, don't act impulsively. Why stoop to the level of a child?" He cast a warning glance at Chen Yan, urging him to keep his distance. "Get out of my way, Old Lu. If I don't teach this kid a lesson today, I'll change my name." Old Y continued to escalate, but his distance only grew. "Huh, no courage." Chen Yan scoffed softly, glancing at Old Lu. He sensed that Old Lu was a straightforward man, devoid of ill intentions. When he noticed Old Y's aggressive demeanor, he had stepped in to intervene. Perhaps he could offer Old Lu a stroke of fortune. "If you heed my advice, don't invest in Tiger Group S stock. It's bound to drop. Instead, consider Iron Net Fishing Grounds. That stock is poised to rise." Old Y glanced back at Iron Net Fishing Grounds, which had been lackluster since the morning opening, fluctuating between slight rises and falls. He chuckled derisively. "You little scamp, you really think you can bluff me? That stock hasn't changed in days. You prattle on about it rising. Fine, I'll keep my eye on it, and if it rises today, I'll change my surname to yours and call you Dad. Forget it. I have no desire for such a filial son." Chen Yan retorted with disdain. Old Y turned to Old Lu. "Old Lu, you must trust me. Tiger Group will definitely rise. You know how much I've profited from stock trading over the years, right? No one knows that better than you. I can fabricate many things, but my investments in Yunding Mountain Villas, those are genuine." Ding! Detecting an individual boasting within range. Converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan felt a sudden weight in his pocket. Reaching in, he discovered a key. The place recommended by the broker was indeed remarkable. Old Lu seemed to waver. Chen Yan smirked. Since Old Y was such a braggart, perhaps he could provoke a reaction from Old Lu. "Dear sir, investing carries risks. One must exercise caution." He approached Old Lu, continuing. "I assume you've noticed that my suggested stock has maintained stability for several days. If you invest, even if it doesn't rise, you won't incur losses, right? In contrast, Tiger Group S stock has been declining for several days. If today it continues to drop, wouldn't you be at a loss? In this day and age, it's wiser to trust strangers than acquaintances. Some people delight in exploiting their friends." Chen Yan teased. Old Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment as his gaze gradually shifted. Though he said nothing, Chen Yan could tell he was absorbing the message. "You little brat, trying to sow discord between me and Old Lu, are you?" Old Y approached, rolling up his sleeves and glaring. "I even trained in Sonda and was the provincial champion. Today, you'll witness my prowess." He raised his fist as he spoke. Ding! Detecting an individual boasting within range, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan chuckled lightly, loosening his shoulders. However, after raising his hand, he did not immediately bring it down. He glanced at old Lu, who was engrossed in the screen, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Why aren't you fighting? Aren't you a Sonda champion? Isn't this fortuitous? I just recently won a Sonda championship. Let us have a duel between the old and the new champions. Old Y begrudgingly lowered his arm, feigning magnanimity. How could I, an old veteran, stoop to your level? Very well. Just get out of my way. Don't impede my friend and me from selecting stocks. Chen Yan replied cheerfully. All right. I too need to make a selection. He glanced at Iron Net Fishing Grounds, sensing a significant rise was imminent. I'll purchase Iron Net Fishing Grounds. Do you dare to buy Tiger Group? What is there to fear? Let us buy. Old Y declared, flinging his arm as he began to operate the machine. Just then, Chen Yan's phone rang. Mr. Chen, your lease on the villa at Yunding Mountain has expired. Would you like to renew it? Chapter 69. The stocks rise and fall. And old Y's heart palpitates. I want to renew. I'll be graduating soon and plan to return to live there myself. Chen Yan responded. On the other end, the voice replied cheerfully. All right, I'll notify the tenants to vacate immediately. Good. They hung up. Shortly afterward, old Y's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the property consultant calling and quickly answered. Hello, Manager Zhang. Good day. I'm currently at the stock trading market. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chen Yan and old Lu, then moved aside, covering the microphone. Chen Yan remained oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, but the crux of it was merely to urge old Y to vacate. Upon returning from the call, old Y's expression was as bleak as a winter's day. Chen Yan's phone buzzed with a message from the property consultant. Mr. Chen, it read, the other party has agreed to vacate by noon when the stock market closes. This afternoon, we will send a team to conduct an inspection, and should everything proceed smoothly, you can move in tomorrow. Chen Yan's fingers danced over the screen. Excellent. The stock market opened at 9:30 a.m. and closed at 3 o'clock p.m., with a break from 11:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. He glanced at the stocks of both parties. Tiger Group was poised to plummet around 11:21, with a swift drop to the limit in just 5 minutes. Meanwhile, his Iron Net Fishery was set to surge around 11:23, hitting the ceiling in a mere 3 minutes. It was only 9:45 now. There was no rush. He found a spot to sit while old Y continued to persuade old Lu, who remained indecisive. After an hour and a half of gaming in the corner, Chen Yan returned just as the critical moment for the stock fluctuations approached. Old Y scoffed, see? My stocks are turning red. And then? Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Then? Old Y sneered. Is there any need for a then? I have substantiated my investment acumen with facts. I told you, yet you refuse to believe. He glanced at old Lu. Old Lu, are you regretting it? Old Lu remained silent. Chen Yan checked his watch. It was already 11:20, just a minute away from Tiger's impending crash. Continue basking in your pride. In a minute, your smile will vanish. Nonsense. Old Y retorted. My situation is exceedingly favorable. I estimate my stocks will remain on a steady rise for the next 3 days. Doubt it if you will. Before he could finish his sentence, the stock he was monitoring instantaneously turned green. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. See? I told you so. Impossible. How can this be happening? His outcry attracted the attention of several onlookers. When the two had previously made their bets on stocks, a number of seasoned investors had been observing as well. Many believed that Tiger's stock would rise today, yet the alarming green color silently slapped the faces of those who had been so sure of themselves. Within 2 minutes, the decline reached 5. Old Y clutched his chest. He had invested all his capital, and in the blink of an eye, it had diminished by 5. He felt as if a heart attack were imminent, and judging by the trend, it seemed poised to fall further. He no longer wished to wait and resolved to sell off his stocks. Noticing his intent, Chen Yan stopped him. Don't be hasty. You've only seen your own situation without considering mine. He pointed to his own investment. As soon as he spoke, the stock of Iron Net Fishery began to skyrocket. Its rise astonishing. It's rising. It actually is rising. My heavens, this young man was right. Many were amazed. Chen Yan smiled faintly. The facts speak for themselves. Do they not? Old Y gritted his teeth, his head spinning. After 3 full minutes tethered to Chen Yan, the changes in both stocks came to a halt. However, while Chen Yan's stock hit the ceiling, Old Y's plummeted. Young man, are there any other stocks that will rise today? Please enlighten us. Indeed. Today we have encountered someone capable of predicting stock trends. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. Chen Yan, seeing others making excuses for him, quickly interjected, I merely got lucky. Everyone should focus on the stocks they wish to purchase. He hurried to sell off his stocks. Old Y hung his head, appearing utterly dejected. He had initially intended to show off in front of his friends, yet he ended up embarrassing himself instead. He stared at the stock screen, his eyes trembling. Since it had already hit the limit down, it likely wouldn't drop further today. Perhaps it was better to hold on, as it might rise later. Before long, the market closed for lunch, and his phone rang once more. It was the property consultant again. Old Y, hurry over to move your things. The original owner of the villa is returning tomorrow. Make haste. He sighed deeply, glancing at Old Lou. Old Lou, come with me to a place. The two of them left the stock trading hall just after Chen Yan. Once downstairs, they hailed a taxi to leave, while Chen Yan headed to a nearby garage to drive off in his Koenigsegg. Sitting in the car, he observed the changes in his bank account and chuckled softly. Investing in stocks truly pays off swiftly. With the skills of a stock god, he could discern the future trends of every stock with clarity. As long as he executed his strategies wisely, making a profit was but a matter of course. He drove away. At the villa entrance, Old Y and Old Lou exited the taxi. Old Lou, this is the villa I purchased. Old Y declared, I misjudged just once, and you happened to catch me at it. I am truly embarrassed. Old Lou gazed at the villa in astonishment. Is this really your home? Indeed. Old Y nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. All this is from the profits I've made from stocks over the past few years. Old Lou was utterly astonished. Having been friends with Old Y for many years, he was well aware of the conditions Old Y had previously endured. Living in a building from the 1970s where even 3 meals a day were a challenge. Yet now, he could afford such a luxurious villa. It was enough to spark envy. Just as the two were about to enter, the sound of a sports car engine echoed from behind. They turned in unison to see Chen Yan approaching in his vehicle. He parked, leaned against the car door, and jumped out. Are you following me? Old Y squinted, his gaze flitting between the Koenigsegg and Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled. Why would I follow you? I'm here to collect the house. Collect the house? Old Lou furrowed his brow, looking at Old Y. Old Y, isn't this your house? Old Y had likely pieced together Chen Yan's identity, but, in front of his friend, could not afford to lose face. He had opened a stock trading training class and was counting on his friends to refer students. Yes, I was just thinking it would be a waste for me to live here, so I planned to rent it out to earn some money for more trading. Oh, Old Lou nodded. Then let us hurry and tidy up. The two approached the door, and at that moment, Chen Yan had already stepped into the courtyard. Hey, who let you in without my permission? Old Y shouted. Chapter 70, a short skit of imagination, receiving 2 years' rent. Chen Yan glanced at him. Is there an issue with me entering my own villa? Old Lou raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly with a smile. Young man, have you made a mistake? This villa belongs to my friend. He hasn't rented it out yet. Even if you are the tenant, you should wait until he finishes tidying up, right? Is that what he told you? Chen Yan pointed at Old Y, chuckling absurdly. Yes, is there a problem? Old Lou blinked in confusion. Old Lou, you help me pack up. I need to have a word with this young man. After all, he will be renting my house. I must lay down some ground rules. Old Y stepped closer and patted Old Lou on the shoulder. Old Lou, not thinking too much of it, turned and left. Old Y, with a sullen expression, threatened, Kid, I know you are the original owner of this villa. I'm moving out this afternoon, so do me a favor in front of my friend. I know the owner of this community, and if you wish to live peacefully in the future, it would be wise to heed my words. Ding. Detected someone boasting within radius, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. As the system's voice faded, Chen Yan's mind was flooded with information regarding the community's owner. He chuckled softly. Even at this juncture, he still fancied himself a braggart. It was beyond him what he was so proud of. You still dare to laugh? Old Way's voice was low and menacing. Because of your curse, my stocks plummeted. I have a great deal of patience, but you know your own standing. Don't push me to call the owner and have him cut off your water and electricity. Go ahead. Call him. Chen Yan responded with a smirk. I'm the least appreciative of kindness. If you can bring the owner here and give me a proper thrashing, I would be quite pleased. Old Way's gaze wavered. I see you're just a young lad. I don't want to stoop to your level. You should know when to back down. If you continue to oppose me, I swear I want to move out. Let us see what you can do about it. At that moment, outside the villa, a middle-aged man accompanied by a young man approached. Does young Master Chen really plan to return tomorrow? The middle-aged man, Shang Jinping, the developer of this community, walked briskly with his head down. The young man beside him, Zhang Jing, was the property consultant. Yes, Mr. Shang, I just contacted Mr. Chen this morning. Zhang Jing replied. Upon nearing the villa, Shang Jinping suddenly halted. Xiaozhang, I forgot something. Please fetch it for me from my desk. It's a deep blue envelope. Understood, Mr. Shang. Zhang Jing turned back to retrieve it. Shang Jinping continued towards the villa alone. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted Chen Yan standing face to face with Old Wei in the courtyard. Young Master Chen, you've arrived. Shang Jinping exclaimed as he pushed the door open and entered hastily. Old Wei cast a disdainful glance at Shang Jinping. Who are you? And who permitted you to intrude into my villa? Shang Jinping was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chen Yan. Young Master Chen, this. It seems he has taken this villa for his own. Please pardon him, Mr. Sheng. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Mr. Sheng? What Mr. Sheng? Old Wei furrowed his brow. Chen Yan raised his chin. Didn't you claim to know the community's owner? Well, he stands before you now, and yet you fail to recognize him? He is the community's owner? Old Wei sneered, glancing at Sheng Jinping. Sheng Jinping, having risen from humble beginnings as a construction worker and contractor, had gradually ascended to prominence. Unlike other owners, he rarely donned formal attire unless in official settings, usually opting for work clothes. Kid, are you joking with me? Old Wei smirked, then suddenly realized. Oh, I understand now. You were eavesdropping when I made that call earlier. You came here to embarrass me, didn't you? Both Chen Yan and Sheng Jinping were momentarily taken aback. Young Master Chen, what is going on here? Chen Yan chuckled softly. He merely indulging in some nonsensical drama. There's no need to take it seriously. Just then, Old Lu emerged. Old Wei, what items are you planning to take? I can't possibly know what to pack if you don't come in. Fine, I'll be right there. Old Wei called back, then pointed at Chen Yan and Sheng Jinping. You two get out. Don't force me to call the owner to deal with you. Sheng Jinping's expression darkened. If Old Wei had directed such remarks towards him, he might have chosen to laugh it off. However, speaking so to Chen Yan could provoke repercussions he was unwilling to face. You scoundrel! How dare you disrespect young Master Chen? Do you wish to perish? Young Master Chen? Huh, are you addicted to deceit? Old Wei warned. I'll say it one last time. Get lost, or else I. Before Old Wei could finish, Zhang Jing rushed in, drenched in sweat. Mr. Sheng, I've brought your items. Sheng Jinping did not accept them, but instead glared coldly at him. Xiaozhong, this tenant you've brought is rather arrogant. How dare he slander young Master Chen? Zhang Jing's scalp prickled. He was one of the oldest employees in the company and knew a bit about Chen Yan's background. He immediately turned to Old Wei. You old fool, forget about packing. Get lost. If you don't hurry, I'll break your legs. Manager Zhang, I just wanted to ask. Before Old Wei could finish, Zhang Jing stepped forward and swung his arm at him. Old Wei stumbled back, landing on the ground, clutching his head and groaning. Old Lu hurried over. At this moment, he grasped the situation. Old Wei was merely the tenant of this villa, while the true owner was the young man who had warned him about the stock market today. Gentlemen, please calm down. This matter stems from Old Wei's error, and I apologize on his behalf. After all, Old Wei was a longtime friend, and he couldn't stand idly by. Zhang Jing clenched his fists, intending to deal with both Old Lu and Old Wei. Chen Yan cleared his throat. Let it go. They're inconsequential. Allow them to leave. Zhang Jing nodded and took a step back. Old Lu helped Old Wei up, casting a complex glance at Chen Yan before hastily departing. Once they had left, Sheng Jinping immediately bowed. Young Master Chen, it was our failure to manage this situation properly. Please allow me to atone. No need for punishment. Chen Yan waved his hand. Let us go inside and take a look. All right. The three entered the villa together. Inside, the decor was quite lavish. Young Master Chen, my next project is about to launch, and here is the invitation. I sincerely hope you can attend. Sheng Jinping presented the blue envelope with both hands. Chen Yan casually accepted it. Very well. His attention was fully captured by the decor, which did not particularly appeal to him. Young Master Chen, regarding the rent for the past 2 years for this villa, how would you prefer to receive it? Chen Yan's heart leapt. The rent for such a grand villa over 2 years must be substantial. Send it to my WeChat. Sheng Jinping promptly complied. Ding. A notification sounded, and Chen Yan quickly opened it to check. 2,400. He immediately frowned. I rented such a large villa for only 2,400 over 2 years. Sheng Jinping looked somewhat troubled. Young Master Chen, you mentioned the rent would be 100 a month. As he was explaining, Chen Yan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Tao Xiaoyao. Chapter 71. Two women extend their warm invitations, competing in the gym. I'll discuss this later. I need to take this call. Chen Yan interrupted Sheng Jinping. Sheng Jinping immediately fell silent. Hello, Sister Xiaoyao. Chen Yan answered the phone with a smile. Little cousin, are you free today? I'd love to go shopping, but I need someone to carry my bags. On the other end, Tao Xiaoyao playfully whined. Chen Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. Since their first meeting, she had gone to great lengths to flirt with him. Now, just days later, she wanted to go out again. Sister Xiaoyao, I have plans this afternoon. Let us pass on it. Chen Yan replied. Oh. Tao Xiaoyao pouted in disappointment. But I haven't seen you in days. Now all I can think about is you. Please accompany me to shop. Chen Yan quickly responded, Sister Xiaoyao. You know I'm busy at the moment. I sincerely apologize. After I graduate, we can schedule a shopping trip. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Phew. Being so popular can be quite a headache. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning back to Sheng Jinping, Chen Yan stated, Mr. Sheng, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. I wish to renovate this place. Do you happen to know any reliable construction teams? Indeed, I can take care of that. May I inquire when you intend to move in? Sheng Jinping replied. Chen Yan pondered for a moment. In about half a month, I suppose. It would be best if all the materials used are formaldehyde-free. However, before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang again. Growing somewhat impatient, he glanced at the screen to find it was his cousin calling. "Cousin," he answered. Luo Yinshu spoke softly. "Cousin, do you have time this afternoon? What's the matter? You're not suggesting a shopping trip, are you?" Chen Yan probed. "Not at all. Who wants to go shopping?" Luo Yinshu responded. "No one." "Then, what do you need from me?" Chen Yan inquired. Luo Yinshu continued. "A new gym has opened in the west of the city. I've signed up for a membership and was hoping to find someone to accompany me. Are you free?" "Gym, huh? That works." Chen Yan agreed. "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up," Luo Yinshu said. Chen Yan considered for a moment. "No need. Just send me your location. I'll drive over now." "All right." The address is 258 Fumin Street, west of the city, right across from the post office. "Okay, I'm on my way." Chen Yan hung up the phone. Sheng Jinping chuckled. Young Master Chen is quite busy with his affairs. Chen Yan sighed in resignation. "What can I say? I can only blame my wretched charm." Both Sheng Jinping and Zhang Jing shared a laugh. "All right, I'll leave the renovations in your capable hands. Just let me know how much it costs." "No problem." Exiting the villa, Chen Yan hopped into his car and headed straight for the west side of the city. Upon arrival, he had barely parked when he spotted a white Porsche. What on earth is going on? He thought, preparing to drive away to a safer location to inquire further. However, just as he was about to move, two figures suddenly darted in front of him. "Little cousin, since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Tao Xiaoyao perched herself on the car door, gazing at him expectantly. He awkwardly twitched his lips. The scene was rather awkward. Having just used studying as an excuse to decline someone, only to turn around and accompany his cousin to the gym. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. Tao Xiaoyao, isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? Luo Yinshu circled around and yanked Tao Xiaoyao's collar, pulling her aside. "Cousin, what is going on?" Chen Yan asked. Utterly confused, Luo Yinshu chuckled. "Some certain someone insisted on betting with me to see who could lure you out. She lost, and now owes me 2 million as a forfeit. Am I really worth 2 million? Chen Yan pointed to his own nose. "Close enough. Your value lies in the long term." Luo Yinshu urged Chen Yan to exit the car. Tao Xiaoyao gritted her teeth. "Little cousin, you've cost me 2 million. So you'd better keep me company at the gym to soothe my wounded spirit." She moved to Chen Yan's other side, feigning to link her arm with his. Luo Yinshu swiftly pushed her away. "I'm linking arms with Chen Yan because he is my cousin. What is your status?" In her words, Luo Yinshu tightened her grip a little. Chen Yan vaguely felt as if his arm was being scorched. "Luo Yinshu, are you even human? Now that you claim he is your cousin, weren't you the one who said there is no blood relation when competing with me? I don't care. I want to link arms." Tao Xiaoyao seized his other arm. "This side is just as hot." Chen Yan felt a primal urge stirring within him, bending slightly. "Ladies, could you kindly release me? Shall we proceed normally inside?" "No." Both women chorused. With no other choice, Chen Yan continued to bend over until they entered the gym's changing room. He sat down for a while, regaining his composure. After donning the outfit his cousin had prepared for him, he emerged. At the entrance, two women clad in yoga attire, their figures poised, caught his eye. One leaned against the door frame, playing with her hair, while the other stood on tiptoe, caressing her knee. Eruption of a volcano. Fiery magma cascaded down his nostrils. "Cousin, what's wrong?" Luo Yinshu and Tao Xiaoyao rushed toward him simultaneously. "Oh, nothing, just feeling a bit overheated." The two women supported him on either side. As they approached the gym equipment, Chen Yan found a spot to sit, a look of melancholy on his face. "I really shouldn't have come today." At this moment, he merely wished to apologize to his body. Yet, his mind wandered uncontrollably. "Forget it. As long as I remain seated here, I want to feel awkward." He sighed deeply. Unfortunately, developments often exceed one's expectations. Though he sat still, Luo Yinshu and Tao Xiaoyao flanked him, one on the left and the other on the right. "Cousin, do you see how strong I am? 40 pounds. Watch me lift it effortlessly." Luo Yinshu called out softly. "Little cousin, I'm the real powerhouse here. Squatting with a 20-pound barbell." Tao Xiaoyao chimed in. Luo Yinshu turned her head. "Tao Xiaoyao, just because you didn't speak doesn't mean I'll take you for a mute." Tao Xiaoyao retorted immediately. "Luo Yinshu, who gave you the right to comment on me? You should be quiet yourself." The two argued, their faces flushing with indignation. Chen Yan felt caught in the middle. Quite uncomfortable. Not far away, a muscular man, noticing the commotion, felt a mix of envy and jealousy. This kid looked scrawny. How on earth did he catch the attention of two beauties? He dropped the dumbbells in his hands and strode over to the trio. "Ladies, I'm Cheng Jijia. I see your training technique could use some adjustment. May I offer some guidance?" "Get lost." The two women simultaneously shot back without sparing him a glance. Cheng Jijia's expression froze. However, having navigated the gym scene for years, he had developed a thick skin. What is a single rejection? As the saying goes, A fierce woman fears a persistent man. Even if he couldn't win over both, he would settle for just one. Approaching Tao Xiaoyao, he said, "Hello, beautiful. Your current workout could strain your back. I can help you with that." "No need." Tao Xiaoyao didn't even glance at Cheng Jijia, continuing her vigorous performance. Cheng Jijia gritted his teeth. This girl seemed unapproachable. Perhaps he should try the other one. He then approached Luo Yunshu, beautiful lady, just as he began. Luo Yunshu cut him off. "Step aside. Don't come near me. You're off-putting." Cheng Jijia felt his pride shatter. In the fitness circles of Yun City, he was somewhat of a known figure. If it weren't for the gym owner giving him a discount on his annual membership, he wouldn't even be here. He glanced at Chen Yan. Clearly, all the trouble stemmed from this young, scrawny fellow. Yet, he wasn't doing anything, not even providing him with a chance to ridicule. His eyes darted, and he approached Chen Yan. "Hey, bro, these two beauties. Could you stop being such a nuisance and just focus on your own business?" Chen Yan replied. Exasperated. Cheng Jijia's expression darkened completely. Being dismissed by two women was one thing, but now being snubbed by a scrawny man was the last straw. His temper flared. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any idea who I am?" He raised his hand, pointing accusatorily at Chen Yan. Upon witnessing his outburst, Tao Xiaoyao and Luo Yunshu immediately discarded what they were holding and positioned themselves protectively in front of Chen Yan. "What do you intend to do?" "I care not for your identity," they both exclaimed almost in unison. Chen Yan sensed that this hulking figure was about to boast, and hastily urged the two ladies, "Sisters, allow him a moment to speak. I wish to discern the nature of his pretentiousness." "Am I pretentious?" Cheng Jijia raised his chin, declaring with pride, "Listen closely. For I am Cheng Jijia, the paragon of the fitness realm in Yunqing, known as the Hercules." The system remained unresponsive. Was he not exaggerating? That seemed improbable. Typically, individuals of such brute strength with simplistic minds would revel in boasting before beautiful women, wouldn't they? He struck a foolish pose, causing the two women to feel a wave of secondhand embarrassment. Chen Yan grinned and inquired, "Merely stating that does not convey your strength. Enlighten us on your feats." Cheng Jijia flexed his biceps and patted his abs. "Do you see this physique? It is not forged in a day. Recently, I lifted a staggering 250 kilograms in weightlifting. Just 1 kilogram shy of the world record relative to my weight." Ding! Detecting boastful claims within the vicinity, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Splendid. The anticipated moment had arrived. Though it might not be of significant use, it would suffice to dismantle the overconfident man. "Wow, you are quite impressive," Chen Yan exclaimed with a thumbs up. "No wonder you are so stocky yet short. You must be crushed by those barbells." Cheng Jijia's expression darkened. "Do you comprehend the words you utter?" Chen Yan raised an eyebrow lightly. "Of course. But are you aware of the consequences of provoking me?" Cheng Jijia lifted his arms. Chen Yan chuckled. "What could possibly happen? Do you think you could kill me? I dare you to touch me. I would fall to the ground, and you would be ruined." Cheng Jijia huffed and puffed, his nostrils flaring with anger. "Bravo. You truly are something else. I want to challenge you." Cheng Jijia growled. Baring his teeth, Chen Yan asked nonchalantly, "Challenge in what?" "In weightlifting." Cheng Jijia roared. "Have you no shame?" Tao Xiaoyao interjected immediately. "What is your physique compared to my cousin's? Why not challenge Bolt in sprinting or Yao Ming in height?" "Indeed." Luo Yunshu chimed in, aligning with Tao Xiaoyao. "Anyone attempting to undermine Chen Yan would find them united against a common foe. With your stature, you are only worthy of competing with Zhu Beiji in a contest of shamelessness." Cheng Jijia clenched his fists, his arms trembling. Chen Yan had been concerned that he might lose control of his emotions, which could lead to unintended harm to the two ladies shielding him. "No problem. I shall compete with you. However, we must wager something, right? A challenge without stakes is meaningless." Cheng Jijia paused to contemplate. "If you lose, you must crawl out of here barking like a dog." "And you?" Chen Yan inquired. "I shall not lose," Cheng Jijia declared confidently. Chen Yan chuckled. "Do not speak so assuredly. What if you do lose? How about this? If you lose, you too must crawl out of here barking like a dog. How does that sound?" "Agreed," Cheng Jijia responded without a second thought. After all, he was merely a scrawny monkey. What prowess could he possibly possess? The two approached the barbell. "Young man, do not say I did not warn you, as few in Yunqing's weightlifting scene can rival my strength." He rubbed chalk on his hands, gesturing towards the barbell on the floor. "This is what I was just lifting, 100 kilograms. Consider it an appetizer." With that, he positioned himself before the barbell, gripping it tightly. With a fierce determination, he lifted it to his shoulders, veins bulging on his forehead. After a few deep breaths, he executed a standard weightlifting movement. He raised the 100-kilogram barbell with ease, holding it for 3 seconds before letting it crash to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "See that? This is 100 kilograms. Can you match it?" Chen Yan chuckled. "Is that all? You call that lifting? You must be quite weak." He applied some chalk and approached the barbell. With a firm grip, he executed a fluid series of movements, effortlessly lifting the 100-kilogram barbell overhead. Those familiar with weightlifting know that it encompasses two categories, the snatch and the clean and jerk. The snatch, in simple terms, involves lifting the weight directly from the ground to overhead in one swift motion, while the clean and jerk requires a two-step process. In terms of difficulty, the snatch is generally more strenuous than the clean and jerk for the same weight. Chen Jijia's lips twitched slightly. It was only when Chen Yan dropped the barbell that he regained his composure. Chen Yan grinned. That was merely 100 kilograms, hardly challenging. Let us up the ante. Shall we? Chen Jijia scratched his face, feeling somewhat uneasy. Earlier, he had merely been boasting in front of Chen Yan. While he was indeed a top figure in Yunqing's weightlifting scene, his personal best was only 135 kilograms. If he could truly lift 250 kilograms, he would have long since been on the national team, collecting Olympic gold medals. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Yan had already added weights, bringing the total to 150 kilograms. Come on, let us add a little more. Let us make it 300 pounds. You lifted first. Now it's my turn. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yan gripped the barbell. Once again, he executed a seamless snatch. He dropped the barbell, turning to Chen Jijia. Your turn. Chapter 73. The pants split. What a blunder. Call upon the brothers for assistance. Chen Jijia's expression darkened. His lips twitched as he gazed at Chen Yan as if he were a ghost. How could someone so slender possess such immense strength? That was 150 kilograms. Did Chen Yan even weigh 150 pounds? The two women watched Chen Yan with astonishment, feeling as though he radiated an ethereal glow. Chen Yan gestured. All right, your turn. Come on. Indeed, our cousin has finished. It's your turn. Luo Yunshu added. Chen Jijia hesitated, his face contorting. He had already boasted. And to back down now would be to slap himself in the face. Yet if he proceeded, go on, Tao Xiaoyao urged, then added with a smile. If you manage to best my cousin, I shall agree to let you teach me. Chen Jijia immediately stepped forward. Tao Xiaoyao's beauty was undoubtedly among the finest he had encountered, and coupled with her unparalleled physique, the thought of winning her favor filled his mind with fantasies. He approached the barbell, gripping it firmly, taking a deep breath. Hey, on his first attempt, the barbell barely lifted off the ground before crashing down again. That was just a slip, a mistake. He laughed awkwardly, squatting once more to seize the barbell. This time, he summoned all his strength. Hey, with a loud rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed. Chen Jijia instantly released the barbell, one hand shielding his front, the other covering his rear, standing up in embarrassment. His pants had ripped at such a critical moment. What an utter humiliation. Chen Yan and the two women beside him erupted into laughter. Yinshu, did you see that? It's cartoonish. Indeed, a big man donning something so cartoonish, haha. I can't breathe from laughing. Their mocking voices reverberated in Chen Jijia's ears, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Enough. Stop laughing. He gritted his teeth. Chen Yan retorted, Brother Cheng, if you can't lift it, maybe you should learn to bark like a dog and crawl out. Who says I can't lift it? I just have a tear in my pants. He began to concoct excuses. If you can't do it, just admit it. Why make excuses? Chen Yan waved dismissively. If you're truly in a bind and reluctant to fulfill your previous promise, that's fine. I can always pay a few influencers to promote you. And you can be a celebrity too. You. Chen Jijia gasped, his eyes blazing with fury. In a moment of heated impulse, he stepped forward and raised his hand. I'll beat you to a pulp. Chen Yan's expression shifted, and he swiftly retaliated with a powerful slap. He had never used the iron sandpalm he learned from his bathhouse master, and today was the perfect opportunity to practice. With that strike, a distinct bruise appeared on Chen Jijia's abdomen. He doubled over, clutching his stomach and retreating a few steps, kneeling on the ground, groaning in pain. You bastard. I'm not playing with you. Ah, it hurts. Chen Yan quickly retracted his hand, astonished as he gazed at his palm, murmuring, wow. The martial arts of Huaxia are indeed different from those of the little sticks. Just moments ago, he had held back, fearing he might injure Chen Jijia further. Yet he still managed to bring him down. Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaoyao were left speechless in astonishment, feeling that the mysteries surrounding Chen Yan were multiplying. Exceptional driving skills, a 7th-level hacker, a taekwondo black belt, weightlifting, and now this formidable technique. Was Chen Yan even human? You still want to fight me? I'll ask you this. Will you crawl or not? Chen Yan's voice was icy. Chen Jijia gritted his teeth. I'll crawl for what? He fished out his phone and dialed a number. Shaolin, hurry over. I've been attacked. Right here. After hanging up, he painfully began to crawl towards the door. Those passing by could not stifle their laughter upon seeing him. Chen Yan followed him to the entrance, and Chen Jijia immediately sprang to his feet. You won't be so cocky for long. Soon, I'll have you crawling around the entire gym. Chen Yan shrugged, remaining silent. Moments later, Chen Jijia's brother arrived. Let me introduce my brother, Chen Xiaolin. Chen Jijia boasted proudly, chin held high. Chen Xiaolin approached, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yan. So, you're the one who hit my brother? Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Indeed. But if you seek revenge, you might want to introduce yourself first. Chen Xiaolin cracked his neck. I am Chen Xiaolin, a direct disciple of Grandmaster Wu Xiufeng. Ding. Detecting someone boasting within the radius, converting boastful content. Conversion successful. Chen Yan cleared his throat. Just like brothers, both of them share a penchant for exaggeration. What? Scared? Chen Xiaolin scoffed. It's no wonder. My master's name stands unmatched in the realm of Chinese martial arts, and his Bejiquan is without rival. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. After obtaining the status of a direct disciple of Wu Xiufeng, a wealth of information regarding him surged into his mind. Wu Xiufeng is a top-tier master of national martial arts in the country, possessing extraordinary martial prowess. He has won numerous martial arts championships and once sent an overzealous challenger to the ICU with a single punch. Since then, no one dared to provoke him again. Brother. Chen Yan chuckled softly. I want to confirm something with you. Are you truly the direct disciple of Wu Xiufeng? Yes, what of it? Chen Xiaolin raised his chin. Chen Yan and then whispered, Are you sure you weren't left outside the door? How dare you insult me? Chen Xiaolin's face flushed with rage as he assumed a Bejiquan stance. At this sight, Tao Xiaoyao and Luo Yinshu began to feel anxious. Although they didn't know who Wu Xiufeng was, his introduction implied he was formidable, and the posture Chen Xiaolin struck indicated he was an adept martial artist. They began to worry for Chen Yan. However, to Chen Yan, Chen Xiaolin's posture was nothing more than flimsy, unsteady on his feet and weak in the calves. He looked like someone mimicking moves learned online. Shaking his head in disappointment, he sighed. With such skills, how do you expect to challenge Master Wu? Truly pathetic. As his words fell, he lunged forward, delivering an elbow strike that sent Chen Xiaolin flying. Shaolin! Chen Jijia exclaimed in shock, rushing over. Seeing Chen Xiaolin merely clutching his chest and gasping for breath, he turned back to Chen Yan. Why did you strike without warning? Is this how a direct disciple of Wu should fight? Lacking even the most basic reflexes, I genuinely feel sorry for Master Wu. Chen Yan lamented, his tone laced with regret. Chen Xiaolin rose, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chen Yan. Do you know my master and fellow disciples are recruiting disciples in Yan City? If you don't want to end up in the ICU, kneel down and apologize. And let me hit you back. As he spoke, Chen Yan had already pulled out his phone, locating Wu Xiufeng's number. Hello, my good disciple. Why are you calling me? A loud belch echoed from the other end, the scent of alcohol wafting through the phone. Old man, someone is causing me trouble. The address is. Kid, are you deaf when I'm talking to you? Chen Xiaolin interjected, his neck stiff. Chen Yan hung up the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand down hard. If you keep yapping, I'll wipe my hands on your face. Just stand there. Luo Yinshu and Tao Xiaoyao gazed at Chen Yan with starry eyes. Chen Yan turned around, snorting coldly. Kids who lie deserve to be punished. After a few minutes, 8 young men arrived, carrying a drunken old man. Upon entering, they spotted Chen Yan. The young men approached him, little junior brother. As soon as master heard someone was causing trouble for you, he hurriedly sent us to assist. Who's bothering you? Chen Xiaolin's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing them. He recognized these individuals as direct disciples of Wu Xiufeng. He had nearly been kicked out for speaking too loudly when he went to sign up that day. Chen Yan pointed to Chen Xiaolin. That won over their claims to be the master's direct disciple. The group turned to Chen Xiaolin. His lips twitched. Greetings, senior brothers. I am. Oh, I remember now. You were the one making a ruckus at the registration desk today. The eldest brother approached with a firm grip on his wrist. The second brother followed closely. You claim to be the master's direct disciple? How come I've never heard of you? My master has but one closed-door disciple, and that is our junior brother. Dare you impersonate his identity? Do you wish to court death? Aside from the third and fifth senior brothers, who are supporting our inebriated master, the remaining brothers quickly gathered around, encircling Chen Xiaolin. Brothers, I was wrong. He lamented. You are not at fault. The fault lies with us for not recognizing our master's closed-door disciple. The brothers began to affectionately pat Chen Xiaolin's head, much like one would bounce a ball. Chen Xiaolin nearly wept in despair. By the time they finished, his face was as swollen as a steamed bun, glistening and smooth. All right, you lot, cease your antics. What is his name? Wu Xiufeng inquired. The senior brother clasped his hands in salute. Master, his name is Chen Xiaolin. Oh, Chen Xiaolin, indeed. An exceptional admission. Wu Xiufeng belched contentedly. At this moment, both Chen Xiaolin and his brothers were utterly astonished. Master, he has usurped the identity of our junior brother. Should we still accept him? The senior brother questioned. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaolin wore a look of vindictive satisfaction. He thought to himself that surely, Master Wu had recognized his unparalleled talent in martial arts, which warranted his exceptional acceptance. He glared menacingly at Chen Yan, vowing to become Master Wu's closed-door disciple and to eventually subdue him thoroughly. Wu Xiaofeng yawned. The Mountain S restroom hasn't been cleaned in 2 years. Are you not pleased to have a junior brother to take care of that? Pleased? Very much so. The senior brother was the first to agree. The others nodded in unison. We shall take our junior brother and return to the mountain tonight. Wu Xiaofeng belched once more. In the bright noon, it seemed only he could consume such quantities. Chen Xiaolan's expression soured, as if he had tasted something foul. Just as he was about to sneak away, the senior brother caught sight of him and seized him. Junior brother, where do you think you're running off to? I am not signing up. Chen Xiaolan whimpered. The senior brother chuckled. Not an option. You must sign up. I truly want to sign up. Chen Xiaolan's voice grew even more pitiful. The second brother grasped his hand. This is something you can register for. Fear not. We shall never mock you. Senior brother. Our junior brother is speaking nonsense. Let him be quiet for a moment. The senior brother nodded, and with a swift motion, Chen Xiaolan fell unconscious. Seeing that Chen Yan was unharmed and surrounded by formidable brothers, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaoyao stepped forward, one on each side, linking arms with him. Chen Yan's expression stiffened. Before he could utter a word, the two women's gazes locked. Chen Yan vaguely sensed an electric tension in the air. Senior brother, I need your assistance. Chen Yan exclaimed. The senior brother smirked. Junior brother, I just remembered, my clothes are unwashed. Farewell. Second brother. The second brother hoisted Chen Xiaolan. Junior brother, our little brother has fallen asleep. I fear he may catch a cold. Farewell. Third brother. Ah, the third brother cried out. The sea is so salty. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh brothers? Chen Yan's complexion darkened. Each time he called a name, that person fled. In the end, only the still slightly intoxicated master remained. Master, it's just you left. You love your disciples the most, don't you? Wu Xiaofeng squinted, raising both hands. Disciples. Wait for me. I see and hear nothing. Do not abandon your teacher. Chen Yan's expression grew even graver. In the memories he had just unearthed, his master and brothers had treated him rather well. Why was it that upon encountering women, everything changed? Ah, it was because of the master's wife. She was a formidable woman. Despite his master's outward success, he was, in truth, quite henpecked. Among these brothers, the master's wife favored him the most. You all wait. I shall seek out the master's wife for a reckoning. Watching them depart, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaoyao faced off against each other. Let go. No. You let go? He is my cousin. He is my boyfriend. The two continued to tussle. At that moment, several attractive women approached. Little brother, add me on WeChat. Will you? I can be sweet or salty, light and graceful. Get lost. Don't try to flirt with me. Tao Xiaoyao was about to retort when she realized that a dozen women had surrounded them, each brandishing a phone, greedily eyeing Chen Yan. Cousin, what is going on here? Chen Yan grimaced. How would I know what is going on? The scene before him mirrored that day at the barbecue joint all too perfectly. Chen Yan regretted ever going to that barbecue place. System, can I relinquish my existing skills? Yes, but please complete system unbinding first. Fine. I shall act as if I have said nothing. The women surged forward, like a horde of mindless zombies. Cousin run. Chapter 75. Escaping the gym. Oh, this damned uncontainable charm. Chen Yan didn't even change his clothes before turning to flee toward the elevator. Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaoyao rolled up their sleeves, coldly regarding their adversaries. The two were good friends, capable of jealousy over the same man, yet also willing to unite for him. Seeing the determination in their eyes, the women calmed somewhat. Get lost, all of you, Tao Xiaoyao bellowed. Usually gentle and soft-spoken, she transformed into a fierce dragon when provoked. Luo Yunshu, in comparison, paled slightly. Chen Yan reached the ground floor, bewildered. His car keys and phone were still in the gym. He could only find a corner to crouch in silently. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, Luo Yunshu and Tao Xiaoyao finally came down, changed. Upon exiting, they spotted Chen Yan in a rather disheveled state in the corner. Cousin, why aren't you getting in the car? Luo Yunshu inquired. Chen Yan sighed. My car keys and phone are still up there, cousin. Could you please retrieve them for me? Luo Yunshu nodded. Which locker? Locker 39. Yunshu, hurry. I'll stay here with my cousin. Tao Xiaoyao urged impatiently. Luo Yunshu cast a worried glance at Chen Yan and then at Tao Xiaoyao. You are not to lay a hand on my cousin, otherwise we shall no longer be friends. Tao Xiaoyao waved her hand dismissively. Relax, do we not trust each other as sisters? Luo Yunshu's gaze grew serious as she quickly returned. Once she left, Tao Xiaoyao cheerfully approached Chen Yan. Little cousin, shall we discuss life together? Sister Xiaoyao, could you please maintain a bit of distance? Chen Yan stepped back. Cousin, don't be so shy. This isn't our first meeting. I have no ill intentions. Tao Xiaoyao continued to advance. Chen Yan found himself cornered. Please don't come any closer. He shouted in despair. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. He would unleash his iron sand palm and flatten them. But with Tao Xiaoyao, who had previously granted him a share in her company, was it wise to respond so harshly? Tao Xiaoyao raised her hand, her expression reminiscent of the white-boned spirit encountering Tang Sung. Just as she was about to succeed, Luo Yunshu's voice echoed from behind. Tao Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Stay away from my cousin. Tao Xiaoyao sprang to her feet, folding her arms behind her back, gazing at Luo Yunshu. Yunshu, how did you return so quickly? If I returned even a moment later, wouldn't my cousin have been thoroughly consumed by you? Luo Yunshu stepped forward, pushing her aside, and tossed the clothes onto Chen Yan. Cousin, this is for you. Chen Yan fished out his car keys and dashed towards the vehicle, clutching the clothes. Only upon settling into the driver's seat did he feel a sense of salvation wash over him. From a distance, he observed the two women below, gesticulating animatedly. And he sighed. Ah, this cursed charm of mine. After a considerable while, Luo Yunshu returned, fuming as she climbed into the car. Let's go home, cousin. Just as he uttered those words, he sensed a glare filled with murderous intent directed at him. Are you still thinking about her while I'm here? No, cousin. You've misunderstood. Chen Yan hastily waved his hands in denial. Luo Yunshu's expression softened slightly as she leaned back in her seat. There's a minor issue at her company that requires her attention. Let's go back to my place. All right. Chen Yan pressed the accelerator, and they sped towards Luo Yunshu's residence. Upon entering her home, Luo Yunshu collapsed onto the floor as if her bones had turned to jelly. I'm utterly exhausted. My entire body aches. This afternoon, in her bid to compete with that little vixen Tao Xiaoyao, she had overexerted herself. Cousin, can you give me a massage? Chen Yan looked down at her, bemused. At your age, can't you ever consider the consequences before doing anything? Must you wait until you're sore to learn your lesson? A brain is a wonderful thing, and while you possess one, it certainly isn't in abundance. He placed his hands on Luo Yunshu's spine and gently pushed forward. A series of cracks emanated from her joints, followed by a scream that sounded like a slaughtered pig. Cousin, I asked for a massage, not for you to commit murder. Luo Yunshu's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Yan quickly withdrew his hands. Now, with his top-notch massage skills, every move was sure to be precise. Cousin, try moving a bit, he suggested softly. Luo Yunshu was about to protest, rising to scold him, but she soon realized that the soreness in her back had considerably diminished. She gradually smiled. Cousin, your technique is quite impressive. I'm heading to take a shower. When I'm done, make sure to give me a thorough massage for my arms and shoulders. They're aching. Chen Yan nodded. All right. He settled onto the sofa, and before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. He pulled out his phone and played with it for a while. After about an hour had passed, Luo Yunshu emerged, clad in her sleepwear. Cousin, I'm done. Oh. Chen Yan tucked his phone away and followed her into the master bedroom. How do you want me to massage you? Face down. All right. Luo Yunshu lay down on the bed. Chen Yan approached her, his fingertips pressing on her shoulder well. The best remedy for shoulder muscle soreness was to stimulate the acupoint, and as he pressed, he grasped her arm and began to move in a clockwise motion. Cousin, where did you learn this massage technique? It feels as if my shoulders have lightened considerably. Chen Yan chuckled. Just picked it up from short videos. He certainly couldn't admit to having visited a spa. If Luo Yunshu found out, she'd undoubtedly bombard him with questions. You're quite the genius learner. Luo Yunshu praised, then continued with a laugh. That little vixen Tao Xiaoyao is undoubtedly suffering too. No one massages her like you do. Just thinking about it feels delightful. Ha ha ha. In the end, she has lost to me. Achoo. In the office of the chairman of Tiao Tiao Fish, Tao Xiaoyao sneezed and subsequently clutched her stomach, wailing. Ah? It hurts. It hurts. It must be that little vixen Luo Yunshu speaking ill of me behind my back. Oh, I feel awful. Just then, someone knocked and entered. Chairman Tao. Our software trial run has been successful. Would you like to take a look? Let us go. Tao Xiaoyao trudged out. Her head hung low, a visage of torment. After about an hour of massaging, Chen Yan inquired. Cousin, are you all right? There was no response. Cousin? He glanced down to find Luo Yunshu with her head tilted. Mouth agape, deeply asleep. He sighed helplessly and glanced out the window. The sky was gradually darkening. He looked back at Luo Yunshu. It seemed she could sleep until morning. If she remained in that position, she would surely wake up with a stiff neck. He decided to help her turn over, just as he exerted some force. He felt something hard pressing against his knee. Looking down, he discovered it was the metallic clasp of her sleepwear's belt. Raising his gaze, he was abruptly met with the realization of Chapter 76. Fang Zhiqiong returning to classes, and the national weightlifting team had arrived. Oh my. The next morning, Chen Yan awoke in a fit of fury. Grumbling, he clutched the bed linens as he made his way outside. The moment he opened the door, he collided with Luo Yunshu. Embarrassed, he forced a smile. Cousin, good morning. Good morning to you too. Luo Yinshu replied with a smile, glancing down at what Chen Yan was carrying. What are you doing? Did you come to stay at your cousin's house and help clean? Indeed. Chen Yan chuckled. I felt too embarrassed not to help. He swiftly maneuvered past her, heading to the balcony to toss the linens into the washing machine. Luo Yinshu watched his retreating figure, a slight frown creasing her brow. Then, as if struck by a thought, she narrowed her eyes and smirked, following him. Cousin, you didn't dream about me last night, did you? She teased. Chen Yan pressed the start button, repeatedly shaking his head. No, absolutely not. Is that so? Luo Yinshu stepped closer, whispering a question to him. His ears instantly flushed crimson. Cousin, I must return home to study. Farewell. He bolted for the door. Observing his flustered demeanor, Luo Yinshu burst into laughter. Before long, it was Monday. Chen Yan drove his Ferrari to school. The previous afternoon, his godmother had sent Chigua to return the car, and according to him, only the oil pan had been damaged. Everything else was intact, yet it took over 10 days to repair. These foreign luxury car brands have spoiled our countrymen. If one day he were to become a major shareholder in such luxury brands, he would insist on visiting their headquarters to show those grotesque capitalists what genuine quality feels like. Regrettably, he was unable to incite others to boast. The last painful lesson was simply too revolting. Upon arriving in class and just settling down, Su Qingming entered, clutching breakfast. Chen Yan, she exclaimed excitedly, placing the food in front of him. Eat up, I added a large chicken leg for you this morning. Oh, Chen Yan's eyes brightened as he eagerly opened the lunchbox. A fragrant braised chicken leg lay atop the rice. He took a bite. Delicious. Then he glanced at Su Qingming, asking, what made you decide to add a chicken leg this morning? Su Qingming smiled. I sent it because you've been working so hard lately. Over the weekend, I simulated 2 sets of test questions and scored significantly higher than before. This means I have a chance at aiming for higher educational institutions. Really? Congratulations. Chen Yan replied. Su Qingming swayed her shoulders, hands behind her back. It's all thanks to you. Without your guidance these past few weeks, how could I have improved so quickly? The two continued to chat leisurely. As the start of class drew nearer, more classmates began to filter into the room. Now, when they saw Su Qingming, it seemed the students were largely indifferent. After finishing his meal, Chen Yan returned the lunchbox to Su Qingming. Are we continuing to study after lunch? He inquired softly. Su Qingming pondered for a moment. Let us keep studying. There are just 10 days left. I'll see if I can improve further. She picked up the lunchbox and departed. As she stepped outside, the bell for class rang. Chen Yan glanced beside him. It remained empty. Could it be that Fang Zhiqiang truly would not return? Curiously, ever since that day when Shun Zilian had contacted her, she had vanished completely, without a word for days. After a while, the door swung open, and Hu Qin entered with Fang Zhiqiang. Fang Zhiqiang approached Chen Yan and asked, Chen Yan, did you install a surveillance Trojan on my phone? Chen Yan scoffed softly. Fang, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Beware, for trouble may arise from your words. Fang Zhiqiang huffed and said no more. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, his attention shifting. Fang Zhiqiang had returned with a purpose, and he was eager to discern her intentions. An image flashed before his mind. Fang Zhiqiang glanced around and began rummaging through his desk. Chen Yan's curiosity piqued. What was she searching for? He wished to observe further, but soon felt dizzy. He quickly ceased his probing into the future and silently asked, System, when will my ability to glimpse the future strengthen? Do you not have a system store or something similar, where I could exchange for enhancement points? No. Glimpsing the secrets of heaven belongs to the Taoist esoteric arts. Without the qi of Taoism, you cannot sustain it for long. How can I acquire qi? Think for yourself. The system's words were devoid of any embellishment. Chen Yan contemplated briefly. Since it pertained to Taoism, he resolved to visit a Taoist temple when time permitted. Conveniently, there was a temple in Yun City. If he could find a couple of boastful individuals within, wouldn't qi come naturally? Thus, he made this delightful decision. A smile graced Chen Yan's face. The first period soon passed. During the break, Chen Yan prepared to stretch his legs. Were it not for Fang Zhiqiang's presence beside him, he could have remained in his seat all morning. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered the director, Yu Wulei. Since the last reprimand from his aunt in the office, Yu Wulei had not appeared before him for quite some time. Chen Yan, come with me. Yu Wulei beamed, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious. Chen Yan asked, is there something you need from me, director? Yu Wulei replied with a smile. It's not me who needs you. Someone wishes to see you. Who? Chen Yan inquired with curiosity. The national weightlifting team. Chen Yan's brows furrowed instantly. The weightlifting team sought him out. Had someone filmed him at the gym that day? Come on, they are waiting for you in the office. Yu Wulei chuckled again. Chen Yan nodded and followed him out. The two made their way directly to the office. Upon entering, they were greeted by a portly man who approached with a smile. Young student, you must be Chen Yan. Chen Yan nodded, indeed. The man produced his phone Hello, I am Chen Yan, the head coach of the national weightlifting team. As he spoke, he pulled up a video he had previously seen online and showed it to Chen Yan. It was indeed a video of him lifting weights at the gym. Judging by the filming angle, it appeared to be taken from quite a distance. If I'm not mistaken, you lifted about 150 kilograms, correct? Chen Yan asked. Chen Yan affirmed, that's right. Chen Yan's excitement surged. I can hardly believe it. You're so slender, yet capable of lifting 150 kilograms. Have you ever attempted your maximum? Chen Yan reflected, 250 kilograms. That is my limit. Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He scrutinized Chen Yan from head to toe and asked, how much do you weigh, Chen? 132 pounds, Chen Yan replied. Chen Yan inhaled sharply. 66 kilograms, which places you in the 70-kilogram category. The current world record for this weight class is 201 kilograms. If you're not lying then. Are you certain of what you've said? Chen Yan probed. Chen Yan nodded, indeed. Would you like me to demonstrate? Chapter 77, Breaking the World Record. A call of concern from the mentor. Under Yu Wulei's guidance, Chen Yan, Chen Yan, and his assistant all proceeded to the school's equipment room. Chen Yan approached the barbell and loaded it with 240 kilograms. Let us skip the 250 kilograms. That is my limit, and I might risk injury. Is 240 acceptable? Chen Yan glanced at Chen Yan. He nodded repeatedly. 240 kilograms is fine. That still exceeds the world record by 39 kilograms. Breaking a weightlifting world record is no easy feat. Especially in the 70-kilogram class, records typically only improve by about 1 to 1, 5 kilograms at a time. If Chen Yan truly manages to increase by 39 kilograms in one go, it is likely we shall not witness another record broken within our lifetimes. The assistant checked and confirmed the weight was indeed 240 kilograms, nodding at Chen Yan. Chen Yan applied some chalk and approached the barbell, taking a deep breath. 240 kilograms was very close to his limit. He knew he could not clean it, so he had to rely on the most stable jerk technique. He exerted force, lifting the barbell to his shoulders. This single move astonished both Chen Yan and his assistant. Neither made a sound, fearful of disturbing Chen Yan. Chen Yan inhaled deeply, powered through his legs, and stood upright. After a couple of stumbles, he suddenly pushed the barbell overhead, stabilizing it for 3 seconds. With a triumphant shout, he dropped the barbell to the ground. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I have witnessed a world record. Chen Yan exclaimed excitedly as he stepped forward. Meanwhile, Yu Wulei stood wide-eyed, astonished at Chen Yan. He had little interest in weightlifting, but upon hearing the words world record from Chen Yan, he felt a profound shock. He never imagined such an extraordinary talent lay hidden within the school. Chen Yan excelled academically and was capable of breaking world records in weightlifting. How had such a student gone unnoticed before? Chen Yan, may I ask if you could temporarily join me for training? The World Weightlifting Championship is just 20 days away, and if you represent our national team, you are sure to bring home a considerable trophy. Chen Yan stammered in excitement. Chen Yan smiled. I'm sorry, but I still have exams to attend. It's all right, if you can secure a world championship title. There are many avenues for you to get admitted to universities that you might have otherwise missed. Chen Yan continued, from your movements. It seems you have had some training before, albeit not systematically. We can provide you with structured training, and perhaps your results could improve even further. Chen Yan shook his head again. Let us pass on that. For me, exams are evidently more important. If you truly wish for me to compete, we can discuss it after my exams. Chen Yan, are you sure you want to reconsider? Chen Yan persisted with enticing offers. If you can achieve a world championship, many universities that you might not otherwise qualify for will open their doors for you. Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. Coach Chen, can you guess what I scored on my last mock exam? How much? Chen Yan inquired. As Yu Wulei stepped forward, he exclaimed, Coach Chen Yan scored 746 points in his final mock exam. 746 points. Isn't that remarkable? 746. Chen Yan felt as though his breath had been momentarily stolen. If memory serves, isn't the perfect score merely 750? Indeed. Yu Wulei nodded in affirmation. Casting another glance at Chen Yan, Chen Yan's gaze grew notably complex. He had initially contemplated enticing him with benefits, but it appeared that such measures were now utterly unnecessary. With that score, he would undoubtedly secure a recommendation from any school across the nation. He awkwardly remarked, I genuinely did not foresee that you, Chen, were such an academic powerhouse. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. I owe it all to the contrast provided by those less academically inclined. Quite the humorous fellow you are, Chen Yan replied, before letting out a soft sigh. In that case, I shall have to await your completion of the exams. After conversing with Chen Yan for a while longer, Chen Yan left an address. The World Weightlifting Championship is set to commence on June 21st, and as per tradition, we will arrive 2 days in advance. You must reach the national training base in Nancheng by June 18th. Where? Chen Yan furrowed his brow. Nancheng, Qin Yingdang clarified. Oh, I see. Chen Yan's expression grew increasingly solemn. Shen Zilian had previously traveled to Nancheng, and Shen Yubing's spouse also resided there. Initially, he had hoped to keep his distance from Nancheng, yet it seemed that post-graduation, he would have no choice but to venture there. Participating in the championship was an opportunity to bring honor to his country, and as a citizen, he would certainly not let such an occasion pass by. He could only hope he wouldn't encounter Shen Zilian in Nancheng. With such a vast city housing over 10 million inhabitants, he found it hard to believe fate would be so cruelly coincidental. All right, let us make our way back, Qin Yingdang declared. Chen Yan and Yu Wulei accompanied them to the school gate. Chen, I truly did not perceive your depth of talent. Yu Wulei praised sincerely. Chen Yan laughed, waving his hand dismissively. It's all but fleeting clouds. Upon returning to the classroom, they found that the lesson had already been underway for some time. Yu Wulei slightly inclined his body to bid farewell. As he entered the classroom, he exchanged a glance with teacher Wang Ziki. Wang's eyelids twitched. Chen Yan, I am aware of your academic prowess, but don't you think this behavior is somewhat disrespectful to your teacher? You seem to think just as he began his admonition. He suddenly fell silent and glanced towards the door. There was no one in sight. Do you believe you are the principal, arriving to check on lessons at your discretion? In the hallway, Yu Wulei had only taken a few steps when his expression abruptly darkened. Let me tell you, even if the principal arrives, he should Wang. Step outside for a moment. Wang Ziki's words were cut short by a chilling voice that sent shivers down his spine. Turning to look, he found the principal standing at the door, staring at him coldly. He could not help but shudder. The entire class burst into laughter. Chen Yan let out a soft huff. He had long grown accustomed to teacher Wang's antics, having openly mocked the school leadership on more than one occasion. However, it seemed these incidents had become increasingly frequent of late. After stumbling over the same issue repeatedly, Wang Ziki was indeed an unusual character. Before long, it was lunchtime. After finishing their meal, Chen Yan and Su Qingming made their way to the gazebo behind the teaching building. Just as he opened his book, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his master's wife, the renowned martial arts master. Hello, mistress. Chen Yan answered the phone. Instantly, a hearty laugh resonated from the other end. Xiao Yan, if I didn't call you, would you truly forget about your mistress? Haha. It seems the disciple is in the wrong. Chen Yan chuckled. Enough of that. I know your character well. Your worth lies solely in your words. The mistress retorted lightly. Before shifting the topic, I heard from your master and several senior brothers that two lovely ladies have taken a liking to you in Yin City. Ignore their nonsense. Chen Yan raised his voice slightly. One of them is my cousin, and the other is a major shareholder who has given me equity. It's not nearly as scandalous as they make it sound. By the way, mistress, when master came to see me the other day, he had a bit too much to drink, and the senior brothers did nothing to stop him. They treated your warnings as mere wind in their ears. You must educate them. Chapter 78. Reporting to the mistress, unveiling Fong Viqiong's devious scheme. What? He drank again? The mistress's voice rose sharply. On the mountain, master had always been under the mistress's strict supervision. Although he could have a little drink, it was never to excess. Now that he was off the mountain, without her constraints, he seemed to be indulging excessively, desiring to drink nearly 8 times a day. Indeed, Chen Yan remarked, the other day when he found me, he was being supported by third brother and fifth brother. If left to his own devices, he would surely stumble about. Left hand 6, right hand 7. Left foot on the ground, right foot kicking. Mistress, you must have a serious talk with him. If he continues to drink like this, he might end up like Wu Lauer, trembling at just a glance. Fine, your master is taking your senior brothers back to their hometown. They should return in a couple of days, and I will have a good talk with them. Honestly, if I hadn't gone with them, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the large and small Wang. The mistress replied indignantly. Then, her tone softened. You haven't visited for a while. When will you come back to see us? Chen Yan smiled. In about 10 days, once graduation is over. All right, the mistress replied, preparing to hang up. Wait, mistress. There's one more thing. What is it? She inquired. There's someone impersonating me who was taken back by master. Please help me teach him the importance of honesty. Consider it done. I must go. The pork in the pot is about to burn. Mistress, eat less fatty meat. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Chen Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. What a pair they were. Su Qingming looked at him with curiosity. I just heard you refer to a woman as mistress. Isn't your master the treasure appraiser king? Does that mean? Chen Yan's expression darkened as he gave her a light slap on the head. What are you thinking? This mistress is my martial arts teacher, a man. Oh, Su Qingming covered her head, casting him a resentful glance. How many masters do you have? I'm not quite sure. Chen Yan shrugged. Not sure? You can't remember who you've apprenticed yourself to? Su Qingming questioned, puzzled. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. Well, Some are still on their way. Never mind. Don't ask too many questions. Did you understand the problem types I explained earlier? Su Qingning shrank her neck, redirecting her gaze back to the book. Chen Yan leaned in softly. After graduation, I plan to visit Tianqi. Would you like to come along? Absolutely. Su Qingning nodded enthusiastically. In the afternoon, during class, Chen Yan returned to his seat, feeling significantly rejuvenated, and cast another glance at Fang Zhiqiang. This time, he discerned her actions clearly. Fang Zhiqiang had replaced his genuine examination admission ticket with a counterfeit one. In the province where Yun City is located, students are not permitted to print their own admission tickets, leaving them with no choice but to prepare only one. If discovered with a fraudulent ticket upon entering the examination hall, their scores would be nullified. Her scheme was indeed malicious. Chen Yan's gaze grew progressively colder. He harbored no profound enmity toward Fang Zhiqiang, yet she had attempted to endanger him multiple times over financial matters. Given this, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xing Zhuang. I have a classmate named Fang Zhiqiang. Please help me investigate her father. I wish to know everything about him. Xing Zhuang quickly replied, understood. I'll get someone on it right away. Through prior surveillance of Fang Zhiqiang, it became evident that her father, Fang Butong, was an insatiable man, solely intent on marrying a wealthy woman to usurp her fortune. However, it remained uncertain whether he harbored any additional secrets. Should an explosion occur during the examination days, how would Fang Zhiqiang respond? Moreover, if she intended to manipulate her examination permit, then it would be only fitting to return the favor in kind. Chen Yan had slumbered throughout the afternoon. Upon school dismissal that evening, Zhigua and Zhengzhang arrived. Young master, we have made progress regarding the person you asked us to investigate. Chen Yan urged, specifics, please. Zhengzhang produced several sheets of A4 paper detailing Fang Budong's personal information. Chen Yan skimmed the basic details, dismissing them as lacking in substance and unworthy of his time. His focus shifted to the subsequent social connections. According to the information gathered by Zhigua and Zhengzhang, Fang Butong had a son, 3 years younger than Fang Zhiqiang, born during his marriage to Zhiqiang's mother, a product of an extramarital affair. Fang Zhiqiang was completely unaware of this. In an effort to provide this illegitimate child with a quality education, Fang Butong had expended considerable effort to enroll Fang Zhiqiang at Jiahao, hoping she would secure a wealthy husband to support him and his illegitimate offspring. However, Fang Zhiqiang had made no progress over the past 3 years. Fearing a lack of future support, he had meticulously crafted an image to attract a wealthy woman, intending to marry her and subsequently siphon off her assets in secret. What a despicable old man. Chen Yan scoffed. Zhigua then presented 2 more pages of information. We also investigated this wealthy woman, and it turns out she is not truly affluent. Her circumstances mirror those of Fang Butong. Fearing her son would be unable to marry due to lacking a car and house, she has fabricated a persona of wealth to ensnare men. She met Fang Butong at a charity event, and not long after, they fell in love. During this period, under the alias Wang Zhenxiang, she swindled over 1.2 million from Fang Butong. Recently, he purchased a car for her son, so she is likely preparing to flee. Chen Yan glanced at the profile of this wealthy woman, and the more he read, the more intriguing it became. Her real name was Li Zhenju, and shortly after giving birth, her sister eloped with her husband. For many years thereafter, she had operated under the name Wang Zhenxiang, deceiving numerous individuals. You all have done commendably. Chen Yan smiled, returning the documents to them. Find an opportunity to reveal the truth to Fang Butong. Understood. Zhigua nodded emphatically. After leaving the school, Chen Yan visited Kaiwa building to purchase a laptop. The villa had been entrusted to Sheng Jinping for renovations, making it uninhabitable until after graduation. A laptop was relatively inexpensive. Even after entering university, it would still be necessary. So it was prudent to acquire it early. Upon returning to the modest dwelling he had occupied for 3 years, he hurried to his bed, activated his mobile hotspot, connected to the internet, and began his assault on the school's archives. If Fang Zhiqiang wished to fabricate a counterfeit examination permit, then he would prepare an official one for her from the source. He intended to locate Fang Zhiqiang's information, alter her identification number by a single digit, and modify her address with a similar character. The permits were to be printed soon, and once completed, he would find an opportunity to restore the archive data, leaving Fang Zhiqiang with no means to trace it. His fingers danced across the keyboard with fervor. Chapter 79. Issuing examination permits and graduation photos sparked controversy. Within mere minutes, the school's firewall was breached. Compared to previous attempts, this firewall felt as flimsy as paper. Once inside the school's archives, Chen Yan located Fang Zhiqiang's records and commenced his modifications. Gazing at his handiwork, he felt a swell of satisfaction. Fang Zhiqiang, how will you feel when you discover the permit issued by the school is nothing but a counterfeit? A cold smirk graced his lips. He then retrieved his own information and meticulously crafted a replica of last year's examination permit. After completion, he sent the permit to Jigua. "Print this out for me before school tomorrow." "Understood." With that, he shut down the computer and enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, Chen Yan drove his Ferrari into the school parking lot. Jigua approached, handing him the examination permit. "Young master, here is your permit. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Yan replied, tucking it away and striding into the school. Traditionally, examination permits were distributed in the days leading up to the exams. After the distribution and a brief photo session, students would be granted a short break before the exams commenced. He entered the classroom, where everything remained unchanged. Strangely enough, as the major examinations approached, the atmosphere in the class was less tense than usual, imbued with a sense of liveliness. Perhaps everyone sensed that their hardships would soon come to an end. During the third period, Huqin entered, clutching a stack of papers. "Classmates, what I have here are your examination permits. Before distribution, I must remind you, students are not permitted to print their own examination permits. You must keep these documents safe. Losing them is no trivial matter." The students nodded in agreement. Chen Yan patted his chest, relieved that he had acted swiftly the previous night. Had he delayed another day, even altering Fang Zhiqiang's information would have been futile. Huqin unfolded the examination permits. "Now, I will call out the names of those who should come forward to collect their permits." Qin Shubao, present. Huang Liang, present. After a considerable time, it was Chen Yan's turn. He received the examination permit and discreetly completed the swap in his pocket. Upon returning to his seat, he placed the permit in his desk drawer in front of Fang Zhiqiang. Meanwhile, Fang Zhiqiang, seemingly aware of her intentions, immediately tucked her permit into her inner pocket. Once all permits had been distributed, Huqin cautioned, "Make sure to keep these safe. Do not come to me in tears before the exams claiming you've lost yours." She surveyed the entire class. In unison, the students affirmed, "Understood." Huqin nodded. "Now, let's tidy up. Shortly, we will be taking our graduation photos." Upon hearing the news about the graduation photos, many female classmates began to pull out their cosmetics. This was a private school, and the regulations regarding such matters were far less stringent than those of public institutions. In contrast to the girls meticulously applying makeup, the boys appeared far less concerned. Chen Yan rose and made his way downstairs, with Qin Shubao promptly following suit. "How is your arm?" Chen Yan inquired, glancing at him. After Qin Shubao had taken a knife wound for him, Chen Yan's perception of him had somewhat shifted. "It's fine. I had the stitches removed yesterday." Qin Shubao replied cheerfully. "I hadn't asked before, how many stitches did you get?" Chen Yan inquired. Qin Shubao rolled up his sleeve to take a look. "Only 4 stitches. It wasn't a big cut. Thankfully, I got to the infirmary quickly. Otherwise, the wound would have healed on its own." Chen Yan chuckled lightly, patting him on the shoulder, and together they exited the teaching building. Each class had designated locations for their graduation photos, chosen by the students themselves. These students were not short on funds, often hiring a separate photographer for each class. The two made their way to the faux rock formation that had been prearranged by their class. Beneath the faux rock, several boys were engaged in playful antics. Qin Shubao strode forward, attempting to speak as harmoniously as possible. "Dear classmates, we are about to take our graduation photos here. Is that all right?" Just then, a fellow student erupted with a vulgarity. "What the hell? Get lost." Qin Shubao's temper flared instantly, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. While he could not contend with Chen Yan, surely he could handle others. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from afar. I wondered who it was. But it's none other than the notorious bully of Class 21. "What's the matter? Do you wish to confront my brother?" Qin Shubao turned, his expression darkening further. The newcomer was not only known to him, but also to Chen Yan. It was Yuan Hua, once the top student of their grade, son of the provincial leader. Qin Shubao clenched his teeth, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. While he would not tolerate such behavior from others, Yuan Hua's formidable background made him a force to be reckoned with. He balled his fists, remaining silent and motionless. Yuan Hua approached. "Did you not see how much fun we are having? Kindly relocate your photo session." Chen Yan snorted disdainfully, stepping forward. "Oh, isn't this young master Yuan? What's this? You didn't get a chance to slap my face the other day at Tongtu. And now you're here, trying to assert your presence? Are you hoping I would broadcast your despicable character? Who the hell are you calling despicable?" One of Yuan Hua's minions immediately jumped in, pointing a finger at Chen Yan. Qin Shubao cast a glance. While he dared not confront Yuan Hua, was he really afraid of his lackey? He raised his hand and struck the minion. The underling, caught off guard, received a slap. Furious, the minion sought to retaliate against Qin Shubao, but a fierce glare from Qin Shubao quelled his aggression. Yuan Hua's expression darkened. Striking his minion in his presence was unacceptable to him. "Chen Yan, can you keep your dog in check?" "Young Master Yuan, your words stink worse than my farts. Qin Shubao is my classmate. Is this how you were taught by your provincial leader father? What exemplary upbringing you have. Chen Yan maintained a calm smile. Yuan Hua, bristling with anger, retorted, Chen Yan, what do you mean by that? Chen Yan chuckled. What do you think I mean? If we follow your logic, I kindly ask you to take your kind away from here. Yuan Hua rolled up his sleeves. Do you think I'm afraid to fight you? Come on, hit me. But let me warn you, the consequences of laying a hand on me are grave. So think carefully before you act. Chen Yan pretended to be serious. Yuan Hua, panting heavily, replied, Fine, you said it. I want to see what you can do to me. Boys, let us go. With his shout, Chen Yan erupted into laughter. Qin Shubao took a few steps back. Having witnessed Chen Yan's fighting prowess before, he knew that not just a few, but even double the number of opponents could not match Chen Yan. Chen Yan cracked his knuckles, his index finger poised. He was prepared to deliver Yuan Hua a memorable gift, a gift that would leave a lasting impression. Soon, Yuan Hua's gang surrounded Chen Yan entirely. Chen Yan, you made me lose face last time at Tongtu. Today, I must reclaim it. Yuan Hua gritted his teeth, raising his palm. Chapter 80. Young Master Yuan soiled himself. The whole class took graduation photos together. A group of individuals lunged at Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained unfazed. In addition to being a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, he had also mastered the essence of Bagwazang and Iron Palm. He dealt with each opponent with composure. Those sycophants lacked any formidable backing and posed no threat. With a series of dull thuds, the minions were swiftly dispatched to the ground. Yuan Hua, inflamed with rage, did not retreat but instead charged at Chen Yan. Chen Yan smirked, blocking Yuan Hua's descending fist with his left hand while his right index finger sharply struck his acupoints. These points were typically used for treating frequent urination, urgency, and difficulty in urination. Yuan Hua, still young, should not have serious urinary issues, but under such intense stimulation, it became his greatest dilemma. Stumbling back a few steps, the stabbing pain in his abdomen brought him a modicum of clarity. Observing his gang sprawled on the ground, contorted like shrimp, he declared solemnly, Chen Yan, you are truly impressive, openly brawling at school. Aren't you afraid of expulsion? Chen Yan, hands in pockets, surveyed the surroundings. Young Master Yuan, you clearly provoked me first. I merely retaliated. Moreover, if the school were truly willing to expel me, with the ruckus we just caused, why haven't we seen any disciplinary staff? Is the director blind? Achoo. In the hall of the teaching building, someone sneezed. From the moment Chen Yan and Yuan Hua clashed, he had noticed the situation. One side was the nephew of a school board member, the other was the son of a provincial leader. He could not afford to offend either. It was better to hide in the teaching building, pretending to see nothing at all. After all, they were merely a group of students. Nothing significant would come of it. Beside the rockery, Yuan Hua continued arguing with Chen Yan. His minions were gradually regaining their senses, slowly rising. As they looked at Chen Yan again, their eyes brimmed with fear. Chen Yan, no need to be so arrogant. I will find out your background and see what I can do to you. As he spoke, a sudden wave of intense urgency surged through him, and he turned to flee. Chen Yan, noticing this, smirked and followed closely behind. Young Master Yuan, our conversation isn't over yet. Where are you going? He grasped Yuan Hua's wrist, refusing to let him escape. Yuan Hua struggled to break free. Chen Yan, let go of me. I need to go to the bathroom. Young Master Yuan, you seem unwell. Are you sick? I happen to know a bit about it. Let me take a look. Chen Yan feigned concern for his classmate. Yuan Hua, increasing his effort to escape. Let go of me. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, the bathroom can wait. But what if it exacerbates your condition? Come, let me check. Chen Yan's smile broadened. He pretended to examine Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua, desperate, exclaimed. Chen Yan, I beg you, please let go of me. I promise I won't trouble you again. Then I must check on you. Chen Yan declared sternly, twisting Yuan Hua's wrist to check his pulse. Tears streamed down Yuan Hua's face. It's too late. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted from Yuan Hua. He had soiled himself. His minions, witnessing this, turned away, torn between laughter and fear. Meanwhile, a crowd was gathering near the rockery. Upon seeing Yuan Hua publicly embarrass himself, they pointed and whispered among themselves. Yuan Hua hastily removed his school uniform top and covered his face. Chen Yan released his grip. Young Master Yuan, I truly did not expect you to be so lacking in public decency, relieving yourself in school. Is this how your provincial leader father raised you? Such exemplary manners. Yuan Hua, too ashamed to look back, awkwardly retreated. Observing his retreating figure, Chen Yan scoffed. Humph, challenging me? You're far too inexperienced. After this little incident, the classmates gathered in front of the rockery, preparing for the photo shoot. Hu Qin clapped her hands. All right, everyone, quickly find your spots. It's time for the photos. The students promptly lined up. Chen Yan chose a corner at the back. After all, it was merely a graduation photo. He did not wish to stand in the limelight and overshadow others. However, just as he settled in, several of the prettiest girls in the class approached him. Chen classmate, may I stand beside you? Several female classmates sequentially spoke up. Chen Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth, and images of the barbecue restaurant and gym involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He cleared his throat twice and said, let us just stand where we should. There isn't much space beside me. Qin Shu Bao, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Yi, you're quite the charmer. Despite having Su Xiaohua, you still managed to capture the hearts of so many beautiful classmates. Go away, go away. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Chen Yan grumbled in frustration. The female classmates looked at him with eager eyes. Compared to the women at the barbecue restaurant and gym, these students were evidently much more restrained. Up ahead, the photographer adjusted the camera and said, students, hurry up and get in position. We're about to take the photo. To avoid delaying the shoot, Chen Yan stepped toward the center. The photographer lifted the camera. Wait. Just as the photographer was about to snap the picture, Hu Qin suddenly called out. The photographer lowered the camera and asked, what's wrong? Hu Qin glanced back at her classmates. My class representative hasn't arrived yet. Let us wait a moment while I call. Chen Yan internally scoffed. The class representative she valued most was likely busy with something untoward at that very moment. Hurry up. The photographer urged, visibly displeased. Hu Qin nodded and was about to take out her phone when Fang Zhiqiong rushed over in a hurry. Fang Zhiqiong, where have you been? Hu Qin asked with a stern expression. Fang Zhiqiong smiled apologetically. I just went to the restroom. I'm sorry. All right, hurry and join us. Hu Qin moved aside to make room for Fang Zhiqiong. What a hassle, making the whole class wait for her. A female classmate beside Chen Yan muttered under her breath. She had some background and didn't bother to lower her voice. Chen Yan smiled and said, all right, let us not complain. What if she was off doing something scandalous? Fang Zhiqiong involuntarily shivered. The photographer raised the camera again. Come on, students, look this way. 1, 2, 3, smile. With a bright flash, the graduation photo was taken. Chen Yan prepared to leave, but just a few steps away, he was again detained by several female classmates. Chen Yan, don't rush off. We haven't spoken much in the 3 years of being in the same class. And with graduation approaching, let us take a commemorative photo together. Yes, let us go. We should take one together. Surrounded by a few female classmates, Chen Yan returned to the side of the rockery. Please take another photo of us. One female classmate told the photographer. The photographer lifted the camera. Click, click. He took 2 consecutive shots. Chen Yan stood in the middle, his smile somewhat strained. After all, this was the only time, after graduation, they would be scattered far and wide, so there was no need to make things awkward in these last few days. However, once the photo was taken, he turned his head to the side and saw Su Qingning, arms crossed, pouting, with a gloomy expression directed at him. Chapter 81. With the holidays here, feeling idle, he decided to visit the Taoist temple. Chen Yan quickly pushed aside the group of female classmates and hurried over. Qingning, don't misunderstand. It was just a photo. His voice was slightly timid. Just a photo? Why are all the classmates you took pictures with so pretty? Su Qingning asked, pouting. Chen Yan scratched his head. They insisted on pulling me in. He didn't know how to explain. Su Qingning didn't press further. Instead, she took out her phone. If you can take pictures with them, you can definitely take pictures with me, right? I don't have a photo of just the 2 of us. Of course. No problem. Chen Yan smiled broadly. Subsequently, under Su Qingning's direction, he struck various quirky poses. It wasn't until they had taken over 30 shots that Su Qingning finally relented. All right, seeing you pose so hard, I'll let you off this time. Go back to the classroom and rest. She scrolled through the photos on her phone, smiling sweetly. Chen Yan sighed in resignation, his head hanging low. Okay, I'll take my leave then. Off you go, bye-bye. Su Qingning waved her hand without looking up. Chen Yan trudged back to the classroom. And as soon as he sat down, he noticed that his desk had been tampered with. He snorted softly and discreetly laid down to sleep. The day passed in a haze. At this time, while the other classmates were frantically writing, Chen Yan remained leisurely and carefree. With the halo of being the top scholar in the nation, did he still fear this minor exam? Upon returning home after school, as soon as he opened the door, his phone rang. He checked and saw it was Master Zhao Linglong, the treasure appraiser. He immediately answered. Hello, Miss Treasure Appraiser. What brings you to call me? Stop with the small talk. Zhao Linglong chided playfully from the other end, then continued. In a few days, I'm heading to John Bull's place. There's an antique from our country that I need to retrieve, so I might not be able to accompany you for the exam. Do you have any gift you'd like me to bring back? Chen Yan pondered, stroking his chin. Is there anything from John Bull's house that can't be found in our country? Zhao Linglong was momentarily speechless, clearing her throat. Isn't that going abroad? Master, I must say this to you. Chen Yan declared earnestly. As a Chinese, we must abandon the notion that the moon is rounder abroad. If they truly have something better than what's available here, and there's no alternative domestically, then it's worth buying. The worst case is when you bring something back only to find the label reads made in Panda. Wouldn't that be a loss? All right. I called to check on you, not to listen to your lecture. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want anything? Zhao Linglong sounded somewhat impatient. No, Chen Yan replied. Just treat me to a big meal when you return. All right. Bye. Be cautious at John Bull's place. They're notorious for being thieves and have no limits in their dealings. Got it. The call ended. Chen Yan chuckled softly. Having such a master truly felt wonderful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the graduates in Yin City were on break. At home, Chen Yan sat on his bed, utterly bored. Having slept enough and played games to his heart's content, he didn't dare venture out to travel. How should he spend the remaining 6 days? He scratched his messy hair, feeling troubled. Turning to look out the window, he pondered for a long while before a flash of inspiration struck him. Right. Since he had nothing to do anyway, wasn't there a Taoist temple in Yin City? He could go visit it. His celestial eye still had some impairment and needed the Taoist chi to replenish it. If he could encounter a boastful Taoist priest, his celestial eye would be perfected. He hurriedly dressed, tidied himself up in the bathroom, grabbed his keys, and headed downstairs. The Taoist temple in Yun City is located atop Yu Huang Mountain in the city center. Legend has it that disciples from the Chuanjin, Qiu Zhu Longmin sect traveled here, discovering the mountain's spiritual energy, thus establishing the Yu Huang Pavilion. The mountain was officially named Yu Huang Mountain after the pavilion. After parking, Chen Yan stepped out and straightened his clothes before making his way up the mountain. The Yu Huang Pavilion had a long history. Established in the 3rd year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty, and had undergone several expansions and renovations, becoming a cultural and religious tourism site in Yin City. During holidays, many patrons come to offer incense and seek divination. Today, being a weekday, the mountain was much quieter. After walking uphill for a while, Chen Yan arrived at the Yu Huang Pavilion and took a deep breath. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of tension within him. As soon as he reached the doorstep, an elderly Taoist appeared, broom in hand. Young friend, have you come to the Jade Emperor Pavilion for a purpose? He inquired. Chen Yan immediately responded with a humble smile. Greetings, Taoist. I seek to inquire about matters pertaining to Taoist arts. The old Taoist scrutinized him, stroking his beard as he erupted into hearty laughter. My boy, you look barely of age. I dare say you haven't even graduated from university yet? Not even in university. Chen Yan replied. Then what brings you here? The old Taoist continued to chuckle as he walked past Chen Yan, sweeping steps. Your current task is not to study the Tao. You ought to return. Unwilling to concede, Chen Yan hastily descended the steps and stood beside the old Taoist. Taoist, I genuinely wish to understand. The old Taoist paused, straightening up to ask, why do you wish to know? Chen Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, replied. I have watched numerous videos about Taoism, where practitioners traverse rooftops seeking cures and divining destinies. It all seems so wondrous, and thus I yearn to learn more. Taoist, you appear to possess an ethereal presence. Surely you are quite formidable. Formidable? Ha! The old Taoist spread his arms, surveying himself. If I were truly formidable, would I be confined to this humble mountain? Young man, be wary of being deceived by those online videos. While there are indeed genuine Taoists, many more are charlatans masquerading under the guise of Taoism. As a youth of the new century, you must place your faith in science. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with those words. The old Taoist resumed sweeping, cheerfully descending the steps. Look at me. If cultivators possess the abilities you describe, why would I not employ magic to cleanse the ground, instead of laboriously sweeping it bit by bit? Young man, focus on fulfilling your current mission first. Once accomplished, you may delve into other matters. The broom brushed lightly against the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Chen Yan sighed. Was this trip in vain? No, he resolved. He must somehow coax the old Taoist to speak of qi. Even if he couldn't obtain it through conventional means, he at least needed to learn how to cultivate it. He hurried down the steps. Taoist, I. Just as the words left his lips, a cat's anguished cry suddenly echoed from above.